Chapter 1: The Most Beautiful Woman in Business. At the headquarters of Hongsheng Group in Yanbei City, China, parallel world, I checked my phone. Good, I wasn't late. The subway had run a few minutes behind schedule today. This is where I work. I'm a programmer. Hongsheng Group is an internet company. My monthly salary exceeding 10,000 yuan already puts me ahead of many people, yet in Yanbei, I still have nothing to call my own. Well, if it isn't Su Hao. A haughty voice suddenly sounded. Looking up, I saw to my surprise that it was Ji Kai, a university classmate. This guy was a rich second-generation heir, dressed head to toe in an expensive suit, with an Audi S6 parked behind him. Hey, what a coincidence meeting you here. Check out my new ride, isn't it gorgeous? I'm here to pick up my girlfriend. Do you have one yet? Don't tell me you're still single, you poor bastard. By the way, have you bought a place yet? Surely you're not still renting? Ji Kai kept chattering non-stop. I frowned, proving that old saying true: when old classmates meet, it's either comparing or showing off. Gonna be late for work. See you, I said coldly. Don't leave yet, old classmate. Sticking to routine at this company, you'll never afford a house in this lifetime. Why not come work for my company instead? I happen to need someone to serve tea and water. Ji Kai put on a generous front. I couldn't be bothered with him and was about to leave when a striking figure approached from afar. Hubby, have you been waiting long? The woman was tall and voluptuous, with curves in all the right places and a face that could captivate anyone. She was a true stunner. Sweetheart, I just got here too. Ji Kai stepped forward and wrapped his arm around the woman's slender waist. Hubby, who's this? The woman looked me up and down. Just some shabby classmate of mine. Ji Kai flashed a look of disdain, and his girlfriend's eyes immediately turned scornful. Hearing the word shabby stabbed at my heart, so I turned to leave. Hey, old classmate, think about my offer. I really mean it for your own good, Ji Kai called after me, still showing off. I walked into the company with a dark expression, reaching the elevator when I angrily cursed, show off your sister, damn it, I'll cuckold you sooner or later. Ding, congratulations. A mature woman's voice rang in my ear. I was baffled. Who was talking to me? Damn it, I'll cuckold you sooner or later, password correct. You have successfully unlocked the Super Evolution system. Would you like to bind immediately? This time, it turned into a lowly voice. I was stunned. Super Evolution system? What the hell is this? Did my angry outburst just unlock a system? MMP, I'll cuckold you sooner or later. Now that's some wild unlock password. Host, would you like to bind the system immediately? The voice suddenly transformed into a cute girl's tone. I was still pondering whether this system had any advantages. Host, asking again, would you like to bind the system now? I spoke up, hey system, can I have some time to think about it? What the hell are you hesitating for? No, the system turned into an irritable tomboy. Bind, I immediately said. Congratulations, host, you've successfully bound the Super Evolution system. Your physical system evaluation is complete. Initiating Super Evolution now. Suddenly, the image of Plants vs. Zombies or the Biohazard mode in Crossfire popped into my head. I instinctively glanced down at my arms. Thankfully, no hair had sprouted. Ding, congratulations, host. Your brain has successfully evolved to LV1. Along with the sound, a system interface visible only to me appeared before my eyes. Host, Su Hao Brain LV1, Basic Intelligence, Next Evolutionary Body Part, Eyes. My eyes lit up. The system seems legit. System, has my brain evolved? Improved intelligence? Yes host, your learning, memory, reasoning and analytical abilities will receive significant enhancement. The system's reply got me excited. Turns out you don't need breakups, getting cheated on, or blind dates with bride prices to awaken a system after all. The elevator doors opened at that moment, and as I stepped inside, I began communicating with the system through my thoughts. I wondered if I could switch to a tycoon system or a check-in system instead, but the system said no. When I asked it to change its voice to a mature older sister tone, it complied without hesitation. Curious, I asked, system, why is your unlock password MMP? I'll cuckold you sooner or later. Because this is the green version of the system. Why do I suddenly feel somewhat uneasy about this? If there's a system bug, can it still be uninstalled? Rest assured, host, this system enables super evolution of the body with only benefits and no side effects. I nodded, reassured. After clocking in at the company and settling at my workstation, I continued communicating with the system and soon gained considerable understanding of it. The super evolution system allows the evolution of specific body parts by consuming evolution points, with each evolution granting different abilities. The host can obtain evolution points by completing system tasks and achieving life milestones. Ding, system task issued. Complete your first ever confession of love to earn 200 evolution points. I froze, then said, but I already had my first ever confession long ago. Host, childhood declarations in split pants don't count. My face darkened with frustration. This system knew everything. Since I needed to confess, I'd require a target. I mentally reviewed every young woman I knew, thoroughly conflicted. Ahow, what are you spacing out for? Guess who I just shared the elevator with? Suddenly, my colleague Fat Don walked in carrying his bag, patted me on the shoulder, and looked excited. Who? I frowned. Our company's ice queen, Xin Yufa. Fat Don wiggled his brows suggestively. Empress Wu Zetian? What's so exciting about riding the elevator with her? I shook my head in exasperation. Today she's wearing an office lady skirt suit paired with silver diamond heels. You have no idea how stunning she looks. Fatty Dong had drool practically dripping from his mouth. An image flashed through my mind of Xin Yufa in her professional skirt suit, truly a sight to behold. Xin Yufa was the CEO of Hongsheng Group, whose beauty eclipsed all female celebrities, crowned as the most beautiful woman in the business world. Cold as ice and rarely smiling, she was known around the company as the Ice Queen, with some even calling her the Empress Wu Zetian. Her decisive, no-nonsense leadership style made every employee in the company tremble before her. She was practically a real-life domineering queen. Chapter 2, Sending Love Confessions to the Wrong Person. Xin Yufa's talent and capabilities in the business world are truly admirable. When the company once faced billions in debt and a broken capital chain, she turned the tide, resolved the corporate crisis, and even propelled the company toward greater prosperity. In just 2 short years, she successfully took the Hongsheng Group public, achieving a market value in the billions. With both beauty and brilliance, she naturally attracted the admiration of men from all walks of life, yet she remained unfazed. The gossip circles even speculated that she might be a lesbian, sparking heated discussions for a time. She didn't care at all. Her aloof and tsundere nature made her disdainful of explanations. I sighed inwardly, wondering which man could ever win such a domineering female CEO. Fatty Dawn was still savoring the earlier scene, looking utterly enchanted. Fatso, it's 8:40 now, which means you were already late when you were in the elevator with the Ice Queen earlier. I tapped the time displayed on my phone. Ha! Fatty Dawn's expression instantly changed. You're done for. I looked at him with pity in my eyes. I cursed inwardly. Today was absolutely rotten luck, getting caught red-handed by that ruthless CEO for being late. Fatso Dawn was whimpering in frustration beside me. I didn't need to think twice. He must be mourning this month's vanished bonus. I suddenly grinned, remembering I still had a confession mission. Though I hadn't found the right person to confess to yet, preparing some sweet nothings in advance couldn't hurt. Immediately, I thought of my college buddy Niu Xiaojie. That guy moonlights writing novels on tomato fiction after work. Despite his mediocre sales, he always claims Tomato's readers are all handsome men and pretty women, cute as buttons, and that's what keeps him going. Niu Xiaojie had decent writing skills, and having dated 2 girlfriends before, he surely had experience when it came to confessing sweet nothings. I opened WeChat and messaged Niu Xiaojie, "Old Niu, find me some confession lines, need them urgently." My phone vibrated almost instantly. Seems this guy was slacking off on his phone right then. Niu Xiaojie replied, "Holy crap, Sue, you're finally hitting on girls too? Did you get lucky yet?" Dog emoji. I snapped back, "Get lost. I'm about to confess my feelings, but I don't know how." He replied, "Confessing? You love-struck idiot, confessing means instant death, you know that, right? You should just make a move first without confessing." I got pissed. "To hell with your nonsense. Hurry up, I'm waiting online and I'm desperate here." He replied, "Fine, if you won't listen to reason, suit yourself. I'll whip up some safer confession lines for you, guaranteed to make any girl's heart flutter." I have to admit, Niu Xiaojie works pretty fast. It didn't take long before he sent over a few pickup lines. Opening them, I read, "I want to start a fire by rubbing wood on you, igniting this lifetime. The lone smoke in the desert is straight as me, but the setting sun over the long river is round as you. It's not just the ranks and king of glory I want to climb, but also you." What the hell is this? These are the safe pickup lines he mentioned? This Niu Xiaojie has a belly full of sleaze. No wonder the novels he writes on Tomato aren't exactly wholesome. Still, I might as well save these cheesy lines, just in case they come in handy. I press and hold to copy, then paste them into my phone's journal. At that moment, Shi Depeng, the manager of the program development department, walked over. The middle-aged man was wearing a white shirt, sporting silver-rimmed glasses, and had a perpetually greasy face. He said arrogantly, "Cut the crap with your phones. The marketing and design department needs a dating event entry added to the app's emotional page today. Get it done without fail, or you're pulling an all-nighter." The entire program development team let out a collective groan. With 9 people in our department, minus the useless Shi Depeng, that left only 8 of us. Demanding the event entry be completed in a single day was downright inhuman. I was speechless. Shi Depeng was clearly exploiting us like workhorses just to pad his own performance metrics. He got in through connections with company shareholders, doesn't understand programming at all, spends his days drinking tea, teasing fish, and flirting with the receptionist without doing any real work. Everyone has major complaints about him, but with his solid connections, we can only swallow our anger. Shi Dapeng divided the work tasks into 8 portions and assigned them to each employee. When I got my task list, I rolled my eyes. This workload meant pulling an all-nighter was guaranteed. Shi Dapeng walked over to my workstation with his teacup in hand and asked, "Is the test report for the 618 promotional campaign ready yet?" I nodded and said, "It's done, manager." He continued, "Then send the report directly to General Manager Shun. She mentioned yesterday she wanted to see it." As he spoke, he picked up the tea box on my desk and took a packet. This greasy middle-aged pig, earning 50 or 60,000 a month but still freeloading from employees, what a fucking cheapskate. After he left, I immediately stashed the tea box in the cabinet. I located the test report link in file, then clicked on Shin Yuefei's WeChat avatar, the Ice Queen. Out of habit, I tapped on her moments, only to find I'd been blocked from viewing them. Finally, I copied the test report link in file and sent them to Shin Yuefei. I wasn't in a hurry to work, first studying my super evolution system. Just then, a system prompt appeared. Ding, system notification, completed confession mission, reward obtained, 100 evolution points. I was baffled. I hadn't even found someone to confess to yet. How could the mission be completed? And those flirty lines Niu Xiaojiesen weren't even used. Who would confess with that kind of talk anyway? Is this super evolution system glitching? I was speechless. What kind of lousy system did I bind with? The pirated version is just no good. Just then, my phone vibrated. It was a message from Shin Yuefei. "Come to my office." I froze. Why was she summoning me? Could there be an issue with the test report? I scrolled up the chat window and was horrified. I had accidentally forwarded Niu Xiaojie's cringy confession lines to Shin Yuefei. I must have copied his message instead of the test report link and sent it without realizing. *T. This is bad. Panic surged through me, and cold sweat broke out. What a mess. I hurriedly hit recall, but it was already past the time limit. Too late. I panicked. This was Shin Yuefei we were talking about, a woman renowned for her decisive ruthlessness and iron-fisted management style. If she saw the message I'd sent, she'd absolutely hit the roof. Knowing how she operated, losing my job would be the least of my worries. At worst, I could be slapped with a workplace harassment charge, which would completely destroy my career. There had been that corporate executive who'd taken some kickbacks. She'd not only had him prosecuted but also blacklisted from the entire industry. What I'd done was far worse than accepting kickbacks. I knew there was no avoiding this today. I'd just have to brace myself and face it. I took a sip of water to steady my nerves and walked out of the software development department. The CEO's office is on the 5th floor of the company. Besides the office, the 5th floor also contains Shin Yuefei's private library, entertainment room, lounge, and reception room. I arrived at the elevator and pressed the button. Ding dong, the elevator door opened. Stepping inside felt like entering a courtroom. When I reached the entrance of the CEO's office, the female secretary Wang Meng asked me curiously, "Su Hao, what brings you here?" "I'm here to see President Shin," I replied. She looked surprised and said, "To see you?" Usually, employees at my level don't have much interaction with the CEO. There are corporate executives in between us. But seeing that I wasn't joking, she picked up the phone to ask for instructions from President Shin. "President Shin, Su Hao from the Program Development Department says you wanted to see him. He's here now." Shin Yuefei's voice came through the phone. Let him in." Wang Meng nodded, giving me a complicated look. According to the company's usual procedures, if the president wanted to see someone, she would first inform Wang Meng to relay the notice. This time, she hadn't been told to inform me, which meant only one thing: President Shin must have summoned me through her personal WeChat. Could she and I be related? With this thought in mind, she quickly stepped forward respectfully, opened the door to the president's office, and said, "Su Hao, President Shin wants you to come in." I nodded and walked into the CEO's office. The office was enormous, over 200 square meters, with a lavish Chinese-style interior design. The first thing that caught my eye upon entering was the landscape painting hanging on the main wall. In front of it sat a set of Chinese-style leather guest chairs. Nearby, the shelves were filled with trophies, certificates, and art pieces. I entered the office to find a long desk with 2 computers and several folders placed on top. At that moment, Shin Yuefei was seated at the desk, her head bent low as she signed company documents with a pen in hand. I walked to the desk, momentarily unsure how to begin, each passing second feeling unbearably agonizing. The woman remained silent, probably trying to break through my psychological defenses first, or perhaps pondering how to deal with me. "President Shin," I took the initiative to break the silence. You're here. I saw the message you sent me." Shin Yuefei raised her head, set down her pen, and fixed her beautiful eyes on me, her face utterly calm. "President Shin, let me explain." I was just about to speak when she suddenly waved her hand and said, "No need to explain. We're young, I understand. Do you really like me?" "Ahem, no," I replied awkwardly. "Not confessing to me? So you were deliberately teasing me then?" Her face instantly turned icy. "President Shin, what if I said I sent it to the wrong person? Would you believe me?" I said calmly. "No." She shook her head. I was momentarily speechless, Clearly this woman wasn't planning to let me off the hook. Since that's how it was, I made a decision in my heart. You're right, President Shen, I do like you. I've liked you for a long time, ever since I joined the company. I couldn't bear to keep my admiration for you hidden any longer, so today I gathered the courage to send you those words. I ventured boldly. I thought to myself, since I might get fired either way, admitting that I liked her and insisting those messages were confessions was better than being labeled as teasing or harassment. Otherwise, not only would I be fired, but I might also be blacklisted in the industry, completely ruining my career. Although I could stubbornly deny sending the wrong messages, she clearly wouldn't believe me. I had no defense. Oh, then what is it you like about me? Her tone softened slightly. Like, of course it's because you're beautiful, Director Shen. I'm someone who cares a lot about looks, I said faintly. Well, good. Since you like me, you must want me to be your girlfriend, right? She suddenly asked. Well, of course. I was a bit confused. Even if this woman wanted to teach me a lesson, teasing me like this was downright terrifying. So, does that mean you want to marry me too? Her delicate eyebrows arched. Marry? To marry a woman like CEO Shen would be a blessing earned over 8 lifetimes. I nodded, throwing in some flattery just in case, maybe if she was pleased enough, she'd let me off the hook. Alright, I agree to be your girlfriend. Oh, and get your household registration booklet ready, we'll go get the marriage license later. She suddenly slapped the table and declared cheerfully. What the hell? I was completely dumbfounded. Is this woman crazy, or am I dreaming? This is Shin Ufa. We're talking about one of the 4 great beauties of Yanbei, the woman countless men dream of. And now she's not only agreed to be my girlfriend but also wants to register our marriage? This is downright terrifying. Only a fool would believe this, and I'm no fool, despite being quite handsome. I even caught a hint of smugness on her pretty face. This has to be some kind of honey trap. But what was her purpose in setting this trap? I racked my brain trying to figure it out. Back in my hometown, there were just a few acres of land and several brick tile houses. In Yanbei, I didn't even own a place, had to rent one. My bank card had merely a few thousand in savings, and I carried nothing worth her plotting over. That made it even more terrifying. She had no idea what kind of pit she'd dug for herself. Get married? No. I quickly shook my head. What do you mean? You're actually unwilling to marry me? Her delicate brows furrowed in displeasure, as if deeply wounded. Director Shin, stop teasing me. Just get straight to the point. How do you plan to deal with me? I asked directly. Why would I want to mess with you? I want to get our marriage certificate with you, she said earnestly. Marriage certificate? Us? Stop joking. I'm not kidding. Didn't you confess your feelings to me? Didn't you say you wanted to marry me? Her tone carried no hint of jest. I frowned, suddenly struck by a suspicion. Could this woman be pregnant and trying to saddle me with responsibility as the unwitting father? Miss Shin, the consequences of your own recklessness shouldn't be forced upon others, should they? Besides, for this kind of situation, you could always terminate it. I promptly suggested. Did I cause trouble? What trouble? She looked completely confused. Get rid of it? President Shin, stop pretending. You're obviously trying to make me the fall guy, right? I may be broke, but I still have my pride. Expecting me to become some kid's stepdad? Not a chance. I shook my head. She suddenly understood, her delicate eyebrows shooting up as she snapped coldly. What nonsense are you spouting? I've never even been in a relationship. How could I possibly be pregnant? Are you out of your mind? Which one of us lacks brains? If you want to register our marriage with me, you must be setting a trap for me. I boldly said, since we were about to tear off all pretenses, there was no need to be polite with her anymore. So that's what you're worried about? She casually pushed her executive chair back, pulled a document from the drawer, and tossed it onto the desk. I glanced at it. It was a prenuptial agreement. Take a look. I picked up the agreement and skimmed through it. It mainly dealt with property rights after marriage. This woman is really cunning. Getting married to me without sharing any money. No wonder she's a CEO, so stingy. President Shin, what do you mean by this? You'll register the marriage with me for 1 year. After that, we'll divorce, and I'll give you a sum of money, she said with startling bluntness. Finally it clicked. She just wanted a fake marriage arrangement. Scared me half to death thinking she was scamming me. Couldn't you have just said so directly instead of making me paranoid? This is my first marriage. With your plan I'll end up being a divorcee, I muttered gloomily, still reluctant about the whole idea. Who isn't a first marriage? She snapped. Then can I refuse? I raised an eyebrow, testing the waters. Sure. Then I'll just forward all your harassing messages to the company's legal department. She delivered the threat with casual nonchalance. I knew she'd pull this intimidation tactic. Gritting my teeth, just as I was about to refuse, a sudden system notification chimed in my mind. System alert, completing marriage registration achievement will award 1,000 evolution points reward. A reward of 1,000 evolution points is incredibly enticing. With these evolution points, not only could I upgrade my brain to LV2, but I could also evolve my eyes. I wonder what abilities eye evolution would bring. Overwhelmed with excitement, I boldly walked up to the table, pulled over a nearby chair, and sat down across from her. A 1-year deadline. After the divorce, how much will you give me? 1 million, she said. 1 million is a huge sum for ordinary people, but in Yanbei, it's barely enough for a down payment on a house. But for an office worker like me, this remains highly appealing. After all, I can't even save 100,000 yuan a year. I replied cheerfully, alright, I agree. Even the Ice Queen herself isn't hesitant. What's there for a grown man like me to fear? Besides, after the divorce, I still have a 1 million yuan settlement, not to mention the system's evolution point rewards. Shin Yufa said sternly, good. Keep our arrangement strictly between us, no spreading rumors at the company. Unable to suppress my curiosity, I asked, can I ask why you're so determined to get married? That's not something you need to know. You'll understand later, Shin Yufa replied. Then why choose me? Because you're easier to control. I was quite frustrated. Damn it, wasn't it because I'm handsome? Turns out it's just because I'm easy to control. This woman is way too arrogant, isn't she overconfident? Who'll be controlling whom in the future remains to be seen. I'd better stay on my guard. Beautiful women aren't scary. What's terrifying is a beautiful woman with brains. Then Shin Yufa handed me a pen, and I signed the prenuptial agreement without hesitation. She asked, where's your household registration booklet? At my place. Wait for me at the parking lot. I'll change clothes first, then take you to get your booklet before we go register our marriage. No need to rush like this, right? I was both amused and exasperated. Getting married just like that was way too sudden. Guess what day it is today? May 20th, Shin Yufa said gloomily. Well, who would have thought this Ice Queen paid attention to such things? Pretty fashionable of her. I hesitated and asked again, by the way, after marriage, you won't still expect me to have kids with you or anything like that, right? Shin Yufa didn't answer, just stared at me like I was an idiot. Alright, I'll head to the parking lot, I said awkwardly, wondering if I was overthinking it. She just married me under false pretenses for some reason. It's not like she's offering a fortune for a child. I headed back to the department and told Fat Dong, hey, Fatso, I'm sneaking out for a bit. If Sher Dapang asks, just tell him I went to the bathroom. Holy shit, Master Su, with this workload, you're still sneaking off? How late do you plan to work tonight? Fat Dong couldn't help but complain. It's not like I want to go. The CEO forced me, I snapped irritably. The CEO forced you? Today's May 20th, don't tell me the Ice Queen is forcing you to get married? Fat Dong joked. Hey there, fatty, gotta say that mouth of yours is damn prophetic, spot on guess. I grinned wide. Quick, you're bullshitting. If you can actually marry Ice Queen, I'll call you daddy. Dong Ponzi teased. I was stunned. Well damn, what a filial son I've got. I headed to the parking lot and soon saw Shin Yufa approaching in fresh casual clothes. Even in casual clothes, her curvaceous figure couldn't be concealed. This woman was truly enchanting. However, she was wearing a mask, clearly afraid of being recognized by acquaintances. She walked up close and said, let's go, where's your car? I don't have a car. I felt somewhat embarrassed. No car? Shin Yufa looked momentarily stunned before helplessly leading me to the other side of the parking lot. I followed and saw a Lamborghini parked there. Ha, wasn't your car supposed to be a Maserati? I expressed surprised confusion. I didn't drive that one today, took this one instead, Shin Yufa explained. I was stunned. Holy shit, just how rich is this woman? She casually switches between sports cars like most people change clothes. Shin Yufa had initially wanted to ride in my car, since this Lamborghini of hers was too flashy, but now we had no choice but to take it. We left the company soon after. She drove the sports car to the neighborhood where I rented my apartment, then we headed straight for the Civil Affairs Bureau. The moment the Lamborghini appeared, it drew a crowd of onlookers. Shin Yufa hurriedly dashed into the Civil Affairs Bureau lobby. First, I had to go to the photo room to take pictures for registration. That's when I realized I'd forgotten to change into new clothes. These were supposed to be our wedding photos, after all. There were several couples waiting in line at the photo room. One pair was chatting nearby. Hey, did you see that? Those two are here to register for marriage too. The woman drove a Lamborghini here. No way? The man's wearing bargain bin clothes head to toe. He's definitely a kept man. I nearly spat out blood. Damn it. What's wrong with my bargain bin clothes? Why does it have to be me who looks like a kept man? A short while later, we got our photos and went to the registration window. Shin Yufa sat down and said, hello, we're here to register for marriage. You two, are sure about getting married? The Civil Affairs Bureau staffer looked surprised, given our vastly different outfits and complete lack of couple-like affection. We're sure, Shin Yufa nodded. Miss, according to China's marriage law, marriage must be entered into with the complete voluntary consent of both man and woman. Neither party may coerce the other, nor may any third party interfere. Are you doing this voluntarily? The staff member asked again. I'm doing this voluntarily, Shin Yufa nodded. The staff handed over 2 forms and said, alright then, bring your household registration book and ID cards, and fill out these forms. I was slightly annoyed. What was the civil affairs office lady implying? Why only ask Shin Yufa if she was willing, and not ask me? Soon, the staff stamped the marriage certificates and handed them to us. Done. Oh, and newlyweds can go to the second floor for a free experience. It's complimentary. The civil affairs office lady reminded us. Okay, thank you. Shin Yufa took the red marriage certificate and prepared to leave. Meanwhile, I headed to the staircase to check out the second floor, wondering what free services might be available. Let's go. Shin Yufa glared at me. Shouldn't we get a physical exam? I grinned. Her eyebrows shot up in exasperation. She looked ready to curse, thinking why the hell would we need a medical checkup? After leaving the Civil Affairs Bureau, Shin Yufa quickly drove back to the company parking lot. We didn't exchange a single word the entire way. Shin Yufa said, let's go up separately. You go first, I'll follow later. Holding the red marriage certificate in my hand, I felt much bolder and said, President Shin, now that we're married, shouldn't you give your husband a promotion and a raise? Get lost. Shin Yufa glared at me with her beautiful eyes. Damn, it was just a joke. This woman can't take a joke. Feeling helpless, I had no choice but to step out of the car and head upstairs. I had just sat back down at my workstation when Fatty Dong hurried over in a panic and said, Master Su, you're finally back. Holy shit, where the hell have you been? You're so dead this time. What's up? I frowned. The moment you left your desk, Shi Dapeng came asking where you went. I told him you went to the bathroom. Fatty Dong said awkwardly. With a dark expression, I asked, so how long has it been since I went to the restroom? Not too long, just an hour and a half, Fatty Dong murmured. This lie isn't easy to cover, taking a dump for an hour and a half. I laughed bitterly. Suddenly, Shi Dapeng's roaring voice came through. Su Hao, you finally remembered to come back. Fatty Dong trembled and quickly scrambled back to his workstation to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. Shi Dapeng stormed over with a darkened face. Ahem, Manager Shi, were you looking for me? I played dumb. Su Hao, you're something else, turning into a slick office veteran already, slacking off here instead of working hard. Where have you been? Shi Dapeng said angrily. Manager, I had diarrhea. I just went to the bathroom. Diarrhea? For an hour and a half? Who are you trying to fool? Shi Dapeng slammed the table in exasperation. The colleagues couldn't help but laugh. Manager, I had 3 rounds, half an hour each, I said shamelessly, thinking to myself, what do I have to fear? At worst, I'll confront the Ice Queen and see whose side she takes. At these words, the colleagues doubled over with laughter. Alright, you little rascal, thinking you can get away with anything. Listen here, if you can't finish the workload I assign you today, not only will you lose this month's bonus, but I'll deduct your year-end bonus too. Shi Dapeng left with a dark expression after throwing out those words. Fatso Dong gave me a thumbs up, clicking his tongue. Damn, Su, you've got balls. I could only shake my head helplessly and sit down at the phone to open my programming software. Even though I'm Shin Yufa's husband now, it doesn't count for much. Work's still work. If I don't do it, I'll be left with nothing to pay the rent and end up drinking the northwest wind. The marriage registration this morning took up a lot of time. Looks like I'll probably have to work through the night till dawn. I immediately started programming based on the module and found that my coding speed had improved significantly, and surprisingly, there were no bugs after each test. I was puzzled. Could it be due to brain evolution and enhanced intelligence? With this suspicion in mind, I quickly proceeded to test it. The results astonished me. I could now program effortlessly, completely at ease. Before, I had to write and test each section step by step, with no real fluency. But now, the programming code flowed naturally with my thoughts, and my fingers effortlessly typed it out without a single bug. Chapter 6, Brain Completes LV2 Evolution. I was thrilled beyond words, typing away at the code with lightning speed. My memory and comprehension of programming had become remarkably fluid. What's more, according to the module design, my analytical skills were astonishingly fast now. I could program swiftly based on designs alone. Tap tap, clatter clatter, my fingers flew across the keyboard with such speed it felt like I was composing a novel. Fat Dong, hearing the furious keystrokes, couldn't help but advise, hey Hao, coding that fast is just begging for mistakes. You should slow down a notch. Steady? Can't you see I'm perfectly steady right now? I've finally experienced the abilities this system offers. It's truly magical. This evolution really is extraordinary. At about 5 p.m., my keyboard fell silent as I'd finished every last bit of the workload. Incredible. I completed such a massive workload this quickly. I sighed in amazement. At my usual pace, this would have taken me all night minimum. Great, I can leave on time today. I stretched and started packing up to go home. Fatty Dong was still busy coding and said, hey Hao, are you nuts? Leaving on time? If you don't finish your work, you really don't want that year-end bonus? Who says I didn't finish? I'm already done. I shrugged. Done? Yeah, right. Fatty Dong shook his head in exasperation. I couldn't be bothered explaining. It's not like I could tell him I've got a system. Some secrets you just can't share with anyone. At 5:30, I simply picked up my bag and left work. My colleagues in the entire software development department were stunned, then shook their heads. They thought I was beyond redemption. Ah, youth. No wife or kids to worry about, free to act as reckless as you please. Exactly. Unlike us middle-aged coders who have no way out and just have to swallow our pride. Xiao Su's just being foolish, throwing away tens of thousands in annual bonuses like it's nothing. The older colleagues chattered back and forth. It takes about an hour by subway from the company to my rented place, plus the walking time, which basically adds up to an hour and a half. It was already 7 p.m. when I got back to the neighborhood. Just as I reached the building entrance, I ran into my landlady Aunt Shui and her daughter Meng Chichi. Feeling rather awkward, I kept my head down and tried to slip into the building. Xiao Su, the rent was due 7 days ago, did you forget? Aunt Shui had clearly spotted me long before. In a metropolis like Yancheng, what little salary I earn barely covers my expenses after sending money back home each month. After all, my parents spent a lot of money putting me through college, and I want to help ease the family's financial burden. Every rent payment covers 3 months, but now I only have 2,000 left in my bank account, far from enough. Auntie Shui, I'm a bit tight on cash lately, could you give me a couple of days grace? I promised to transfer the rent as soon as I get my paycheck, I stammered awkwardly. Oh, I see. No problem, you can pay the rent next month, Aunt Shui said cheerfully. I was stunned, since when did this landlady become so generous? However, next month you'll have to add a 10% interest, she added. And there she was, same old landlady after all. Her words made my eyelids twitch in shock, so she was trying to casually dabble in P2P lending on the side. Mom, Brother Su has it hard enough as it is, Meng Chichi, who was standing nearby, couldn't bear it anymore and thought her mother was being too harsh. I still have a good impression of Kiki, graceful, kind, and beautiful. Aunt Shui immediately responded, life isn't easy for anyone. I've already given Xiao Su a big discount. If I'd invested that money in Kai Kai's semiconductor fund instead, I could have earned a 20% monthly return. Auntie, that 20% monthly return was last year's market performance, wasn't it? Lately, it's been nothing but red and more red. Though I don't have much money and haven't invested in any funds, I still keep up with market trends. What do you know? Auntie Shui also bought New Energy and Baijiu stocks, Aunt Shui suddenly said proudly. I was momentarily stunned, being wealthy really is nice. Auntie, you're really something. Many people don't appreciate Baijiu when they're young, only to blindly chase after tech stocks. Enough nonsense, no flattery. If you don't pay rent next month, I'll kick you out, Aunt Shui said, pulling Meng Chichi away. Chichi, let me tell you, don't ever date someone like Xiao Su in the future. No house, no car, that just won't do. Mom, but Brother Su is so handsome. What's the use of being handsome? Can you eat looks for dinner? You silly girl don't understand anything. Without money, life is just about daily necessities and trivial struggles. The landlady muttered this to her daughter. Hearing it, I couldn't help but twitch at the corner of my mouth. The remark wasn't particularly hurtful, but it was extremely insulting. I returned to my apartment, a small one-bedroom unit costing 1,800 yuan, which was relatively cheap for being outside the 5th Ring Road. Though there were cheaper shared apartments available, I valued my freedom and wanted a quiet study environment to dedicate my time to learning and self-improvement. After all, in a place like Yanbei, you can't last long by slacking off without studying. I collapsed onto the sofa, deciding to first examine my super evolution system. Since I'd achieved the milestone of getting married and obtaining the marriage certificate, I gained 1,000 evolution points, bringing my current total to 1,200. I'd also learned more about the super evolution system. Evolving each body part to LV1 requires 100 points, LV2 demands 500 points, LV3 costs 1,000 points, and reaching LV4 requires a hefty 5,000 points. I've already tasted the sweetness of brain evolution and decided to first evolve my brain from LV1 to LV2. System, initiate brain evolution. Understood, host. System initiating evolution process. The next moment, my mind went blank for a second. Ding! Congratulations, host. You successfully completed LV2 brain evolution. I immediately checked the current evolution list. Brain LV2, abilities unlocked, advanced intelligence. Advanced intelligence, this is amazing. I clapped my hands excitedly. Now my brain has reached LV2 with advanced intelligence. I wonder what miraculous abilities the next level of evolution will bring. But to evolve to LV3, I don't have enough evolution points. Since that's the case, I've decided to begin evolving the next body part, the eyes. System, initiate eye evolution. Affirmative, host. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed LV1 eye evolution. I immediately checked the evolution list again, unable to contain my eagerness. Chapter 7, Superhuman Learning, Photographic Memory. Eyes LV1 ability, Super Reading. System, what does this Super Reading ability do? Su Hao was somewhat puzzled. Host, with the Super Reading ability, you can rapidly increase your reading speed. Reading speed? Su Hao suddenly spotted a copy of Encyclopedia of Arabic Linguistics on the table. This wasn't a book he'd purchased, it had been left behind by the previous tenant. He immediately picked it up and started reading. Wah! To his astonishment, Su Hao realized his reading speed could only be described as devouring 10 lines at a glance. This reading speed is easily over 10 times faster than others. Ha! I can actually understand this book now. Su Hao realized that the previously obscure grammar and word usage now came to him with effortless comprehension. Swish, swish, swish. He flipped through the pages rapidly, memorizing everything at a glance, completely assimilating all the knowledge in the book. Could this be advanced intelligence? This meant he now possessed formidable abilities in learning, memorization, comprehension, reasoning, judgment, and analysis. In just half an hour, he'd finished studying an entire thick volume of the Comprehensive Guide to Arabic Linguistics. This was Arabic, which had previously been complete gibberish to him. Moreover, Su Hao felt an itch to continue learning, so he picked up the Arabic dictionary beside him. That's right, it was left behind by the previous tenant. Perhaps that guy was a student majoring in Arabic. Another half hour passed, and Su Hao finished reading the dictionary. Every Arabic word had become part of his memory bank. He opened his mouth, and fluent Arabic flowed out effortlessly. This is amazing. With this ability, it's like having a superbrain. Su Hao was overjoyed. Possessing such extraordinary learning capability was akin to having countless cheat codes activated at once. Then he took out all his university textbooks. Those subjects he couldn't grasp before, he would go through them all again today. Anyway, he could now read 10 lines at a glance. Su Hao directly took out a bag of instant noodles to prepare, then continued reading. About an hour later, Su Hao had finished reading a full 10 books in one sitting. He felt he had now attained the capabilities of a top-tier cybersecurity expert. Having finished reading the professional manuals, Su Hao picked up the English dictionary he had purchased. Since he had already mastered Arabic, he wanted to achieve fluency in English as well. Soon Su Hao's English proficiency reached the level of a professional instructor. At this moment, he pondered and realized he must learn some skills to earn extra income. After all, he still owed rent. I've got it, software development. Su Hao immediately thought of the world's largest IT elite website and community, Julong Network. This website offers comprehensive IT knowledge, you just need to pay for compiled books and practical tutorials. Not only that, sponsors can also post commissions for software development and programming tasks here. Individual IT professionals or organizations can take on these tasks here, complete them, and submit the results to the sponsors. The sponsors receive the deliverables, the task takers earn their commissions, and the transaction is completed. Over the years, Julong Network has established a robust credit system through rigorous evaluation and penalties. It's safe to say that as long as your deliverables are excellent, you will definitely earn money without worrying about encountering dishonest clients. Su Hao clicked to enter the task community, where he could see a variety of IT-related tasks. Apart from varying in difficulty, these tasks also have specific deadlines for submission. Once a task is accepted, it will automatically expire if not completed by the deadline. That's why IT professionals usually won't take on a task unless they're confident they can complete it. After all, nobody wants to waste time without getting paid. A new task just got posted today. Su Hao saw a pinned task with a commission of 30,000 yuan and clicked to check it out. The client was a member named King Kingzi, and the task involved creating a small shopping application. Shopping mini programs aren't considered particularly challenging in the industry. But why were there so few people taking on this task? Su Hao quickly realized that the deliverable for this task was due before 8 a.m. the next morning. Although not particularly complex, the time frame was extremely tight, just 12 hours to complete it. In the industry, developing a typical mini-program usually involves template creation, source code development, testing phases, and similar processes, all of which typically take 20 to 30 days. Now, they were being asked to deliver in 12 hours? This was practically a global joke. There are already many member comments under this task. Honest Fatty LV3, is this boss trying to work us programmers to death? Eastern Bald Hero LV4, exactly. Such a tight deadline to deliver results, the client must be messing with us. I love eating keyboards LV2, even though this is just a shopping mini program and we could grab some source code to modify, there's no way we can finish it. Golden Hamster LV8, the pressure is killing me. Riceball LV1, holy cow, it's the legendary Golden Hamster, my idol. I love eating keyboards LV2, even the pros feel the heat. Su Hao found these member comments quite amusing. Every member who took on missions had their own ranking level. The more tasks completed and the greater their difficulty, the more experience points gained. This means the higher a member's rank, the more advanced their technical skills are. With Golden Mouse's level 8 status, that's considered expert tier skill, already a prime target for many headhunters. Su Hao's lips curved upward. Where others failed, he would take on the challenge. He immediately spent half an hour learning to develop mini-programs using 3 languages, JS, CSS, and HTML5. Then he registered as a member under the name, Golden Veteran, and took on the shopping mini-program task, Green Sprout. Instantly, the discussion thread under the task exploded with comments. Meituan Tuan LV1, damn, which big shot took on this task? Bald Hero from the East LV4, this can't be real, right? The member who accepted the mission is called, Golden Veteran Liquor. I love eating keyboards LV2, Golden Veteran Liquor LV1? That's a total newbie. Honest Fatty LV3, they're just messing around with each other. Might as well wait till tomorrow morning when the mission fails. Bald Hero from the East LV4, such a stubborn newbie. Failing missions will dock your credibility points. But Suhao had no time to pay attention to the forum threads at that moment, as he was rapidly typing away on his keyboard. Suhao realized he was typing unusually fast. It was as if the code were flowing from muscle memory. Finally finished developing. He glanced at the time, 10 p.m., just 2 hours later. What does this mean? The workload that would take others 20 days to complete, he finished in just 2 hours. If other IT elites were to witness his coding process, they'd surely cough up blood in frustration. Of course, Suhao's advantage lies in the fact that the programs he writes require no testing, saving considerable time. Because he has absolute confidence in every line of code he writes. Delivery completed. He then packaged the program and uploaded it for submission. Chapter 8, The money comes too fast. I wonder if I can earn this commission. Suhao muttered to himself, though confident in his results, they still needed to pass the other party's review and testing. The outcome probably wouldn't be clear until tomorrow. After his submission, the mission post buzzed with activity once again. Many elite IT members of Julong Network gathered to join in the fun. Completing the task in just 2 hours? That's absolute nonsense. Thus, discussions about the delivery of this task once again became a hot topic. However, Suhao wasn't paying attention to any of this at the moment. Instead, he took an interest and entered the hacking community of Julong Network. As a network expert, he was actually very interested in cyber hacking and defense techniques. Suhao had chosen to major in network engineering out of admiration for those mysterious hackers ever since he was a child. Now that he possessed a super brain, he became suddenly obsessed with acquiring knowledge, because he knew that knowledge was wealth. Before he knew it, it was already midnight. If he didn't have work the next day, he might have stayed up all night reading. The next day, Suhao woke up at 5:30 in the morning. To his surprise, he felt full of energy without any trace of fatigue, perhaps a side effect of his evolution. When he stopped by the breakfast stall downstairs, Suhao bought a jianbingguozi to eat on the go. Brother Su. Suddenly, she saw Meng Qiqi approaching with a rice bowl in her hands. The girl was wearing an oversized pink t-shirt, denim shorts, and a ponytail. Although the t-shirt was loose, it couldn't hide her striking figure. Suhao had once speculated that she must be at least a 36C, if not more. Truly, the girl next door had blossomed into a woman. Qiqi, here to buy breakfast? My mom sent me to get some tofu pudding. Meng Qiqi gave a little shake to the food container in her hand. By the way, Brother Su, my mom's just like that, please don't mind what she said yesterday. Suhao smiled and said, no problem, I did owe rent money after all. By the way, aren't you about to take the college entrance exams soon? Yeah, there are still 2 weeks left. Meng Qiqi nodded. Work hard, and when you get into university, Brother Su will treat you to a big meal. Brother Su, those are your words. Meng Qiqi heard it and happily jumped for joy. I'm going to take the subway to work now, can't chat anymore. Suhao waved his hand and then headed to the subway station. Although Suhao got up early today, for some reason the subway was unexpectedly delayed for a long time. He arrived at the company and clocked in exactly at 8:30, no earlier than usual. Ding dong. As soon as Suhao sat down at his workstation, his phone received a text message. Your savings card ending with 1818 received a deposit of 30,000 Chinese yuan at 8:31 a.m. on May 21st, with an available balance of 32,318 Chinese yuan and 61 cents. Customer remark, Julong Network Commission. The task I submitted on Julong Network last night was reviewed by the other party, and the commission has arrived. Suhao was overjoyed. He had actually done it, and in one go, received a commission of 30,000 yuan, equivalent to 3 months' salary. This money came in way too fast. Suhao, what are you smiling about? Why didn't you work overtime yesterday? Just as Suhao was feeling delighted, a roaring voice came through. Without needing to think, he knew it must be Shi Dapeng. At this moment, all his colleagues in the program development department were looking at Suhao with sympathy. They had already anticipated this scene since last night. Sure enough, Shi Dapeng approached with a teacup in hand. Everyone in our department worked overtime yesterday. Where did you run off to? Why do I have to work overtime? Suhao said nonchalantly. Working overtime? How dare you, a worthless loser, question me. I declare you're losing this month's bonus, and your yearly bonus too. Shi Dapeng immediately flew into a rage. Su Hao immediately grew furious as well. They had clearly stated yesterday that he could leave once his work tasks were completed, and he had been about to say he'd finished his assignments before clocking out. But this Shi Dapeng wouldn't even let him explain before cursing him as a loser. The guy actually even docked his own bonuses and year-end rewards. That's just too much. Hey, sure, who the hell do you think you are? Strutting around throwing your weight around. Su Hao fired back bluntly. Ha! At that moment, all the colleagues in the department were stunned. Shi Dapeng, the department manager, had grown accustomed to throwing his weight around, frequently scolding and mocking employees. The staff members treated him with fearful deference, sitting in silence without daring to speak up. But today Su Hao unexpectedly erupted, openly defying authority. How could everyone not be shocked? At the same time, while shocked, they were secretly thrilled. After all, Su Hao had done what they all wanted to do. How dare you, Su Hao? You dare to defy me? Do you still want this job? I'm the department head. Don't think I won't fire you and leave you without a single cent. Shi Dapeng said furiously. I say, manager sure, you're a department manager after all. Is your head full of crap? You don't even understand the basics of labor law. Even if you fire me, the company still has to give me compensation. Su Hao said with a mocking smile. Put. At this moment, the colleagues couldn't help but start laughing. You. Shi Dapeng's face turned red with rage, veins bulging on his neck. You what? And stop calling yourself boss all the time. This is a society governed by law. You think you're setting up some kind of gangster turf here? Do you even know people call you a piece of shit? Su Hao couldn't help but feel inexplicably thrilled seeing Shi Dapeng humiliated like this. With the super evolution system now in my possession, there are countless ways to make money. Getting fired is the least of my worries. Besides, the company's CEO is practically married to me now. Su Hao, how dare you defy the heavens? Pack your things and get out. I'm firing you on the spot. Shi Dapeng slammed his fist on the table and roared. My dumbass manager, not only are you clueless about labor laws, but you don't even know the company bylaws. Department managers in our company don't have the authority to penalize employees. Only the CEO can fire someone. How the hell did someone with your brain even become a department manager? Su Hao suddenly realized that when he unleashed his temper, he could be pretty fierce too. Shi Dapeng's face turned livid with anger. He had gotten his position through connections in the first place, and Su Hao's words were undoubtedly mocking him, making him the butt of jokes among colleagues. The argument immediately drew onlookers from other departments. Fine, if I can't fire you, then I'll have President Shin come over. When she finds out you've insulted your superior, she'll fire you too. Just wait to get fired. Shi Dapeng gritted his teeth and pulled out his phone. At this moment, all the colleagues looked at Su Hao with sympathetic gazes. If Shin Yuefei were to come, there would likely be only one outcome, Su Hao getting fired. After all, disrespecting a superior was something management particularly detested, especially since Shi Dapeng was related to one of the company's shareholders. What are you all standing here for? A sudden angry shout startled everyone. The speaker was none other than Shin Yuefei, who now stood with an icy expression at the entrance of the programming department. Chapter 9, and just like that, you turn on me. Shin Yuefei happened to have some business on the third floor and unexpectedly overheard the commotion in the programming development department, so she came straight over. Ah, President Shen. Employees from other departments who had gathered to watch greeted her respectfully upon seeing her, then quickly returned to their work. Shi Dapeng was overjoyed when he saw Shin Yuefei appear. Mr. Shin, perfect timing. This subordinate refuses to follow my instructions and even talks back to me. I suggest firing him immediately. He quickly replied. What's going on? Shin Yuefei's delicate brows furrowed in surprise. She never expected the person quarreling with Shi Dapeng to be Su Hao. Mr. Shin, it's like this guy yesterday. Shi Dapeng started rambling on, basically making Su Hao sound utterly worthless, how he was arrogant, how he disobeyed the company's arrangements, how he slacked off at work, and so on. Director Shin, this kid even sneaked out during work hours yesterday morning and lied to me about going to the bathroom utterly lawless. Shi Dapeng brought up what happened yesterday. Su Hao chuckled inwardly. Whether he had skipped work yesterday or not, Shin Yuefei knew better than anyone. Didn't she have all the facts? Shin Yuefei waved her hand, unwilling to listen to Shi Dapeng continue any longer. Su Hao, did you just talk back to manager Shi? She walked up to Su Hao. That's right, but he started yelling at me first, and what's more, he threatened to cut my bonus and year-end award for no reason at all. Su Hao spoke out without the slightest fear. Manager Shi, you curse too? Shin Yuefei frowned. President Shin, I just lost my temper for a moment. But this kid ran off without working overtime yesterday, leaving his tasks unfinished. It delayed today's project delivery, which will push back the event launch. Shi Dapeng immediately changed the subject. Who told you my work wasn't completed? Everything assigned to me yesterday was finished. I left work on time. What's wrong with that? Su Hao raised his eyebrows and retorted. You finished your work? Don't joke around. Everyone else worked until midnight. You got everything done by 5:30? Shi Dapeng said irritably. Alright, stop arguing. Where's your work output? Shin Yufa waved her hand, looking at Su Hao. Su Hao immediately turned on his computer and pulled up the program files from last night. Shi Dapeng froze momentarily upon seeing the program files, then immediately snapped, "You must have left it unfinished. Did you think you could slip me a bug-filled program and get away with it?" Manager, sure, whether there are bugs or not will become clear once we run it. Why the rush? Su Hao smirked. Fine, with Director Shin present, you still dare to talk back? Go ahead and run it then. Shi Dapeng snorted coldly. Su Hao immediately tested the program, and the final feedback showed no errors whatsoever. But Shi Dapeng knew nothing about programming, there was no way he could understand it. How does it look, Manager Sure? Shin Yufa's brows jumped as she asked. About this, Xiaodong, come take a look. Shi Dapeng hurriedly beckoned to Fatty Dong with a wave of his hand. Fatty Dong had no choice but to come over and inspect. Seeing that Su Hao had indeed completed his work, he couldn't hide his astonishment. President Shin, Su Hao really did finish his work, and there isn't a single bug, Dong Ponzi said. Upon hearing this, the other colleagues in the software development department were equally shocked. What? Shi Dapeng was dumbfounded. Manager Shi, since Su Hao has already finished, you must have misunderstood him earlier. Shin Yufa spoke up. General Manager Shin, there must be something wrong here. You all, come take a look. Shi Dapeng called over the other colleagues from the department again. But after checking, the colleagues found absolutely no issues. In fact, the program's usability and smoothness even surpassed what they, as experienced programmers, could achieve. Shi Dapeng was completely speechless, utterly at a loss for words. Manager Shi, try to be a little more patient with your employees in the future. Shin Yufa said with a stern face. Shi Dapeng was utterly frustrated. This was like suffering a loss without being able to speak up. Okay, everyone, back to work. Shin Yufa said. President Shin, but Su Hao openly defied his superior. Are we just going to let it slide? Shi Dapeng couldn't accept this. How could he swallow his anger if Su Hao faced no consequences at all? Shin Yufa frowned slightly, displeased. In truth, she was well aware of Shi Dapeng's incompetence. If it weren't out of consideration for the director, she would have long since fired such a useless and inept person from the company. Her words to Shi Dapeng just now were meant as a warning, but who knew this guy would refuse to recognize a favor? Moreover, Su Hao was still her husband, albeit a fake one. Manager Shi, you'd better focus more on your work. Shin Yufa's tone was icy as she glared at Shi Dapeng. Yes, President Shin. Shi Dapeng trembled in fright and nodded repeatedly. Who was Shin Yufa? The helm of the company, decisive and ruthless, a cold-faced executioner. One glance from her, and he didn't dare say another word. Just as Shin Yufa was about to leave, Su Hao suddenly spoke up. Director Shin, I suggest replacing the current manager of the programming department. Manager Shi here doesn't understand coding at all he does is give nonsensical orders every day. Since Su Hao had already clashed with Shi Dapeng anyway, he figured he might as well take this opportunity to voice his concerns. You, Shi Dapeng stammered in rage. The colleagues from the program development department all looked at Su Hao with admiration in their eyes. He had completely voiced their thoughts. However, Shin Yufa was displeased. She had just defended Su Hao, but this guy didn't know when to stop and was now stirring up trouble proactively? Did this brat think he was more capable than the CEO herself? Did he think she was clueless? Su Hao, if you have suggestions, come to my office. Shin Yufa turned and walked out of the room without another word. She didn't want to continue talking with Su Hao here. If that guy got impulsive and blurted out that they'd gotten their marriage certificate, things would become difficult to handle. Fine, let's go then. Su Hao immediately followed her out. Shi Dapeng felt stars exploding before his eyes. Damn, this was utterly humiliating. Shortly after, Shin Yufa and Su Hao arrived on the 5th floor. Executive Assistant Wang Meng was startled when she saw them. Just what was Su Hao's status anyway? How come he was with the CEO again? Wang Meng, I need to discuss something with Su Hao. Don't let anyone disturb us. Shin Yufa gave an order. Understood, President Shun. Wang Meng quickly nodded in agreement. The two walked into the office. Without even acknowledging Su Hao's presence, Shin Yufa went straight to her desk, turned on her computer, and acted as if Su Hao didn't even exist. Sweetheart, you should have fired Shi Dapeng right then and there. Su Hao said shamelessly. Smack! Shin Yufa slammed the table angrily upon hearing that address. Su Hao, who are you calling sweetheart? Who's your wife anyway? Just yesterday we got our marriage certificate, and now you're turning your back on me. Su Hao said deliberately. Chapter 10, You Scheming Woman. Su, if you keep pretending to be clueless with me, do you really think I won't fire you? Shin Yufa said with annoyance. Fire me? Fine, let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau together again. Su Hao said nonchalantly. To the Civil Affairs Bureau? For what? Shin Yufa was taken aback. Divorce. To be honest, I regret it. Divorce? Sure, no problem. Shin Yufa was momentarily stunned, then nodded her head. Su Hao was taken aback. Could it be? Did this woman actually agree so readily? Really? Really? But you better think carefully. Did you actually understand the prenuptial agreement? Shin Yuefei's beautiful eyes twinkled with a mischievous glint. What does that mean? Su Hao was stunned, suddenly gripped by a bad premonition. If the marriage ends in divorce within 1 year, you'll have to pay compensation. How much? Not much, just 200 million. Shin Yuefei said faintly. What the hell? 200 million? You sneaky woman. Su Hao's eyelids twitched, nearly coughing up blood. He'd still been outsmarted by this woman. Sneaky? You're in the business world, don't you know to read every clause before signing contracts and agreements? Shin Yuefei wore a smug expression. Fine, fine. If divorce isn't an option, then I'll resign. Su Hao clenched his teeth. Resign? Why would you resign? Shin Yuefei raised an eyebrow. Why? Sure, Dapeng isn't capable of being a department manager. You saw what happened today. He can't even understand programming languages. With such mediocrity in mid-level management, doesn't the CEO bear any responsibility at all? With department leaders like this, there's no room for career advancement. Su Hao said a lot in one breath. I don't think those are the main reasons, are they? You're afraid Sure Dapeng might give you a hard time, aren't you? Shin Yuefei asked with a curl of her lips. Ahem, this woman's intelligence is too sharp. Exactly, this was precisely Su Hao's concern. Having offended Sure Dapeng this time, there was no doubt that man who nursed grievances like a viper would seize any opportunity to retaliate against him later. Afraid of him? What a joke. Of course, Su Hao would never admit it aloud. If you're not afraid, then stay. With me backing you, what can Sure Dapeng possibly do to you? Shin Yuefei murmured gloomily. Of course she didn't want Su Hao to resign, after all, she still needed his cooperation later. Seems my wife is preparing to protect her husband now? Su Hao teased. If you don't start behaving properly, I'll throw you out. Shin Yuefei's delicate eyebrows shot up in anger. Alright, no more joking around. Since you don't want me to resign either, Madam President, how about transferring me to another position instead? Su Hao proactively suggested. What position would you like to change to? How about vice president of the company? Shin Yuefei replied coldly, sure, as long as you can prove you have the abilities of a vice president, no problem at all. Su Hao was speechless. Just then, a knock suddenly sounded on the CEO's office door. Come in, Shin Yuefei said curtly. Wang Meng hurried in and said, President Shin, bad news. The customer service department has received a flood of complaint calls saying our Quick Bird Headlines app has crashed. What? Shin Yuefei's expression changed immediately. Su Hao, you go back first. Xiaomeng, come with me to the operations department. With those words to Su Hao, Shin Yuefei left directly with Wang Meng. Su Hao was somewhat surprised. Was the Quanyao Tushio app down? Hongsheng Group operated numerous businesses, and Quanyao Tushio was a mobile news app created by Shin Yuefei, which she considered one of the company's priority projects. Over the past 2 years, Quanyao Tushio's performance had steadily improved, and Su Hao's software development team had been continuously working on maintaining the app. Now, with the 618 shopping festival just around the corner, countless advertisers were flooding Quanyao Tushio with ads. If the app were to crash at this critical moment, it would undoubtedly spell big trouble. No wonder even the normally steady and composed Shin Yuefei suddenly became flustered earlier. When Su Hao returned to the department, his colleagues all gathered around him. Hao, are you alright? I'm fine. Really? The CEO didn't punish you? No. Fatty Dong and the other colleagues were all stunned. Hao, you're truly our idol. You left Sure Dapeng speechless, so damn cool. Fatty Dong gave a thumbs up. Su Hao glanced at the manager's office and noticed Sure Dapeng wasn't there, asking, where's that piece of shit? He went to the operations department. You know what? Something major happened. The Fast Bird Headlines app crashed. Dong Fatty said. Only then did Su Hao pick up his phone and open the Fast Bird Headlines app. Sure enough, the homepage wouldn't load, and what's worse, other pages were flooded with tons of spam, explicit and violent content. Is it a virus? Su Hao said helplessly. Yeah, probably. Rumor has it the operations department is in chaos, and the tech team's taking the hit now. Dong Pengzi nodded in agreement. Just then, Dong Pengzi's landline suddenly rang. He immediately answered it, then wore a frustrated expression. What's wrong? Su Hao asked what happened. How? Sure Dapeng wants both of us to go to the operations department now. The tech department is saying our programming has issues, flaws, and they're pinning the blame on us. Dong Pengzi said helplessly. Damn it. Everyone in the software development department was so furious they started cursing. Let's go, we'll check it out first. Su Hao said this, then headed to the operations department with Dong Pengzi. The operations department was bustling at this moment, with everyone scrambling around in a frantic state. Meanwhile, Shi Depeng and the technical department manager Yang Wenguang were engaged in a loud argument. Manager Shi, this must be your program's issue. It must be a software vulnerability that allowed the virus to infiltrate. Yang Wenguang said through gritted teeth. I'm telling you, Yang Wenguang, that's nonsense. How could there be any issue with our program? Your tech department is responsible for network security. If the defenses weren't properly set up, that's on you. Don't go blaming us. Shi Depeng snorted coldly. In Hongsheng Group's executive hierarchy, the president is followed by company vice presidents, and beneath them are executive directors. These executive directors are appointed based on the company's different business sectors. For instance, the program development department where Su Hao works, along with Yang Wenguang's technical department, both belong to the Mobile Internet Business Group. The executive director position of the Mobile Internet Business Group has remained vacant since the previous director resigned. Shi Depeng, Yang Wenguang, and other mid-level managers across various departments have all been eyeing the director promotion. As a result, these mid-level managers have been engaged in internal power struggles in their daily operations. Now that such incidents as app client poisoning and paralysis occur, of course none of them wants to take responsibility for it. Once you become the person responsible for the accident, there's no doubt you'll have no chance at the director position. Slap. Shin Yufa suddenly slammed the table, and the two immediately fell silent. Seeing Shi Depeng and Yang Wenguang arguing, she was furious. With the situation having reached this point, these two were still focused on shifting blame. Chapter 11, Resolving the Company Crisis. What kind of time is this to still be arguing about responsibility? Don't you understand the top priority now is to get the app running properly again? Shin Yufa roared angrily. Shi Depeng and Yang Wenguang both felt their eyelids twitch. Yang Wenguang, you say it's a program bug, then tell me, what kind of bug? Can it be patched? Shin Yufa arched an eyebrow. Well, Yang Wenguang stammered, unable to answer, simply deflecting responsibility without knowing whether the program truly had vulnerabilities. And what about the infection? What virus exactly? Is there specialized antivirus software for it? Shin Yufa pressed again. Well, it might be a new type of virus. Yang Wenguang broke out in a cold sweat. The app has been down for half an hour, and you two still haven't figured out the problem. How dare you argue here? Get your people to investigate now. Shin Yufa said angrily. Yes. Then Shi Depeng instructed Su Hao and Fatty Dawn to start the investigation, while Yang Wenguang had his own technicians begin their checks. 10 minutes later, Yang Wenguang's expression darkened upon hearing his subordinate's report. What's the situation? Shin Yufa raised an eyebrow. Director Shin, it's a superworm virus. Right now, our entire server is infected. We're in serious trouble. Yang Wenguang said with a bitter smile. What? Shin Yufa's beautiful eyes flickered. During her tenure as CEO, the group's board of directors initially disapproved of her plan to develop a news app, believing the prospects were unfavorable and considering the intense domestic competition. Shin Yufa managed to build Fastbird headlines into its current success against all odds, achieving over 500 million domestic downloads with 80 million monthly active users. This already counts as remarkable achievement. Now with the 618 shopping festival approaching, all major e-commerce platforms will launch their product pre-sales tonight. At this critical moment, if the Kuainiao Tushio app crashes and becomes paralyzed, it would likely lead to a flood of complaints from advertisers, even risking the loss of their trust. With internet devices frequently experiencing software crashes, what advertiser would dare to place ads? President Shin, not only that, but many of our software systems have been infected with viruses. We may need to revert to backup image files, which would result in losing some data. Yang Wenguang added again. Shi Depeng stood by like an idiot, unable to comprehend anything. The data absolutely must not be lost. What's the fastest solution right now? Shin Yufa said sternly. Kuainiao headlines data absolutely cannot be lost, otherwise, we'd likely become the industry's laughingstock. Not only that, but if Kuainiao headlines were to lose a large number of users and advertisers as a result, it would mean the complete failure of this project. Once the project fails, Shin Yufa might also face the loss of some supporters among the group's shareholders. President Shin, to thoroughly eradicate the virus, we might only be able to rely on the professional engineers from 370 antivirus company. However, their fastest response time would likely be tonight, with the app restoration expected no sooner than tomorrow. Yang Wenguang had already proactively contacted 370 antivirus company, given their previous collaborations on multiple occasions. Tomorrow? Are you all useless? Can none of you solve this crisis right now? Shin Yufa exploded with rage, hurling curses. The entire room fell silent at that moment. No one dared to make a sound, they were all terrified. No one had ever seen Shin Yufa this furious before. Weren't you both competing to be the director? Whoever solves this problem will get the position. Do either of you have what it takes? Shin Yufa snapped irritably. Shi Depeng and Yang Wenguang both hung their heads in silence. President Shen, I can solve the problem. Can I be the director? Suddenly a playful voice asked. Everyone turned to look at the source of the voice. It was none other than Su Hao who had spoken. Seeing that it was Su Hao who had made the remark, Shen Yuefei instantly felt a surge of anger boiling inside her. How could this guy still be causing trouble at a time like this? Su Hao, who do you think you are, still bragging at a time like this? Cut that nonsense. Shi Dapeng immediately snapped with a darkened expression. Who says I'm bragging? This virus is highly replicative, but I can wipe it all out with just a small program. Confidently, Su Hao said. He wasn't lying. While Shen Yuefei was speaking earlier, he had already conducted a thorough check on the server side. Su Hao had long since reached super expert level in network security. What nonsense! Exactly, how can this kid be so arrogant? All of US couldn't solve it, yet he claims a small program could clear it up. Trying to steal the spotlight, was this really necessary? Employees from the tech department sneered one after another. But Shen Yuefei furrowed her delicate brows and asked, are you really capable of removing the virus? Absolutely. I guarantee the Quick Bird News app will be fully restored within 10 minutes. Su Hao said earnestly. What about the data? Shen Yuefei asked again. The data is completely intact. Nothing will be lost. Su Hao was still quite confident after all. He now possessed a superhuman brain. Su Hao, who do you think you are? Some kind of cybersecurity expert? Shi Dapeng snorted. President Shen, do you dare let me try? If I fail, I'll pack up and leave. Su Hao spoke again. President Shen, why not let him give it a try? Shi Dapeng suddenly became interested when he heard Su Hao was about to pack up and leave. Su Hao was utterly speechless. What kind of person was this Shi Dapeng anyway? Su Hao, I'm giving you 10 minutes. Shen Yuefei gritted her teeth and made her decision. She wasn't sure whether Su Hao could do it, but the current situation wouldn't be affected by these extra 10 minutes. The next moment, Su Hao swiftly wrote an application on his computer and copied everything onto the server. All servers immediately began running the application he had written to detect and eradicate the virus. The operations department fell silent as numerous employees continuously refreshed the Fastbird News app, checking if functionality could be restored. Shi Dapeng watched the busy Su Hao with inner amusement, already envisioning him packing his belongings to leave. Okay, all set. Su Hao suddenly snapped his fingers. Don, what exactly have you done? The QuickBird News app is still crashing. Shi Dapeng immediately retorted, waving his phone. Manager Shi, use your brain for once. Did you try quitting and restarting the software? Su Hao shook his head wordlessly. Wow, President Shen, Fastbird Headlines is back online. President Shen, our operational backend system is restored too. President Shen, all functional modules in our client app are back up and running. At this moment, both the operations and technical department staff were pleasantly surprised Su Hao had actually done it. Shen Yuefei glanced at her wristwatch. It had taken only 8 minutes. Chapter 12, Promoted to Executive Director. Just then, the technical department employees saw the app restored, looking at Su Hao with admiration as if he were some kind of legendary figure. How is this possible? Shi Dapeng could hardly believe it. After thorough inspections by the technical department, operations department, and programming department, all data and operations appeared normal. Shen Yuefei finally heaved a sigh of relief upon receiving these results. The crisis had been resolved. President Shen, now that the crisis is resolved and the problem fixed, shouldn't you give me a promotion? Su Hao grinned. Kid, President Shen was just venting earlier. How could you take it seriously? Yang Wanguang chimed in immediately. Exactly, Su Hao, even if you've eliminated the virus, do you really think you're qualified to be the director? Being a director requires not just technical expertise, but also management experience. Shi Dapeng also voiced his objection. Oh really? Manager Shi, with that attitude, you'll never make director. Su Hao retorted sheepishly. Why can't I become a director? Shi Dapeng snorted. You said it yourself, a director needs technical experience, which you don't have. Su Hao couldn't help retorting. Why don't I have one? Shi Dapeng's face darkened. Being publicly contradicted by his subordinate in front of so many people, how could he not be angry? You have technical experience? Then why don't you install a system to show everyone? Can you even do it? Su Hao fired back at him without hesitation. Shi Dapeng immediately looked embarrassed. Installing operating systems was one of the most basic IT maintenance tasks, and he genuinely didn't know how to do it. At that moment, everyone in the room took malicious delight in watching Shi Dapeng make a fool of himself. Su Hao, even though you removed the virus, do you actually understand cybersecurity? Yang Wanguang stepped forward and said. At this point, he and Shi Dapeng were effectively on the same side, and neither of them wanted Su Hao to truly become their superior. You think I don't understand? The security systems you've deployed are utterly vulnerable. Many firewall policies aren't even activated, numerous detection features remain unused, and as for the servers, needless to say, critical patches haven't been updated in time. If I were in charge, I'd establish a comprehensive defense system. Su Hao spoke bluntly, pinpointing the existing vulnerabilities in their current security measures. This, Yang Wanguang was immediately left speechless. Can you really improve the protection system? Shin Yufa asked. Of course. Besides that, I think we need an upgrade for our software programming language. Many of the codes and formats we're currently using are too outdated, which isn't conducive to future software updates and feature expansions. Su Hao then brought up the existing issues in their program development. Good, as of now, you are immediately promoted to director of the mobile business division. Shin Yufa made a decision. Today's crisis made her recognize the importance of top-tier technical talent. Though she wasn't entirely certain whether Su Hao could shoulder the heavy responsibilities of this director position, she was willing to give him the opportunity. Because in Shin Yufa's eyes, capability was the paramount factor, not so-called workplace slickness and worldly wisdom. Moreover, after becoming CEO, she boldly employed talents that matched her style. Wow! At this moment, hearing that Su Hao had actually been promoted, all the employees in the office were amazed. According to the company's organizational structure, above ordinary employees are supervisors, above supervisors are department managers, and only above department managers comes the position of business director. Su Hao was promoted from an ordinary staff member straight to director. This was practically a triple promotion. This was nothing short of a workplace miracle. Director Shin, how can the director position be handed out so casually? What qualifications does he even have? I object. Sure, Dapeng instantly flew into a rage. What right do you have to object when I decide to hire someone? I declare that you are fired from the company effective immediately. Shin Yufa said sternly with an authoritative tone. Ha! Sure, Dapeng was instantly stunned. What's going on? Did I just get fired? No, I must be hearing things. That's impossible. He's got solid connections. One of the company's shareholders is his relative. Yeah, the CEO must just be angry about what I said. Words spoken in the heat of the moment certainly don't count. President Shin, you must be joking with me, right? I accidentally let my tongue slip just now. Of course I'm not qualified to oppose your appointment. Sure, Dapeng hastened to say. No, I'm not joking with you. You can go to HR to complete the formalities shortly. This, President Shin, how can you just fire me like this? Sure, Dapeng suddenly became frantic. Rest assured, the company will provide you with all the compensations you're entitled to. Shin Yufa spoke straightforwardly, having already made up her mind. Sure, Dapeng had familial ties with the company's shareholders, but she no longer cared. Moreover, she felt she had been too lenient before. Even if it meant displeasing the shareholders, she was determined to root out such parasites, or they would only destroy the company. General Manager Shin, I was wrong. I'm a long-serving employee of the company, and I've made significant contributions. Your actions will dishearten the veteran staff. Sure, Dapeng hurriedly apologized. As a department manager, he earns a monthly salary of 50,000. Plus bonuses totaling over 60,000. After muddling through the company for a year, how much money would that add up to? Compensation was the last thing he needed. Meritorious service? What achievements have you made? Tell me. Sure, Dapeng, don't you have any self-awareness of your own worth? Shin Yufa said irritably. President Shin, that's going too far. Director Zhang is my uncle. I'll personally explain things to your uncle, but my decision to fire you today stands. There's no changing that. Shin Yufa spoke in a firm tone. Fine, CEO Shin, if you won't give my uncle face, don't expect his support at the board meetings ever again. Just wait and see. Sure, Dapeng gritted his teeth and said, then stormed off with a darkened face. Xiaoming, go inform HR to post today's personnel appointments on the company's internal system. From now on, Su Hao will be the executive director of the mobile business group. Shin Yufa said to Wang Meng. Wang Meng nodded and replied, yes, President Shin. Director Su, I'll leave the remaining matters to you. Make sure the app runs smoothly without any issues. Shin Yufa reminded Su Hao. Okay. Su Hao nodded. Then Shin Yufa and Wang Meng finally left. Wow, Director Su, congratulations. Tong Siu, the operations department manager, was the first to step forward with congratulations. Director Su, with your technical expertise, the director position is well deserved. That's right, Director Su is an idol for all of us in the technical field. Director Su, we'll be counting on your guidance in the future. All at once, the employees gathered around, offering their enthusiastic congratulations. Su Hao suddenly felt buoyed by their warmth, riding high on their approval. At that very moment, Yang Wanguang, the technical department manager, stepped forward with a smile. Director Su truly exemplifies brilliance at a young age. I, old Yang, am thoroughly impressed. From now on, consider me your most loyal subordinate. Chapter 13, equipped with a personal secretary. At this moment, everyone in the room was staring at Yang Wanguang in astonishment. This guy truly embodied what it meant to be an opportunist, a workplace veteran, and a bootlicker. Yang Wenguang had just opposed Su Hao's promotion in front of the CEO, yet now he was proclaiming himself as Su Hao's most loyal subordinate. The irony was absolutely staggering. Su Hao was equally dumbfounded. Was this how workplace politics worked? Had personal dignity simply gone out the window? You're absolutely right. In the workplace, there are far too many seasoned opportunists like Yang Wenguang who flatter superiors and fawn on those in power. Though Yang Wenguang knows a thing or two about technology, someone like him would eventually be kicked out by Su Hao sooner or later. Manager Yang, although the virus has been temporarily eliminated, our technical department mustn't slack off. This afternoon, I want you to start reinforcing our defense systems according to my technical requirements. Su Hao immediately directed. Understood, Director Su. Yang Wenguang nodded hastily. In the afternoon, Su Hao conducted comprehensive inspections of both servers and network layers, reinforcing network defenses and implementing full protection measures for the server side. While debugging, Su Hao naturally explained the process to the engineers from the technical department. It was only then that these engineers realized with sudden clarity their director Su truly had profound skills hidden beneath his unassuming demeanor. After perfecting his defense system, he finally returned to the software development department. Wow, Hao, you're back. Colleagues in the software development department gathered around Su Hao to congratulate him when they saw his return. Su Hao exchanged pleasantries with them for a while. Hey, fatty, where's my stuff? Su Hao then realized that his office supplies at his workstation were unexpectedly gone. Ha, you're now the executive director, someone with his own office. All your office supplies have been moved to your office by your secretary. Fatty Dong explained. My secretary? Su Hao was stunned. You haven't heard yet? Take a look at the latest document posted in our office system. Fatty Dong pulled him over to the computer and opened the company's office system. Pinned at the top was a personnel appointment notice issued just this afternoon. Su Hao clicked open the document and found that it made no mention of the morning's app crash incident. Instead, it highlighted his outstanding performance, directly promoting him to executive director of the Mobile Internet Business Group, complete with a personal secretary. At the same time, it announced the dismissal of Shi Depeng from his position as manager of the program development department. Ha, my big director, you've got yourself a personal secretary now, and a young, beautiful girl at that. Dong Ponzi was utterly envious. Even if we're assigning a secretary, shouldn't HR need to conduct recruitment? How could this happen so quickly? Su Hao was somewhat startled. The HR department maintains a talent pool, you know? Fatso Dong explained. I see. Alright then, I'll go take a look at the new office. Su Hao became interested. But then he remembered something else and called Fatty Dong over. Fatty, I've decided to recommend you for the position of manager in the program development department in front of the president. Do you have any objections? Su Hao asked with a smile. Dong Pingzi was overjoyed. What office worker doesn't love a promotion? He just never expected Su Hao would recommend him. Ha, how gee, Fat Dong didn't know what to say. Alright, no need for thanks. Just treat me to dinner when this works out. Su Hao patted Fat Dong on the shoulder and then left. He recommended Fat Dong for department manager not just because they got along well, but more importantly because Fat Dong's programming skills were truly exceptional. The office of the executive director of the Mobile Internet Business Group was located in the prime corner spot on the third floor, though it had always been vacant before, and Su Hao had never been inside. In front of the office stood a secretary's desk, but at the moment, no one was seated there. When Su Hao pushed open the door and entered the office, he saw a girl with her back to him, bending over while wiping a bookshelf with a cloth in her hand. Ahem. He cleared his throat dryly. The girl immediately stood up when she heard him, turning around. She wore a white blouse on top and a black pencil skirt, with a blue silk scarf tied around her collar. Paired with her delicate oval face, she was a feast for the eyes. Director Su, you're back. The girl seemed somewhat nervous. Yeah, do you know me? Su Hao asked with a smile. Yes, I've seen your resume in the HR department, President Su. By the way, I'm Cui Xiaowan, and I'll be your personal secretary from now on. Cui Xiaowan stood straight and introduced herself. Xiaowan, how old are you this year? Su Hao walked over and sat down at the table. President Su, I'm 23 this year, just graduated last year. 23? I'm 2 years older than you. No need to be so formal around me in the future. Su Hao offered with a smile. Cui Xiaowan let out a sigh of relief, feeling pleasantly surprised. She hadn't expected her boss to be such a young and handsome man, and so approachable too, quite unlike the stone-faced senior executives at the company. The two chatted in the office and gradually became acquainted. Cui Xiaowan had a bold and straightforward personality, which perfectly suited Su Hao's taste. Mr. Su, I'm so incredibly lucky to have a leader like you. Cui Xiaowan smiled happily. Xiaowan, don't celebrate too soon. I have strict work requirements. You'll need to be very diligent, or I might have to punish you severely. Su Hao couldn't resist teasing her. Ha, a serious punishment? President Su, What kind of punishment is it? Curious, Cui Xiaowan asked. Spanking. Are you scared? Just kidding, Su Hao joked. Ha! Cui Xiaowan's pretty face flushed red as she answered frankly, I'm not afraid at all. If I make any work mistakes, Manager Su, feel free to punish me. Ha, Xiaowan, your straightforward personality is delightful. Do you have a boyfriend? Su Hao asked curiously. No, I've been single since I was born, 23 years straight. How miserable. Cui Xiaowan said gloomily. Really? You're so pretty. Are all those male classmates around you blind or something? President Su, you're teasing me again. Maybe it's because I'm so blunt all those male classmates just see me as one of the guys. Cui Xiaowan burst into giggles. Then what kind do you like? I prefer career-driven men like President Su, young and accomplished. Oh my, what a shame. Su Hao wore a look of regret. President Su, why the regret? Cui Xiaowan froze in surprise. I'm already a married man. Otherwise, you might have had a chance. Su Hao grinned widely. Ha, President Su, you must be joking with me. Cui Xiaowan looked full of resentment, completely disbelieving what Su Hao had said. Ding ling ling. Just then, the landline phone on the secretary's desk outside the office rang. Oh, there's a phone call. Cui Xiaowan hurried out to answer the phone. A short while later, she returned and said, President Su, President Shen wants you to go to her office at 5 o'clock. Chapter 14 Shen Yuefei's Dictatorship. Su Hao checked the time, it was already 4 p.m. 1 more hour is enough. Xiaowan, I'll draft a plan first. After speaking, he turned on his computer. Understood, President Su. Cui Xiaowan nodded and walked out. At 5 o'clock, Su Hao completed a comprehensive disaster recovery plan for the system and took it directly to Shen Yufei. This time, when Wang Meng, the CEO's secretary, saw Su Hao approaching, she promptly stood up respectfully. Director Su, good afternoon. Wang Meng took the initiative to greet him. This was the difference after getting promoted. Every employee's attitude toward him had changed. Is President Shen in? President Shen said you can go straight in when you arrive. Good. Wang Meng proactively pushed the door open for him, and Su Hao walked in. Shen Yufei wasn't sitting at her desk. Instead, she was holding a bottle of red wine, standing on tiptoe in front of the wine cabinet, trying to place the bottle on the top shelf. But the top shelf was slightly too high, and she was having trouble reaching it. Hey, honey, I got promoted. Are you opening champagne to celebrate? Su Hao stepped forward with a teasing remark. Nowadays, he had grown bold and unrestrained in front of the Ice Queen. He had figured it out. Why should he be polite to this woman? She had deceived him into signing a 200 million yuan indenture contract, after all. In your dreams. Help me out, I can't reach it. Shen Yufei glared at him and shook the red wine in her hand. Su Hao nodded, stepped forward, and without hesitation bent down to lift Shen Yufei by her legs, hoisting her up into the air. Ah, Su Hao, what are you doing? Put me down right now. Shen Yufei's pretty face changed color. This bastard actually dared to hug her leg. You said you couldn't reach it, so I was just helping you out. Su Hao deliberately pretended to be clueless as he set her down. That's right, he did it on purpose. Hadn't he just solved the Ice Beauty's internet crisis for her? Wasn't it fair to collect a little interest? This girl's legs, damn, they're really nice. I asked you to help put it up, not to lift me up. Shen Yufei flushed with embarrassment all the way to her neck, directly handing the red wine in her hand to Su Hao. Since childhood, no man had ever held her legs like this. This bastard must have done it on purpose. Su Hao took the wine and glanced at it. Wow, Romanicanti, the emperor of red wines. Even though it's from a mediocre year, it still must cost tens of thousands. He glanced again at the other wines in the cellar, all prestigious labels like Petrus, Le Pin, and Cheval Blanc. Wow, the wine in Ice Beauty's cabinet must be worth a fortune. Honey, I got a promotion and a raise, can't I just have a drink to celebrate? Su Hao held the alcohol, feeling a bit restless. This is the company, no drinking allowed. And watch how you address me. Shen Yufei said with a cold face. If we can't drink, why did you display so many bottles? Who are you showing off for? Su Hao was rendered speechless. These were all gifts from others. After speaking, Shen Yufei walked to her desk and sat down, her heart still pounding from the earlier leg-hugging incident. Only a high-class person would gift wine worth tens of thousands. President Shen, what brings you here today? Su Hao placed the wine carefully and walked to the desk, sitting down without ceremony. Shen Yufei's delicate brows furrowed. This shameless fellow truly lacked manners. No one had ever been so bold in her office before. Stay half an hour after work and wait for me in the parking lot. What are you doing? Working overtime. I don't want to work overtime. Su Hao shook his head. Working overtime was currently the thing he hated most. You don't have a choice in this matter. I'm your superior. That's enough, you may leave now. Shen Yufei completely disregarded Su Hao's opinion. Su Hao's face darkened. Damn, she's really acting like Empress Wu Zetian, such a dictator, utterly disregarding human rights. Here you go. I actually have something to discuss with you too. He placed the completed proposal in front of Shin Yufa. What's this? Shin Yufa picked it up to examine. This is the security solution I've developed. Based on our current hardware infrastructure, we'll need to add some network equipment and servers, while also establishing a virtual platform to achieve a multi-active system disaster recovery solution. Su Hao gave a brief explanation. Although Shin Yufa wasn't particularly well-versed in technology, she still understood what Su Hao's solution aimed to accomplish. She supported such disaster recovery solutions, but what surprised her was Su Hao's remarkable capabilities. Setting aside the technical complexities of the proposal, even just the document layout surpassed what most people could produce. It's clear this proposal was carefully crafted, and the equipment specified is specifically tailored for Hongsheng Group's Quanyao Headlines app. Did you prepare this proposal? Honey, you doubt me. Shut up. This proposal must cost a fortune, doesn't it? Shin Yufa asked the pivotal question. Not that much, about 5 million. There's my cost budget breakdown afterward. Su Hao grinned. Of course he would only use top-tier hardware equipment. 5 million? That much? Shin Yufa was dumbstruck. President Shin, is 5 million really that much for a CEO like you? Su Hao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It's true I'm the CEO, but that doesn't mean I can just throw money around. You've hit the nail on the head. The proposal lays it out clearly. This isn't reckless spending. I can approve this budget, but I need to review the proposal first. Shin Yufa took her work very seriously. No problem. By the way, Shi Dapeng has been terminated. I propose Dong Likai, Dong the Fatty, take over as department manager. Su Hao volunteered. Su Hao, I didn't expect this. You're already recruiting your own people so quickly. Shin Yufa's beautiful eyes sparkled as if she had seen right through his thoughts. I don't have any messy intentions like that. Old Dong is a veteran programmer with undeniable skills, and he's kind-hearted. We programmers are straightforward people. He's perfectly suited to be department manager. Su Hao explained his reasoning. You programmers are all honest people? I don't see it. You seem pretty slick to me. And shameless too. Shin Yufa's lips curled upwards. Darling, that's rather unfair of you. If I were really slick, would I have fallen for your trick and signed that marriage contract? Su Hao said sheepishly. Make no mistake, I didn't deceive you. It's clearly you who couldn't resist the temptation of 1 million yuan and signed. Shin Yufa glared at him. That million wasn't written in the contract. How could I know you weren't cheating me? Percent. Who do you think I am, Shin Yufa? Would I lie to you? That's absurd. Shin Yufa was torn between laughter and tears. Her reputation for keeping promises in business circles was legendary. Enough with the empty promises, Chairman. First deliver on the immediate sugar-coated offer. Can you secure department manager Dong's position or not? Besides, as the new appointee, I naturally need my own trusted lieutenants. Su Hao stood up and perched directly on the executive desk, assuming an unmistakably roguish posture. Get out of here. Shin Yufa was usually a bit of a neat freak, yet this guy had the nerve to plop down and defile her desk. Chapter 15. I'm an old hand at this. Dear, do me a favor. Su Hao leaned in with a cheeky grin. Fine, it's just a department manager position. Let Dong Likai serve as acting manager for a month first, then I'll promote him officially. Shin Yufa simply couldn't stand this shameless fellow anymore. Besides, it was perfectly normal for an executive director to recommend promoting their own subordinate. Got it. Only then did Su Hao crawl out from under the desk. If you've got nothing else, then get out. Shin Yufa was growing impatient. I still have something important to ask. Su Hao suddenly grinned playfully. What is it? Shin Yufa looked at him curiously. With him grinning like that, it couldn't be anything good. How much does an executive director like me make? Does it reach 100,000 yuan per month? Su Hao couldn't wait to ask. You're really money-minded. Go ask finance about the salary details. Shin Yufa said helplessly. Sweetheart, why are you being so stingy? Just give me a little hint first. Su Hao brazenly pressed on with his questioning. Do you have anything serious to say? If not, get out. Shin Yufa was furious. That guy had the audacity to keep calling her wife shamelessly. It was absolutely outrageous. Oh, now that you mention it, there is something important I need to deal with. Su Hao genuinely remembered something. Speak if you've got something to say, or fart if you've got gas to pass. Shin Yufa blurted out angrily, but immediately regretted her words. She had never cursed before. This must have been provoked by that rogue. It definitely wasn't her fault. No, that's absolutely certain. Su Hao said helplessly. You haven't offended anyone recently, have you? What do you mean by that? Shin Yufa's delicate eyebrows furrowed slightly. Based on my investigation today, the virus attack on our app wasn't an accidental occurrence. Su Hao said gravely. Are you suggesting this was an inside job? Shin Yufa's heart skipped a beat. No, that's not it. It was the work of hackers, and it was highly targeted. Su Hao was already highly proficient in matters concerning cyber hacking. What? It was hackers? Shin Yufa was startled. Among the fierce competition between major corporations in Huagua, indeed many business tactics are employed. But resorting to hacking to paralyze a competitor's server system is downright despicable. Shin Yufa furrowed her delicate brows in thought. With so many competitors facing Hongsheng Group, she couldn't guess who would stoop to such underhanded methods. I've reinforced the defensive system, but I believe the hackers will strike again. Su Hao had long since analyzed the hackers' attack patterns. They'll attack again? Does that mean our app is still at risk of being crippled? Shin Yufa asked with concern. That won't happen. With me here, they won't succeed. Do you want to catch them? I can set up a cyber trap, then counter-hack to lock onto their location. Su Hao suggested, showing great interest in the online hacker Red-Blue Team showdown. You have a way to catch them? Shin Yufa's beautiful eyes widened in pleasant surprise. Of course, but what's in it for me if I help catch them? Su Hao grinned. Listen, Su, you're an employee of Hongsheng Group, and I'm its CEO. I order you to track down those hackers. Shin Yufa said sternly with a straight face. Oh dear, Mr. President, without any benefits, it's really hard for me to get things done. Su Hao shrugged and then shook his head. What exactly do you want? Shin Yufa was utterly speechless at this shameless fellow. I want to. Su Hao squinted as he looked Shin Yufa up and down. Let me give you a kiss, the audacious fellow said. What? Shin Yufa's delicate face flushed instantly, not from embarrassment, but from rage. Su, you bastard, get the hell out of here. Slamming the table in fury, she trembled with anger. At this moment, Wang Meng, the CEO's secretary standing outside the door, heard the sound of someone slamming the table. Her heart skipped a beat. What on earth had happened? Who on earth is this Su Hao to make the president so furious? He's definitely done for. Ahem, Ice Queen, why are you still angry? With shameless audacity, Su Hao said. Wow, Su Hao, you dare to have wicked thoughts about me? You've got some nerve. Shin Yufa's tone was icy. What wicked thoughts? Can't I even give a peck after registering it legally? Su Hao let out a cold snort. Legal? You bastard, get this straight, we're in a sham marriage. Shin Yufa was utterly speechless. She had chosen Su Hao precisely because he was an ordinary employee she thought would be easy to control, never expecting him to turn out to be such a shameless scoundrel. And you know it's a sham marriage? You tricked me into signing what amounts to a slave contract, and I haven't seen a single benefit yet. Su Hao wasn't about to back down either. Cut the crap. What do you want in return? Shin Yufa didn't want to drag this out any longer and had no choice but to compromise. Well, give me an extra 20,000 yuan in monthly salary. Su Hao said gloomily. Wow, you're really money-minded, aren't you? Can't see beyond a dollar sign. Shin Yufa gritted her teeth in frustration. Can't you, a big-shot CEO, stop being so stingy? Su Hao's face darkened. Damn, this CEO really wasn't being generous at all. The salary standard for every employee is set by the group. If I give you a raise alone, what should I do if others come to me for the same? Shin Yufa snapped impatiently. Su Hao thought about it. This Ice Queen did have a reasonable point. How about this, if I help you catch the hacker, lend me a car. After all, I'm an executive director now, it's embarrassing to take the subway every day. Su Hao thought of the Ice Beauty's Lamborghini and got excited. What man doesn't love sports cars? A car? Do you even have a driver's license? Shin Yufa wore a scornful expression. Don't look down on people. Just because I don't own a car doesn't mean I don't have a license. I'm an experienced driver, you know. Su Hao boasted nonchalantly. Alright, I can agree to that request. Shin Yufa nodded. She owned several cars anyway and couldn't possibly drive them all. Deal then. Sweetheart, I'll take my leave now. Su Hao waved his hand and turned to leave, but suddenly stopped when he reached the liquor cabinet. Clang. Shin Yufa suddenly heard the sound of the office cabinet door opening and closing. Su Hao, what are you doing? Hee, darling, grab me 2 bottles of wine. What? Shin Yufa hurried over, but Su Hao had already left the office. Looking at the wine cabinet, she noticed 2 bottles of red wine were missing. That shameless rogue actually swiped 2 bottles of her red wine. Shin Yufa felt a throbbing headache. She wondered whether marrying this guy was a blessing or a curse. Wang Meng, the CEO's secretary, was baffled when she saw Su Hao walking out with 2 bottles of red wine. Just moments ago, Su Hao had pissed off President Shin enough to slam the table, so why was she gifting him expensive wine? Shin Yufa in the office shook her head helplessly, then took out her phone and dialed a number. Hello, Auntie, I'll be coming home for dinner tonight. Chapter 16, Are you looking for a partner? When Su Hao returned to the office, it was already time to clock out, but Cui Xiaowan was still sitting at the desk without leaving. Xiaowan, why aren't you off work yet? Ah, President Su, you're back. I was worried you might still have matters to attend to, and according to company policy, an executive secretary can't leave before their superior does. Cui Xiaowan stood up. What kind of stupid rule is this? From now on, just leave work at quitting time. If I need you to stay late for something, I'll personally let you know in advance. Su Hao said with a smile. Ah, CEO Su, you're too kind. Could I add you on WeChat? That way you can reach me easily if anything comes up. Of course you can. Then the two exchanged WeChat contacts, and only then did Shui Shaowan clock out from work. Returning to his office, Su Hao suddenly remembered that the 30,000 yuan commission from Julong Network had arrived this morning. Now he had the rent money. He found the WeChat of his landlady, Aunt Shui, and directly transferred the rent money to her. Aunt Shui accepted the payment almost immediately. Aunt Shui, Xiao Su, you've got money so soon? Did you get your paycheck? Su Hao, no, just earned some extra cash. Aunt Shui, what kind of side gig pays this fast? Tell me, I'm very interested. Su Hao, Aunt Shui, this is something men are better at. Might not be suitable for you. Aunt Shui, young man, you need to practice moderation. Your health is what's important. Don't do such foolish things again in the future. Su Hao stared at Aunt Shui's reply, completely baffled. What kind of nonsense was this? Was this landlady misunderstanding something? Xin Yufa had asked Su Hao to meet her at the parking lot at 6 o'clock. Who knows what overtime work she wanted him to do this time. He checked the time, there were still 20 minutes left, so he sat down at the computer and opened Julong website. To his surprise, just after logging in, he received multiple notifications for post replies. The thread where he had accepted the task had garnered many responses, and he had become the subject of discussion among numerous members. Last night, Su Hao accepted the task from the client King Kingzi and delivered the results in just 2 hours. Surprisingly, this particular task had attracted numerous reports and complaints from other members, who accused it of being a fake transaction. The official Julong network conducted a verification and debunked the rumor, confirming that this task is genuine and valid. This revelation left many IT professional members utterly shocked. Su Hao smiled, noticing his membership level had already reached LV2. He chose not to reply to their follow-up comments, deciding instead to continue studying advanced hacking techniques. He discovered that high-level intelligence didn't just enhance learning ability, it also supercharged creative thinking. For instance, when studying a single hacking attack and defense case, his mind could generate tens of thousands of different offensive and defensive scenarios. Su Hao believed this kind of inspirational thinking was the truly powerful aspect. It was equivalent to gaining thousands of real-world battle experiences. For example, if you're a newly practicing lawyer, you might only master one type of case, yet your brain generates thousands of different cases, all of which become your professional experience. Imagine you're a gaming novice who's only played one round of League of Legends, yet you suddenly possess thousands of in-game battle experiences. Is that incredible or terrifying? Ha, a friend request? Su Hao noticed that Julong Network had received a friend request, and the sender was none other than last night's sponsor, Qing Zi. Could there be an issue with the task results he delivered yesterday? He clicked accept without hesitation, and to his surprise, Qing Zi instantly sent a message the moment the friendship was confirmed. Qing Zi, hello, God of Code, the program you delivered is flawless. A friend of mine also wants to develop a mini program, but hers is focused on the food and beverage industry, more complex than my shopping program. Would you be interested in taking this on? Gold medal old liquor LV2, no problem, but the price will be a bit higher. Green, understood. My friend quoted 80,000. I'll ask her to post the task details for you to review. If everything looks good, you can proceed with accepting the task, okay? Gold medal old liquor LV2, okay. Shortly after, Green sent a task link. When Su Hao clicked it, he saw the task was posted by her friend named Blue Heart, featuring a food service mini-program project. This mini-program task includes both in-restaurant dining and takeout services, making the program quite complex. Su Hao has a good understanding of the industry. If such a mini-program requirement were outsourced to a professional company for custom development, the quotation would start at over 100,000. The task commission on Julong Network is relatively cheaper, with 80,000 being acceptable. Moreover, for Su Hao, developing such a mini-program is very easy. Earning commissions on Julong Network is really fast. Su Hao immediately accepted the task and added Lon Xin to discuss the requirements. Lon Xin, God of Wine, Xingzi told me you're really talented and make excellent mini-programs, so I'm counting on you. Golden Old Wine LV2, how soon do you need it done? Lon Xin, I'm in no hurry. Would 2 months be possible? Gold Medal Old Liquor LV2, are you looking down on me? I'll send you the results in 2 days. Blue Heart, what? Okay, then can Lord Liquor add your WeChat? It'd make communication easier. Su Hao then directly sent over his WeChat ID, and received a friend request shortly after. After Su Hao clicked accept, Blue Heart promptly created a group chat and added Green into it. King Kingzi, God of Coding, you can finish a food ordering mini program in just 2 days? Do you have a whole team working with you? Golden Veteran, nope, just me alone. Blue Heart, oh come on, Coding God, you're just teasing us. Golden Veteran, Doji Moji. Young Green, Dionysus, how old are you? Golden Veteran, What's it to you? Asking so many questions, looking for a match? Blue Heart, ha, our young Green here is still single you know. Young Green, don't be silly Blue Heart, I was just casually asking Dionysus, don't mind me. Clunk, clunk. Just as Suhao was happily chatting with two female friends online, Shin Yuefei suddenly sent a video call invitation. Suhao glanced at his phone, it was already 6:10. Shit, I was so caught up chatting with those girls online that I forgot to go to the parking lot. Suhao quickly tapped to answer the call. Hey Su, do you have any concept of time? I'm coming right down. Suhao ended the video call, hastily gathered his things, grabbed his backpack, and hurried downstairs. Soon after, he arrived at the parking lot and noticed Shin Yuefei's parking space conspicuously empty. Her sports car was nowhere to be seen. Had the young miss gotten upset and driven off on her own? Beep, beep. Suddenly, the sound of a horn came from another part of the parking lot. Suhao, curious, walked over and was startled to see a sapphire blue Bentley Mulsanne. At that moment, the car window rolled down, revealing Shin Yuefei's pretty face. What are you dawdling for? Get in the car already. Shin Yuefei shot him a glare. Wow, how many cars do you actually own? You've switched to another Bentley. Suhao was utterly speechless, the world of the nouveau riche was truly beyond his comprehension. Ha, what was the Ice Queen doing in the passenger seat? Don't tell me she wanted him to drive? Chapter 17, A Man's Words Are a Devil's Lies. Suhao asked, honey, why are you sitting in the passenger seat? Didn't you say you have a driver's license? You drive. Shin Yuefei said bluntly, not even bothering to acknowledge Suhao calling her honey. After all, anger hurts the body. If she got mad at this scoundrel, she'd probably work herself into an early grave. Got it. Suhao felt a little excited. This was a Bentley, the first time he'd ever driven such a nice car, and his palms were practically itching. He got into the car and fastened his seatbelt first. Honey, where are we going? What exactly did you make me work overtime for? Suhao asked with some curiosity. Taking you to meet the parents. Shin Yuefei responded. Ha, meet the parents? Suhao was momentarily stunned, then smiled as realization suddenly dawned on him. So you married me just to fool your family, right? Were they pressuring you into blind dates? Shin Yuefei was speechless. Was this guy an idiot? Who did he think she was? Her needing blind dates? What a ridiculous joke. Don't look at me like that. I know your situation, you don't need matchmaking at all. But if you just want to placate your parents, there's no need to actually get married. Just get a fake certificate. Just joking, Suhao teased. First, let's go to the mall to buy some clothes and change what you're wearing. Shin Yuefei didn't offer further explanations. She sized up Suhao. The guy wore a checkered shirt, jeans, and carried a backpack, the very image of a typical programmer. What's wrong with my outfit? It's 100% cotton. Suhao said carelessly. Enough chit-chat. Jingmo Mall. Shin Yuefei replied coldly. Fine. Suhao started the car. But just as the Bentley pulled out of the parking lot, when Suhao turned on the indicator, the windshield wipers suddenly activated instead. Do you even know how to drive? Shin Yuefei's beautiful eyes flickered as she hurriedly fastened her seatbelt. Look how scared you are. I'm just not very familiar with luxury cars. Suhao boasted. Oh, that's no reason to draw S-shapes on the road either. Shin Yuefei couldn't help but tease him. Ahem, let me get familiar with it first. Suhao's face flushed with embarrassment. After all, it had been quite some time since he last drove after getting his license, and his skills had grown rusty. However, during his driving lessons, he had been exceptionally skilled, and within moments, he effortlessly regained control. Due to some traffic congestion, it took them half an hour to finally reach Jingmo Mall. Jingmo Mall was a famous upscale shopping destination in Yanbei, catering to the elite with its collection of luxury brands, everything from clothing and handbags to watches, cosmetics, and jewelry. Honey, before we get out of the car, let me just ask, will you reimburse me for the clothes later? Suhao shamelessly inquired. Although he had some money in his card, he probably couldn't even afford a bag at the Jingmo Mall. Don't worry, I'll use my card. Shin Yuefei glared at him. This guy was really sharp when it came to money matters. The two went straight to the mall's third floor, which was entirely dedicated to clothing and shoes. Even though Suhao's clothing was very ordinary, the security guards and service staff here were extremely respectful, without any discrimination or contempt like in those novels. This was a high-end shopping mall where the service staff were all very professional. Suhao secretly sighed to himself. He'd been totally misled by those deadbeat internet writers' urban novels before. The salespeople here were all so warm and polite. The two of them first went to an Armani boutique. Hello sir and madam, welcome to the Armani boutique. The sales associate proactively greeted them. Pick him a suitable casual suit. Shin Yuefei wasn't knowledgeable about men's clothing, so she directly left the selection to the attendant. The salesperson quickly selected a slate blue suit for Suhao based on his height and weight. Suhao went into the fitting room, glanced at the price tag, and saw it cost over 30,000 yuan. Damn, that's expensive. To his surprise, it felt incredibly comfortable when he put it on. After changing, he stepped out. Shin Yufa was also taken aback, never expecting Suha to seem like a completely different person after changing into a suit, far more handsome and charismatic. For a moment, Shin Yufa even wondered if this was still the same shameless guy from before. "Ma'am, your husband is really handsome." The salesperson nearby couldn't help but praise. Shin Yufa's pretty face flushed slightly as she said, "Okay, then we'll take this set, and pick out a pair of shoes to go with it." After picking out a pair of leather shoes at the Armani store, Shin Yufa swiped her card, and only then did the two of them leave. Suha did the math, those few items added up to a full 100,000 yuan. This ice queen really didn't hold back when it came to spending. "Sweetheart, you're so good to me. After meeting the parents, you're not going to take these clothes back, are you?" Suha asked tentatively. "Do you think I'm like you?" Shin Yufa shook her head speechlessly. "Well then, honey, there's a Prada store next to it. Why don't we go check that out too?" Suha's eyes lit up as he took the initiative to suggest. "What's up?" Shin Yufa eyed him warily. "Don't worry, I'm just browsing, not buying," Suha said with a straight face. Shin Yufa nodded, thinking to herself that this guy must have never been to such a luxury mall before and was just curious about the place. "Welcome." The saleswoman at Prada bowed slightly in welcome. After browsing around, Suha immediately pointed to a casual shirt priced at 30,000 yuan and said, "Miss, wrap this up for me in size 180. "Ha!" At this moment, Shin Yufa was completely stunned. "Very well, sir." The salesgirl was overjoyed and promptly wrapped it up. "Honey, swipe the card quickly." Suha winked at Shin Yufa and said with a grin. Shin Yufa gritted her teeth in anger. That scoundrel had actually taken advantage of the situation to fleece her, how despicable. Yet, being someone who valued her dignity, she had no choice but to take out the card. "My wife treats me well, she's never stingy with me." "Thank you," Suha said to the clerk with a smile. Shin Yufa found herself caught between laughter and tears, utterly unable to voice her grievances. After paying and leaving the store, Shin Yufa huffed, "Well, aren't you brave now? Didn't you say we were just browsing without buying?" "Oh come on, this shirt was just too good looking, I couldn't help myself," Suha replied shamelessly. Seeing how angry Shin Yufa was, Suha couldn't help but feel a bit smug. It served this woman right to be taught a lesson. A man's words are as deceptive as a ghost's. If he says he'll just nudge it, do you really believe he'll just nudge it? "Look how thrilled you are, it's just a few pieces of clothing," Shin Yufa said irritably, thinking, "Fine, let him buy them. It's better if this guy gets himself a new shirt anyway, Right, just a few pieces of clothing. Oh, honey, look, there's a Gucci store ahead. How about buying me one more belt?" Suha pressed his luck further. "Should I get you a few more pairs of underwear too?" Shin Yufa arched her delicate brows, her beautiful eyes fixed on him. "Really, honey?" Suha's eyes lit up. "Say one more word and I'll return every piece of clothing you're holding," Shin Yufa threatened. Chapter 18. We've already gotten our marriage certificate. Seeing Shin Yufa's icy expression and clutching the 100,000 yuan worth of clothes and shoes in his hand, Suha decided it was best not to provoke this formidable lady further. Otherwise, all that money would go down the drain, hardly worth the loss. As they left the mall and approached the car, Shin Yufa said, "Get in the car and change your clothes first." "Good." Suha nodded in agreement. Suha changed his clothes, and only then did Shin Yufa pull open the car door and get in. "I sent you a location on WeChat, that's our destination," Shin Yufa spoke up. Suha glanced at his phone and his lips twitched. Damn, it was out in the suburbs. The drive alone would probably take an hour, and right now was peak traffic congestion. No wonder the ice beauty made him drive. Bosses really do have clever minds, damn it. Though the journey was long, Suha didn't find driving boring. "Nonsense, try driving a luxury car for the first time, you think you'd be bored?" And every time they hit traffic, Suha would honk like crazy. Of course, he wasn't urging the cars ahead, he just wanted to draw attention. It must be said, the appeal of a Bentley is still quite strong, earning envious glances from most men. What's more, Suha's passenger seat was occupied by a stunningly beautiful woman. Only after leaving the city, when there was no longer a chance to show off, did Suha finally pick up speed. "By the way, once we get home, don't call me President Shin," Shin Yufa reminded him. "Then what should I call you? Weren't you calling me quite enthusiastically before?" Shin Yufa pouted. "Wife, Shin Yufa muttered a soft Though she disliked this form of address, she had to compromise since she needed to keep up the charade in front of her family after returning home. "Also, you'll need to act like we're deeply in love, got it? Don't let my dad and aunt suspect we're just pretending," she reminded him. "Love and affection? I've got no problem with that, but do you really understand what love and affection means?" Suha couldn't resist teasing. "What is love and affection? Isn't it just about being a bit more kind and enthusiastic when speaking?" Suha was speechless. "Why aren't you saying anything?" Shin Yufa furrowed her delicate brows. "You've never been in love, but surely you've watched romance films or soap operas? I haven't seen it. What do you usually watch after work? Books on business administration, finance, or related news. Suhao finally understood. No wonder this person could be the CEO. The most frightening thing in the world is when someone talented works even harder than you. By the way, can I ask you a personal question? He spoke boldly. What is it? Shin Yufa froze. People say you like women. How ridiculous. Shin Yufa simply ignored him, closing her eyes and leaning back against the car seat. Suhao gave an awkward smile and could only focus on driving. Finally at 8 o'clock, they reached their destination. Only when Suhao got out of the car did he realize this was a sanatorium, a very high-end one at that. My father's health isn't great, so he's been living here all along. Shin Yufa offered an explanation as she led him toward the main building. Ahem. Suhao immediately let out a dry cough. What's wrong? Shin Yufa frowned. Doesn't this make us look like a newlywed couple who just got their marriage certificate? Suhao reminded her. So what should I do then? Shin Yufa looked completely clueless. She was genuinely inexperienced when it came to matters of love. Forget it, let me show you. Reach out and link your arm with mine. Suhao stepped forward directly, took her arm, and placed it on his own. Though Shin Yufa felt somewhat resistant to this gesture, she figured young couples do indeed behave this way. Yet she withdrew her arm slightly again, merely resting her wrist atop his. Ha, my silly wife, can't you get a little closer to me? Standing so far apart like this, are you escorting me or something? Suhao couldn't help but laugh at Shin Yufa's awkward movement. I don't need your guidance. Shin Yufa clenched her teeth, then wrapped her entire arm around Suhao's. Yes, just like that. Suhao nodded with a smile, secretly delighted. Being this close to the ice beauty felt almost unreal. Before long, Shin Yufa led him to the innermost villa. Auntie, I'm home. As soon as Shin Yufa entered the door, she spotted her aunt Shin Suwaping watching TV in the living room. Xiao Fei's back. Ha, and who's this? Shin Suwaping stood up cheerfully but froze momentarily upon noticing the unfamiliar man beside her. Auntie, this is Suhao, my boyfriend. Shin Yufa pulled Suhao closer and introduced him proactively. Boyfriend? Shin Suwaping was clearly bewildered by this sudden appearance of a boyfriend. Hello, Auntie, I'm Suhao. Suhao greeted politely with courtesy. Earlier on the way here, Shin Yufa had already briefed him in advance. Her father's name is Shin Hongsheng. Due to poor health, he has been staying in a recuperation center all along, usually taken care of at home by her divorced second aunt Shin Suwaping. My, what a handsome young man. Have a seat quick. Xiao Fei, you didn't give me a heads up about having a guest over. I could have had the housekeeper prepare things in advance. Shin Suwaping gestured for Suhao to take a seat while speaking. Auntie, he's hardly a guest anymore. We've already gotten our marriage certificate. Shin Yufa plopped directly onto the sofa. Marriage certificate? Such a huge matter, don't joke with your aunt about this. This gave Shin Suwaping quite a fright. Auntie, Suhao works at the same company as me. We've been secretly dating for a long time now, it's definitely not just some sudden impulse. Shin Yufa explained. But, Shin Suwaping didn't even know what to say anymore. Auntie, where's Dad? How's his health been lately? Shin Yufa asked. Your father's upstairs in his study. His health's been decent recently, still reads books every day. I'll go up and take a look then. Then Shin Yufa went upstairs. Only then did Suhao properly observe the villa with its Chinese-style decor and extravagant furnishings. It resembled anything but a sanatorium. It was clearly a private estate. It wasn't until Shin Yufa went upstairs that Shin Suwaping started exchanging pleasantries with Suhao. A flurry of questions came one after another. Where are you from? How old are you? What's your Chinese zodiac sign? Just as Suhao was feeling overwhelmed, Shin Yufa came downstairs, supporting her father Shin Hongsheng. Shin Hongsheng wore a pair of reading glasses, squinting his eyes with a kindly and benevolent expression. Though he was being supported by Shin Yufa, Suhao could still sense a powerful aura emanating from this elderly man. Hello, uncle. Suhao quickly stood up. Have a seat. Shin Hongsheng walked over to the sofa and sat down, warmly gesturing for Suhao to sit with a wave of his hand. Suhao finally sat down, still nervous even though he was only a fake boyfriend. Young man, how much did Xiao Fei pay you to pretend to be her boyfriend? Shin Hongsheng suddenly asked, his deep eyes fixed on him. Chapter 19, Expert in the Game of Go. Suhao's eyelids twitched. Could this old man really be so psychic? Did he already know he was a fraud upon first meeting? Dad, why won't you believe me? Didn't I tell you Hao and I have been secretly dating all along? Shin Yufa quickly sat beside her father to explain. Is that so? I don't buy it. Suhao, tell me, did I guess right or not? Shin Hongsheng asked with a smile. Uncle, this is all my fault. Suhao suddenly said. Shin Yufa frowned her delicate brows. Was this guy about to come clean? I was working at the company before, and because of my low position, I felt somewhat inferior, so I didn't want to disclose my relationship with Xiaofei. I should have let her tell you earlier. Suhao explained. That's right, Dad. Haven't you always wanted me to get married soon? Su Hao and I have already obtained our marriage certificate. Shin Yufa quickly added. Did you two get your marriage certificate? Shin Hongsheng froze for a moment. I knew you'd doubt it. Here, take a look. Shin Yufa then took out the marriage certificate from her purse and handed it to her father. Shin Hongsheng took the marriage certificate and opened it for a look. Shin Suweiping hurriedly leaned in to examine it too, saying, it really is a marriage certificate, complete with an official seal. Dad, Aunt, would I lie to you about something like this? Shin Yufa said earnestly. Girl, getting married is such a big deal, and you didn't even tell me beforehand. Once a daughter grows up, she won't stay long. Shin Hongsheng sighed. Dad, look who's talking. Isn't this exactly what you've been hoping for? Shin Yufa said. Uncle, don't worry, I'll be good to Xiufei for the rest of my life. Su Hao suddenly grabbed Shin Yuefei's hand and said earnestly. Excellent. As long as you lovebirds are happy together. Suweiping, have the servants prepare a feast. We're celebrating tonight. Shin Hongsheng said happily. Great. Shin Suweiping also nodded repeatedly. Su Hao smiled, seeing how the two elders looked. This time they truly believed. Dad, you're not in good health. Maybe you shouldn't drink? Shin Yufa said worriedly. That won't do. This is Su Hao's first visit. I simply must share a drink with my son-in-law. Shin Hongsheng said with a smiling expression. Shin Yufa knew her father's temper and didn't try to stop him further. Soon enough, Shin Hongsheng and Su Hao were drinking and chatting at the dinner table. If not for Shin Yufa's intervention, Old Man Shin would probably have kept drinking indefinitely with Su Hao. After the meal, servants brought tea as Shin Hongsheng and Su Hao continued their casual conversation. By the way, Xiao Su, do you play Go? Shin Hongsheng asked with a smile. Uncle, I only know a little. Su Hao answered truthfully, he really only knew the basics of Go. Great. It's been so long since anyone played chess with me. I've been holding it in for months. Suweiping, go fetch my Go set. I'll play a few rounds with Xiao Su. Shin Hongsheng suddenly grew interested. Dad, playing chess is mentally taxing. Shin Yufa reminded him. It's fine. Your old man's rested for so long, he's full of energy. Shin Hongsheng waved his hand. Before long, Jiang Suweiping brought out the Go set and placed it on the tea table. Then Su Hao and Shin Hongsheng sat down together. Originally, Shin Hongsheng just wanted Su Hao to accompany him for a casual game, but as they played, he discovered Su Hao's exceptional chess skills. Having spent half his life in business, Shin Hongsheng's only hobby was Go. He was a master of Go strategy, with a very high ranking that was in no way inferior to professional players. Yet today, facing Su Hao's moves, he suffered continuous defeats. Shin Hongsheng finally realized that his son-in-law was a cunning fox, playing dumb to outsmart the tiger. Xiao Su, you're quite the sly one. You've taken so many of my pieces with such skill, yet you claim to know only a little. You made me underestimate you. This game is as good as lost. Shin Hongsheng couldn't help but grumble. Ahem, uncle, perhaps I just got lucky. Su Hao said awkwardly. He genuinely wasn't pretending to be weak, he had indeed only known a little about Go before. But now things were different. With his enhanced intelligence, his gameplay had become remarkably skilled. Almost every strategic intention behind Shin Hongsheng's moves was effortlessly deciphered by him. Moreover, he could covertly lay traps for his opponent without anyone noticing. Cut the nonsense. There's no such thing as luck in Go. Let's play another round. Shin Hongsheng was delighted despite his loss. For a true Go enthusiast, encountering a worthy opponent is what truly excites. What, Dad, you lost? Shin Yufa was stunned. She was well aware of her father's chess skills and doubted whether he had intentionally lost to Su Hao. In the next game, Shin Hongsheng became unusually serious, pondering almost every move for several minutes. Yet in the end, Su Hao's single piece managed to capture a large portion of his territory. Miscalculation. Miscalculation. No, this move doesn't count. Shin Hongsheng was about to lose, frustratedly patting his forehead. Hey, uncle, no takebacks on the chessboard. Su Hao said with a smile. Right, no takebacks. Even though I lost, this game was exhilarating, absolutely thrilling, so satisfying. Shin Hongsheng was so happy he couldn't stop clapping his hands. Seeing how delighted her father was, Shin Yufa felt a surge of emotion. It had been ages since she'd seen him this happy. Her gaze shifted to Su Hao standing nearby, and she suddenly realized the guy was quite handsome after all. A wave of gratitude toward him welled up in her heart. But how on earth could this guy be so incredibly skilled at Go? Xiao Su, let's go another round. I refuse to believe I can't beat you this time. Shin Hongsheng was brimming with enthusiasm. Dad, it's getting late. Su Hao and I need to head back, and you should rest too. The doctor told you not to stay up late. Shin Yufa hastily intervened. No staying up late. Xiaofei, you two shouldn't go back tonight. Your room on the third floor is cleaned daily. Stay at home tonight. Shin Hongsheng suddenly said. Ha! Su Hao and Shin Yufa were momentarily dumbfounded. Yeah, it's already past 11, way too late. Just stay overnight. Xiao Su drank too much to drive anyway. Shin Suweiping chimed in from the side. Shin Yuefei said, Aunt, we have work tomorrow. I can drive. Stay overnight? That would mean having to sleep in the same room as Su Hao. How on earth would that work? If we don't sleep in the same room, wouldn't that give us away directly? It's so late now, I wouldn't feel at ease with you driving. You two can just get up a bit earlier tomorrow morning, Shin Hongsheng said. That's right, you should take Xiao Su upstairs quickly. Take a shower and you two go to bed early. Shin Suweiping nodded her head. Alright then, Su Hao and I will go upstairs first. Shin Yuefei reluctantly nodded as well, pulling Su Hao upstairs with her. Wait a second, Xiao Su. Shin Hongsheng suddenly called out to Su Hao. Uncle, what is it? Su Hao asked. You silly boy, you two have already registered your marriage. Why are you still calling me uncle? Shin Hongsheng pretended to be angry. Dad, it's my fault. Su Hao quickly corrected himself. Good. Xiao Su, since you two are married now, I have a task for you. Shin Hongsheng suddenly said seriously. Dad, what is it? You and Xiaofei need to give me a grandchild soon. Shin Hongsheng came straight out with it. Chapter 20, Grandchildren sooner rather than later. Su Hao was stunned. He never expected old Master Shin to make such a request. Well, if your daughter is willing, I could certainly give you several litters of grandchildren. Unfortunately, our marriage is just for show. Guess it'll remain wishful thinking. Dad, what are you saying? You're making us so embarrassed, and we just got our marriage certificate. Shin Yuefei's pretty face flushed crimson, the redness extending all the way down to her neck. This was truly too awkward. Her dad really was being too impatient. What's there to be embarrassed about? We're all family now, right, Xiao Su? Shin Hongsheng asked with a smile. Yes, Dad. Don't worry, I'll work hard and help Xiaofei conceive as soon as possible. Su Hao replied directly and readily. Great. Shin Hongsheng nodded in satisfaction. Shin Yuefei gave Su Hao a resentful look. What nonsense was this jerk spouting? Talking about getting her pregnant soon. Pregnant with what? Had he forgotten his own status? The worst part was that she actually imagined it herself with a big belly, Su Hao supporting her by her side. It was truly too shameful. Yes, when you two have children, I'll take care of them for you. Shin Suweiping chimed in. Oh, no more talking, we're heading upstairs now. Shin Yuefei hastily pulled Su Hao upstairs. After going upstairs, Shin Hongsheng and his younger sister Shin Suweiping sat down on the living room sofa. Suweiping, get me a cigarette, Shin Hongsheng said with a solemn expression. You're still thinking about smoking? Brother, do you think Xiaofei and Xiao Su actually got married for real? Shin Suweiping couldn't wait to ask. This was a question she'd been holding in all evening. What? Can't you tell? Shin Hongsheng said. When Xiaofei first walked through the door, I didn't believe it at first, he continued, but after she showed us the marriage certificate, I started to buy it, somewhat. Shin Suweiping explained. Otherwise, why do you think I asked Xiaofei to stay at our place tonight? Shin Hongsheng said with a grin. So you wanted to see if the two of them would sleep together? Look at you, old as you are, still fond of scheming. Shin Suweiping shook her head speechlessly. Otherwise, how would I know if Xiaofei is just pulling this old man's leg? Shin Hongsheng still had some doubts in his heart. Even if Xiaofei really is in love, was it necessary to get the marriage license this fast, without even discussing it with us first? Shin Suweiping looked puzzled. Xiaofei, she must have ulterior motives. She wants to preserve the career I've worked for all my life. Shin Hongsheng recalled an unwritten rule in the board of directors of Hongsheng Group. Preserve the company? I can't make sense of these matters of yours. Shin Suweiping shook her head speechlessly. At this moment in the third floor room, Shin Yuefei and Su Hao stared at each other, unsure what to do. A man and a woman alone in a room, and what's more, they were legally married. Perfectly reasonable and lawful. Su Hao gazed at Shin Yuefei's lovely face and her perfect figure, swallowing hard. Honey, let's get started. Sitting down on the bed, he said softly. Start what? Shin Yuefei watched him warily. It's what your dad reminded us about. Su Hao couldn't help teasing her when he saw how nervous and flustered she looked. You actually dare to have wicked thoughts about me while you're in my house. Where do you get the audacity? Shin Yuefei gritted her teeth and spoke, instinctively taking a step back. Don't you listen to your father? Come, sit over here. Su Hao smirked and patted the bed. Su, you'd better keep your inappropriate thoughts and dirty ideas to yourself, or I'll break your legs. All three of them. Shin Yuefei snorted coldly and grabbed the chair beside her. If Su Hao dared to make any bold moves, she would surely pick up the chair and swing it at him. Su Hao's eyelids twitched. Damn it, this woman is so violent, so ruthless, that he instinctively clamped his legs shut. Yet seeing Shin Yuefei's vigilant stance, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Pfft, honey, look how scared you are. Did you pee your pants or something? So even the lofty CEO could feel fear. You're the one who peed your pants. Shin Yuefei finally realized this jerk had just been scaring her. How despicable. You bastard, get off my bed right now. How can you get into bed without changing into pajamas first? She immediately stepped forward and gave Suhao a gentle kick. Oh, so you're saying I can get in bed if I change into pajamas? Suhao's eyes lit up. Of course not. Even if you change into pajamas, you can't sleep on the bed. You'll sleep on the floor. Shen Yufa said irritably. Suhao looked at the cold floor and said, sleep on the floor? The floor is freezing. Why did you agree to stay home anyway? What do you know? Why do you think my dad wanted us to stay over? He's trying to see if we're really a couple. Shen Yufa sat down helplessly. Ha, are you and your dad playing undercover? Wait, did your dad forget something just now? Suhao got off the bed and also sat down at the table. Forgot what? What did he forget? Shen Yufa looked at him with confusion. I started calling him dad, so why didn't he give me the ceremonial renaming gift? Suhao said sheepishly. Shen Yufa was speechless. What nonsense, what on earth was going on in this guy's head? What, don't wealthy families like yours have this tradition? Suhao grinned shamelessly. We do not. Shen Yufa cast him a wide-eyed glare. Well now, who would have thought Ice Queen knew how to roll her eyes? Suhao waved his hand dismissively. Alright, fine, I'll sleep on the floor then. Just find me some pajamas first, I need to shower after sweating so much while drinking. Shen Yufa sighed helplessly. Tonight they just have to make do. She rummaged through the wardrobe before retrieving an extremely modest pajama set and handing it to him. Wear this. Ha, President Shen, do you really think this will fit me? Let me get you another one. Shen Yufa found a pink one and handed it to him. This is a nightgown? Suhao took it over and saw that it was indeed a women's nightgown. What's wrong with the nightgown? It's brand new, I've never worn it. You don't need to worry. Shen Yufa explained. It's not about whether it's been worn or not. This is a women's nightgown, and it's pink too. It looks ridiculous on me, I'm a man, after all. Suhao said with complete seriousness. Although he's usually very casual about his clothing, he shouldn't completely disregard his appearance, right? I don't have any men's pajamas here. Take it or leave it. Shen Yufa glared at him. Suhao felt both amused and exasperated. At this hour, he couldn't very well go borrow pajamas from old Master Shen, could he? To hell with it. He took the nightgown and went to shower. Wait a moment, this is for you. Shen Yufa took out fresh towels and bath towels from the wardrobe. Suhao took it and walked into the bathroom, only for Shen Yufa to follow him inside. By the way, don't use the towels or loofahs hanging in there, they're all mine, and so are the skincare products. Hey, wife, do you want to take a bath with me? Suhao suddenly turned his head and grinned mischievously. Chapter 21 I was drunk last night. Shen Yufa saw Suhao's wicked face and immediately ran out of the bathroom. That scoundrel, still the same old shameless rogue. She was utterly furious. At that moment, she spotted the phone on the table and a plan formed in her mind. When that bastard comes out in his nightgown later, I'll snap a photo and keep his embarrassing picture. Let's see if you dare provoke me again. Shen Yufa plotted in her heart. Over 10 minutes later, Suhao emerged from the bathroom after his shower. Just as Shen Yufa raised her phone to take a photo, she suddenly noticed that Suhao wasn't wearing the pink nightgown but rather her own fluffy bathrobe. Ha, why are you wearing a bathrobe? Shen Yufa was stunned. Don't make a fuss. You should have taken out the bathrobe earlier if you had one. Isn't this much more suitable than a nightgown? Percent. Suhao said while drying his hair with a towel. Ah, you shameless pervert. Shen Yufa felt like crying. Because this bathrobe was kept in the small wardrobe in the bathroom, the same wardrobe where all her intimate garments were stored. Just now when Suhao took this bathrobe from the cabinet, didn't that mean this jerk had seen all my underwear? Shen Yufa hurriedly ran into the bathroom and opened the cabinet to check. She immediately flushed with embarrassment. Sure enough, the undergarments inside were all clearly visible. Ahem, what's wrong? Suhao was puzzled by Shen Yufa's strong reaction. Did I give you permission to go through my cabinet? It's all my personal belongings and private stuff, okay? Shen Yufa said angrily. They're just 2 Hello Kitty and 2 strawberry patterned ones. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Suhao chuckled sheepishly with a mischievous grin. Ah, you shameless pervert. Shen Yufa nearly fainted from anger. This scoundrel actually remembered every detail so clearly. What's wrong? It's not like I did it on purpose, okay? Should I take off my bathrobe instead? Suhao said helplessly. Shut up, I don't want to hear you speak. Shen Yufa slammed the bathroom door shut, then took all the clothes out of the small cabinet and covered them with a towel. Only after finishing these tasks did she finally let out a sigh of relief. Calm down, don't get angry. Anger harms the body. Shen Yufa whispered to herself, steadying her emotions before securely locking the bathroom door for a quick shower. With the man still outside her door, Shen Yufa felt oddly unsettled, so she made it a brief rinse before changing into modest pajamas, both top and bottoms, before stepping out. Yet the moment she emerged and glimpsed the scene before her, her fury flared up again instantly. because right now Su Hao was lying on her bed, spread out in a starfish pose. You shameless pervert, get off my bed. Who said you could get on there? Shin Yufa walked over with a dark expression, but Su Hao, lying on the bed, completely ignored her, which infuriated her even more. She immediately grabbed a nearby pillow, ready to hurl it at him. Phew, phew. At that moment, Su Hao's snoring suddenly reached her ears. Shen Yufa was utterly speechless. This guy had actually fallen asleep. How did he manage that so fast? She had only taken a 10-minute shower. Then it occurred to her that Su Hao had downed a few glasses of wine during dinner. Come to think of it, he did mention he couldn't hold his liquor well. Is this guy drunk? Su Hao. Shen Yufa nudged him, finding him already sound asleep. He wouldn't wake up no matter what should she do? Where was she supposed to sleep now? Should I really let myself sleep on the floor? She's a girl after all, the floor is so cold. If she secretly went to sleep in the guest room now, her aunt would definitely notice when cleaning up the next day. It's all your fault. Shin Yufa angrily lifted her foot and gave Su Hao a kick. She absolutely could not tolerate sleeping beside a man, even fully clothed. She simply couldn't overcome that psychological barrier. Unfortunately, her bedroom didn't even have a sofa, only a desk and chairs. Shin Yufa had no choice but to drape her clothes over her shoulders, set an alarm, and sleep slumped over the desk. At first, listening to Su Hao snoring, she couldn't fall asleep at all. But after midnight, Shin Yufa couldn't hold on any longer either. Drowsiness overwhelmed her, and she fell asleep with her head on the desk. About an hour later, Shin Yufa was jolted awake by a sharp pain in her arm from being pressed against the desk. Ugh! Seeing Su Hao sleeping soundly, she felt a surge of irritation. This is my own bedroom. Why should I suffer by lying on the desk? Shin Yufa gritted her teeth and walked to the bed. Since Su Hao had turned over, the other side was now empty. She immediately lay down, overwhelmed by drowsiness, and couldn't care about anything else anymore. Ding-ling-ling. The alarm went off at 5:30 the next morning, waking Su Hao. Ha! He tried to move, but found his leg numb and immobile. Turning his head, he was startled to see Shin Yufa lying right beside him, with one of her legs draped over his. Su Hao was speechless. Damn, this woman sure sleeps aggressively. Shin Yufa also heard the alarm clock and opened her eyes, just in time to lock gazes with Su Hao. Ah! She screamed and immediately kicked Su Hao off the bed with one foot. Crash! Su Hao's face darkened instantly as he silently scrambled to his feet. You filthy pervert! What did you do to me? Shin Yufa looked down at herself in alarm, only relaxing when she saw her clothes remained perfectly intact. Hey princess, where'd you get those knockout legs? What could I possibly do to you? If anything, you're the one who made my leg go numb from lying on it. Su Hao couldn't help but gripe. Numb? Humph. You're lucky I didn't break it. Last night you crashed on my bed and slept like the dead, couldn't even wake you. Shin Yufa recalled last night's incident and threw her pillow at Su Hao. Su Hao caught the pillow effortlessly and chuckled awkwardly. Honestly, this wasn't my fault. I have a low alcohol tolerance. After my shower, I just got dizzy and unexpectedly fell asleep. Humph. I think you did it on purpose. Shin Yufa stretched lazily and let out a yawn. Su Hao was instantly entranced, captivated by Shin Yufa's lazy stretch. She was simply breathtaking. How could a woman be so naturally beautiful without even wearing makeup? And now dressed in these pink home pajamas, she exuded an even more feminine charm. At this moment, Su Hao truly felt his heart stir. How wonderful it would be if he could really marry such a beautiful wife. Shin Yufa suddenly noticed Su Hao's infatuated gaze and hurriedly covered her upper body. You pervert! What are you staring at? Keep looking and I'll dig your eyes out. Go put your clothes on in the bathroom right now. There's a briefing at 9 today, I absolutely can't be late. She immediately scolded angrily. Su Hao shook his head speechlessly. This woman, she was already fully dressed, yet still wouldn't let him look. Chapter 22, Gaining Extraordinary Vision. After getting up and washing, Su Hao and Shin Yufa went downstairs. Xiao Fei, you're both up already. Auntie Chiu has already prepared breakfast. Hurry and eat, you'll need something in your stomachs this morning. Shin Suweiping quickly said. Shin Yufa nodded, then went to the restaurant with Su Hao. Shin Suweiping hurried up to the third floor, then quietly entered Shin Yufa's bedroom. It seems Xiaofei and Xiaosu are really a couple. Just look at them, it's obvious they slept in the same bed last night. Shin Suweiping could easily tell that two people had lain on the bed, the traces were unmistakable. Then she went to the study and told Shin Hongxing about it. Just as Su Hao and Shin Yufa were about to leave after breakfast, Shin Hongxing called them back for a few more words. Xiaofei, don't put too much pressure on yourself for the board voting meeting in 3 months. While the position of chairman is important, there's no need to be overly fixated on it. Shin Hongxing advised. Dad, don't worry. I won't let the half-century family business you've built fall easily into the hands of the Kong family. Shin Yufa said solemnly. Xiaofei, your father is growing old. There are simply some things in this world beyond our control. I don't want you to carry too much burden on your shoulders, I want you to be happy, Shin Hongsheng said earnestly. Dad, I understand. Shin Yufei's eyes grew slightly red. Alright, it's getting late, let's get in the car. Shin Hongsheng waved his hand. Although Su Hao didn't fully understand the specifics of the matter, he grasped the general idea. Soon after, Su Hao and Shin Yufei drove away from the sanatorium. On the road, Shin Yufei unexpectedly started talking about her family matters with Su Hao. Her father, Shin Hongsheng, was a soldier in his youth but later retired due to multiple injuries. After retirement, Shin Hongsheng chose the path of entrepreneurship and met Shin Yufei's mother during the early stages of starting his business. A few years later, Hongsheng Group grew into a major company, and Shin Hongsheng reached the peak of both his career and family life. But the good times didn't last long, as Shin Yufei's mother was diagnosed with cancer and eventually passed away. After that, Shin Hongsheng's health continued to deteriorate, and 3 years ago, he collapsed during a company meeting, throwing the business into temporary chaos. It was then that Shin Yufei took over as the group's president, saving the company from crisis and stabilizing its operations. She later successfully guided the company to a public listing. Although the company performed well after going public, Shin Hongsheng's stake was significantly diluted. Due to Shin Hongsheng's illness, it was impossible for him to continue serving as chairman, so he transferred all his shares to his daughter Shin Yufei, hoping she would succeed him. However, the other shareholders of the company had their own agendas, and many were also vying for the position of group chairman. Among them, shareholder Kong Xinghe was the most representative. Su Hao, the reason I married you was partly to make my father happy, but another important goal was to secure the chairman's position. Shin Yufei finally revealed the true purpose behind their sham marriage. Fighting for the chairman's position? What does that have to do with getting a marriage license? Su Hao was somewhat puzzled. The board has an unwritten rule: female candidates for chairperson must be married. Shin Yufei explained. What kind of absurd rule is this? Su Hao was somewhat astonished. Yeah, it's pretty bizarre. It's all because of those stubborn old men on the board. They're worried that having a young, single woman as the group's chairperson might lead to too many unforeseen issues and complications in the future. Shin Yufei could only sigh helplessly at such a regulation. Something happened? Su Hao shook his head speechlessly. What kind of bullshit worry was this? The two chatted as they entered the city center, where they still encountered some traffic congestion during the morning rush hour. By the time they boarded the company elevator, it was already 8:35. I'm done for, I'm going to be late punching in again. 5 times this month already, there goes my perfect attendance bonus. Who the hell came up with this stupid rule? Su Hao couldn't help but mutter in frustration. I did. Shin Yufei shot him a glare. Su Hao was momentarily speechless. You seem a bit silly, you're the executive director now, no need to clock in anymore. Shin Yufei reminded him. Oh no, I completely forgot about this. Su Hao instantly brightened up with amusement. As he arrived at the office door, Cui Shaowan quickly stood up. Good morning, President Su. Hey, Shaowan, that blue business suit you're wearing today is really lovely. Su Hao's eyes lit up. Oh please, what? Boss Su, is that an Armani you're wearing? Cui Shaowan was utterly astonished. Ha, it's that easy to recognize? Su Hao was somewhat astonished. Of course, this Armani probably costs over 30,000 yuan per piece, right? Cui Shaowan sighed with emotion. Su Hao was completely convinced these women had an innate sixth sense for luxury goods. As soon as he entered the office, Cui Shaowan immediately took the initiative to brew him a cup of coffee. Brewing coffee was practically a required skill for every executive secretary. President Su, today is Friday. There's a senior management meeting at 9 a.m. that requires your attendance. Cui Shaowan handed over a company executive meeting schedule. Su Hao nodded and said, Shaowan, bring me the company's personnel organizational structure and related business domain materials to review. Alright, Cui Shaowan quickly fetched the requested documents. Ding, system notification, the host has unclaimed evolution points available. Su Hao was taken aback for a moment, then immediately opened the super evolution system. He discovered that his achievement of being promoted to the primary position could reward him with 600 evolution points. Su Hao directly claimed the evolution points, currently possessing 1,200 evolution points. System, initiate I's evolution. Ding, congratulations host, ILV2 has successfully evolved. ILV2, acquired abilities, super reading plus supervision. Supervision? Su Hao immediately scanned the office and discovered his vision had indeed become much clearer. Not only that, because the office door was open, with Cui Shaowan standing outside sending WeChat messages at her desk, he could actually clearly see the contents of her phone screen. Cui Shaowan, hui, you know what? My boss wore an Armani suit today, paired with his handsome looks, he completely outshines all those male celebrities you idolize. Bitchy bestie, really? Send a pic and let me enjoy the view. Cui Shaowan, no way. Stop fantasizing about my boss, I'm keeping this delight to myself. Bitch bestie, you stingy little vixen, are you getting all hot and bothered? Chui Xiaowan, oh my, what if I am? What should I do? Bitch bestie, TSK, just pounce on him already, make your boss grovel at your feet. Chui Xiaowan, so shameless, so shameless. Su Hao's face flushed red, keep your gaze pure, keep your gaze pure. Who would have thought that Chui Xiaowan, who appeared so proper on the surface, could drive conversation so racy with her girlfriends behind closed doors? Chapter 23, The Ability to Eavesdrop on Inner Thoughts. Su Hao activated the virtual display of the Super Evolution System. Host, Su Hao. Brain LV2, Abilities, Advanced Intelligence. Eyes LV2, Abilities, Super Reading plus Supervision. Remaining evolution points, 700 points. Next evolution part, Ears. Su Hao's eyes lit up, wondering what abilities the ear evolution might bring. System, Initiate Ear Evolution. Ding, congratulations host, LV1 ear evolution successful. Continue evolving. Ding, congratulations, host, LV2 ears have successfully evolved. Su Hao couldn't wait to check immediately. Ears LV2, abilities possessed, super hearing plus mind reading. As for super hearing, Su Hao understood right away it must mean his hearing had improved. What exactly is this eavesdropping on thoughts ability? Host, just focus your gaze on the person you wish to eavesdrop on, then silently recite eavesdrop on thoughts in your mind. Filled with curiosity, Su Hao turned his gaze to Chui Xiaowan and silently voiced the command. Chui Xiaowan's inner thoughts, a man as handsome as President Su is definitely out of my league, but surely there's no harm in fantasizing about rolling between the sheets with him, right? At this moment, Chui Xiaowan turned her head toward the office and happened to meet Su Hao's gaze. Ah! Chui Xiaowan instantly blushed, her eyes flitting away evasively. Su Hao was stunned, could he actually hear Chui Xiaowan's inner thoughts? This mind-reading ability is quite something else. So damn exhilarating. Xiaowan, what's wrong? Why are you getting shy just from making eye contact with me? Su Hao walked over and deliberately teased her. What? President Su, no, not at all. Chui Xiaowan quickly played dumb. Nothing? Then why are you blushing? Su Hao continued probing intentionally. Really? It might be too hot. Director Su, I need to use the restroom. Chui Xiaowan found an excuse and made a quick getaway. Su Hao grinned, going to the toilet. Surely you're not hiding ulterior motives under the pretense of drinking? He was extremely happy. It seemed he would need to keep striving in the future and accomplish more life achievements to earn additional upgrade points. Ding, system task issued. Enhance the host's influence and complete a 1 billion advertising investment mission. Mission reward, 1000 evolution points. Su Hao froze 100 million in advertising sales, now that would be a real challenge. He currently oversees the mobile internet business group, and the fastest way to make money, of course, is to attract advertisers. Su Hao quickly reviewed the company's organizational structure and business operation-related materials. Soon, as it was almost 9 o'clock, he grabbed his laptop and went straight to the conference room on the 6th floor. As a listed company, Hongsheng Group holds a regular meeting every Monday and Friday morning, mainly attended by senior management members. Good morning, President Su. President Su. Along the way, Su Hao encountered many company employees who all greeted him warmly. Some of the younger female employees even cast admiring glances his way. After all, he was currently the youngest executive in the company. In the eyes of these ordinary female employees, he was nothing short of a dark horse with boundless prospects. Soon, Su Hao arrived at the conference room on the 6th floor, where quite a few people were already seated. Each executive's name was displayed on the table in front of their seat. He saw his name tag and walked directly over to take his seat. You must be Director Su. Hello, I'm Jiang Yunqi from Human Resources. At that moment, an elegantly dressed woman sitting nearby took the initiative to greet him. Hello, Director Jiang. I've long admired you. Not only are you strikingly beautiful, but your work efficiency is exceptional. Thank you for promptly assigning me an assistant yesterday. Su Hao spoke with proactive generosity. Not at all, President Su is the truly talented young achiever here. Jiang Yunqi felt her vanity instantly inflated by the praise, breaking into a happy smile. Soon other executives in the conference room also proactively greeted Su Hao. After all, in their social stratum, professional circles were all about social niceties and mutual obligations. But a middle-aged man sitting opposite Su Hao snorted coldly. I see our company's executive appointments are becoming more and more casual these days. What qualifications does some wet-behind-the-ears kid have to become a director? The middle-aged man mocked. Su Hao frowned, immediately recognizing this man as Kai Yuba, the executive director of the Network Media Business Group. The Network Media Business Group is the company's news media division, primarily targeting PC users. It was once the company's most thriving business unit. However, with the rise of mobile phones, PC business declined, so Kai Yuba's status as an executive director diminished significantly. When Xin Yufa advocated for the establishment of a mobile internet business division, Kai Yuba gave his full support and proposed integrating the mobile internet operations into his own online media business. But this proposal was rejected by Xin Yufa, which naturally left Kai Yuba feeling rather displeased. Although the PC side of the online media business has declined, the department's vast news content services remain critically important. Even now, a significant portion of the news content in Suhao's Fast Bird Headlines app comes from the online media business group. A while ago, the former executive director of the mobile internet business group resigned, and the company had been unable to recruit a suitable replacement for a long time. Kai Yuba thought he had another chance. But no one expected Su Hao to emerge out of nowhere and directly assume the position of executive director of the mobile internet business group. When Kai Yuba learned that Su Hao had once been a programmer in the software development department, he nearly coughed up blood in anger. Su Hao could understand Kai Yuba's resentment, but being called a wet behind the ears kid by this guy made him somewhat annoyed. President Su, don't mind him, that's just how he is. Jiang Yunqi comforted him from the side. At that moment, the conference room door opened. Shen Yufa entered alongside an exceptionally beautiful woman. Curvaceous and voluptuous, this stunning beauty radiated an alluring charm that perfectly embodied the essence of sexiness, presenting a striking contrast to Shen Yufa's elegance. Su Hao instantly recognized this natural-born seductress Ning Yusen, the CFO of Hongsheng Group, who along with Shen Yufa was renowned as one of the group's peerless twin jewels. Ning Yusen was Shen Yufa's senior from university. Their close friendship was precisely why Shen Yufa felt completely assured in trusting her with such a crucial position as CFO. Ning Yusen stepped into the conference room, her mesmerizing eyes sweeping the space before finally lingering on Su Hao, her lips curling into a faint, crimson smile. Su Hao froze. What did this woman want with him, giving him that sort of look? Eavesdropping on thoughts. Ning Yusen's inner voice, so this is the annoying guy Xiaofei mentioned? Ha, he's actually pretty handsome, but why does he keep staring at my, ugh, what a naughty little brother. Su Hao immediately scowled. Shen Yufa must have been bad-mouthing him in front of this woman, damn it. And who would even stare at your, whatever? This woman is so full of herself. Big deal, literally. Chapter 24, The Beautiful Chief Financial Officer. As Shen Yufa entered the office, all the executives in the meeting room straightened their backs, and the room instantly fell silent. Mr. Shen, everyone is here. The executive secretary, Wang Meng, reported. Very well, let's begin the meeting. Shen Yufa nodded slightly. Wang Meng then took a seat at the observers' table behind the conference table, responsible for meeting minutes. The content of each regular meeting was essentially reports and presentations by department executives summarizing their weekly work. The first to deliver a report was none other than Kai Yuba from the Network Media Business Group. Initially, it was all routine work reports, but in closing, Kai Yuba proposed a new work initiative. This guy suggested adding a new feature section to the Kuainiao Headlines app, specifically, a shake-to-interact function. Now, Kai Yuba's online media enterprise group is vigorously developing matchmaking and dating services, which is why there's consideration to create a user acquisition portal on the Kuainiao Tushio app. Kai Yuba hopes that through the Shake feature, more nearby men and women will add each other as friends and interact via their dating platform. Su Hao frowned slightly. The Shake feature in mobile apps is quite common in social software. Once this feature appeared, it actually attracted great enthusiasm from many young people. Except Kai Yuba's reach was surprisingly long, he actually started meddling with the functional modules of the mobile internet business group. Shen Yufa frowned slightly. Such a feature could indeed attract a large number of users in a short time. What are everyone's thoughts regarding Director Kai's proposed new feature modules? Shen Yufa asked a question. All the executives in the meeting room began to voice their opinions, mostly believing that Kai Yuba's proposal was quite good. I object. Su Hao suddenly spoke up. This single utterance caught everyone's attention. Kai Yuba immediately felt displeased when he saw Su Hao opposing him. Director Su, do you have any opinions to share with everyone? Shen Yufa didn't expect Su Hao to directly oppose. Fast Bird Headlines is a news and information app, not social software. I think adding this feature is completely unnecessary and will only make users feel our app is neither fish nor fowl. Su Hao stated bluntly. Shen Yufa nodded. This was indeed her concern. But Kai Yuba was displeased and snorted. Director Su, what you're saying isn't right. Have you done market research? Do you know how many users a social app can attract with this feature? There are many ways to attract users. My news app might not be suitable, but if you want to use the Shake to Connect feature to attract users and then expand your dating and friendship services, Director Kai, you could launch a separate dating app instead. Su Hao said bluntly. You'd better not forget that I'm the one providing most of the news content for Quick Bird Headlines. Kai Yuba was furious. Director Kai, you need to recognize your position. The news content is provided by the Digital Media Business Group, not by you personally. Moreover, it's precisely because of the Quick Bird Headlines platform that your news content gains its value. The integration of both is fundamental to the company's strategic business. Su Hao said with utmost seriousness. Kid, cut the crap. You don't have authority on this matter. General Manager Shen makes the final call, her word goes here. Kai Yu-ba sneered as he spoke. Stop using General Manager Shen to intimidate me. If she insists on adding this feature, I'll resign on the spot. Su Hao fired back with unshakable defiance. You, how dare you be so arrogant? President Shen, is this really the director you promoted? Kai Yu-ba slammed the table in anger. Shin Yufa also looked displeased, though she secretly agreed with Su Hao's challenging questions. But this guy was being way too blunt about it, especially with her sitting right here. Ning Yusin's beautiful eyes lit up, pleasantly surprised by Su Hao's assertiveness. Ahem, Director Su, mind your tone. Shin Yufa said sternly. Su Hao nodded with a smile. All executives present should be familiar with the app. Its shake feature has become a tool for hookups. Director Kai should learn lessons from this if he intends to develop a dating app. Kai Yuba's face instantly darkened, so furious he nearly jumped to his feet. The other executives couldn't help but chuckle at Kai Yuba's expression, secretly amused by his predicament. Alright, we'll discuss this matter later. Other departments, please proceed with your reports. Shin Yufa swiftly intervened to defuse the situation. If this continued, who knows what else this fellow Su Hao might blurt out. Then the other executive directors began to deliver their reports. At first, Su Hao listened attentively, but the content of other departments' business affairs was utterly dull. Some directors delivered their reports like school teachers lecturing, making him drowsy and nearly nodding off. Maybe he should lay his head on the desk for a quick nap? This doesn't seem appropriate. After all, it's a regular executive meeting, and besides, one must save face for his own wife. Unfortunately, he forgot to bring his teacup when coming to the meeting room, otherwise sipping some tea would have been nice. Su Hao decided to find something to do to perk himself up. So Hao took out his phone and unexpectedly received a friend request on WeChat. He opened it and saw that the person adding him was none other than Ning Yusin, the dreaded disaster woman, the stunning chief financial officer. But what business could this woman possibly have with him? After Su Hao tapped accept, Ning Yusin, sitting on the other side of the conference table, tapped lightly on her phone and then curled her lips upward. Director Su, it's Ning Yusin. Side-eye smile. I see. So I'm not the only one who zoned out during the meeting. Dog head. Ha, you little rascal. You were so bold just now, not many people dare to stand up to Director Kai. Really? I wasn't opposing him, I just genuinely can't stand him. Ning Yusin at the conference table couldn't help but chuckle when she saw this reply. Shin Yufa beside her glanced over, prompting Ning Yusin to hastily turn off her phone. From across the conference table, Su Hao noticed Ning Yusin refocusing on the meeting. Left with no other option, he sighed and opened the mobile game Honor of Kings. Since you're feeling sleepy, why not play around to refresh yourself? First, turn off the music on your phone if it gives you away, that would be embarrassing. Su Hao's seat was far enough from Shin Yufa's that she wouldn't notice him anyway. So Su Hao sat at the desk, lowering his head to play. Zhang Yunqi, sitting in the next seat, casually glanced over and saw Su Hao playing a game, startling her so much her beautiful eyes widened. During their usual meetings with Shin Yufa present, the executives didn't even dare to nap, let alone play games. Now Su Hao was actually gaming, how utterly audacious. At that moment, Shin Yufa, who had been attentively listening to the report, suddenly fixed her gaze on Su Hao. Because Su Hao kept his head down, though the laptop blocked his view, the corners of his mouth kept twitching upward. Obviously, he was secretly playing with his phone. Chapter 25, Oh, you're so daring, little brat. Shin Yufa noticed Su Hao fiddling with his phone and immediately flew into a rage. Who dared to act so brazenly during her meeting? This jerk was absolutely outrageous. Which executive would dare to challenge my authority on a normal day? At this moment, the reports from other department directors concluded. Shin Yufa noticed Su Hao was still playing games and immediately roared, Su Hao, what are you doing? Ha! The sudden roar made Su Hao's eyelids twitch in alarm. Flustered, he fumbled with his phone, trying to turn off the screen. But in his panic, he accidentally pressed the wrong button, the volume up key, causing the game's sound effects to suddenly blare through the conference room. Double kill. Triple kill. At this moment, the executives in the meeting room all turned to look simultaneously. Kai Yuba, hearing the game sound effects, immediately gloated with schadenfreude. Su's really done for this time, totally screwed playing games during a regular meeting. This'll definitely make President Shin explode with anger. Su Hao was so frustrated that he immediately pressed the button again and turned off his phone. Zhang Yunqi looked at Su Hao with some sympathy and shook her head helplessly. Ning Yusin even covered her mouth to stealthily chuckle. Slap. Su Hao, stand up right now. Shin Yufa heard the sound and immediately slammed the table in anger. Whoosh. Su Hao instinctively stood up, looking exactly like a student called out by their teacher during class. Nice one, Director Su. We're in a routine meeting, and you're actually playing games, PUBG, Shin Yufa said angrily. Not chicken dinner, it's Honor of Kings. Su Hao explained. I don't care if it's pesticide or fertilizer, you're the one who needs medication. Tell me, why were you gaming during the meeting? Shin Yufa arched an eyebrow. I'm feeling a bit sleepy, just wanted to play games to perk myself up, Su Hao said shamelessly. Pfft, haha, the company executive couldn't help but laugh. What? Shin Yufa was completely baffled by Su Hao's absurd excuse, playing games to stay awake because he was too sleepy. This shameless bastard, does he really think I wouldn't dare fire him? Sleepy, why are you sleepy? Shin Yufa said angrily. You know exactly why I'm sleepy, I only got a few hours of sleep last night, Su Hao said awkwardly. At these words, everyone in the conference room had strange looks in their eyes. You should know why I'm sleepy. This sentence sounds like there's some underlying meaning to it. Should President Shin know about this? Could it be that President Shin and Su Hao were together last night? What could a man and a woman possibly do together alone at night? A single sentence was enough to set imaginations wild. Shin Yufa immediately flushed crimson, gnashing her teeth in anger. What nonsense was this jerk spouting? Su Hao, so just because I made you work overtime last night to reinforce the security of the QuickBird Headlines app, you've learned to complain to me now? Shin Yufa quickly came up with a reason. The executives in the meeting room suddenly realized, oh, so that's how it is. Upon hearing Shin Yufa's words, Su Hao was momentarily stunned before comprehension dawned on him. Right, I shouldn't complain. Aren't you tired? Perfect timing, weren't you supposed to prepare a disaster recovery plan for the SwiftBird app? Why don't you present it to everyone now? Shin Yufa immediately changed the subject. Well, alright then. Su Hao nodded, then opened his laptop, connected it to the projector, and began his presentation. Kai Yubal was somewhat bewildered. What was going on? Did this guy just get away with playing games during the meeting like that? What's going on? This isn't Chairman Shin's usual working style at all. Chairman Shin is famously known as the ruthless and decisive cold-faced judge of the underworld. How could he just let that kid's surname sue off so easily? Kai Yubal was truly baffled, but truth be told, he wasn't the only one who couldn't understand what had happened. Soon, Su Hao finished his work report, saving the most crucial point for last. He needed 5 million in funding support. I object. Kai Yubal immediately voiced opposition. Weren't you the one who opposed my proposal? Now I'm opposing your plan too. Director Kai, this is our mobile internet business group's internal plan. It has nothing to do with your department. Su Hao fired back directly. Kai Yubal was completely dumbfounded. Ning Yusin saw Kai Yubal's expression and winked at Shin Yufa. Shin Yufa also wore a helpless look. What do you mean it has nothing to do with us? The development of QuickBird Headlines app to this day still relies mostly on our marketing department's performance for ad revenue. How dare you casually decide to spend money, and a whopping 5 million at that? Kai Yubal said irritably. Currently, the mobile internet business group indeed doesn't have its own marketing department yet. Director Kai, let me ask you, what's your assigned quota for this year's advertising solicitation task? Su Hao suddenly asked. 500 million. Kai Yubal said matter-of-factly. Although his annual advertising investment quota accounted for a smaller proportion of the group's revenue, it was still a substantial sum of money. Good. I hereby announce that starting today, the Mobile Internet Business Group will launch its advertising sales plan, with an annual target of 1 billion yuan, Su Hao declared authoritatively. The moment these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. An annual advertising revenue of 1 billion yuan even among domestic internet companies, renowned platforms like Zhihu and YY haven't achieved such figures in a year. Shin Yufa was stunned, never expecting Su Hao to suddenly propose a performance evaluation for her. The company's executives all shook their heads in speechless disbelief, thinking Su Hao was being too impulsive. This was just asking for trouble. Even if you're trying to build some achievements, you should at least be a little humble. 10 billion? Upon hearing Su Hao's words, Kai Yubal was secretly overjoyed. Supervisor Su, you're really young and full of drive. Setting your own performance targets, very bold. But what if you can't meet them? Kai Yubal raised an eyebrow and asked. If the task isn't completed, I'll resign and leave. Let's go directly, Su Hao said. Sigh. The company executives all sighed, still too young and inexperienced. President Shin, did you hear that? He just signed his own military pledge. Kai Yubal said cheerfully. Bang! Suddenly, Shin Yufa slammed the table. Kai Yubal immediately stopped laughing and fell silent, as did everyone else. Alright, that concludes today's meeting. Meeting adjourned. Shin Yufa finished speaking and left the conference room with a stern expression. Kai Yubal was bewildered. The meeting is adjourned. Only then did the company's executives gather their belongings and leave. In truth, everyone could see that Director Shin had deliberately avoided taking a firm stance, clearly leaving room for Su Hao to maneuver. Su Hao, let's see how you handle this mess. Kai Yubal sneered and then left with schadenfreude. Su Hao shrugged indifferently. Did these people really have so little confidence in him? Director Su, you're acting too impulsively. Zhang Yunxi also left after saying those words. Finally, only Su Hao remained in the conference room, along with the other half of the dynamic duo, the company's beautiful chief financial officer, Ning Yusen. Little punk, you're so domineering, Ning Yusen said with a playful smile. Chapter 26, I'm your superior after all. President Ning, you must be joking with me again. Su Hao couldn't quite understand why Ning Yusen was being so warm toward him, acting as if they'd been close friends for ages. How could that be? I genuinely think you're quite impressive, but you're actually the first man I've met who voluntarily adds assessment tasks for himself. Ning Yusen gave a charming smile. Director Ning, as you can see, I seem to have gotten on Empress Wu Zetian's bad side. Su Hao wore a helpless expression. Wu Zetian? Put, you must mean Xiao Fei. Ning Yusen froze. Ahem, well, President Ning, I'll get back to work now. Su Hao cursed inwardly. He'd almost forgotten this dangerously gorgeous woman was Xin Yufei's best friend. Hey, little punk, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Ning Yusen suddenly reached out, bracing a hand against the conference room door and blocking Su Hao's exit. Su Hao looked utterly bewildered. He was genuinely stunned. What was this woman up to? Were they actually that familiar with each other? Ahem, President Ning, is there something else? Su Hao cleared his throat and asked. Are you free tonight? Want to grab some beers together? Ning Yusen arched her willow leaf eyebrows, looking at him. Beers? What are the three great hobbies of a mature woman? Su Hao was no fool. This woman was probably trying to dig some kind of trap for him, that much was certain. Ning Yusen must have been sent by Xin Yufei to play tricks on him. After all, he had read the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber a dozen times. He remembered one lesson all too clearly. The more beautiful a woman, the more skilled she was at deception. Ahem, sorry President Ning, I have something to attend to tonight. What is it? My wife is giving birth. Ah, giving birth? Ning Yusen was stunned and withdrew her slender arm. Taking advantage of the situation, Su Hao stepped out the door and made a quick escape. By the time Ning Yusen came to her senses, Su Hao was already far away. Little rascal, I didn't expect you to be quite humorous. Big sister is even more interested in you now. Ning Yusen's lips curled upwards, her beautiful eyes arching like crescent moons. On the other end, Su Hao had just stepped into the elevator when he opened his phone and discovered a WeChat message from Xin Yufei. Come to my office. Su Hao had no choice but to go to the 5th floor first. What's wrong, honey? Did you miss me that much already? He walked into the office and sprawled shamelessly across the sofa. Xin Yufei was so shocked her jaw nearly dropped. Who was this person? He was getting more and more audacious. You jerk, stand up right now. What for? There's no one else here. Su Hao said shamelessly. Su, I'm your superior. If you continue to be so unruly, I'll dock your year-end bonus. Xin Yufei roared. Ahem, honey, don't be angry. Su Hao quickly stood up. This woman had truly grasped his weak spot, using his bonus to intimidate him. You think I'm not angry? You dare to play games during meetings. Do you even want this job anymore? Xin Yufei glared at him. How could that be? Didn't I take the initiative to handle advertising for the company? Seems like you don't know your own limits. You handling advertising? Ridiculous. Xin Yufei was at a loss for words. Darling, don't you support me either? You should just focus on doing your job within the department properly. No, I've already boasted in front of so many people. I must launch our advertising investment plan. Su Hao said with a straight face. Fine, go ahead and recruit them. You're so capable, I'll wait for you to bring in that billion yuan in ad revenue. Xin Yufei clenched her teeth. Honey, if I really complete this billion yuan mission, what's my reward? Su Hao asked with a mischievous grin. Xin Yufei's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Am I your wet nurse? You're always asking for rewards every single day. How about this, dear wife, if I really accomplish that billion yuan ad campaign, you'll accompany me. Su Hao flashed a sly smirk. What the hell are you talking about, you bastard? If you dare speak to me like that again, I'll cripple you and turn you into a eunuch. Xin Yufei glared with her beautiful eyes, her queenly, overwhelming aura instantly erupting. Why are you getting so worked up? Hear me out first. Su Hao put on an innocent face as he tried to explain. Then what do you mean by accompanying me? Xin Yufei's anger subsided slightly. I just want you to have a meal with me. Su Hao explained. Accompany you for dinner? Why on earth should I accompany you for dinner? Let me tell you, even though we've gotten our marriage certificate, don't you dare entertain any impractical delusions. Xin Yufei shot him a disdainful glance. Don't worry, with your frosty attitude, if you really were my wife, I couldn't stand you either. Su Hao said awkwardly. Xin Yufei was momentarily stunned. Here's the thing, I'm planning to invite some good classmates for a gathering one of these days. You could pretend to be my girlfriend and come along to help me show off a little. What do you think? Su Hao explained with a chuckle. Su, I never realized you were so vain, wanting to borrow me to show off? Xin Yufei was stunned. This guy's skin was as thick as a city wall. Who doesn't want to show off a little? Every time we hang out for dinner, all my classmates bring their girlfriends while I'm the only single guy left. I can't stand taking another 10,000 points of damage. Su Hao was telling the truth. After graduation, he often went out to eat with his college buddies, but those old dogs all had girlfriends. Even fatty Niu Xiaojia had a girlfriend. Why wouldn't he feel depressed? After graduation, during the years he's been working, Su Hao, with his handsome appearance, has had women showing interest in him, but he's always been fixated on looks. Of course, the main reason was that Su Hao had devoted all his energy to his career and studies. It's just a meal, right? Fine, as long as you can complete the 1 billion mission. Shen Yufa readily agreed. Why did she agree so readily? Because she simply didn't believe Su Hao could complete the task, so whether she agreed or not made no difference to her in the end. So you've agreed, darling? That's wonderful. Su Hao nodded happily. Taking a girlfriend like Shen Yufa out to dinner with his classmates, just imagining the envious looks on his old buddies' faces filled him with immense satisfaction. Thanks to you stirring up trouble, I almost forgot the important matter at hand. What important matter? At 2 this afternoon, the company is hosting an important foreign client. As executive director of the mobile internet business group, you'll attend with me. Don't go wandering off. I'll send you the client materials through the internal network. Shen Yufa cautioned. No problem. Su Hao nodded. And here's this for you. Shen Yufa handed him a folder. Chapter 27. The feeling of being protected by a woman. Su Hao took the folder. Inside was his system disaster recovery proposal from yesterday, bearing Shen Yufa's conspicuous approval signature. Dear wife, you finally signed it. Didn't Kai Yuba oppose my spending? I'm the CEO of this company. Honey, you're so good to me. Su Hao was quite moved, feeling the warmth of a woman standing up for him. Get lost if you've got nothing to do. Shen Yufa glared at him. Got it. Su Hao left with a folder in hand. Soon after, Ning Yusen arrived at Shen Yufa's office. The two best friends each made a cup of coffee and started chatting. Sis Xin, did you see today's meeting? That Su Hao was really stirring up trouble, such a troublemaker. Damn it, Shen Yufa gritted her teeth and said. Wow, Fei, you actually said shit stirrer, haha, I'm dying of laughter. Ning Yusen laughed so hard she doubled over. Sis Xin, don't just laugh, this is what angered me into doing. Shen Yufa took a sip of coffee to suppress her fury. Fei, I actually think this Su Hao is quite domineering, and didn't you say his IT skills are exceptional? His skills are indeed impressive, but Sis Xin, I'm warning you ahead of time, Su Hao is a money grubber. As the chief financial officer, keep a tight rein on him so he doesn't mess up. Shen Yufa instructed. Fei, be honest with me, you and Su Hao don't have any special relationship, do you? Ning Yusen arched her willow-like eyebrows as she probed. Ahem, Sis Xin, what possible relationship could I have with him? I promoted him purely because of his exceptional technical skills. Shen Yufa spoke somewhat guiltily. Although she and Ning Yusen were the best of friends, competing for the chairman position was a serious matter. For now, she couldn't bring herself to confess to Ning Yusen that she and Su Hao had already registered their marriage. Is that so? I'll test Su Hao's depth later, she said. Ning Yusen cooed ingratiatingly. Test the waters? Shen Yufa's beautiful eyes suddenly widened into perfect circles. Oh, my pure and innocent Fei, even your thoughts have become indecent now? Ning Yusen instantly understood Shen Yufa's expression. Not at all. Shen Yufa immediately denied it, feeling somewhat bashful and embarrassed inside. By the way, Su Hao is quite the humorous guy. Just now in the meeting room, I asked him out for beers tonight, and guess what he said? He agreed? He refused, said he had something to do, his wife was going into labor. Ning Yusen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Have a baby? That bastard is the one who should be having babies. Shen Yufa retorted irritably. Ning Yusen gave him a strange look. Ahem, what I mean is, this guy always talks nonsense. Shen Yufa said awkwardly. By the way, Fei, don't forget to attend the birthday party for Mr. Chu's youngest daughter tonight at Danyue Club. Ning Yusen reminded her of this matter. Oh dear, I hate these sorts of social obligations the most, but old man Chu is a senior figure in the business world, there's no way to skip this one. How about you come with me, Sis Xin? Shen Yufa said helplessly. Alright then. I love these kinds of gatherings the most, I get to see so many handsome guys. Ning Yusen said with a proud yet coy tone. Sis Xin, you're always talking about handsome guys, but I never see you actually dating one? Sigh, maybe I'm just too picky. Meanwhile, Su Hao didn't head straight back to his office, but went to the tech department instead. Director Su, you're here. Yang Wanguang saw him and respectfully welcomed him. Manager Yang, take a look at this proposal. Su Hao handed the system disaster recovery plan to Yang Wanguang. Understood, President Su. Yang Wenguang glanced at the proposal, his eyes lighting up. This was about purchasing network equipment and servers, and on a large scale at that. Another opportunity to pocket some kickbacks. By the way, bring me the files on the hardware suppliers we frequently collaborate with, Su Hao suddenly said. Yang Wenguang was taken aback by Su Hao's words. Usually, he had full autonomy over such procurement matters, but now it seemed Su Hao intended to take control. However, he wasn't discouraged. For this kind of multi-million-dollar procurement, there were only a few qualifying vendors. By tactfully mediating between them, he could still reap benefits from the suppliers. Understood, Chairman Su. Yang Wenguang obediently nodded. Then Su Hao arrived at the server room and inspected the servers. Hello, President Su. Engineer Song Heng saw him enter and immediately greeted him respectfully. Is the system running normally today? Su Hao asked. Yes, President Su, everything is running smoothly, Song Heng reports. Su Hao nodded and immediately logged into the network equipment using the computer lab's PC. He then set up a network vulnerability, intentionally, of course, as it was actually a trap to catch the hacker. In addition to the network equipment, Su Hao also set up a virtual distribution server. President Su, what are you setting up? Song Heng saw Su Hao typing sophisticated code and couldn't help but feel curious. It's a defensive strategy. Also, I'll set up an alert reminder later. When the alert appears, report it to me immediately, Su Hao said. Got it, President Su. Song Heng nodded hastily. Only after giving Song Heng his instructions did Su Hao finally leave the tech department. Yang Wenguang immediately made a phone call. The name displayed on the dialing screen was unmistakably Ji Kai. Hello, is this President Ji? Oh, Manager Yang. No need to be so formal with me, just call me Xiao Ji. Alright, Xiao Ji. I won't stand on ceremony then. Our group needs to purchase a batch of hardware equipment recently. Really, Manager Yang? That's fantastic. What's the scale of the order? Nearly 5 million, roughly. 5 million? Ji Kai on the other end was clearly overjoyed upon hearing this. Manager Yang, free tonight? Let me treat you to a spa, we should talk. Ji Kai quickly extended an olive branch. Actually, there's no need to rush. Our new executive director just assumed office recently. Although I have the final say on this matter, it still requires the boss's signature. Let me act as an intermediary, you can treat him to dinner, and this matter will be settled. Yang Wenguang deliberately exaggerated his role in the procurement process. Got it, Manager Yang. No problem, just let me know once it's scheduled. Alright, we'll stick to the usual arrangement then? Rest assured, Manager Yang, your share won't be forgotten. Good, that settles it for now. The two finally hung up the phone. Su Hao returned to his office. Now that he possessed a superbrain, he naturally wouldn't pass up any learning opportunities. He purchased a batch of books on Zhulong Network, Big Data, Artificial Intelligence, Cloud Computing. He ordered them all. Of course, besides IT-related fields within his expertise, Su Hao also bought books in other domains, such as financial investment. Then he opened the Super Evolution system again. Host, Su Hao. Brain LV2, Abilities, Advanced Intelligence. Eyes LV2, Abilities, Superhuman Vision plus Superhuman Reading. Ears LV2 Ability, Supersonic Hearing plus Mind Eavesdropping. Remaining evolution points, 100 points. Next evolution body part hands. Chapter 28, You Dare Criticize the Female CEO? Su Hao was somewhat surprised. The next part to evolve was actually his hands. Still have 100 evolution points left, might as well try evolving. The next moment, he instantly completed the level 1 evolution of his hands. Hands LV1, ability obtained, Omni Hands. The all-capable hand, a pair of omnipotent hands possessing supreme strength, flexibility, spirituality, and creativity. Su Hao was somewhat taken aback, not quite understanding the specific abilities of the all-capable hand. But when he tested his fist, it had indeed become extraordinarily powerful. He felt confident that with just one punch, he could send a person flying without a problem. TSK, every part of evolution has its benefits. He checked the system's achievement page again, only to find that the top achievement requiring unlocking was actually completing his first kiss. This achievement is both easy and difficult. The real challenge is finding a willing partner. Su Hao felt somewhat frustrated. At this moment, he looked at Cui Shaowan sitting outside the door. Should he discuss this with Shaowan? Su Hao shook his head. He'd probably just be seen as a pervert. After that, he stopped dwelling on it and began handling the company's daily operations. He got so busy that he nearly missed mealtime. When Su Hao arrived at the company cafeteria with his employee card, he noticed there were only a few people left eating. Yet to his surprise, he spotted Xin Yuefei sitting alone in a corner of the cafeteria, having her meal. Su Hao was stunned. The office's legendary ice queen seldom ate at the company cafeteria. She usually had Wang Meng order deliveries or dined out instead. A top executive eating in the employee cafeteria, now that was a rare sight indeed. What miracle brought you to the cafeteria today, Chairman Shen? Su Hao nearly called her wifey, but remembering they were in the cafeteria, he swallowed the last syllable just in time. None of your business. Why are you sitting across from me? Go eat somewhere else. Xin Yuefei shot him a glare. Don't be such a bore. I just saw you sitting here all alone and thought I'd keep you company with some conversation. Su Hao grinned. Who asked you to keep me company? Xin Yuefei rolled her eyes in exasperation. At this moment, several employees walked into the cafeteria, none other than Fatty Dong and his team from the Program Development Department. When they saw Su Hao and Xin Yuefei sitting together, they were instantly shocked. Wow, Su Hao is really something, actually having a meal with the beautiful CEO. Fatty Dong marveled as he spoke. Yes indeed, he's practically the role model for all men. Another colleague said enviously. At this moment, Su Hao noticed Xin Yuefei ignoring him, so he started shoveling rice into his mouth. The shredded potatoes today are alright, but the tofu has no flavor whatsoever. The braised pork is good, though the cafeteria lady gave me way too little. Su Hao was casually critiquing the cafeteria dishes between bites. Right at that moment, he suddenly noticed that Xin Yuefei had left all the braised pork in her plate untouched. CEO Shin, why aren't you eating the braised pork? Su Hao was taken aback. I don't like it. I'm afraid of gaining weight. Xin Yuefei pouted. What's a few pieces of braised pork gonna do to make you fat? If you're not eating them, I'll help finish them for you. Can't let good food go to waste. Su Hao reached over with his chopsticks and swiftly plucked several pieces of braised pork from Xin Yuefei's lunch tray. This scene happened to be witnessed by Dong Ponzi, who had just returned with his food. His jaw nearly dropped to the floor in shock. Seeing Su Hao's bold move, Xin Yuefei's beautiful eyes immediately widened in surprise. What are you doing? Those are my braised pork. You weren't going to finish them anyway, they'd just end up getting thrown out. Don't be so stingy. Su Hao ate with relish. Xin Yuefei's delicate face instantly flushed red. It wasn't that she was stingy, some of those pieces of braised pork had already been bitten by her, which meant they probably still had traces of her saliva on them. Su Hao actually picked it up and ate it. Doesn't that count as an indirect kiss? At this thought, Xin Yuefei grew even more embarrassed. Eat, eat, eat. Choke on it already. Xin Yuefei muttered softly under her breath, then tidied up her tray and left the cafeteria. Su Hao shook his head helplessly. Then Fatty Dong ran over to Su Hao's opposite side grinning from ear to ear while carrying the dishes. Wow, brother Hao, you're awesome. You just helped yourself to the president's braised pork? Fatty Dong could hardly believe it. Yeah, what about it? Su Hao nodded his head. What's the big deal? Xin Yuefei, the Ice Queen, the reigning monarch of Hongsheng Group. You actually dared to snatch food from a tiger's mouth? Dong the fatty exclaimed in shock. Su Hao was amused by his description. Indeed, it was a tiger's mouth. Women were all tigers, after all. She's the CEO, so what? She's still human. I even gave her a piece of my mind earlier. The guy boasted. What? Brother Hao, you're criticizing President Shun? Fatty Dong's eyelids twitched. Yeah, she wouldn't eat the braised pork, isn't that wasteful? So I took it and ate it for her, criticized her a couple times, then she got upset and left. Su Hao was dead serious while spouting nonsense. Hiss. Dong Fatty gasped in shock. By the way, Fatty, you'll temporarily act as the manager of the Program Development Department starting now. We'll make it official after 1 month. Su Hao suddenly remembered this matter. What? Brother Hao, you're truly my sworn brother. Here's the deal, I'll toast you first with soup instead of wine. Fatty Dong raised his bowl of hot and sour soup. None of that. Trying to fool me with soup? Not happening. Su Hao grinned widely. At 1:50 p.m., Su Hao arrived at the president's office. Apart from Xin Yuefei, Ning Yusen was also present in the office, along with the company's vice president, Lei Jianshu. Lei Jianshu was primarily responsible for the company's business development and public relations department, handling the reception of important clients, which typically fell under his purview. Hello, Vice President Lei. Su Hao greeted him with a nod. So you're Su Hao? Quite young. Lei Jianshu often traveled for work and had no particular impression of Su Hao. Alright, let's stop chatting. We should all hurry to the lobby and wait. Xin Yuefei said directly. Then they went straight downstairs. 6 months ago, a new business vertical called Car Enthusiasts was launched on the Fast Bird Headlines app. Car Enthusiasts is an automotive information platform, and Xin Yuefei's goal is to build it into a top-tier car sales and trading platform. The channel has been up for some time now, and currently enjoys decent daily active traffic. However, what the channel currently lacks most is the presence of renowned automotive manufacturers. After all, without well-known car brands on board, the authority isn't quite persuasive enough for car enthusiasts. This time, the visiting client for tour and exchange sessions at the group is none other than Dussel, the China regional president of globally renowned automotive manufacturer Bosch Group. The Bosch Group owns multiple automotive brands under its umbrella. If cooperation between Hongsheng Group and Bosch Group can be facilitated, It would represent a qualitative leap for car enthusiasts. It was precisely because of such an important client that Shin Yufa personally came downstairs to welcome them. Vice President Lei, is our translator here? Shin Yufa asked. Yes, President Shun, rest assured. The translator is already waiting in the lobby for the reception. Lei Jianshu nodded. Still need interpretation? Su Hao was somewhat surprised. This Dussel is an Arab who's always spoken his native language domestically, so we must have an interpreter present, and it has to be a senior level one at that. Uxin whispered to him. Chapter 29, this is truly a lifesaver. Su Hao had reviewed Dussel's profile and only then remembered the guy was Arab. For someone who was merely the CEO of the China division, it was surprising he couldn't speak Chinese. Soon, Shin Yufa and the others arrived at the company's first-floor lobby. The hall was now filled with quite a few people, all assigned to handle ceremonial receptions. President Shin, this is Ms. Wang, the translator in charge of this meeting. Lei Jianshu saw the translation and proactively introduced it. The translator promptly greeted Shin Yufa. But just at that moment, Miss Wang's gaze suddenly grew distant, and she staggered before collapsing to the ground. What's going on? Many people saw her faint and gathered around. Miss Wang, are you alright? Shin Yufa quickly crouched down and asked urgently. My heart feels unwell. I can't move. Ms. Wang's complexion turned somewhat pale. Vice President Lei, get someone to take her to the hospital immediately. Shin Yufa said promptly. Right away, President Shun. Lei Jianshu immediately had the company staff carry Ms. Wang into a car and send her to the hospital. Oh no, this is bad, Dussel is about to arrive, and we don't have a translator anymore. Ning Yusin suddenly remembered this matter. Oops. Lei Jianshu's expression also changed abruptly. Shin Yufa furrowed her delicate brows and immediately said, Vice President Lei, don't you know a bit of Arabic? President Shin, I only know a little. Lei Jianshu replied somewhat awkwardly. Just then, two commercial vehicles pulled up and parked at the company's entrance. We've arrived, Dusseldorf is here. Ning Yusin promptly reminded them. Vice President Lei, you handle this first and see if Dussel brought an interpreter. Meanwhile, we'll quickly ask our friends if anyone understands Arabic. Shin Yufa said urgently. Alright then. Lei Jianshu was exasperated, but under these circumstances, he had no choice but to brace himself and step up. Then they all stepped out to welcome Dussel. Quite a few people emerged from the vehicle, all representatives of the Bauchi group. Dussel was dressed in a blue suit, looking quite fashionable. Hello, Mr. Dussel, this is President Shen from our Hongsheng group. Lei Jianshu stepped forward and introduced himself proactively. But unexpectedly, his Arabic was completely wrong, leaving Dussel utterly bewildered. What's going on? I don't understand your Arabic. Dusseldorf was clearly taken aback. Shin Yufa and Ning Yusin had no idea what Dussel was talking about, creating an awkward atmosphere for a while. Our President Dussel said he can't understand your Arabic, it's not authentic. Didn't you prepare a translator in advance? The female assistant behind Dussel spoke up. Shin Yufa's expression darkened upon hearing the assistant's words. In business exchanges like these, both parties are typically expected to have their own interpreters prepared, especially since the Hongsheng group was the host party. Even though Russell had his own interpreter, failing to prepare in advance would be seen by the other party as neglect and disrespect. Could you please inform President Du that we had prepared an interpreter, but they felt unwell and were just sent to the hospital? We may have to trouble your interpreter for assistance today. Lei Jianshu apologized to Dussel's assistant with an awkward smile. At this moment, the staff of the Porsche group all wore displeased expressions. Reluctantly, Dussel's assistant conveyed the message to him directly. No, I believe this situation is a waste of time. Moreover, my team is not at your service. I think today's discussion can be concluded. Dussel waved his hand dismissively, his face wearing an arrogant expression. The female assistant immediately conveyed Dussel's meaning. At this, Shin Yufa's expression turned extremely grim. She had originally hoped to establish cooperation with Dussel through communication and negotiation if things went smoothly. But I never expected today's incident to happen. This collaboration is clearly going down the drain. What's more, if this news gets out, Hongsheng Group might well become the laughingstock of the entire industry. Hey, Mr. Dussel, you really are quite the humorous person. Actually, we were just pulling your leg. I'm a professional translator from Hongsheng Group. Suddenly, Su Hao spoke in Arabic, smiling as he stepped forward. Everyone was dumbfounded and turned their gaze to Su Hao. Ning Yusin's beautiful eyes instantly sparkled. Here was their savior. So Director Su speaks Arabic. Lei Jianshu was pleasantly surprised. Shin Yufa was somewhat astonished. She never imagined Su Hao could speak Arabic. Was this guy maybe just bluffing with this single phrase? Wow, your Arabic sounds so authentic, sir, it's like meeting a local friend. What's your name? Dussel's eyes lit up. Although there are many Arabic translators domestically, just like with English, many people have only mastered the superficial aspects but fail to convey the authentic flavor and soul of Arabic. This feeling is akin to hearing a foreigner speak Chinese. You can understand them, but their intonation sounds utterly ridiculous. Dussel had long grown accustomed to the so-called Chinese accented Arabic spoken by the translators around him. But when Su Hao appeared speaking fluent native Arabic, Dussel was pleasantly surprised. "Mr. Dussel, my name is Su Hao. You're so handsome, you wouldn't mind that little joke just now, would you?" "Quite amusing," Su Hao joked. "Of course, Mr. Su. It's truly a pleasure chatting with someone like you who possesses such authentic spoken language." Dussel couldn't help but laugh. When Shin Yuefei saw Dussel laugh, she finally relaxed visibly. "Our President Du is extremely impressed by Mr. Su's authentic Arabic pronunciation," the female assistant said. Su Hao immediately gave Shin Yuefei a proud wink. While delighted, Shin Yuefei also felt a touch of resentment in her heart. Why hadn't this jerk told her earlier that he could speak Arabic? Su Hao then began his presentation, after which everyone headed upstairs to the conference room. At the beginning, Shin Yuefei and the content director of Car Enthusiasts were introducing the situation regarding the automotive channel. Su Hao stood by acting as the translator. However, Dussel seemed somewhat distracted, constantly staring at his own clothes. Su Hao noticed this. Dussel wore an arrogant expression and showed no interest in what was being discussed. Could he have other thoughts in mind? Right, don't I have the ability to eavesdrop on thoughts? Su Hao immediately turned his gaze to Dussel and silently activated his mind-reading ability. Dussel's inner voice, *sigh, all this data talk is such a waste of time. These Chinese people have no idea whether I'll cooperate or not. It all depends entirely on my mood, *. Su Hao was utterly shocked. Who would have thought this foreigner, the Greater China CEO of Porsche Group, actually held such thoughts in his heart? He looked at Shin Yuefei again, still earnestly explaining things, and couldn't help feeling some sympathy for her. Su Hao continued eavesdropping. Dussel's inner thoughts, how boring. I'm getting a bit thirsty, but I hate the coffee they prepared for me. If someone could bring me a glass of Romani Conti right now, they'd be my god. Chapter 30, do you think this is a bar? Su Hao was speechless for a moment. This Arab guy had quite the personality. Here they were in the middle of a business exchange, and all the man wanted was to drink red wine, and not just any wine, Romani Conti, no less. Good grief. While continuing to translate for Shin Yuefei, a bold idea suddenly took root in his mind. With utmost discretion, he pulled out his phone and sent a message to his assistant, Cui Xiaowan. Su Hao, Xiaowan, I need a lifeline urgent. Cui Xiaowan, President Su, what's wrong? Your orders, please. Su Hao, go to the executive office immediately, take out that bottle of Romani Conti from her wine cabinet, open it with the corkscrew, and bring it to me. Don't forget to bring some glasses. Cui Xiaowan, President Su, aren't you in a meeting in the 6th floor conference room? Su Hao, that's right, bring it to the conference room. Cui Xiaowan, President Su, you're in a meeting and still want to drink? And you want the CEO's liquor at that? Su Hao, yes. Quickly. Cui Xiaowan, President Su, are you dissatisfied with me and looking for an excuse to fire me? Su Hao, Cui Xiaowan, you want me to take wine from the CEO's liquor cabinet? I wouldn't dare, you must be teasing me. Su Hao, not messing with you, it's President Shin's order. Just do as told. Cui Xiaowan, really? Su Hao, seriously, dog head emoji. 10 minutes later, while the content director of Car Enthusiasts was explaining the PowerPoint, the conference room door opened. Cui Xiaowan was holding a tray with a bottle of Romani Conti wine and several tall glasses placed on it. Ha! Shin Yuefei was utterly stunned by what she saw. This. Ning Yusen was also dumbfounded. Lei Jianshu's face instantly darkened. What on earth was going on today? Why was everything going wrong one after another? The content director paused abruptly in mid-sentence, but they failed to notice that Dussel, who had been seemingly indifferent, suddenly brightened up with a glint in his eyes. Can't you see we're having a meeting here? Get out. Shin Yuefei immediately said coldly. President Shin, wasn't it you who asked President Su to have me bring the wine over? Cui Xiaowan froze. President Su? Shin Yuefei glared at Su Hao, thinking, what the hell is this bastard up to now? Su Hao stood up with a smirk and said, well, President Shin, I was the one who asked Xiaowan to bring over the red wine, and it just so happens to be your prized bottle of Romani Conti. What? Shin Yuefei's beautiful eyes widened in shock. That bottle was her finest wine. Ning Yusen smacked her own forehead in dismay. Oh no, this exchange meeting had been a complete bust today. Lei Jianshu was momentarily speechless. Is this Director Su a fool? We're having a meeting here, and you bring out alcohol? Do you think this is a bar? Our meeting has been quite dull. I'm sure Mr. Dussel must be thirsty by now. How about we have a drink? Su Hao ignored the doubtful looks from Shin Yuefei and the others, addressing Dussel directly. Damn it, we've offended this big client for sure. This was Shin Yuefei and the others' genuine thought. But then something astonishing happened. Dussel grinned broadly and stood up. Wow, Mr. Su, you're truly the most emotionally intelligent person I've ever met. I'd be delighted to share a drink with someone like you, Dussel said enthusiastically. Ha! Shen Yufa was completely bewildered. Our President Du said he'd like to have a drink with Mr. Su. The female assistant translated it. Everyone was stunned. Why was this happening? Why was Dussel so happy? Ning Yusin raised an eyebrow and looked at Su Hao, thinking, this bratty little brother, does he have some kind of social superpower? Or is he just naturally charismatic? Here, let me pour you a drink, Mr. Dussel. Su Hao poured Dussel a glass of wine, and the two clinked their glasses together. Cough cough. Shen Yufa didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What kind of situation was this? I never expected a business networking event to turn into a drinking session. Dussel took a sip of wine, his face radiating pure enjoyment. Seeing his chance, Su Hao immediately eavesdropped on their thoughts again. Dussel thought to himself, the wine isn't bad. This Mr. Su and I really hit it off. We could develop a good personal friendship. It would be great if we could grab some skewers and eat at street food stalls together sometime. Su Hao was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Dussel to also enjoy street food skewers with edamame and peanuts as sides. In his excitement, he forgot to use Arabic and said, Mr. Dussel, if you're willing, we're friends now. I'll treat you to barbecue skewers another day so you can sample authentic Chinese delicacies. This made everyone in the meeting room raise their eyebrows. Ha! Shen Yufa and her companions were shocked by Su Hao's words, their mouths agape in astonishment. Lei Jianshu shook his head speechlessly. Director Su was still too young. Drinking red wine was such a classy thing to do, yet he actually suggested treating the foreign guests to street-side barbecue skewers? This was just ridiculous. Dussel looked at Su Hao with a puzzled expression. Only then did Su Hao realize he had forgotten to speak in Arabic, so he repeated himself. Wow, that's wonderful. I'd be delighted, Su. From now on, we'll be good friends. Let's add each other on WeChat. Overjoyed, Dussel actually replied to Su Hao in halting Mandarin. No one had expected this outcome. Even Dussel's female assistant was stunned. I hereby announce that Baoqi Group agrees to cooperate with Hongxing Group. The subsequent details of our collaboration will be discussed between my technical director and your team. Dussel spoke to Shen Yufa in Arabic. Shen Yufa quickly stood up. Though she didn't understand what Dussel was saying, she knew it must be expressing friendliness. President Shen, our President Dussel says Baoqi Group agrees to cooperate with Hongxing Group. The female assistant promptly translated. What? Agrees to cooperate? Shen Yufa's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. Ning Yusin also gaped with her mouth agape. My heavens, am I dreaming? Deputy General Manager Lei Jianshu pinched his own thigh. The content director of Car Enthusiasts was utterly baffled. What was going on? Had his entire presentation fallen on deaf ears? Was it really overshadowed by Director Su's glass of wine? At this moment, Dussel turned to Su Hao and said, Su, however, I don't have time this weekend. Perhaps we could arrange something for next week. No problem. Su Hao nodded his head. Today has been truly delightful, Su. I'm very glad to have made your acquaintance as a friend. Dussel proactively extended his hand. Likewise. Su Hao offered his hand, and the two men's hands clasped together. Subsequently, Dussel left Hongxing Group with his company's delegation, as the two corporations had established a cooperative partnership. Shen Yufa and Ning Yusin, along with the other executives, still seemed somewhat dazed after watching Dussel's car drive away. Su Hao's success in securing a major client, with just a drink and an invitation for the foreigners to enjoy skewers, spread like wildfire through the company. In no time at all, Su Hao became shrouded in an aura of mystery and legend in the eyes of all Hongxing Group employees. Awesome, just awesome, this is truly awesome. Discussions about Su Hao were buzzing across all departments of the group, but in the CEO's office, Shen Yufa was bombarding Su Hao with a series of sharp questions. Chapter 31, The Creator's Perfect Masterpiece. At this moment, in the CEO's office, Shen Yufa stands before Su Hao, who remains seated at the desk. That's right, this guy is sitting while the CEO stands. What's more, Su Hao is still fiddling with that bottle of Romanicanti, pouring himself a glass. Wouldn't want to waste it, after all, this is tens of thousands per bottle. TSK, this wine tastes truly excellent. Su Hao remarked with admiration. Of course it's excellent. This bottle of red wine cost me tens of thousands. You've got some nerve, drinking my expensive wine without even asking me first. Shen Yufa retorted irritably. Hey, wife, aren't you being a bit unfair? I helped negotiate the deal for you, and you're still grudging a bottle of red wine? Su Hao said with full confidence. Who said I'm grudging it? What I meant is why didn't you tell me in advance? If I had told you in advance, would you have agreed? Of course not. Then that settles it. Shen Yufa was truly baffled. Just which part of this didn't add up? How did Dussel and Su Hao manage to seal the deal after just sharing one drink? TSK, honey, would you like a drink too? What the hell are you doing drinking during work hours? Be honest with me, how did you figure out Dussel's temper so well that you thought of drinking with him? Shen Yufa immediately raised her eyebrows and asked, You really want to know? Su Hao teased on purpose. Well, go ahead and say it. Let me hold your hand for a moment. You shameless pervert. How dare you behave so lewdly? Have you no decency? Shin Yuefei's delicate eyebrows shot up in displeasure. Just kidding with you. The reason I had my secretary bring over the wine was that I thought Dussel was thirsty. Su Hao said gloomily. Thirsty? Even if he was, why didn't you get him a drink instead? Shin Yuefei was momentarily speechless. Darling, didn't you send me Dussel's profile earlier? I went ahead and looked up more about Dussel online. From my judgment, he seems to particularly enjoy red wine. Su Hao began talking nonsense. So you just brought the wine based on guesswork? Weren't you afraid you'd ruin the business deal? Darling, you saw it yourself from the beginning. Even if I hadn't brought the red wine, do you really think we'd have had a chance to collaborate? Shin Yuefei found herself agreeing with Su Hao's words. Because earlier, when she and the content director were giving their presentation, Dussel had clearly not been focused on the business discussion, showing distinct signs of impatience. Fine, you got lucky this time matching Dussel's temperament. But remember next time, don't you dare pull such reckless stunts again. Shin Yuefei immediately instructed. Machem, got it. Su Hao nodded, thinking to himself, do you really think I just got lucky? He glanced at Shin Yuefei and noticed she seemed lost in thought, so he tried eavesdropping a little. Shin Yuefei's inner voice, we really lucked out thanks to Su Hao today. That guy's got ridiculously good fortune. Su Hao was left somewhat speechless. By the way, you speak Arabic so well, why didn't you include it in your resume? Shin Yuefei recalled this matter. What's Arabic worth mentioning? I know many foreign languages. Su Hao said proudly. It's not difficult for him to learn a language now. Just at that moment, Shin Yuefei's phone suddenly rang. To her surprise, it was Ning Yusin calling. Hey, sis Xin, what's up? Xiaofei, I need to ask for some time off. My dad called saying his stomach's bothering him a bit, so I'm taking him to the hospital for a checkup. Then you'd better hurry up and go. And about the party at Dongyue Club tonight, I might not be able to go with you. Ning Yusin's voice carried a note of apology. It's okay, Sister Xin. Getting uncle checked out is more important. Shin Yuefei then hung up the phone. For the evening party at East Joy Club, since Ning Yusin couldn't make it, Shin Yuefei decided to find another companion. Her gaze suddenly fell upon Su Hao, who was swirling a glass of red wine. Might as well take this guy out to see the world. And this guy keeps talking about advertising and business opportunities, right? Then let's take him along to expand his network. The birthday party at Dongyue Club was hosted by Mr. Chu Wenhan, the chairman of Chu Group, for his youngest daughter's celebration. The Chu Group is a renowned major corporation in Yanbei, and Chu Wenhan is a prominent figure like a titan of commerce. That night, there would surely be many high society elites attending the party, an opportunity utterly beyond the reach of ordinary people. Alright, stop drinking. Are you free tonight? Shin Yuefei dodged the wine glass in Su Hao's hand. What's up, babe? Going for skewers tonight? Su Hao's eyes lit up. You're such a glutton. There's a party tonight, come with me. Is it that kind of party with lots of girls in bikinis? Su Hao's interest was piqued. What's going on in that head of yours? It's the birthday party for the chairman of Chu Group's youngest daughter, not the kind you're imagining. Shin Yuefei was speechless. This guy had nothing but filth in his mind. Sure, it's the weekend tomorrow anyway. Su Hao nodded with a smile. Alright then, same as usual. I know, see you in the parking lot. Su Hao guessed it. That's right. Shin Yuefei nodded. Su Hao returned to the office and seized a spare moment to write some code. After all, he still had the mini-program task for Julong Networks, Blue Heart. At 6 p.m., he headed straight to the parking lot, where Shin Yuefei's ride for the day remained the Sapphire Bentley. Just then, Shin Yuefei also came downstairs, appearing with the click-clack of her high heels. Su Hao was dumbstruck the moment he saw her appear. Because Shin Yuefei had actually switched her office OL attire for a pale blue dress with a fitted waist. Her slender, straight jade-like legs paired with black high heels and her breathtakingly beautiful face, she was simply too stunning to behold. Su Hao was instantly mesmerized. This woman was truly a siren, with a lethally captivating effect on men. That face, that figure, it was truly the perfect masterpiece of the creator. What are you staring at? Get in the car. Shin Yuefei shot him a glare. Su Hao opened the passenger door and slid in, barely managing to keep his drool from dripping out. Knowing that Su Hao had been drinking at noon, Shin Yuefei didn't ask him to drive. Darling, that dress looks absolutely stunning on you. It's just a shame you're wearing black leggings, otherwise you'd have every man at the event swooning over you. Su Hao said sheepishly. Are you suggesting I freeze my legs off in this chilly evening? Shin Yuefei retorted while switching into the flat shoes she kept under the car seat, since she still had to drive. Right, can't let you freeze. Honey, let me check if your legs are cold. Su Hao shamelessly reached out his hand. You must be tired of living, huh? Shin Yuefei suddenly glared with her beautiful eyes, radiating murderous intent. I meant well. If you're cold, you can use my jacket as a blanket. Su Hao said with complete seriousness, determined not to admit he just wanted to test how it felt. By the way, once we're at the party, don't wander around or talk nonsense everywhere. Don't embarrass me, Shin Yufa cautioned in advance. Chapter 32, I'm a married man now. The Chu Corporation was a company founded by Chu Wenhan himself, which had grown into a 100 billion empire. Chu Wenhan was a very prominent figure, not only in Yanbei but throughout China. However, life isn't perfect. Chu Wenhan has 5 children, but all are daughters, not a single son. His wife felt deeply ashamed and once even suggested that Chu Wenhan take a concubine, but he refused. Now in his 60s, Chu Wenhan has openly declared that his family fortune will be left to his daughters in the future. This has attracted swarms of opportunistic suitors, all scrambling to become Chu's sons-in-law, for marriage into the Chu family promises access to a fortune worth billions. Now all the daughters of the Chu family have married, leaving only the youngest, Chu Shangxiang, who has just come of age and is bound to become a highly sought-after pursuit among men. On the way, Shin Yufa explained the situation of the Chu group to Su Hao. TSK, 100 billion empire with tens of billions in family fortune. Su Hao wore an expression of deep emotion. What? Are you tempted too? Shin Yufa arched her willow leaf eyebrows. Me? Of course I wouldn't. I'm practically a married man now. Su Hao immediately shook his head. Oh, don't take it to heart. If you're capable, go ahead, I won't stop you. After all, we're just a fake couple anyway. Moon Fei murmured softly. Darling, this isn't generosity on your part, you're clearly mocking me for not being good enough. Su Hao said irritably. Is that so? You're overthinking it. Shin Yufa would never admit it. Don't worry, honey, I'll be loyal to you. You're the only one I love. Su Hao said with a straight face. Get lost, shameless, who wants your love? Shin Yufa said through gritted teeth. The two bickered all the way, looking every bit like a genuine couple. Dongyue Club, a property under the Chu Group, boasts an elegant environment resembling a resort. On ordinary days, the clientele frequenting the club are all upper-class individuals. As soon as Shin Yufa's car came to a stop, a hostess greeted them and escorted them into the venue. Upon arriving at the venue, Su Hao was stunned by the scene before him. Ahead lay a curved pond, flanked by groups of elegantly dressed men and women holding wine glasses as they mingled and chatted. Surrounding the pond was a vast stretch of lush green lawn. In the center of the lawn, a luxurious band ensemble performed, with a pianist playing a grand piano. The beautiful, moving melodies filled the entire venue with an air of sophistication. In front of the piano, some men and women were dancing to social dances, enjoying the pleasure brought by the atmosphere and environment. Su Hao sighed to himself, thinking that this might be the world of the wealthy where they enjoy the finest material and spiritual comforts all the time. At the party, the women were all decked out in vibrant outfits, flaunting their fair, slender legs, making Shin Yufa's relatively conservative attire stand out even more. But Shin Yufa's looks and figure still outclass all other women. After all, she's universally recognized as one of the 4 great beauties of the capital. Just as expected, the moment Shin Yufa stepped into the venue, she immediately drew the gazes of many. The men's gazes were filled with admiration, while the women's were tinged with envy. In this moment, Shin Yufa effortlessly overshadowed every other woman present. But soon, many men noticed Su Hao standing beside Shin Yufa, casting glances of envy and resentment his way. Who the hell is that guy? She actually came with Shin Yufa. Shin Yufa used to be accompanied by female companions at various public events. But today was an exception. Just who is this man? Many people were instantly filled with curiosity. Could this be Shin Yufa's boyfriend? It's quite possible, after all. Su Hao is dressed in a stylish casual suit today with his handsome looks, equally eye-catching. Soon, many people proactively stepped forward to greet them, while others introduced friends to Shin Yufa. Shin Yufa in turn introduced Su Hao to her friends, and it was at this moment everyone suddenly realized this handsome guy was actually an executive from Hongsheng Group. Consequently, many women took the initiative to strike up conversations with Su Hao. Such occasions were always perfect for making new acquaintances. President Shin truly lives up to her reputation as a celebrity in Beijing's beauty circles. The moment she arrived, she drew admirers like stars surrounding the moon. Suddenly, a young man approached with a smile, holding 2 glasses of red wine in his hands. Hua Tianhao? Shin Yufa frowned slightly without acknowledging the man and prepared to leave with Su Hao. Hey, President Shin, don't leave. Let me buy you a drink. Hua Tianhao suddenly stepped forward and raised a glass of wine in front of Shin Yufa. Shin Yufa clearly looked displeased. Just as she was about to refuse, Su Hao beside her suddenly snatched the wine glass from Hua Tianhao's hand. Sorry, but our CEO Shin is the designated driver today and can't drink, Su Hao said. Hua Tianhao was visibly displeased. Who are you? I'm Su Hao from Hongsheng Group. Oh, so you're one of President Shen's subordinates? What, kid, you want to drink this cup for your boss? Hua Tianhao sneered. Not at all. I'm just rejecting you on behalf of my boss. Su Hao shrugged, placing the glass directly on the table nearby. Do you have any idea who I am, kid? Hua Tianhao snorted coldly. No idea. Su Hao shook his head. You. Huo Tianhao was so furious he nearly spat blood. How dare this insignificant nobody show him such disrespect? Who was he? Every young master from the capital's elite circles knew him by name. For this guy to claim he didn't recognize him at such an occasion, it was nothing short of a deliberate insult. Huo Tianhao, do you have business with me? If not, don't block the way. Shen Yufa said coldly. Of course there's something, President Shun. What's your decision regarding the Hongsheng acquisition I previously mentioned to you? Huo Tianhao wore an arrogant expression. I believe I already rejected that proposal at the time. Could it be President Hua has forgotten? Shen Yufa finished speaking and immediately pulled Su Hao away. Huo Tianhao's eyes blazed with fury as he watched Shen Yufa actually holding that guy's wrist, his face darkening with displeasure. You shameless bitch, acting all high and mighty. You're just keeping some pretty boy as your pet. Just wait, cross me, and I'll make sure you lose everything. Huo Tianhao's expression twisted with malice. In the northern region of Yen, the Hua family was also a highly influential clan. Although their financial resources fell slightly short of the Chu groups, they were still a formidable conglomerate with assets worth tens of billions. A year ago, Huo Tianhao, the third-generation heir of the Hua family, had represented his family in negotiations with Shen Yufa, seeking to acquire Hongsheng Group in order to expand the Hua family's empire. However, his proposal was firmly rejected by Shen Yufa. Huo Tianhao had also long coveted Shen Yufa's beauty, originally intending to acquire both her and her company through the takeover, but unexpectedly, he ended up with a bloody nose. Huo Tianhao was every inch the spoiled playboy, with a wildly promiscuous private life, making him notorious among the young elites of Yanbei. Shen Yufa had never held a favorable impression of this man and absolutely detested him. Chapter 33, The Takeover of Hongsheng Group? Shen Yufa pulled Su Hao to the other side, her expression finally softening. Who's this guy anyway? Thinking he can acquire Hongsheng Group? Su Hao asked curiously. Just a spoiled rich kid. You were pretty brave back there, helping me turn down that drink, Shen Yufa said. I can't stand how he tries to show off. Buying you a drink? Please, this is the Chu family's party, that wine clearly belongs to them. If anyone's doing the hosting, it's the Chu family. Cut it out, Su Hao snapped irritably. Put. Shen Yufa couldn't help but chuckle. Oh, my dear wife, you actually laughed. Su Hao was stunned. Shut up. Mind your language. Shen Yufa glared at him. Understood, President Shun. Su Hao nodded. Just then, the front of the party venue became lively as a well-dressed elderly gentleman emerged, with many people greeting him. Old Master Chu has come out. Let me introduce you, Shen Yufa said. Su Hao froze. Was this Chu Wenhan? No wonder he carried himself with such commanding presence. Uncle Chu. Oh, Xiaofei's here. How's your father been doing lately? Chu Wenhan greeted her with a kindly inquiry. Shen Hongsheng and Chu Wenhan were about the same age and both prominent figures in Yanbei, maintaining a good relationship over the years. Dad's been in good spirits recently. Thank you for your concern, Uncle Chu, Shen Yufa replied. Ha, who's this handsome young man? Chu Wenhan noticed Su Hao standing beside her. Uncle Chu, I was just about to introduce you. This is Su Hao, our company's executive director. Shen Yufa quickly added. Hello, Mr. Chu. I've long heard of your reputation. Su Hao proactively extended his hand. Young Su is quite the handsome fellow. You two make a perfect match. Chu Wenhan extended his hand and couldn't resist joking. Ah, Uncle Chu, you've misunderstood. Shen Yufa felt somewhat embarrassed. Xiaofei, you shouldn't pour all your energy into work. You're still young, you should date and enjoy your wonderful youth. I told Shang Xiang just today, once she celebrates this birthday and turns 18, she'll be allowed to have a boyfriend. Chu Wenhan said with remarkable openness. Su Hao was taken aback. This old man Chu was quite different from many wealthy fathers. Yes, Uncle Chu, I'll remember your advice. By the way, where's Shang Xiang? Shen Yufa quickly changed the subject. That girl, she's already an adult, yet she's still locked in her room playing that, what's it called? Fighting pesticides with her friends? I don't get it. You should go fetch her, she's forgotten she's the star of today's event. Chu Wenhan wore a helpless expression. Though he complained, it was evident old Master Chu absolutely doted on his youngest daughter. Alright, Uncle Chu, I'll go take a look now. Shen Yufa nodded. Then Chu Wenhan went back to chatting with others. Shen Yufa and Su Hao entered the villa. Inside the hall, several young people were sitting on the sofa, each holding a phone and playing Honor of Kings. Ah dang it, you guys are totally unreliable. Lost again. A fresh-faced girl complained in frustration. Xiang Xiang. Shen Yufa called out. Oh, Sister Xiaofei, you're here. Chu Shangxiang spotted Shen Yufa, threw down her phone, and ran over. Clad in a white casual t-shirt and a knee-length mustard yellow skirt, her fair and slender legs perfectly accentuated her flawless figure. Uncle Chu actually gave me a mission to take you out, she said. Shen Yufa said with a smile. Ugh, I don't know any of those people outside. They say it's my birthday party, but they're all just dad's friends. So boring. Oh, who's this handsome guy? Is he your boyfriend, Xiao Feijia? Chu Shangxiang eyed Su Hao with curiosity. What boyfriend? He's just my colleague, Shen Yufa explained. Hello Miss Chu, my name is Su Hao. Su Hao said seriously. You're so handsome, big brother. Since you're not Sister Fei's boyfriend, does that mean you're single? Chu Shangxiang asked curiously. Yeah. Su Hao nodded. Then date me. Chu Shangxiang's beautiful eyes rolled playfully, as mischievous as a little sprite. Ahem. Su Hao broke into an embarrassed sweat. Xiangxiang, don't fool around. Shen Yufa couldn't decide whether to laugh or cry. Ha, Sister Fei, you still say he's not your boyfriend? Then why are you so nervous? I was just teasing the guy. Besides, becoming my boyfriend isn't that easy, he'd need to at least reach the king rank in honor of kings first. Chu Shangxiang giggled. Su Hao was utterly speechless, these standards for choosing a boyfriend were so casual. Oh, by the way, do you play Honor of Kings, mister? Chu Shangxiang asked curiously. Do I? I'm practically a king at it. Su Hao proudly declared that this was his area of expertise. Shen Yufa shook her head speechlessly, this guy still had the nerve to boast. Even during work meetings, he kept gaming. No wonder he'd climbed to king tier. Ha, big bro, you're a king? Oh my god, come play around with us. Chu Shangxiang was overjoyed. Su Hao hesitated slightly. Come on, hurry up. Thus, Su Hao was pulled by Chu Shangxiang into the gaming squad. Shen Yufa was truly stunned, could this really work? Was the game actually that fun? And soon, with his astonishing hand speed, Su Hao became the idol in the eyes of these teenage boys and girls. During this round of gameplay, Chu Shangxiang's bestie suddenly received a call on her phone and hurriedly stood up to run out and answer it. Xiaomei actually went to take a call. What a letdown. Chu Shangxiang couldn't help but vent her frustration. Su Hao also glanced up at Xiaomei outside the door, never expecting a sudden voice to ring in his ears. Xiaomei, have you got everything arranged or not? Come over quickly. I've already discussed it with Shangxiang after tonight's birthday party. We'll drink through the night and play games till dawn. When I get her drunk, you take your chance and make your move. By then, you'll be the Chu family's treasured son-in-law. That's a good method. With that, Xiaomei hung up the phone and returned to the villa's main hall. Su Hao was somewhat stunned, he had actually overheard Xiaomei's phone conversation outside the door. This must be related to his super hearing. What he hadn't expected was that Xiaomei, Chu Shangxiang's close friend, despite her young age, turned out to be such a scheming and malicious person. Then everyone played another round, but it was time to cut the birthday cake, and Chu Shangxiang, the guest of honor, had to make her appearance. That's when everyone finally gathered at the party venue. After the cake was cut, the partygoers started playing games again and dancing to social dances. Su Hao also chatted enthusiastically with many ladies, adding quite a few WeChat friends in no time. After all, what girl wouldn't like a young and handsome guy? Hey, tone it down a bit, you're a married man now. Shen Yufa couldn't help but frown. Had this guy completely mistaken this place for a dating scene? Chapter 34, Honey, are you jealous? Su Hao, slightly drunk, grinned and said, What's the matter? Are you jealous? Who's jealous? You can't hold your liquor. I'm just worried you'll pass out drunk, and there's no way I can carry you. Note, the translation maintains the original's playful, slightly exasperated tone while keeping the informal and conversational style between speakers. The idioms hold your liquor and pass out drunk naturally convey the meaning in English. Ugh, Shen Yufa said irritably. Alright, I can't hold my liquor, I won't drink anymore. Only then did Su Hao nod in agreement. It's 10 o'clock now, we should head back. Shen Yufa glanced at her wristwatch. Shall we go? Su Hao paused for a moment, then nodded and said, Then wait for me a moment. Su Hao then went straight to the other side and found Chu Shangxiang. At this moment, Chu Shangxiang was playing with fireworks alongside her classmates and close girlfriends. Xiangxiang, Su Hao shouted. Hey, big brother, come set off fireworks with me. Chu Shangxiang ran over holding a sparkler. No, I'm going back, just letting you know. Su Hao smiled. Ha, going back so soon? Come on dude, didn't we say we'd team up for a few more rounds? Chu Shangxiang looked rather displeased. Ahem, Shangxiang, how could I dare disobey my boss's orders? Su Hao pointed at Shen Yufa standing behind him. Pfft, look how timid you are, just following the boss's orders like that. Chu Shangxiang giggled. By the way, before I leave, let me tell you a few secret words. Su Hao said seriously. Secret words? Sounds great. Chu Shangxiang wore a look of small excitement. Su Hao immediately leaned in close to Chu Shangxiang's ear and whispered, Are you planning to drink all night and then play games tonight? Yeah, my classmates and I already agreed on it. Chu Shangxiang nodded her head. Someone means you harm. Be careful of those around you, and remember, don't drink. Su Hao spoke with extreme solemnity. Ha! Chu Shangxiang froze in shock. Su Hao had overheard his close friend Xiaomei's phone conversation earlier and spent the whole night considering whether to tell Chu Shangxiang. After all, he and Chu Shangxiang weren't particularly close, they'd only played a few rounds of games together. Eventually he resolved to warn Chu Shangxiang. If he hadn't overheard the conversation, that would be one thing, but having heard it and pretending to know nothing just wasn't in his nature. Besides, Chu Shangxiang was just a girl who'd recently come of age. If something like that really happened, it would be devastating for any young woman. Alright, Shangxiang, happy birthday. I'm heading off now. Su Hao waved his hand and then left. Chu Shangxiang curled her lips into a smile and waved back at Su Hao. Goodbye, little brother. Then Shin Yuefei and Su Hao left the party venue. What did you say to Shangxiang? Shin Yuefei started the car before asking curiously. Oh, curious now? I won't tell you. Su Hao reclined on the back seat of the car. If you won't say it, forget it, Shin Yuefei said with annoyance. Huff, huff. To everyone's surprise, within just a few minutes of talking, Su Hao's snoring could be heard. Oh no, Su Hao, don't fall asleep. Wake up. Shin Yuefei panicked inwardly. This jerk hadn't even told her where he lived yet, and now he was sound asleep. But no matter how many times she called, Su Hao didn't respond at all. That bastard, what kind of drinking capacity is this? Passing out as soon as he arrives? If you can't hold your liquor, just don't drink, alright? Shin Yuefei angrily muttered under her breath. What should she do now? Was she really supposed to take this guy to a hotel and book a room? Better forget it. With him in this sorry state, leaving him alone in a hotel would be too risky. What if something happened? Helpless, Shin Yuefei had no choice but to take Su Hao back to her villa. Longcheng Villa was one of the most renowned upscale residential communities in Yanbei. Shin Yuefei drove quickly to her villa. Her entire family used to live here together, but now she was the only one left in the home. Hey, wake up, we're home. She tugged at Su Hao's arm. We're here. Su Hao stumbled out of the car in a daze, swaying unsteadily as he glanced around. Shin Yuefei quickly stepped forward to support him, fearing that the guy might collapse onto the ground. Su Hao didn't stand on ceremony either, casually draping his arm over Shin Yuefei's shoulders with that hand of his fumbling about aimlessly. Damn pervert, keep your hands to yourself or I'll break them off. Shin Yuefei cursed with a dark expression. This bastard was drunk and still trying to cop a feel. What kind of person does that? She quickly dragged Su Hao into the villa entrance, pulling him toward the sofa where she intended to dump him. But with a flick of her hand, she unexpectedly slipped and ended up lying on the sofa first. Thud. Shin Yuefei, caught off guard by her fall, then saw Su Hao come crashing down toward her. Ouch! Smack! As fate would have it, Su Hao's mouth landed right on Shin Yuefei's lips. Shin Yuefei froze in an instant. Was I just forcibly kissed? No, to be precise, it was an accidental kiss. You pervert! Get off me! Shin Yuefei immediately pushed Su Hao away from her body. You bastard! Seeing Su Hao's drunken state, Shin Yuefei was so angry she nearly burst into tears. This was my first kiss. I'd saved my first kiss for so long, only to have it stolen by this bastard. How despicable. It's simply maddening beyond words, and there's nowhere to even complain about it. I'm thirsty. Pour me a glass of water. Su Hao actually had the nerve to groggily ask for water. Pour you water? I'll pour water for your damn uncle. Shin Yuefei was so furious this time that she actually swore, marching over to Su Hao and giving him a round of punches and kicks. After venting her anger, Shin Yuefei immediately ran upstairs. She needed to brush her teeth right away. Once she finished brushing, she let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, no one knew about this incident. Although Su Hao had kissed her, he probably didn't remember anything. After all, it was just a quick pack, lasting only a few seconds. She filled the bathtub with water, ready to soak in a relaxing bath first. In Shin Yuefei's bedroom bathroom, there was a standalone bathtub. Taking a bath every day was incredibly comfortable. It had become her nightly ritual before bed. After finishing her bath, Shin Yuefei stepped out without bothering to cover herself. Oh my! As a result, Shin Yuefei let out a startled scream. There was actually someone lying on her bed. Who else could it be but Su Hao? How did this jerk get in here? Shin Yuefei was completely speechless and had no choice but to emerge fully dressed again. Having learned from last time, Shin Yuefei couldn't be bothered to deal with Su Hao anymore. If this jerk wanted to sleep here, so be it. After all, her house had plenty of rooms. So Shin Yuefei went straight to her bedroom on the 3rd floor. The next day, Su Hao was woken up by a blinding ray of sunlight. When he opened his eyes, he saw pink bedsheets and smelled an exceptionally pleasant shower fragrance. Where is this? Su Hao got up from the bed and realized this was a girl's room. His gaze immediately fell upon a photo placed on the room's desk. It was Shin Yuefei. Ahem, is this the tigress Shin Yuefei's room? Su Hao sprang upright in an instant. He strained to recall the events of last night, but it seemed his memory had gone blank right after getting into the car. Looks like I was picked up by the Ice Queen and brought home. Su Hao gave an awkward laugh. Then he surveyed Shin Yuefei's room. To his surprise, it was decorated quite cozily, especially the bed. It smelled wonderfully fragrant. Lazy pig, time to get up. Suddenly, the bedroom door was kicked open, and Shin Yuefei stood at the doorway with her hands on her hips. But at this moment, she was dumbfounded because Suha was completely naked, not wearing a single thread of clothing. Chapter 35. Are you making extra money on the side? Shin Yuefei would wake up early every weekend morning to exercise. This was a good habit she had cultivated. Today was no exception. She got up at 6 and went jogging at the neighborhood sports field. By the time she returned at 7, surprisingly Suha still wasn't up, which made her furious. So she stormed into the bedroom and kicked the door open with one foot. But what she never expected was to see Suha sitting on the bed at that moment, as slippery as a loach and completely naked. Ah, you shameless pervert. Shin Yuefei hurriedly covered her eyes. Who's the pervert here? Clearly you're the shameless one. How could you barge in without knocking? Suha quickly pulled the blanket over to cover himself. Didn't you sleep with your clothes on last night? How are you still naked this morning? Shin Yuefei turned around and said angrily. This is so embarrassing. It's the first time she's seen a man without clothes. Not to mention, that bastard Suha actually has an 8-pack. Who would have thought? Ahem, why am I thinking about such nonsense? It's so mortifying. Women are just as lustful as men. That statement couldn't be more accurate. Which vibrant young person wouldn't be curious about the opposite sex? Though Shin Yuefei had a cold exterior, it didn't mean her feelings about men and women were frigid too. After all, she was human. At this moment, her heartbeat raced and her face burned crimson. Last night, that jerk unexpectedly stole my first kiss, and to my surprise, this embarrassing thing happened again this morning. This guy must be here to torment me. I drank alcohol, and sleeping with clothes on is too hot. I must have taken them off while asleep. Suha explained helplessly. Humph, then you didn't have to strip completely naked either. You pervert. Shin Yuefei said through gritted teeth. I've always had the habit of sleeping naked, okay? Exhibitionist. Enough already. Clearly it was you who looked at me. I'm the one who got the short end of the stick here, and yet you're calling me a pervert? Suha said shamelessly. Humph, hurry up and get dressed. Come down for dinner. Shin Yuefei finished speaking and hurried downstairs. Suha grinned. It turned out the Ice Queen could be shy too. After getting dressed and coming downstairs, he saw Shin Yuefei in her workout clothes, giving off such a girl-next-door vibe that she grew more captivating the longer he looked. Oh wow, you made breakfast. Ha, take out? Suha had been ready with compliments, only to realize all the breakfast items on the table were store-bought. What with the soy milk, fried dough sticks, janbing pancakes, and millet porridge and all. What? You got a problem with that? Shin Yuefei's eyebrows twitched. Ahem, no problem here. Suha quickly shook his head and then sat down at the table, reaching out to grab the fried dough stick. Smack! Shin Yuefei promptly slapped his arm. Have you even brushed your teeth and washed your face yet? All you think about is eating. Still brushing your teeth? I don't have a toothbrush. I have a spare one in the first-floor bathroom. Got it. Suha was overjoyed and hurried to the first-floor bathroom to freshen up. A few minutes later, after finishing his morning routine, he rushed back and finally started eating the fried dough sticks. Shin Yuefei watched his wolf-like gobbling with speechless exasperation. Hee, wifey, you're the best. I only drank last night. My stomach's been empty for ages. Suha said with a smile. Hurry up and eat, then get the hell out. Shin Yuefei glared at him. My apologies. I'll leave as soon as I finish eating. Suha nodded. After finishing her meal, Shin Yuefei brewed herself a cup of coffee, then sat on the sofa and picked up an English classic to read. Pitter-patter. Right at that moment, as if on cue, heavy rain began pouring outside. Oh dear, looks like the heavens won't let me leave. Suha let out a satisfied burp. Shin Yuefei was at a loss for words. Suha noticed Shin Yuefei was ignoring him and asked, by the way, honey, can I go upstairs and play on your computer for a bit? No. Why not? Why should I let you use my computer? Shin Yuefei snorted. You see I've got nothing to do here, and if I play with my phone it'll disturb your reading, right? Suha explained with a smile. Alright then, just play on the computer and don't touch anything else, understand? Shin Yuefei said sternly. She thought it over and realized it was true with him around. Could she really focus on reading peacefully? It would be better to let him go upstairs and play on the computer out of sight, out of mind. Then, as soon as the rain stopped, she could kick him out immediately. Don't worry, I won't rummage through your closet. I don't have that kind of habit, Suha said sheepishly. He went up to the second floor and turned on the computer on the desk, though not to play games but to work on programming. The commission task he took from Julong Network wasn't finished yet, so he decided to work overtime over the weekend. Suha first installed the programming software, then swiftly began typing out lines of code. At noon, Shin Yuefei quietly went upstairs and, hearing the rapid clatter of keyboard strokes from the room, stepped in curiously. Oh, didn't expect you're not playing games, writing code instead. Look at you, so dedicated, working overtime at home. Shin Yuefei was somewhat surprised. Not overtime work. I took on a task at Julong Network to earn some extra cash. Suhao smiled and said, "What, you bastard, weren't you developing programs for the company? You're actually making side money on the outside?" Shin Yufa was stunned. What's wrong with earning some extra cash? If it weren't for the side gigs, I wouldn't even be able to pay my rent. Do you think I'm like you, living in a mansion and driving a sports car? Suhao said helplessly. You still have the nerve to talk back? Can't the company even keep you fed? Ugh, don't be ridiculous, Shin Yufa snapped irritably. Then why don't you feed me yourself, boss? Suhao said with a mischievous grin. Shameless, pa. Shin Yufa's delicate face flushed red as she stepped out of the bedroom. Suhao grinned. Teasing this ice queen could be quite amusing at times. He continued typing away at the code. About 10 minutes later, to his surprise, Shin Yufa showed up again. Suhao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What was wrong with this woman? He wasn't bothering her, so why did she keep bothering him? It's noon now. Whatever you want to eat, order takeout yourself, Shin Yufa said coldly. Ordering takeout? Don't we have any food at home? Suhao froze in surprise. There are vegetables, but I don't know how to cook, Shin Yufa said awkwardly. You don't know how to cook? So there really is something my wife can't do, Suhao teased. Shin Yufa couldn't be bothered with him and headed downstairs. Hey, honey, you might not know how to cook, but I do. Today, I'll reluctantly show off my skills for you. Suhao stood up and clapped his hands. Can you cook? Shin Yufa was slightly taken aback. Don't you know that poor children learn household chores early? Cooking is nothing. Lead the way. Let me see what you've got in your kitchen, Suhao said with evident pride. Fine then. Shin Yufa then led him to the kitchen on the first floor. Suhao opened the refrigerator and was stunned by the abundance of ingredients, fish, meat, all kinds of vegetables, everything was fully stocked. ***, someone who can't cook buying all these groceries, what's the point? Suhao was utterly speechless. Chapter 36 Who said I wanted to be your screensaver? Shin Yufa shot him a glare and said, I didn't buy these groceries. You didn't? Then where did all these vegetables come from? Suhao was genuinely puzzled. It's all delivered by the neighborhood property management, Shin Yufa explained. What? Delivered by the property management? They even handle grocery shopping? Suhao was stunned. Yes, they deliver a batch of fresh vegetables, meat, eggs, and such to me every 3 days. TSK. As expected of a high-end residential community, the property management is really willing to spend money. They're willing to spend money precisely because the homeowners pay a hefty annual property management fee, Shin Yufa explained. That's true, the wool comes from the sheep's back, but if you don't cook, all these vegetables will just go bad. What a waste. Suhao was somewhat speechless. Not at all. Every time there's fresh produce, it gets sent to Wang Meng for her to take home and eat. Well then, it must be nice being your assistant. Suhao was filled with envy. Damn, Wang Meng probably never needed to buy groceries, given all the chicken, duck, fish, meat, and every kind of vegetable available here. Wait, it's not just Wang Meng who doesn't need to shop, her whole family probably doesn't either. Hey, honey, do you think that girl Wang Meng can really finish all these veggies by herself? Maybe I should come grab some too sometimes? Suhao suggested with a grin. No, Shin Yufa directly shook her head. Look how stingy you are, doting on your little secretary like this. Suhao immediately became displeased. It's not about being stingy, it's just unseemly for a grown man like you to be constantly coming and going from my villa. If people saw that, they might think I was keeping some pretty boy. Ugh, Shin Yufa said with annoyance. That's strange, you've never cared about rumors or gossip before. Suhao was somewhat speechless. I don't care, but why shouldn't I avoid what clearly can be avoided? You're just being stingy. I don't care what you think, the answer is no. Shin Yufa shrugged her shoulders. Suhao angrily took the spare ribs from the fridge, then grabbed the fish, and said fiercely, if you won't give it to me, I swear I'll eat it all today. Alright, go ahead and try to eat it all if you can. Shin Yufa couldn't help but burst out laughing. Oh dear, honey, your smile is so beautiful. My goodness, I never knew you could smile like this. Suhao was stunned. That smile was absolutely fucking mesmerizing. He immediately pulled out his phone, ready to take a picture. What are you doing? Shin Yufa frowned as she saw him raise his phone. Your smile is absolutely gorgeous. Come on, give me another one. I want to take a photo for my phone wallpaper. Suhao shamelessly said. Get lost. Who wants to be your screensaver? Shin Yufa glared at him. You never smile normally. Can't I keep one as a memento? Seeing her lack of cooperation, Suhao helplessly slipped his phone back into his pocket. How come I don't usually laugh? Is that so? At the company, it's rare to see you smile. At work, I have to maintain my dignity. Suhao was momentarily speechless. He began taking out the vegetables, then prepared to trim and wash them. Is there anything I can help with? Shin Yufa asked. What can you do? I can boil water. You'd better go wait outside for dinner. Su Hao waved his hand dismissively. Shin Yuefei felt somewhat awkward, then left the kitchen and went back to reading. After finishing washing the vegetables, Su Hao quickly began slicing them. He suddenly realized his knife skills were extraordinary. The potato strands he cut were incredibly fine and beautifully uniform. Could this be the power of the omnipotent hand? Su Hao was stunned. His knife work had been decent before, but now it had reached a transcendent level. Moreover, he found himself effortlessly mastering all the culinary knowledge he'd previously only read about in books. Even with cooking, knowing exactly what ingredients to use, how much salt or soy sauce to add, had become second nature to him. Damn, the hand of all trades. Not just dexterous, but creative too. Su Hao couldn't help but marvel. An hour and a half later, Su Hao finally finished cooking. Dinner's ready. Su Hao clapped his hands and then brought all the dishes to the table. Braised spare ribs, sweet and sour fish, Sichuan pepper chicken, sour and spicy shredded potatoes, garlic broccoli, mapo tofu, paired with a bowl of dough drop soup. It was truly a sumptuous feast. Did you make all these? Shen Yuefei was completely dumbfounded. What? You doubt my cooking when I'm the one preparing it? Ahem, no, I just can't believe it. Come on, try my cooking. Su Hao handed her a bowl of rice. Shin Yuefei took the rice and tried a piece of the spare ribs, fragrant, savory, tender, with a golden red hue. It was absolutely delicious. Take another bite of the sweet and sour fish, tender beyond compare, perfectly balanced in sweetness and tartness, without even a hint of fishy taste. Oh my god, this is absolutely delicious. Shen Yuefei was pleasantly astonished. She had visited countless upscale restaurants, yet the dishes Su Hao prepared, both in texture and presentation, were completely on par with those of five-star chefs. Is it really that delicious? Su Hao saw how much Shen Yuefei was enjoying it and couldn't help but take a bite himself. It was incredibly tasty. Su Hao never expected this. Could this be the hand of versatility? This ability actually sent his culinary skills skyrocketing. So Shen Yuefei began eating heartily without restraint. Ahem, boss, weren't you vegetarian? Weren't you afraid of gaining weight? Su Hao couldn't resist teasing. One meal won't determine that. Didn't expect you to have some skills in cooking, not completely useless after all. Shen Yuefei ate with relish. Su Hao felt a bit embarrassed. He had plenty of skills, alright? After finishing the meal, Shen Yuefei was completely satisfied. If not for feeling a bit too full, she wouldn't have wanted to stop at all. Honey, was my cooking good? Su Hao raised his eyebrows and asked. Not bad. I almost want to hire you as the head chef in the company cafeteria. Shen Yuefei nodded. Ahem, I'd rather stick to being a director. Su Hao felt somewhat awkward. Look how scared you are. I was just teasing you. Shen Yuefei smiled faintly. How about, what if I don't leave, okay? Su Hao suddenly said. Not leaving? What do you mean? Shen Yuefei's delicate eyebrows furrowed slightly. Your place is so nice, and it's close to the company. Plus, your villa still has several empty rooms. How about I move in with you? Su Hao took the initiative to suggest, thinking to himself that if he could stay here, not only would he save on rent, but he wouldn't have to wake up early to take the subway in the morning either. What are you dreaming about? No way. Let me tell you, don't think just because I gave you a little kindness that you can push your luck. Last night when you were drunk, you even took my... Shen Yuefei abruptly stopped herself at this point, nearly blurting out what had happened with the kiss the night before. What did I take from you? Su Hao was startled. Shut up. Wash the dishes after you finish eating. Shen Yuefei glared at him before going to make coffee. Su Hao was completely baffled. What kind of temper was this young lady sporting? Maybe her period was acting up. Chapter 37, still playing the CEO card? Su Hao shook his head helplessly. After finishing his meal, he tossed the dishes into the dishwasher, his mind still lingering on the unfinished words Shen Yuefei had left hanging. The woman claimed I had taken something from her. What exactly was it? Shaking his head, Su Hao finished packing up and went straight upstairs to continue programming. An hour later, he finally finished coding the small program, delivered the results, then sent lunch in a WeChat message to inform her. Just then, the bedroom door opened. Shen Yuefei actually walked in carrying a cup of coffee. Are you tired? I poured you a cup of coffee. Shen Yuefei suddenly said. Su Hao was completely baffled. Was this woman okay? What are you looking at me like that for? Shen Yuefei pouted. Boss, if you've got something to say, just say it. You pouring me coffee like this is making me nervous. Su Hao quickly replied. You're pretty clever. Here's the thing, I've got a tablet with me. Shen Yuefei took out a tablet from behind her and handed it to him. What's wrong? There's some data stored on this tablet that I need to check, but it's password protected. It's been a while, and I forgot the password. Would you know how to crack it? May I ask? Shen Yuefei tentatively inquired. Cracking passwords? That's simple, a piece of cake. Su Hao had thought it would be something extremely difficult. Really? That's great. I've been stuck on this for so long. Shen Yuefei's beautiful eyes lit up with excitement. Breaking passwords is quite simple for IT professionals. Suhao said, then took out his USB drive installed with a microsystem. Using the built-in software, he quickly cracked and accessed the tablet's desktop. So fast? Shin Yufa was utterly astonished. Your tablet's a bit outdated though, the system's lagging. Suhao tapped the photo album icon on the desktop several times in succession, but got no response. Then suddenly the album reacted, a video player popped up. Suhao's eyes instantly widened like saucers. Holy crap, it was one of those solo viewing movies. Su, what in the world did you open? Shut it off right now. Shin Yufa quickly covered her eyes. Suhao immediately closed it, though somewhat reluctantly. After all, it even had subtitles. It's turned off. What nonsense are you clicking on? What do you mean nonsense, boss? This is a video from your album. Who would have thought, boss, you're quite open-minded. Don't you dare tease me. Suhao couldn't help but joke. Shut up. How could there be such a video in my photo album? Can't you just hurry up? Shin Yufa snapped impatiently. Of course there are. Look, there are several in the album with dates on them, downloaded last year. Come on boss, there's nothing to be embarrassed about, we're all adults here, it's completely normal. Suhao pointed at the album. Nonsense. Shin Yufa snatched the tablet and checked the album. Sure enough, there were several videos inside. That's impossible. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Ha, boss, stop pretending. Just admit you saw it. Suhao grinned. Get lost. You're the one who watched it. I definitely didn't see this. Shin Yufa said through clenched teeth. You didn't look, so how did it end up on your tablet? Shin Yufa couldn't even figure out how to answer this question. What's the matter? Can't explain it, huh? These things don't need explaining. Suhao said with schadenfreude. I'll say it again, I didn't watch. Shin Yufa immediately became frantic. Alright, you didn't watch, I believe you. Suhao immediately put on a serious expression. Shin Yufa felt like crying but had no tears. The skepticism in this guy's eyes was unmistakable. Honey, judging by that look on your face, there's no need to be embarrassed. Don't worry, your secret is safe with me. Suhao quickly assured. Stop pretending. The rain stopped outside, go crawl home now. Shin Yufa said with a dark expression. Ahem, boss, chasing me away so soon? After I cracked the password for you, do you just want to watch this alone? Shut up. Let's watch together. Get out. Shin Yufa roared. Suhao was directly kicked out and had no choice but to go home. After he left, Shin Yufa was utterly embarrassed. Grabbing her tablet, she checked again. Sure enough, multiple videos were saved. She hurriedly deleted them all. This is so embarrassing. She simply couldn't understand how such videos got into her tablet. Shin Yufa racked her brains until she finally remembered something. Last year, her cousin Xia Yuyu had stayed at her place for some time. It must have been that girl who downloaded them. Shin Yufa immediately called her cousin. Hello, cousin, what made you think of calling me today? Did you miss me? A giggling voice came through from the other end. Yuyu, what on earth did you recklessly download on my tablet? Shin Yufa said angrily. Tablet? What tablet? Xia Yuyu was somewhat confused. That tablet from last year when you stayed at my place. What did you download on it? Oh, I remember now, they're just a few good-looking movies. What? Girl, why are you watching this sort of stuff? And you finished it without even deleting it. Why should I delete it? I kept it specially for you to watch, cousin. For me to watch? Why would I watch this? It's all your fault, now I'm being misunderstood. Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? Cousin, tell me quickly. Xia Yuyu's voice was noticeably animated over there. Shin Yufa, thinking that her cousin was a blabbermouth, huffed, I'm not telling you. Hanging up now. Only then did she hang up the phone. As expected, it was her cousin who did it. But she couldn't very well tell Suhao the whole truth about this matter. Besides, even if she did, that guy wouldn't believe her anyway. Hang on, why should I explain myself to him anyway? Shin Yufa suddenly realized this point. Ding dong. At that very moment, Shin Yufa received a message on WeChat. She opened it and saw that it was indeed from Suhao. Suhao, honey, those videos you saved are pretty high quality. Where did you download them? Can you share the link? Shin Yufa was so angry she nearly threw her phone. Meanwhile, Suhao on the subway stroked his chin with a mischievous smirk. He received a reply soon enough. Shin Yufa, go to hell. Suhao raised an eyebrow, feeling quite pleased with himself. He'd uncovered her unspeakable secret this time. Let's see if she could still put on that CEO act with him now. Ding, system reminder, you have unclaimed evolution points. Unclaimed? Suhao opened it and was startled to find he had unlocked the achievement of his first kiss. How could this be? I had my first kiss, and I didn't even know about it? Ha! Suhao suddenly gasped, abruptly recalling Shin Yufa saying he had taken her. Could it have been her first kiss? Chapter 38, Entertaining Clients Through Gaming? On Monday, Suhao arrived at the company and immediately noticed several receptionists whispering to each other. Upon seeing Suhao, they quickly fell silent. Good morning, President Su. Su Hao nodded and then went upstairs. When he arrived at the office, he saw Cui Xiaowan chatting on her phone. Good morning, President Su. Cui Xiaowan quickly stood up when she saw him. Xiaowan, I notice many people today are whispering among themselves. What are they gossiping about? Su Hao looked somewhat puzzled. Ah, President Su, you're into gossip too? Cui Xiaowan burst into laughter. What gossip? Su Hao raised an eyebrow. I heard about it when I arrived at work today. Rumor has it that our general manager Shin is already married. Cui Xiaowan leaned in and whispered. Ha, married? Su Hao's eyelid twitched. Could it be that his marriage certificate with Shin Ufa had been exposed? President Su, you don't believe it either. Cui Xiaowan laughed and said. How could such a rumor exist? Who did President Shin marry? Did you do it on purpose? Su Hao asked deliberately. I'm not entirely sure, but apparently a friend from the company saw our CEO Shin walking out of the Civil Affairs Bureau with a handsome guy a few days ago. Are there any photos? Of course not. If there were, it wouldn't be gossip. Cui Xiaowan shook her head. Su Hao nodded, then suddenly tapped Cui Xiaowan on the head and said, focus on your work, no gossiping allowed. Ha, but it was you who asked me, President Su. Cui Xiaowan pouted and muttered resentfully under her breath. During the morning meeting, Su Hao observed Shin Ufa, but she seemed perfectly normal. After the meeting, Su Hao returned to his office, unexpectedly finding that Yang Wenguang, the manager of the technical department, had come to see him. President Su, are you busy? Yang Wenguang stood at the door and asked respectfully. Not busy, what's on your mind? Su Hao sat and asked. President Su, here's the thing. Regarding our group's plan to purchase a batch of hardware, some suppliers caught wind of it. They'd like to treat you to dinner tonight and asked me to arrange a meeting with you, so I'm checking if you're available. Yang Wenguang spoke up. Tonight? Su Hao was stunned. Right. Yang Wenguang nodded. Su Hao thought for a moment. Regarding the hardware procurement matter, he truly needed to have detailed discussions with the suppliers. After all, there were numerous technical specifications involved, and they absolutely had to meet the requirements. Alright, send me the address later. Got it, President Su. Yang Wenguang nodded happily and then left. At that moment, Su Hao's Weixin suddenly pinged. There was an incoming video call. Chu Shangxiang? Su Hao looked and saw it was actually the eldest daughter of the Chu family. Only then did he answer the call. Shangxiang, why are you video calling me so early in the morning? Wow, Brother Su, what are you doing? Chu Shangxiang over there asked with a playful grin. I'm at work. It's Monday, don't you have classes today? Haha, I skipped them. Su Hao was speechless for a moment. Though Chu Shangxiang had just started her freshman year, cutting class was indeed normal. Who hasn't skipped a class or two in college? By the way, Brother Su, are you free tonight? Chu Shangxiang suddenly asked. Unfortunately, I really have something to do tonight. Su Hao replied. Oh, I was hoping to treat you to dinner tonight. Treat me to dinner? Meichum, I just wanted to thank Brother Su in person for your warning. Chu Shangxiang suddenly said earnestly. Su Hao naturally knew she was referring to the birthday party, replying, just a small thing, no need for thanks. No way, I absolutely must thank you properly for this. Chu Shangxiang immediately stated with solemn seriousness. Alright, Shangxiang, you really want to thank me? Su Hao's eyes suddenly lit up. Of course. Chu Shangxiang nodded. I heard your older sisters are all presidents in your family corporation, is that true? Su Hao asked with a smile. Yes, they are. Then could you introduce them to me? Su Hao took the initiative to speak. Brother Su, which of my sisters do you want to meet? I should warn you, all my sisters are married. Even though you're handsome, they definitely won't have an affair with you. Chu Shangxiang spoke softly. Su Hao was torn between laughter and tears, his head aching in frustration. This little girl Chu Shangxiang truly dared to say anything. But Brother Su, if you're seriously considering it, then pick my third sister. I don't like that third brother-in-law of mine, such a hypocrite. Chu Shangxiang said again. Ahem, Shangxiang, you've misunderstood. Brother Su isn't that kind of person. Su Hao quickly explained. I knew Brother Su wasn't that kind of person. I was just teasing you. Chu Shangxiang over there suddenly burst into giggles. Su Hao felt somewhat embarrassed. Had he just been teased by a young lass? That's how it is. I currently have advertising sales targets to meet. If you introduce me to your sister, I might have a chance to discuss potential collaboration. Su Hao laid out his intentions plainly. He had studied the information about the Chu Corporation, which owned brands in clothing, daily necessities, skincare products, and more, with an annual advertising budget exceeding 1 billion. If he could get to know someone from the Chu family, there might be a chance to secure some advertising funds. Oh, is that so? You could have just come to me, I can help you with that. Chu Shangxiang said with a playful smile. Hey, this is business, Shangxiang. You're still a kid. Su Hao couldn't resist teasing her. Fine, but this matter I can just talk to Dad directly. However, Brother Su, you have to promise me one condition. What condition? Brother Su, you have to carry me to King Tier. Ahem. Su-hao was stunned by this request. Could this be considered playing games with a client? Brother Su, will you do it or not? Alright, I promise you. Su-hao readily agreed. Thus, Su-hao spent the entire morning busily playing Honor of Kings. Moreover, he discovered that with his omnipotent hands, he had become incredibly skilled at gaming. Victory was practically guaranteed in every match, and Chu Shanxiang's rank soared unstoppably. Just as work resumed in the afternoon, Shin Yuefei finally caught wind of the company's latest gossip circulating around. She sent Su-hao a few probing messages, but to her surprise, there was no reply from him whatsoever. So Shin Yuefei headed downstairs and, finding Cui Xiaowan absent from her post, pushed the door open and strode straight into the office. Who would have thought she'd catch Su-hao holding his phone playing games? Haha, another pentakill. Su-hao happily slapped the table in excitement, but suddenly froze when he saw Shin Yuefei walk in. Wow, Director Su, this is work time. Playing games again? You're clearly slacking off. Don't want this job anymore? Pack your things and get out right now. Shin Yuefei's anger exploded instantly. Ahem. Wait, honey, I worked all morning, just taking a break with a couple rounds to relax, that's all. Su-hao shamelessly spouted nonsense. Chapter 39, The Hacker Took the Bait. What nonsense are you talking about? I promoted you to director so you could work, not play games at the office. Shin Yuefei said angrily. Hey, you're really upset, huh? I was just playing a game, not even watching anything. Su-hao said with profound meaning. Shin Yuefei certainly knew that Su-hao was doing it on purpose. It seemed there was no way for her to explain herself now. Don't be angry, sir. Did you need something from me? Su-hao quickly changed the subject. Of course I did. Have you heard about the gossip circulating in the company? Shin Yuefei raised an eyebrow as she asked. Yeah, I heard about it this morning too. Was it you who leaked it? Boss, that's unfair. Am I some kind of blabbermouth? If I were, wouldn't your little, movie-watching habits be common knowledge across the entire company by now? Su-hao was visibly displeased. So Shin Yuefei had come to confront her with such fury because she suspected she was the one who leaked the secret. Not you? Shin Yuefei was taken aback. Of course it's not me. Su-hao said speechlessly. Just at that moment, the phone on Su-hao's desk suddenly rang. Hey, hello, is this President Su? I'm Song Hang from the tech department. The defense strategy you set up is triggering alerts now. Perfect, the enemy has taken the bait. What? Enemies? Song Hang stood there in astonishment. Su-hao immediately hung up the phone. What enemy? Shin Yuefei looked at her, puzzled. Ha, my dear, the enemy has taken the bait. Su-hao clapped his hands excitedly. Explain clearly, what kind of enemies? Have you forgotten? Hackers. The hackers are attacking again? Shin Yuefei's expression changed abruptly. Ah, honey, don't be nervous. I set a trap for the hackers. Come on, let's go check it out in the tech department. Su-hao said proudly. So out of curiosity, Shin Yuefei followed Su-hao to the server room of the tech department. Oh, President Shin, President Su. Song Hang promptly stood up respectfully. Su-hao immediately took a seat in front of the computer and logged into the network equipment to check. Sure enough, those hackers had resumed their attacks on the Quanyao Tushio app since this afternoon, and this time the assault was noticeably more aggressive than the last. This time they attempted multiple virus implantations, but all were successfully defended against. Yet after exerting tremendous effort, they finally breached the distribution server. They must be feeling immensely proud of themselves. Little did these hackers know that the distribution server they penetrated was merely a virtual decoy, a trap deliberately left for them by Su-hao. Su-hao rapidly typed away at his code, initiating his counter-invasion operation. While these hackers kept sending viruses, they had no idea that Su-hao had step-by-step uncovered their path and begun infiltrating their computers. Before long, Su-hao cracked their IP address and pinpointed their geographic location through it. Done. Su-hao immediately sent the location information to his phone and walked out of the server room. Found it? Are they really here? Shin Yuefei asked excitedly. Yeah, I've already pinned down their location. Never thought these guys would be right in Yanbei. This is the Chaobei district, isn't it? Su-hao took a look. Right in Yanbei? Shin Yuefei was astonished. Boss, let me borrow your car. Su-hao's eyes lit up. What are you going to do? Go after them? Shin Yuefei arched her delicate brows. This is a rare opportunity. Someone has to see it in person to be certain. Su-hao nodded in agreement. Alright, I'll go with you. Shin Yuefei said immediately. You're coming too? Yeah, if it turns out to really be hackers, we'll just call the police. Alright then. Su-hao didn't refuse either, and soon went to the underground parking garage with Shin Yuefei. Half an hour later, Su-hao and Shin Yuefei arrived at an old residential compound in the Chaobei district. Following the location coordinates, Su-hao finally confirmed it was Building 23. However, Building 23 had 6 floors with 3 units per floor, so they still needed to narrow down which apartment housed the hacker. I'll go check it out. Boss, wait for me in the car. Su Hao spoke up. Are you sure it's here? There are so many houses, how will you find it? Shin Yufa raised her eyebrows and asked. I have my own way, just wait for my call. If I confirm the hacker is here, I'll phone you, and then you call the police. Su Hao said directly. Alright, then be careful. Shin Yufa reminded him. Su Hao nodded and then went upstairs. For others, finding the hacker would probably require knocking on doors house by house. But for Su Hao, who possessed extraordinary hearing, it was a simple task. For example, the 3 households on the first floor were clearly empty, as there wasn't the slightest movement coming from their rooms. Su Hao went straight up to the second floor, where he heard one household doing laundry and another watching TV. Then he continued climbing the stairs and soon reached the 6th floor. Clickety-clack. Standing outside the door, Su Hao could clearly hear the sound of keyboard typing coming from room 601. Su Hao immediately moved closer to the bedroom door. He discovered that his supernatural hearing could extend its range like sound waves. Moreover, when he focused his mind, the sounds he heard became even more minute. There are about 5 people in the room. 1 is sleeping in the bedroom, while 4 are typing away on their laptops in the living room. 2 of them are smoking, and the other 2 are cracking sunflower seeds. From the sounds alone, Su Hao could already tell what these people were up to. Brother Sean, I've completely taken control of their distribution server now. I've already unleashed a massive worm virus. Suddenly, one of the seed-cracking guys said triumphantly. Su Hao's eyes lit up at these words, it was indeed those guys. Finally, he had caught them. From inside the room came Brother Shan's voice once more. The distribution servers alone aren't enough, today our goal is to take down his entire service cluster. Everyone, keep pushing forward. Brother Sean, do you think the client will keep his word on this deal? Another person asked. Don't worry, most of the sponsors in the dark domain are reliable. Besides, we've already received a 1 Bitcoin advance payment. Once we pull off this job, we'll get another 5 Bitcoins. Brother Shan's tone carried a note of arrogance. Su Hao overheard their conversation outside the door and secretly clicked his tongue in surprise, utterly shocked. He never imagined that this group had actually taken the mission in the dark domain, and that the client had placed a bounty of 6 Bitcoins. With the current skyrocketing price of Bitcoin, those 6 coins are worth over 2 million yuan. That client sure has deep pockets. Su Hao sighed in amazement. Since it was confirmed to be them, Su Hao immediately took out his phone to send a WeChat message to Shin Yufa, asking her to call the police. But suddenly, his phone vibrated and the ringtone went off. Who's out there? Shangu in the room suddenly shouted. Chapter 40. Is this a superhuman? Su Hao glanced at his phone, it was Chu Shengxiang calling, and immediately hung up. Crash. At that very moment, the door to apartment 601 swung open. A bald man with a dark expression suddenly demanded, Kid, what are you doing here? I live upstairs. Su Hao quickly said. Upstairs? Bullshit, an old lady lives upstairs. The bald man snorted coldly. Who is it? Baldy 3. Brother Sean in the room suddenly asked. Brother Sean, this kid is sneaking around, definitely up to no good. Bald 3 seized Su Hao's arm in an instant. Let go of me. Su Hao's expression darkened as he narrowed his eyes and spoke. Let go? Kid, did you hear what we were talking about just now? The bald man's eyes gleamed with malice. Go to hell. Su Hao roughly shook off the bald man's grip and then kicked out, sending him sprawling to the ground. Damn it, brothers, let's get him. The bald man shouted loudly. Su Hao knew he couldn't back down now, couldn't let these brats get away. Whoosh. The next moment, the few names that were originally sitting in front of the computer rushed over. You little bastard, looking to die. Big Brother Sean suddenly charged forward, holding a steel pipe in his hand. Su Hao grew nervous at the sight of the steel pipe and instinctively swung a fist. Bang! The punch came lightning fast, landing squarely on Brother Shan's nose. Aya! Brother Sean was sent flying backward, crashing onto the computer desk. The monitor shattered into pieces in an instant. Ha! The other guys all flinched in shock, thoroughly intimidated by that punch. Su Hao hadn't expected the punch to be so powerful either. It seemed his all-rounder hands also provided enhancements to strength and explosiveness. Holy shit! The man who had been sleeping in the room came out, stunned by the scene before him. Get him! Brother Sean hissed through clenched teeth, his face contorted in pain as he roared. The next moment, several men charged forward together. The room was filled with the clanging and clattering sounds of a scuffle. Downstairs in the car, Shin Yufa was growing increasingly anxious, wondering whether Su Hao had managed to catch the hacker. Right at that moment, the sound of objects being smashed suddenly came from upstairs. Bang! A window on the 6th floor suddenly shattered as something sharp smashed through it. Shin Yufa's face suddenly changed as it occurred to her that the hacker might not be acting alone. What if it was an entire gang of thugs? And if Su Hao got discovered, leading to a fight, wouldn't that be extremely dangerous? What if something happened to Su Hao? Shin Yufa began to regret her decision. She shouldn't have let him take this risk alone. Shin Yufa quickly got out of the car and ran upstairs. Soon after, she reached the 6th floor and saw Unit 601 with its door wide open, sounds of a fight emanating from within. She rushed inside, only to be stunned by the scene that unfolded before her. There sat Su Hao on the living room chair, gripping a steel pipe in his hand. In front of him crouched 5 men, hands clutching their heads, cowering fearfully, with several visibly beaten black and blue. Smack! Su Hao lifted the steel rod and smashed it onto the table. Weren't you guys acting all tough just now? Weren't you threatening to beat me until even my own mother wouldn't recognize me? Come on then, why aren't you stepping up now? Su Hao pointed at the few of them and teased mockingly. Oh, bro, we won't dare do that again. The bald man grimaced and said he got the worst of it, beaten until his face looked like a swollen pig's head. Witnessing this scene, Shin Yuefei was completely stunned. What's going on? The chaotic mess in the living room clearly indicated there had just been a fight. Su Hao single-handedly took down 5 guys, 1 against 5. For a moment, Su Hao completely overturned Shin Yuefei's impression of him. Just how fierce was this guy? Brother Sean clutched his head and pleaded, Bro, no. Boss, we've got no past grievances or recent grudges, right? Maybe there's some misunderstanding? Misunderstanding your ass. Su Hao was about to speak when he noticed Shin Yuefei's startled expression. Boss, why did you come up here? I heard the sound of smashing, and I got worried, so I came up. Are you okay? Shin Yuefei explained. I'm fine, go ahead and call the police. Just tell them, say we caught a bunch of rogue hackers breaking the law here. Just say it outright, Su Hao replied. Alright. Shin Yuefei immediately pulled out her phone. Ha! Brother Sean and the bald man exchanged glances, their expressions changing as they inwardly cursed their bad luck. They had just fought with Su Hao, initially thinking it was just a misunderstanding, but now it was clear the other party had come prepared and even knew about their shady dealings. Brother Sean immediately shot a meaningful look at the bald man. The bald man suddenly darkened his expression and grabbed a nearby chair to hurl at Su Hao. Su Hao's face hardened as he directly met it with a punch. Bang! The chair shattered instantly under Su Hao's fist. The bald guy was completely dumbfounded. Was this guy Superman? Brother Shan's eyelids twitched. Gritting his teeth, he suddenly yanked open the drawer of his computer desk, pulled out a dagger, and rushed at Shin Yuefei. He wanted to control Shin Yuefei, seize the opportunity to blackmail Su Hao, and then escape. Shin Yuefei turned pale with fright when she saw the gleaming dagger. Even though she was a decisive and ruthless CEO, after all, she was still just a woman. Which woman wouldn't be frightened when facing such a situation? At this critical moment, Su Hao rushed over swiftly, grabbed Shin Yuefei's hand, and pulled her into his embrace. Ha! Shin Yuefei saw Su Hao standing protectively in front of her. Snap! Su Hao swiftly grasped Shan Ji's wrist with his other hand. Crack! With one forceful move, the dagger in Shan Ji's hand instantly clattered to the ground. Brother Sean let out a scream of pain. Still playing with knives, are you? Su Hao directly slapped him, sending Brother Sean flying 5 meters away and knocking out several of his teeth. This time, all his companions were scared out of their wits. Damn, this was way too brutal. Su Hao picked up the dagger with a darkened expression and said, I hate men who raise their hands against women the most. If you don't behave, I'll fucking castrate you. Oh no, we won't dare. The men all shook their heads in frantic fear. Shin Yuefei finally breathed a sigh of relief and continued dialing the emergency police number. The call had been cut off halfway earlier. After more than 10 minutes, several police officers finally arrived. They handcuffed Brother Sean and his gang members, confiscating all evidence including computers. At the police station, Brother Sean and his hacker associates confessed everything. Just as Su Hao had overheard, they had indeed received the task on Dark Domain. Their mission was to infiltrate Quaybird headlines and paralyze the app during the 618 promotional event. After completing their statements at the police station, Su Hao and Shin Yuefei finally left. However, Shin Yuefei still wore a dazed expression, her heart lingering with lingering fear. Boss, you look pale, don't tell me you've pissed your pants? Su Hao couldn't help but ask. Chapter 41, Wife acting coquettishly with me. Shin Yuefei shot him a glare and retorted, You're the one who pissed your pants. I'm just shaken up. Do you realize how reckless you were today? What if something had gone wrong? Hey, honey, are you worried about me? Su Hao asked with a grin. Ugh, don't flatter yourself. Shin Yuefei snorted. The two walked up to the car as Su Hao grinned and said, Hey boss, now that I've helped catch the hacker, about that car situation. Look at you, the boss chuckled. Take this Bentley and drive it as you please. Shin Yuefei handed him the keys. This one? Boss, don't you still have a Lamborghini at home? Su Hao pondered for a moment. You still want to drive a sports car? This one here, will you drive it or not? Shin Yuefei glared at him. I'll drive it. Su Hao quickly took the keys. Although this Bentley wasn't as eye-catching as a Lamborghini, it was still a several million-dollar luxury car, quite impressive by any measure. By the way, back at the station, what were they referring to when they mentioned the Dark Domain? Shin Yuefei asked curiously. It's actually a type of dark web. The dark domain is a mysterious foreign website, allegedly created by a secretive organization. With servers scattered across the globe, it specializes in brokering deals for hacker-for-hire services. Hiring transaction? Exactly. Employers can post tasks in the dark domain, and hackers can pick them up from there. And they can't be caught? Shin Yufa frowned. Su Hao shook his head and said, extremely difficult. The unique operation method of the dark domain website uses onion routing, with each node being independent. It's impossible to trace all the links, there are too many fake servers globally. This is a massive hacker organization. Damn it. Shin Yufa was somewhat angry. Moreover, even if we do find something, we'll likely only uncover the information of the hired clients. Because dark domain doesn't store any user data, all transactions use cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin, making it impossible to trace the financial transactions back to individuals. Su Hao explained. Whoever is behind this wants to deal with Hongsheng Group. Shin Yufa clenched her teeth. I think someone wants to bring down the SwiftBird app, which naturally serves their purpose. If SwiftBird Tushio collapses, who stands to benefit? Su Hao reminded them. Shin Yufa froze for a moment before several conjectures immediately surfaced in her mind. But conjectures remain just that. Within the company, the old fox Kong Xingha among the shareholders had always been ruthless in his methods. To vie for control, he was very likely capable of such an act. After all, paralyzing the QuickBird news app right before the shareholders meeting would undoubtedly become a major professional blunder for Shin Yufa. Beyond internal motives, external forces like Hua Tianhao from the Hua family couldn't be ruled out either. That man had long coveted the acquisition of Hongsheng Group. Creating a crisis for Hongsheng behind the scenes would undoubtedly work in his favor. Apart from that, several major conglomerates have also expressed their intentions to Hongsheng Group about acquiring the QuickBird Headlines app. At the same time, there are many competitors with news-centric apps similar to QuickBird Headlines. Thinking of all this, Shin Yufa could only shake her head helplessly. The two of them returned to the company at 5 o'clock. Cui Xiaowan looked at Su Hao with a playful grin, her eyes twinkling mischievously. Xiaowan, why are you looking at me like that? Su Hao seemed puzzled. Mr. Su, you wouldn't happen to be the rumored husband of CEO Su, would you? Cui Xiaowan guessed. Ahem, who told you that this time? Su Hao's face turned red with embarrassment. Had he given himself away again? You went out with the CEO this afternoon, the whole company knows about it. Let me explain, Cui Xiaowan replied. I went out with President Shun to discuss business matters. You people are too nosy. Su Hao shook his head. Not nosy at all. I think in this company, President Su, you're the one who suits being President Shun's husband the most. Cui Xiaowan sighed emotionally. Why? Su Hao was curious. President Su is so handsome and talented, a perfect match for President Shun. Cui Xiaowan stated her reasons. Is that so? Then Xiaowan, I have a favor to ask of you. Su Hao suddenly grinned mischievously. What is it? Cui Xiaowan was taken aback. Go play matchmaker for me. Tell Director Shin that we're a perfect match with my talent and her beauty. Just help set us up. Su Hao couldn't resist teasing. Ahem, Director Su, you're pulling my leg again. I'd like to live a few more days. Cui Xiaowan fled like a scared rabbit. Su Hao couldn't help but grin before finally returning to his office. He glanced at his phone to find 2 new messages on WeChat. One was from Yang Wanguang, containing a private room number at the Galaxy Grand Hotel. Su Hao was taken aback. He wasn't sure which supplier Yang Wanguang had introduced this time, but choosing such an upscale 5-star hotel as the Galaxy Grand was somewhat unexpected. The other WeChat message was from Chu Shangxiang, asking him to return her call. Only then did Su Hao remember that he had hung up Chu Shangxiang's call when catching the hacker. He immediately dialed Chu Shangxiang's number. Hello, brother Su, you finally called me back. Shangxiang, what's the matter? I already told my dad my second sister will come to your company tomorrow at 10 a.m. to discuss the collaboration. Chu Shangxiang said with a smile. Really? Su Hao was pleasantly surprised. Well, I can't guarantee a successful collaboration, but my second sister is quite beautiful. Brother Su, you'd better keep up your charm. Chu Shangxiang said with a playful grin. Ahem, you little rascal, stop teasing me. Haha, alright, brother Su, I'll stop teasing you. Also, I'm not a child anymore, I've already celebrated my 18th birthday. I'm an adult now. Chu Shangxiang said earnestly. Alright, you're an adult now. Su Hao nodded. Brother Su, let's leave it at that for now. I won't chat with you anymore, I'm going to dance practice with my classmates. Chu Shangxiang finally hung up the phone. After work, Su Hao drove straight to the Galaxy Hotel in his Bentley. Meanwhile, Shin Yufa realized she had no car to go home today, so she sent Su Hao a WeChat message. Shin Yufa, I don't have a ride home today, can you drive me home first? Su Hao, no. Seeing his reply, Shin Yufa was instantly stunned. This guy had taken her car, yet he wasn't even willing to give her a ride home. How infuriating. Shin Yufa, chop chop. Su Hao, I'm already out of the office. Shin Ufa, the car? Su Hao, already driven away. Shin Ufa, where have you been? Su Hao had some business to attend to. Fuming, Shin Ufa threw her phone down, thinking to herself, what bullshit business. That bastard must have taken my car out to show off again. Just then, another message from Su Hao came through. Su Hao, your place is so close to the company. You can just take the subway 3 stops and you're there. Shin Ufa, pfft, how dare you ask me to take the subway? Humph, I refuse to talk to you anymore. Su Hao grinned at the reply. She says she won't talk to me, but this feels more like she's coquettishly sulking. Chapter 42 The dumbfounded classmate Ji Kai. Yanbei Galaxy Grand Hotel, a very well-known 5-star hotel. On the 17th floor, 3 people were seated in a private room, one of whom was none other than Yang Wenguang, the technical department manager. The other 2 were Ji Kai and his girlfriend, Wang Shasha. Manager Yang, we're really grateful for your help with this matter. Ji Kai took the initiative to express his thanks. You're too kind. We've been working together for so long and have built mutual trust, so of course I'd recommend you as our supplier first. Yang Wenguang said with a smile. Ji Kai nodded with a forced smile, thinking to himself, trust my ass. Isn't it just because you get kickbacks from every purchase? By the way, Manager Yang, what's the name of your newly appointed executive director? Any background? Fill me in first so I'll know what to talk about when they arrive. Ji Kai proactively asked. Let me tell you something. Oops, no, I've got a bit of a stomachache. Need to hit the bathroom first. I'll come back and fill you in. Yang Wenguang frowned. He'd been dealing with stomach troubles all day. Alright, Manager Yang, no rush. You go ahead. Ji Kai nodded. Then Yang Wenguang went to the restroom. Honey, this Manager Yang is just a middleman who takes kickbacks. Why don't we just directly contact my new director? Wang Shasha said impatiently. Yeah, but not this time. We still need that skinflint Yang to make the connection. Once we get familiar with the new director after this procurement deal, we'll kick Yang out. Ji Kai had already planned everything out. By the way, Hongsheng Group, wasn't one of your university classmates working there too? Wang Shasha remembered this matter. That poor loser classmate of mine? He's just a programmer, can't be of any help at all, totally useless. Ji Kai couldn't resist sneering. Ha, it's because you're too outstanding. When compared to you, all your classmates seem so pathetic. Wang Shasha flattered him sycophantically. Yeah, sure, come here, no one's around now, baby, let me give you a kiss. Ji Kai pulled his girlfriend over in one swift motion. Ah, stop it. What if that skinflint Yang comes back? Wang Shasha said with a bashful coquettishness. Come back? Even if he does come back, who cares? Let him die of envy. Ji Kai hugged her and started kissing her. Just as the two were locked in a passionate embrace, the private room door suddenly swung open. Su Hao walked in and froze in shock. Wrong room? No, the room name is correct. Four Seasons Fragrance. Ji Kai and his girlfriend quickly sat up properly when they noticed someone entering. Su Hao, what are you doing here? Ji Kai frowned immediately upon seeing the person who entered. How come you're here? I'm curious too. Su Hao spoke up. Curious my ass, I'm hosting an important guest here. Get the hell out. Ji Kai stood up and said arrogantly. Oh, an honored guest? What a coincidence, someone also invited me to dine here. Su Hao narrowed his eyes and said. Someone invited you to eat here? You must be dreaming, with your limited connections, who would bother inviting you? Don't tell me you're working a side gig as a waiter here after your shift? Ji Kai burst into laughter. Huh, carrying plates around, or maybe being a male escort. I heard the gigolos at Milky Way Hotel make pretty good money. Wang Shasha also giggled. Pfft, sweetheart, you're hilarious, but honestly, this penniless pretty boy would make a perfect hustler. Ji Kai burst into laughter. Crash. Just then, the compartment door opened. Yang Wenguang had returned from the restroom. Oh, Director Su, you've arrived. Yang Wenguang immediately greeted Su Hao reverently upon seeing him. Ji Kai and his girlfriend were completely dumbfounded. Manager Yang, what did you just call him? Ji Kai thought he must have misheard. Ah, President Ji, let me introduce him properly. This is Su Hao, Executive Director of our Hongsheng Group's Mobile Internet Business Unit. Yang Wenguang hurriedly made the correction. What? He's the new director. Ji Kai was completely dumbfounded. Ha! Wang Shasha's face instantly turned as bitter as a gourd. Su Hao observed the changing expressions of the two men and finally realized that the supplier old man Yang Wenguang had mentioned was none other than his old classmate Ji Kai. What's all this? Yang Wenguang looked completely baffled. Ji Kai's face instantly turned ashen, wishing he could disappear into the ground. Though he couldn't believe it was true, Yang Wenguang wouldn't lie about such a thing. He never expected the newly appointed director to be Su Hao. Ji Kai now wished he could slap himself several times. His mouth just had to run off, constantly bringing up his poor former classmate only to realize he himself was the real joke. Director Su, please have a seat. I truly had no idea you were the new director. Ji Kai hurried forward and pulled out the chair. Su Hao didn't stand on ceremony and walked straight over to sit at the table. You two, know each other? Yang Wanguang froze in surprise. Manager Yang, you should have told me earlier. Director Su and I were university classmates, we go way back. Ji Kai quickly responded. College classmates? Yang Wanguang was dumbfounded, cursing inwardly that his kickback scheme might be ruined this time. Ji Kai, I never thought you could be so shameless. Are we really that close? Just moments ago both of you were mocking me. Su Hao narrowed his eyes and spoke. Director Su, I was just joking with you a moment ago. Ji Kai hastily explained. Yeah, just kidding. Wang Shasha chimed in. Joking? Is joking an excuse to mock me for being stuck here as a waiter? Su Hao snorted coldly. Ha? Yang Wanguang was a bit confused, just what was going on here? Oh dear, it's all my fault, my damned mouth. Su Hao, let me pour you a drink as an apology. Ji Kai slapped himself on the cheek before hurriedly standing up to pour wine for Su Hao. He had no choice but to do this now. This was a 5 million yuan deal, and he had to humble himself. No need. Since you're the supplier, I don't see any point in continuing this conversation. After all, I know exactly what kind of person you are. Su Hao said bluntly. Wait, Su Hao, no, President Su, we're old classmates after all. Shasha, hurry up and apologize to President Su. Ji Kai immediately panicked. I'm sorry, President Su, it was my fault, entirely my mistake. Wang Shasha immediately bowed to apologize. No need, there's no need for that. Su Hao waved his hand and stood up, ready to leave. Director Su, it was my mistake. Please tell me how I should apologize to satisfy you. I'll do whatever you ask. Ji Kai quickly replied. Anything goes? Su Hao raised an eyebrow. Yeah, anything goes. Ji Kai nodded with an apologetic smile. Su Hao suddenly turned his gaze toward his girlfriend, this stunning beauty with an enchanting figure. Not long ago, Ji Kai had been embracing this very woman, flaunting her in front of him while mocking him for being single. Ji Kai, your girlfriend is quite the looker, isn't she? Fresh and supple, such a face, such a waist. Su Hao squinted his eyes with a wicked grin and said meaningfully. Chapter 43, Shin Ufa gets drunk. Su Hao curled the corners of his lips. He certainly wasn't actually scheming against Ji Kai's girlfriend, he'd deliberately said it that way. I wonder how this scumbag Ji Kai could have made such a choice. Yang Wenguang finally saw it clearly. Ji Kai must have said something filthy. This was completely self-inflicted. Hearing Su Hao's words, Ji Kai's expression hardened as he turned to gaze at his girlfriend Wang Shasha. What? You pervert! Wang Shasha gritted her teeth in anger. But suddenly Ji Kai walked over, giving her an odd look. Hey Shasha, this is a 5 million yuan deal. Help me out, keep Mr. Su company tonight, alright? Ji Kai quickly said. What? Wang Shasha's eyes widened in shock, clearly not expecting Ji Kai to say such a thing. Ji Kai, how could you say such a thing? Would you really sacrifice your girlfriend just for a business deal? Wang Shasha said angrily. What sacrifice? This is a 5 million yuan deal. Haven't I spent enough money on you? Can't you just endure a little discomfort? Ji Kai shamelessly replied. Su Hao was truly dumbfounded. Today had been an eye-opener. He never expected Ji Kai could actually embody the saying a real man knows when to swallow pride and when to assert himself. This guy was truly the king of scumbags. Snap! Wang Shasha slapped Ji Kai across the face. You shameless wretch! You worthless whore, don't play innocent with me. Before me, God knows how many men have had their way with you. Don't give me that attitude, Ji Kai said irritably. You! Wang Shasha was so angry she couldn't speak. Slap! Slap! Su Hao clapped his hands directly and laughed. Young lady, now you see how scummy the guy beside you is, don't you? Ji Kai, we're through. After saying this, Wang Shasha left the private room. Su Hao, what do you mean? Ji Kai froze. Ji Kai, you don't actually think I'd set my sights on your girlfriend, do you? I was just seeing how shameless you could get. Never imagined you'd actually open my eyes to new depths. Su Hao clicked his tongue and shook his head. You, Su Hao, stop teasing me. Ji Kai wore an awkward expression. Teasing you? Let me make it clear, Hongsheng Group will never do business with you. With these words, Su Hao also left. Only Yang Wenguang and Ji Kai were left staring at each other, dumbfounded. Manager Yang, why didn't you tell me earlier? The executive director is Su Hao. Ji Kai was full of resentment. Ji Kai, you deserve it. Even willing to share your own girlfriend, what a despicable bastard. Ugh. Yang Wenguang cursed and walked away as well. You penny-pinching scoundrel, how dare you point fingers at me? Just you wait, tomorrow I'm reporting you for taking kickbacks. Ji Kai said angrily and irritably. Su Hao left the Milky Way Grand Hotel and had no choice but to eat a simple meal at a noodle shop. After the meal, he originally intended to return home but realized he had left his keys in the office, so he had to drive back to the company instead. Why is the light still on in the president's office on the 5th floor? Su Hao checked the time, it was already past 8:30 p.m., and all the other rooms in the company had long been dark. He first went up to the 3rd floor to fetch the key, then headed to the 5th floor. By then, the corridor lights on the 5th floor were already off. Suhao walked straight to the president's office. Did I forget to turn off the lights? Suhao opened the door and found the room empty. Just as he was about to turn off the lights and leave, he suddenly heard someone singing in the room. I am a little tiny bird, wanting to fly away. Suhao froze in surprise upon realizing the voice was coming from beneath the CEO's desk. He curiously walked over and was astonished to find Shin Yufei sitting on the floor, holding a bottle of red wine in her hand, her delicate face flushed red as she muttered under her breath. Holy shit, honey, you're actually hiding here drinking. Suhao was shocked. Ha, Suhao, why are you back? Shin Yufei lifted her head to look at him, asking with a dazed expression. Hurry up and get off the floor, it's too cold down there. Suhao walked over to try and pull her up. No, I won't. I'm staying right here on the floor. Shin Yufei said stubbornly. How much wine have you drunk? Suhao didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he grabbed the bottle of red wine from Shin Yufei's hand. It was nearly empty. Not only is the ground cold, but it's dirty too. You've gotten dirt all over your clothes, you know that? Dirty? Humph. I'm not scared. I'll roll around on the ground if I want to. So Shin Yufei unexpectedly raised her hands in joy, lay down on the ground, and started rolling around. Ahem. Is this still the dignified and beautiful CEO? Suhao's face darkened with exasperation. The unscrupulous fellow took out his phone and started recording a video. The video is proof I didn't take advantage of you. Suhao walked forward and promptly lifted Shin Yufei into his arms. Let me go. Shin Yufei stubbornly struggled free. See, even beauties act the same when drunk. Suhao unceremoniously tossed Shin Yufei onto the nearby sofa. Ouch, you made my butt hurt. Rub it for me. Shin Yufei suddenly knitted her delicate brows and shot him a reproachful glare. Ha! Suhao was stunned. Could such a stroke of luck truly exist? But he definitely couldn't take advantage of the situation to cop a feel, otherwise the Ice Queen would surely kill him the next day. Why are you drinking so much all by yourself? You're one to talk. I asked you to take me home, and you weren't even willing. Shin Yufei said in an exasperated tone. Suhao shook his head speechlessly, noticing a stack of documents placed on the CEO's desk. He picked them up to inspect. The materials turned out to be profiles of the conglomerate's shareholders, along with detailed breakdowns of each shareholder's stake percentage. Suhao noticed that certain shareholders at the top had been distinctly marked with pencil checkmarks by Shin Yufei. At last, he understood why Shin Yufei had turned to drinking. Perhaps catching hackers today made Shin Yufei feel an enormous potential crisis. She was studying the company's shares, clearly indicating that vying for the chairman's position wasn't a secure strategy. Looking at the drunken Shin Yufei, Suhao felt deep heartache for this woman before him in this moment. She was the envy of many as the corporation's CEO, appearing glamorous and radiant on the outside, yet who knew she carried such immense pressure and troubles of her own. Alright, boss, let me take you home. Suhao quickly offered. Huff. But Shin Yufei was already fast asleep, snoring lightly. Damn. Fell asleep so fast. Suhao sighed helplessly as he rummaged through Shin Yufei's clothes, trying to find the key to their villa. But no matter how much he searched, he couldn't find it, so he decided to check the drawers of her desk instead. Then it suddenly occurred to him how much Shin Yufei hated people going through her things, so he gave up the idea. What should we do? Maybe take her back to my place? Suhao thought for a moment, then directly scooped Shin Yufei into his arms and took the elevator to the parking lot. For now, this will have to do. It's not like I can just leave her in the office. Shin Yufei, still in a daze, actually wrapped her arms around Suhao's neck. Chapter 44, All Bark and No Bite? Suhao carried Shin Yufei to the parking lot and let out a sigh of relief. Luckily the elevator went straight to the parking garage. If the security guard had seen this, it would have caused quite the scandal. He tossed Shin Yufei onto the back seat before starting the car and heading home. After arriving home, Suhao opened the car door, ready to carry Shin Yufei. Unexpectedly, Shin Yufei vomited all over her own clothes, making a mess in the car as well. I drove pretty steadily though. Suhao had no choice but to carry her out. I didn't expect that. Just as I picked him up, by chance the landlord's daughter Meng Qiqi happened to pass by. Oh, brother Su. Meng Qiqi ran over. Ah, it's Qiqi. Suhao froze. Ah, brother Su, who exactly are you holding there? Meng Qiqi saw the beautiful Shin Yufei and asked curiously. This is our company's CEO, she's drunk. Suhao explained. Ah, brother Su, you brought her back just because she's drunk. You're not having any evil thoughts, are you? Meng Qiqi looked at him with a skeptical expression. Ahem, Qiqi, am I that kind of person? Suhao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Brother Su, you're not that kind of person, but she's just so beautiful. With looks like that, I'm afraid you might lose control. Meng Qiqi gazed at that breathtakingly beautiful face and felt a surge of envy herself. Don't joke about that. How could I possibly lose control? Besides, she's my boss. If I had any improper thoughts and she wakes up tomorrow, I'd be dead for sure. Su Hao said sheepishly. That's true. Brother Su, you've always had the lust but lack the guts. Meng Qiqi nodded in agreement. Su Hao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Was this praise or a dig at him? Hey Qiqi, you came just in time. Do me a favor. What favor? Come upstairs with me and help me take her clothes off. What? Brother Su, you want to do that kind of thing and even ask me to help? Aren't you dragging me into trouble? No way. Meng Qiqi quickly shook her head. What are you talking about? Qiqi, look at her clothes, she got drunk and vomited. You don't expect me to undress her, do you? Su Hao hurriedly explained. Ha, oh, you're right. It's a bit dark, I couldn't see clearly. Alright then. Meng Qiqi agreed. She then followed Su Hao upstairs, where he placed Xin Yuefei on the bed in the bedroom. Get her clothes off and cover her with the blanket. Bring the clothes out, I'll throw them in the washer later. Su Hao reminded her. Alright. Meng Qiqi nodded. Soon after, Su Hao walked into the living room, and Meng Qiqi shortly brought out the dirty clothes she had taken off. Brother Su, I'm going home now, but you have to promise me you'll suppress those wicked thoughts of yours. Meng Qiqi said with a serious expression. Mei-chan, of course. Wait no, I don't have any wicked thoughts. Su Hao shook his head helplessly. Haha, big brother Su, I was just joking with you. Meng Qiqi burst into giggles. After she left, Su Hao tossed the dirty clothes into the washing machine. Bored out of my mind, I plop onto the sofa. Ugh, having a ravishing beauty lying in the same room is truly torturous. Su Hao made himself a cup of instant coffee. It's not even 10 o'clock yet, time to read. He had recently fallen in love with reading and stocked his home with numerous books about financial studies. 2 hours flew by in this manner. By now, he had thoroughly mastered the theoretical knowledge of finance. But Su Hao knew that financial knowledge was different from programming knowledge. Financial theory alone wasn't enough, practice was another matter entirely, as financial markets were fraught with endless possibilities. Various financial products were even more complex. Su Hao stretched and sat at his desk, zoning out for a moment before suddenly recalling his fight with 5 hackers that afternoon. If he didn't possess the hand of omnipotence, how could he possibly defeat 5 men at once? TSK, the all-powerful hands. He suddenly remembered that completing his first kiss achievement had earned him 500 evolution points. Why not upgrade both hands to level 2? Maybe they'll become even more formidable. Su Hao was quite excited. System, upgrade my hands. Ding, congratulations, host. Hand level 2 upgrade completed. Su Hao couldn't wait to open the system. Host Su Hao. Brain LV2 abilities, advanced intelligence. Eyes LV2 abilities, superhuman vision plus superhuman reading. Ears LV2 abilities, superhuman hearing plus mind reading. Hands LV2 abilities, omnipotent hands plus hyperspeed hands. Remaining evolution points, 0 points. Su Hao suddenly froze. Hyperspeed hands? What does that mean? Could it be that his hands now possess superfast speed? Ahem, what's the use of this ability? Su Hao waved his hands to test it out. Sure enough, he could wield super speed. It could honestly be described as shadowless hands. At this speed, if you slapped someone, they probably wouldn't even see who hit them. It suddenly occurred to him, was he coding unusually fast at this speed? Su Hao immediately opened his computer and gave it a try. His fingers flew across the keyboard like phantoms, moving so fast it startled even himself. Su Hao then opened Word to test his typing speed. Swish, swish, swish. 1 minute later, Su Hao was stunned to discover he'd typed over 2,000 characters in that single minute. Hiss. This is absolutely insane. Su Hao knew that the current Guinness World Record for fastest typing was only about 400 words per minute. Now he could type 2,000 words per minute. Wasn't this practically being an octopus? His college buddy Niu Xiaojie was writing novels on Tomato Novel Network, yet only managed to update 4,000 words daily. If he were to write web novels himself, wouldn't it be effortless to churn out tens of thousands of words per day? Writing a novel? Su Hao was stunned for a moment, then suddenly felt this wasn't a bad idea. Having read countless web novels, he could definitely give it a try. Besides, with his currently enhanced intelligence, his creative thinking was off the charts. Why not write for fun? So Su Hao opened Shidian's website, registered as an author, and logged into the writer's dashboard. I once conceived a pretty good Xianxia novel, let's write that. Su Hao titled his novel, Hidden Dragon. Then he immediately began typing, discovering that his thought speed was remarkably fast, perfectly in sync with his extraordinary typing speed. Bang bang bang. Half an hour later, he directly uploaded 50,000 words, then casually threw together a book cover. He just didn't know whether the handsome men and beautiful women of Tomato Novel website would appreciate his writing. Perhaps Su Hao's typing speed was too fast, the clattering keyboard sounds being somewhat noisy, which awoke Xin Yuefei who had been sleeping in the bedroom. Xin Yuefei rubbed her eyes, gazing at the unfamiliar ceiling and the old wardrobe beside her. Where is this? She frowned, trying hard to recall, wasn't she supposed to be drinking with her colleagues at the office? Shin Yuefei tugged at the blanket and suddenly realized she was completely naked, without a stitch of clothing on her body. Ah! She let out a startled scream in an instant. Chapter 45, Afraid of Cockroaches Since Childhood. Suhao was momentarily startled, then pushed the door open and entered. Ah! Seeing him, Shin Yuefei hastily pulled the blanket tightly over herself. What's wrong? Suhao asked curiously. You shameless pervert, what did you do to me? Shin Yuefei had a terrible suspicion, had Suhao already taken advantage of her while she was unconscious? What? You don't remember anything? Suhao paused, then flashed a mischievous grin, seizing the chance to tease her. Just tell me already, I was drunk, I don't remember a thing. Shin Yuefei said through gritted teeth. Oh my, you got drunk, so I brought you back to my place. Then my clothes, what did you do to me? You really don't remember? Tell me right now. Suhao teased. Oh, you were drunk, just the two of us alone, you didn't even know what was happening. You told me to treat you tenderly, how could I refuse you? What? Shin Yuefei's beautiful eyes widened in shock. And then it happened. Suhao said sheepishly. You bastard, you pervert, I'll kill you. Ah! Shin Yuefei grabbed the pillow and threw it straight at Suhao. Had she not been completely naked underneath, she might have jumped right out of the bed. Suhao quickly caught the pillow, but then Shin Yuefei picked up the water glass from the bedside table, ready to hurl it at him. Enough! Stop yelling, I was just joking with you, Suhao quickly said. He figured he'd better stop teasing this woman, who knows what might happen if she got worked up again. Joking? Shin Yuefei froze in place. Nonsense, what could I possibly do to you? Use your head, if I did anything, it's your body, wouldn't you feel it? Suhao retorted irritably. Shin Yuefei paused, thought for a moment, and realized he was right, she didn't seem to feel any physical discomfort. What's going on? Why am I naked? She asked through clenched teeth. Completely naked? No shit. Suhao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How could Meng Qiqi have stripped Shin Yuefei completely naked? You got drunk at the company, so I brought you back, and then. He then recounted the evening's events. So it was your landlord's daughter who helped me undress? Shin Yuefei confirmed once again. Otherwise? Or do you wish for me to handle this matter? Suhao grinned. Go die. Shin Yuefei shot him a disdainful look. Alright, everything's been cleared up, and I'm actually quite tired now. Honey, scoot over on the bed, I'm gonna lie down for a bit. With a thick skin, Suhao said. Dream on. Get the hell out of here. Shin Yuefei said coldly. As if I cared about you. Suhao shook his head and went to the living room. Shin Yuefei finally let out a sigh of relief and collapsed onto the bed. The alcohol hadn't completely worn off yet, leaving her still feeling slightly dizzy. She picked up her phone from the bedside table. It was already past midnight, and who knew how late it'd be if she tried heading home now. Might as well just make do and sleep here tonight. Shin Yuefei rolled onto her side and was asleep the moment her head hit the pillow. But suddenly she noticed something beneath her face. Picking it up for a closer look, it turned out to be a sock. Ah, Tui. Shin Yuefei hurriedly wiped her mouth. What a slob this jerk was, actually keeping his socks right beside the pillow. She immediately tossed the socks onto the floor, then turned over to face the other side. Just as she settled down, she suddenly felt something crawling on her pillow. Shin Yuefei reluctantly turned on the light and looked down. A cockroach. She jumped up in an instant. The cockroach was crawling boldly across the bed. Although Shin Yuefei is a domineering CEO, she's still a woman at heart and has been afraid of bugs since childhood. Suhao, come here quickly, she cried out anxiously. What is it now, my dear lady? Suhao was somewhat speechless as he had just laid down on the sofa, preparing to sleep. Hearing Shin Yuefei's shouts, he reluctantly walked in, only to see her wrapped in a blanket, standing on the bed with a frightened expression. Hurry over here and catch this cockroach. It's on the pillow. Shin Yuefei pointed at the pillow and said, it's just a cockroach. Suhao walked over, picked the cockroach off and threw it to the ground, then stepped on it and killed it. How could there be a cockroach on this bed? Shin Yuefei was still somewhat worried. This is an old neighborhood, it's normal to have cockroaches. Why don't you sleep on the sofa instead? Isn't there a cockroach on the sofa? There is one too. Then what the hell are you talking about? Shin Yuefei puffed her cheeks in anger. Alright, just make do with it tonight. You can sleep in your big villa tomorrow. Suhao said helplessly. No way. I'm scared. I've been afraid of bugs since I was little. Shin Yuefei said plaintively. What should we do then? How about I sleep while you keep watch for me? Suhao rolled his eyes. Seriously, how could you even have the nerve to make such a request? Shall I keep an eye on you? Should I lie beside you and keep you company while you sleep? The guy responded speechlessly. What are you thinking? How could that be possible? Shin Yuefei glared fiercely. Then just hang in there a little longer. Su Hao turned and walked away without hesitation. Come back here. Shin Yufa grew frantic again. What? Alright then, you can sleep on the other side, but you have to keep your clothes on. Shin Yufa bit her lip. She was truly afraid of bugs. If there were any around, she simply couldn't fall asleep. In that case, having Su Hao lie beside her would be acceptable. After all, it wasn't the first time the two of them had shared a bed. Well, boss, you're really letting me lie next to you? Aren't you worried I might get some wicked ideas, lose control, and let my animal instincts take over? Su Hao said with a playful smile. If you're craving prison food, go ahead and try it. Shin Yufa's pretty face froze for a moment before she said sternly. Su Hao shivered. Though it was just a simple remark, he had no doubt that this woman meant every word. Truth be told, Shin Yufa wasn't foolish. A man and woman lying together alone, what could possibly happen between them? How could she not know? But over time she'd observed him. This Su Hao might usually be shameless, a bit of a rascal with a sharp tongue, but at his core he was a decent man. Otherwise tonight when she was drunk, wouldn't it have been all too easy for Su Hao to take advantage if he'd wanted to? Su Hao didn't really want to sleep on the sofa either, just one night there would surely leave his back sore and neck aching. Fine. Since you insist so strongly, I won't stand on ceremony. Su Hao walked straight to the bedside and lay down. Shin Yufa hastily pulled the blanket tighter around herself, anxious not to expose even an inch. But Su Hao still caught sight of her fair neck and delicate collarbones. Turn around. Shin Yufa flustered, her eyes darting nervously as she scolded him. Seeing her wrap herself up like a silkworm cocoon, Su Hao's lips curved upwards, unable to suppress his amusement. This femme fatale drives men crazy with just a look. Finally, he turned away, staying sober and suppressing his instincts. Given Shin Yufa's personality, if he really did something, well, that guy's peaceful days might well include a prison sentence. Chapter 46, Your girlfriend is so beautiful. The next morning at 6 o'clock, Shin Yufa woke up. She opened her eyes and realized that one of her hands and one foot were actually draped over Su Hao's body. Shin Yufa blushed with embarrassment and hastily pulled her leg back. However, Su Hao was still sound asleep with his back turned toward her, so she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Shin Yufa's face flushed red with embarrassment. Fortunately, he hadn't woken up, otherwise, how utterly mortifying it would have been for her. She wrapped herself in the blanket and walked to the living room, noticing her clothes hanging on the rack. She touched them to confirm they were dry before finally getting dressed. Shin Yufa stretched lazily and began observing the old house. The interior decor clearly hadn't been updated in years. To her surprise, Su Hao's computer desk in the living room was completely covered with books. All finance-related books? Who would have guessed this guy was such a studious type? Shin Yufa was somewhat surprised. Just then, she suddenly felt a pain in her stomach. She thought to herself with alarm that her period might have started. She hurried to the bathroom and sat down on the toilet. Sure enough, her period had come. What should she do now? Just as she was growing anxious, she suddenly heard the bedroom door open. Su Hao, wearing slippers and with bleary eyes, pushed open the bathroom door and proceeded to unbuckle his pants to relieve himself. Hey, what are you doing? Someone's here. Shin Yufa shouted. Whoa, you scared me. Why didn't you lock the door? Su Hao hastily retreated. You didn't knock either. Nonsense, I'm going to the bathroom. Why should I knock? Su Hao was speechless. Su Hao, could you do me a favor? Shin Yufa seemed hesitant to bring it up. What help? You're not constipated, are you? Need an enema? Su Hao asked curiously. You're the one who needs an enema. I'm on my period. Shin Yufa snapped irritably. Are you on your period? Yes. Could you buy me some sanitary pads? Shin Yufa bit her lip. There was no other choice now. She had to ask Su Hao for help, since there was no one else around to ask. Ahem, this isn't really appropriate, is it? Su Hao's face flushed red. I'll give you the money. Shin Yufa hastily chimed in. It's not about the money, okay? I just don't know how to buy it. Su Hao was telling the truth. He had never even been in a relationship, so why would he have bought something like this? I'll send you the brand and specifications on WeChat. Just buy according to that. Alright then. Su Hao nodded helplessly, then changed his shoes and went downstairs. Before long, he received a message from Shin Yufa. Badu space, daily use, pure cotton. Soon, Su Hao came back with what was listed on the sign. Here you go. He opened the bathroom door and reached inside to hand it over. Shin Yufa took the plastic bag and discovered there was also a brand new toothbrush inside. She hadn't expected Su Hao to think of this too, feeling slightly touched, while also becoming terribly embarrassed at the realization that she just asked a man to buy sanitary pads for her. Moments later, she emerged from the bathroom after changing. Boss, are you alright? Why is your face so red? Su Hao asked suspiciously. Nothing. Shin Yufa bit her lip. Feeling embarrassed now? Got you, Su Hao suddenly teased. Get out. Shin Yufa had been moved at first, but upon seeing Su Hao's playful grin, she shot him a resentful glare. Alright, let's hurry up and wash up, then go downstairs for breakfast. Su Hao finished speaking and went to wash up. Shin Yufa followed him in, then unwrapped her toothbrush and squeezed toothpaste onto it. Use this cup for rinsing. Su Hao handed her a glass, and so the two of them stood before the bathroom mirror, brushing their teeth. Shin Yufa gazed at their reflection in the mirror and suddenly felt dazed. This must be what married couples look like in moments like these, she thought. The two finished washing up and went down to the breakfast stall below the apartment. Boss, why don't you get a bowl of mutton soup for nourishment? Their mutton soup is delicious, Su Hao said with a smile. I don't dare to eat that. Awful has everything in it. Shin Yufa quickly shook her head. Cough cough asterisk, that won't do, you've got to experience the real world. Su Hao didn't bother arguing anymore and went straight to the mutton soup stall, ordering 2 bowls. Boss, 2 bowls of mutton soup. Got it. The boss picked up the bowl and started scooping the lamb offal. Shin Yufa initially wanted to refuse, but after considering it, she thought it wouldn't hurt to try it herself. At worst, she could just drink the broth and not eat the meat. Soon, 2 bowls of mutton soup were brought out. The mutton soup is ready, young man. Your girlfriend is truly beautiful. What a perfect match, like talent paired with beauty. The boss gave a word of praise. Shin Yufa's delicate face instantly flushed red. Hey boss, you wouldn't believe it, my girlfriend is gorgeous but has quite the temper, Su Hao shamelessly said. Ha ha. The mutton soup vendor couldn't help but laugh. Shin Yufa immediately reached out and pinched Su Hao's arm. Ugh, alright, I won't say another word. Su Hao hastily begged for mercy. Shin Yufa finally lowered her head and picked up a spoon to sip the lamb soup. After a few sips, she found the taste surprisingly good, but she still didn't dare to eat the lamb offal. Su Hao shook his head helplessly and handed her a piece of flatbread. Boss, the mixed lamb offal is the finest part. If you're not going to eat it, I'll take it off your hands later, Su Hao suggested. Ha? Shin Yufa was startled, recalling how Su Hao had eaten her braised pork in the company cafeteria last time. This time he actually had the nerve to eye her lamb offal. But the lamb soup had her saliva in it. How could that be allowed? No way. Who said I wouldn't eat it? I'm eating it. Why should I leave it for you? So Shin Yufa gritted her teeth and tried to eat it. Su Hao watched her struggle with every bite, both amused and exasperated. Oh, brother Su, having mutton soup here? Suddenly, a voice chimed in. Su Hao looked up to see Meng Qiqi standing beside him, holding a container of millet porridge. Qiqi, boss, this is the landlord's daughter I mentioned to you last night. Su Hao quickly made the introductions. Hi, sis, nice to meet you. I'm Meng Qiqi. Meng Qiqi waved her hand. So you're Qiqi, I heard Su Hao mention you. Thank you for helping me change clothes last night. Shin Yufa stood up and said. Don't mention it, sis. By the way, sis, did that bastard Su do anything unforgivable to you last night? Meng Qiqi asked mischievously. Ahem, Qiqi, what are you talking about? Su Hao pretended to be angry. Pfft, he wouldn't dare. I'd lend him 100 gallbladders and he still wouldn't. Shin Yufa laughed. Ha, I told you brother Su was all talk and no action. Meng Qiqi giggled. Shin Yufa couldn't help laughing as she glanced at Su Hao, who was burying his head in a bowl of lamb soup. By the way, sister, can I add you on WeChat? Could we be friends? Meng Qiqi said cheerfully. Of course you can. Shin Yufa immediately took out her phone. The two scanned the codes and added each other as friends. Su Hao was somewhat speechless, thinking to himself that there was a significant age gap between the two of them. What's the point of adding someone with a generation gap as a friend? Chapter 47, An Instinct for the Stock Market. Upon arriving at the company, they stuck to their usual routine. Shin Yufa went up first, and Su Hao followed 10 minutes later. Since Chu Xiangxiang's second sister, Chu Lianxia, was scheduled to visit the company that morning, Su Hao had instructed Cui Xiaowan in advance to handle the reception. Ding dong! Just then, Su Hao received a text message informing him that his 80,000 yuan commission from Julong Network had been deposited into his account. Checking his balance, Su Hao realized he could now easily allocate 100,000 yuan for financial investments. Since finance is all about practice, why not test my market analysis and judgment skills to see how they fare? Su Hao smiled and then opened the stock trading software on his computer. He had long opened a stock account with a securities firm, but after getting trapped with a loss of several thousand yuan last time, he never traded stocks again. But now things were different. He had mastered stock knowledge thoroughly, and these days he had been closely following various industries, sectors, and numerous individual stocks. Blessed with superior intelligence, he possessed an exceptionally sharp instinct for industry analysis and judgment. However, just how accurate this instinct really was, Su Hao needed to put it to the test. At exactly 9:30 a.m. when the market opened, Su Hao followed his own analysis and selected 10 different stocks, investing 10,000 yuan in each. By 10 o'clock, Chu Lianxia from the Chu Corporation arrived at Hongsheng Group with 2 assistants in tow. Cui Xiaowan had been waiting in the lobby to receive them and escorted the group to Su Hao's office. Upon meeting the second daughter of the Chu family, even Su Hao was stunned by Chu Lianxia's breathtaking beauty. In Yanbei, it said that Chu Wenhan's 5 daughters are all as beautiful as flowers. Su Hao was initially somewhat skeptical, but now it's clear that the rumors are indeed true. Chu Lianxia, dressed in a white professional suit, exudes the charm of a mature woman. "Hello, Miss Chu." Su Hao proactively extended his hand. "You must be the brother Su Xiangxiang mentioned. Didn't expect you to be this young and indeed quite handsome." Chu Lianxia offered her hand while speaking with remarkable poise. "Please have a seat, Miss Chu." Su Hao quickly invited him to sit down, as he was here to discuss cooperation after all. "President Su, before we talk about cooperation, I must express my gratitude to you on behalf of my father," Chu Lianxia suddenly said. Su Hao was taken aback, realizing that Chu Wenhan must have also learned about the conversation he had with Chu Shangxiang. "Miss Chu, you're too polite. Xiangxiang is an adorable child, and I just didn't want her to get hurt. And please, Miss Chu, just call me by my name." Su Hao spoke honestly. "Alright, Su Hao, I won't stand on ceremony. Xiangxiang is the treasure of our entire family, and none of us want her to suffer even the slightest harm. My father also said that with your character, Mr. Su, you'd surely make an excellent business partner," Chu Lianxia said with a laugh. After exchanging pleasantries, the two began discussing collaboration on advertising sponsorships. Given the extensive reach of the Chu family's business ventures, their advertising investments were substantial. Therefore, they needed to thoroughly examine the channel statistics of the QuickBird Headlines app. "Xiajie, all metrics for QuickBird Headlines are showing steady growth. I'm confident the Chu Corporation's advertising investment will yield outstanding results." After becoming familiar with each other, Su Hao started calling Chu Lianxia's sister Xia. After their conversation, Chu Lianxia felt extremely happy, thinking that Su Hao not only had high emotional intelligence but was also knowledgeable, and he always seemed to guess her thoughts correctly. Little did she know that Su Hao had used his mind-reading ability several times during their chat. Su Hao couldn't help but marvel inwardly at how incredibly powerful this mind-reading ability was. As the saying goes, don't try to guess a girl's thoughts, but with this ability, Su Hao could accurately discern Chu Lianxia's intentions, which proved extremely effective during their exchanges and negotiations. Su Hao, Chu Lianxia declared after some preliminary consideration, "I plan to invest 500 million in advertising on the QuickBird Headlines app over the next year." Chu Lianxia announced her decision. 500 million? Su Hao sharply inhaled a breath of cold air. Though he knew the Chu Corporation was enormously wealthy, he never expected they would splurge so extravagantly. This was an advertising budget of 500 million yuan. "Of course, Su Hao, our ad placements will be rolled out in 5 phases. Each stage has specific performance benchmarks. If the results fall too far below our targets, we reserve the right to terminate the next phase immediately," Chu Lianxia said with grave sincerity. "Of course, no problem at all." Su Hao readily agreed, since this was business after all, something that required strict scrutiny. The Chu Corporation was in the trade of commerce, and commerce inevitably prioritized benefits. There was no way they'd throw money down the drain. Subsequently, both parties signed a preliminary letter of intent. "Ms. Xia, it's already noon. I've asked Xiaowan to reserve a private room at the neighboring hotel. Allow me to treat you all to a simple meal." Su Hao promptly extended the invitation. This being a 500 million yuan contract, treating them to a meal was the least he could do. "Oh dear, Su Hao, I really don't have time at noon. I have to fly to Donghai City in an hour for business negotiations," Chu Lianxia explained. "So urgent?" "Yes, Su Hao, I'm not just being polite with you. We'll have plenty of time together in the future." "Alright, see you next time then." Su Hao nodded in agreement. After seeing off Chu Lianxia, Su Hao felt a surge of excitement. He never expected to have already completed half of his 1 billion yuan investment task. This was simply fantastic. Such good news absolutely warranted a trip to Shin Yuefei's place to show off a little. Just as Su Hao was about to head upstairs, his phone suddenly rang. "Dusseldorf?" Su Hao was somewhat taken aback, not expecting a call from Dussel, the president of Porsche Group's China operations. He answered immediately, only to find that Dussel was inviting him to lunch. For a major client of Dussel's stature, Su Hao absolutely couldn't refuse, especially since their companies had just established a partnership. "Mr. Dussel, I'll be there shortly." Su Hao agreed and told Cui Xiaowan before leaving that he might return to the company a bit late in the afternoon. Unexpectedly, that afternoon, Hongsheng Group encountered a major incident. The finance department received a whistleblowing document, and the person accused in it was none other than Yang Wenguang, the manager of the technical department. Financial director Ning Yusen immediately went to consult with Shin Yuefei. After reviewing the materials, Shin Yuefei angrily slammed the table. That Yang Wenguang, just a small department manager, has actually pocketed nearly $1 million in kickbacks over these past few years. Double-dealing, greedy and corrupt behavior was exactly what Shin Yuefei detested the most in the workplace. President Shin, what should we do about this? Ning Yusin asked. What should we do? Deal with it according to the law. Also, convene a meeting at 3:30 p.m. for all management personnel at the department supervisor level and above. I will personally announce this matter to serve as a wake-up call for the entire leadership team. Shin Yufa said sternly. Got it. The finance department will handle organizing the meeting, and I'll take care of sending out the notifications. Ning Yusin nodded. Sigh, this is so infuriating. Shin Yufa said angrily. Xiaofei, don't be angry. There are too many people like this in the workplace. By the way, did you hear? This morning a real beauty joined our company. Ning Yusin suddenly spoke. Chapter 48, Drinking During Work Hours. Great beauty? What great beauty? Shin Yufa was taken aback. I asked at the front desk, this stunning beauty is the second daughter of the Chu group, Chu Lianxia. Ning Yusin explained. Xiajie? Shin Yufa was quite familiar with several of the Chu family's young ladies, so logically Chu Lianxia should have contacted her when coming to her company. Sis Xin, are you mistaken? If Sister Xia were coming to the company, wouldn't she have called me? Shin Yufa shook her head. Seriously, no mistake. I asked, right after she arrived. She went straight to Su Hao's place. Where's Su Hao? At the Chu Corporation, Chu Lianxia was primarily in charge of planning and marketing. Could it be that Su Hao was looking to attract investment? But how could Su Hao possibly know Chu Lianxia? Was it at the birthday party that night? That's not right. She was even more bewildered. Even if Su Hao wanted to attract advertisers, he should have taken the initiative to visit the Chu group. Why would Chu Lianxia, as a client, come knocking on his door? This makes no sense at all. Since it doesn't make sense, it probably isn't business related. Could it be? Shin Yufa's beautiful eyes darted. It couldn't be Su Hao, that damned rascal, hitting on someone again, could it? If that were really the case, then things would be bad after all. She was the one who had brought Su Hao to the birthday party that day. Xiaofei, Su Hao really is something. He actually knows the second miss of the Chu family. Ning Yusin sighed in amazement. He's nothing special. I brought Su Hao to that birthday party. He must have met Sister Xia through that event. Shin Yufa explained. What? You took Su Hao there that day? Ha, nice going. Su Hao knows how to seize opportunities. Ning Yusin couldn't help but laugh. Grasping opportunities, my foot. We should be burning incense and thanks if he doesn't cause trouble. Shin Yufa prayed in her heart that nothing would go wrong. Ning Yusin said, whatever it is, just ask Su Hao when you see him at the afternoon meeting. At 3:30 in the afternoon, all of Hongsheng Group's management gathered in the large conference room on the 6th floor, a full 100 people in attendance. Company-wide management meetings like this typically occurred only once a month. Usually, plenary meetings are only held when announcing major events. Deputy General Manager Lei, what's going on? Can you give us a hint? Kai Yuba asked Lei Jianshu beside him. Lei Jianshu shook his head and said, I don't know either. You don't know either? How could that be? You're the deputy director after all. Kai Yuba seemed skeptical. It's true I'm the deputy director, but I'm always away on business trips. Lei Jianshu answered truthfully. At this moment, HR Director Jiang Yunqi spoke up. I heard the finance department received a whistleblower report today, and President Chen absolutely lost his temper. A whistleblower report? Hearing her words, many executives in the conference room began looking visibly uncomfortable. Director Jiang, any idea who it was? Kai Yuba asked curiously. I really don't know about this. Jiang Yunqi shook her head. At that very moment, the conference room door opened as Shin Yufa entered, instantly silencing the murmuring executives. Before the meeting begins, I'd like to announce something first. Shin Yufa walked up to the meeting room and spoke. Yang Wenwen, manager of the technical department in the mobile internet business group, is suspended pending financial review. Ha! At these words, many executives were taken aback. The meaning is quite clear. A financial audit definitely indicates financial misconduct. What? General Manager Shin, why is this happening? Yang Wenwen was stunned, rising from his seat at the back of the conference room. Why? All these documents in my hand contain evidence of you taking kickbacks. What do you have to say for yourself? Shin Yufa arched her delicate eyebrows, glaring at him furiously. What? President Shin, could this be a mistake? Yang Wenwen's expression changed, but he surmised in his heart that it was likely that bastard Ji Kai who had reported him. Get out of my sight. I don't want to see you again. You can expect legal action. Shin Yufa glared at him. Come now, Director Shin, there must be some misunderstanding. Yang Wenwen began playing innocent. Security, escort him out. Shin Yufa slammed her hand on the table. Two security guards immediately dragged Yang Wenwen out. All the executives in the meeting room looked at him with some sympathy. Shin Yufa then scanned the room, preparing to begin the meeting and sound a warning to all the managerial staff. But she suddenly noticed an empty seat in the front row. The nameplate on the desk clearly read Su Hao. Where's Director Su from Mobile Internet? Shin Yufa frowned. President Shin, I contacted Director Su's secretary, who said he went out for some business. Executive Secretary Wang Meng replied. Gone out? Didn't they tell him attendance at this meeting is mandatory for everyone? Shin Yufa felt a hint of displeasure. She said she'd already called Director Su. Wang Meng explained. Shin Yufa immediately took out her phone in anger, called Su Hao on speakerphone, and was ready to give him a piece of her mind. Hey, honey, what's up? Su Hao joked on the other end. Ha! The conference room fell silent in stunned disbelief upon hearing Su Hao's form of address. What's going on? Su Hao actually called President Shin wife? Could it possibly mean? Put. Lei Jianshu took a sip of tea and immediately spat it out. Shin Yufa's beautiful eyes widened in shock. This scoundrel was becoming increasingly brazen, actually calling her wife in public. She somewhat regretted putting the call on speaker, but now if she turned it off, wouldn't that be like hanging out a sign saying no silver buried here, the sheer transparency of her guilty conscience? Su Hao, this is Shin Yufa. Who are you calling wife? Have you lost your mind? Don't you know there's a company meeting this afternoon? Where are you? A meeting? I'm in the middle of something. In the middle of what? Get your ass back here right now. Alright, I'm coming back right away. Su Hao hung up the phone after speaking. This infuriated Shin Yufa beyond measure. That bastard actually dared to hang up on her, how despicable. At that moment, everyone's minds were still echoing with Su Hao's particular form of address. Smack! Shin Yufa suddenly slapped the table and said, meeting. An hour later, the conference room door abruptly swung open as Su Hao staggered in, reeking of alcohol. Ha! Everyone was stunned at the sight of him. What a strong smell of alcohol. Director Su, were you drinking during work hours? Impressive. It's almost time to clock out. Looks like you've been drinking all afternoon. No wonder he called his wife when Mr. Shin just phoned him. He must have been drunk out of his mind. Finished. Looks like the executive director is about to be replaced. The mobile internet division has had quite a turbulent fate. First the programming and technical department managers were gone, and now even the executive director is leaving. The crowd immediately broke into discussions. Ning Yusin shook her head helplessly at the sight of drunken Su Hao. Shin Yufa's pretty face gradually turned ashen. It was already that time of the month for her, making her emotions particularly volatile, and now this bastard had to go and provoke her. Well now, everyone's here. Su Hao took a look around and grinned. Su Hao, as a company executive, you actually snuck out to drink during work hours and came back reeking of alcohol? You've got no regard for rules whatsoever. Watch your tone, Shin Yufa said sharply. Chapter 49, Securing 1 billion in a single day. That's right, what President Shin said is correct. Su Hao, you really have no regard for the company's rules and regulations. President Shin, how can someone like this be fit for a management position? I suggest dismissing him immediately. Kai Yuba immediately chimed in. He was naturally overjoyed to see Su Hao like this. With the mobile internet business group collapsing, he could conveniently absorb everything into his own network media business group. Ning Yusin was speechless. Just what kind of person was this Kai Yuba? I think Uncle Kai is right. Such a person should be fired immediately. A middle-aged man suddenly spoke up from the front of the conference room. Shin Yufa's delicate eyebrows furrowed. This middle-aged man was also a company vice president. Moreover, he was Kong Xingha's son, Kong Junjie. If Kong Xingha were to seize the chairman's position in the future, then the group president's seat would undoubtedly go to Kong Junjie. VP Kong, you just returned from Donghai today. You wouldn't know how arrogant this kid is. He openly challenged me at the last routine meeting. Kai Yuba immediately scoffed. Is that so? How did someone like that even get promoted to director? Kong Junjie said with a sarcastic tone. Everyone here knew Su Hao had been personally promoted by President Shun. Now Kong Junjie's words were undoubtedly putting Shin Yufa in an awkward position. Shin Yufa's delicate brows furrowed as she glared at Su Hao, her anger mounting even further. This scoundrel simply couldn't stop making her lose face. Su Hao frowned, ignoring them, and spoke directly. Boss Shin, I didn't sneak out for drinks, it was business entertainment. Business dinner? Ridiculous. What business dinners could you possibly have? Kai Yuba snapped impatiently. Director Kai, does lunch with Mr. Dussel, CEO of Baoqi Group, count as a business dinner? Su Hao promptly retorted. Kai Yuba was instantly speechless. A major client like Dussel, even the CEO couldn't afford to slight someone of that caliber. Even so, that doesn't justify delaying the company meeting, does it? Drinking all afternoon? Humph, Kong Junjie sneered. Who says I've been drinking all this time? Alcohol just enhances the mood, my main focus is discussing business. Su Hao looked at Kong Junjie and spoke. Oh, I wonder what sort of business it is. Why don't you tell us all about it? Kong Junjie looked at him with amusement. No need to say more, the contracts are already signed. Su Hao suddenly opened the folder in his hand, took out a contract, and placed it on the table. Kong Junjie picked it up and was immediately dumbfounded. Because it was a letter of intent from Baoqi Group for advertising placement on Hongsheng Group's Fast Bird Headlines app, bearing Dussel's signature. The total advertising budget was shockingly 500 million. Vice President Kong, what kind of contract is this? Kai Yuba also stood up for a closer look. Gasp! A 500 million advertising contract. Kai Yuba was completely stunned. 500 million? An advertising contract? Everyone in the meeting room was stunned. At this moment, Kang Junjie's face darkened, and he stopped speaking altogether. Then he handed the contract to Shin Yufa. Shin Yufa took a look and was equally shocked. It was indeed Dussel's signature, and there was even the official seal of the Porsche Group behind it. Clearly, this contract was genuine. Ning Yusin also came over to take a look. My goodness, Su Hao, you actually secured 500 million in advertising fees for Buchi Group's cars. Ning Yusin said with amazement. At this moment, everyone in the conference room looked at Su Hao with shock and admiration in their eyes. This is 500 million in advertising expenses, an amount many renowned internet companies couldn't even achieve. Who would have thought Director Su was this impressive? I heard the Greater China Regional CEO of Baoqi Group is Arab with quite a temper. For Director Su to win over such a client, it's a miracle. Landing a 500 million ad deal? What's wrong with having a few drinks to celebrate? That's right, he's the company's hero. In an instant, the tone of the executives in the conference room took a sharp turn. Shin Yufa suddenly felt relieved. The anger from moments ago instantly dissipated, and she even felt a small touch of emotion in her heart. After all, this represented significant company profits. You should have told me beforehand when you went out to discuss business. Her tone softened considerably as she spoke to Su Hao. Wow, Director Su, your business skills are incredible. Securing a 500 million advertising contract in just one day. Ning Yusin gave a thumbs up. It's worth noting that in the business world, negotiating contracts and partnerships, particularly deals worth 500 million, typically involves a series of lengthy discussions and exchanges, often stretching over months or even a year. But securing a 500 million contract in a single day, that truly is a business miracle. 500 million? No, that's not right. Su Hao suddenly shook his head. What do you mean it's not right? Ning Yusin froze in astonishment. Everyone in the meeting room wore expressions of bewilderment. It should be hitting $1 billion in a day. I closed another deal this morning. Su Hao took out another contract from the file folder, which turned out to be an advertising contract signed with the Chu Group. Ha! At that moment, everyone directed their gazes over. Shin Yufa glanced at the contract, and her beautiful eyes immediately widened. It was yet another 500 million yuan contract. What's wrong? Everyone was shocked to see the usually composed and calm CEO in such a state. What on earth was going on? This is the advertising contract with the Chu Group, also worth 5 billion. Ning Yusin gasped in astonishment beside them. What? Seriously? No way. Signing $1 billion contract just like that. Is this some kind of joke? The next moment, chaos erupted in the conference room. Kang Junjie frowned, instantly feeling skeptical. Signing 10 billion in advertising contracts in a single day was unheard of in the industry. Director Su, back-to-back contracts worth $500 million each. Are you playing games with everyone? He asked with a stern expression. Yeah, how is this possible? These must be fake contracts made by this kid. Kai Yuba hastily chimed in. By now, other executives in the meeting room were also skeptical. After all, this involved 1 billion yuan. Vice President Kong, whether I'm fooling around or not, the contract carries the financial department contacts of both Baoqi Group and Chu Group. You can verify by making a call yourself. Su Hao said with a straight face. At this moment, Shin Yufa turned her gaze towards Ning Yusin. We've worked with both Baoqi Group and Chu Group before in finance. I have their CFO's contact information. I'll verify this personally. Ning Yusin immediately took out her phone to verify. The call concluded quickly. Excitedly, Ning Yusin announced, I've verified everything. The contract is genuine and without issues. Wow! The conference room was in an uproar. Thud! Kai Yuba instantly became distraught, sitting there wilted and dumbfounded. Kang Junjie's eyelids also twitched. When Su Hao was promoted to director, he had thought Shin Yufa had just found someone to fill the position, never expecting such formidable professional competence. Shin Yufa grew equally excited, feeling a surge of pride. After all, she was the one who had promoted Su Hao. Chapter 50, 50 million in sales commission. At this moment, all the senior executives of Hongxing Group gasped in astonishment. During last week's routine meeting, when Su Hao proposed a 10 billion advertising sales target, everyone had scoffed in disbelief. They believed Su Hao simply couldn't accomplish it. Even Kai Yuba, that old fox who'd been maneuvering through business circles for years, couldn't complete an annual target of 500 million. Yet no one expected that in barely under a week, Su Hao secured deals worth 1 billion. What's more, both Baoqi Group and Chu Group were top-tier enterprises. Such premium clients weren't the kind you could just easily land. But Su Hao pulled it off, the crucial point being he was an executive director, not some ordinary advertising sales specialist. You should know that the online media division has its own marketing department, staffed with over 20 sales specialists. For the marketing department, securing 200 to 300 million yuan in advertising annually would be considered outstanding performance. After all, the 5 billion Kaiyuba previously mentioned was merely a target quota. This meant Su Hao's personal performance had instantly eclipsed the entire marketing department's achievements. In that moment, Su Hao became the idol in the hearts of everyone throughout the entire conglomerate. That's all for today's meeting. Meeting adjourned. Xing Yufa spoke up. Only then did the attendees begin to disperse. Let's discuss this back in the office, Xing Yufa said to Su Hao and Ning Yusen. Then the three of them arrived at the president's office. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. A 1 billion yuan advertising contract, and from what I see of the payment terms, we'll have 200 million coming in by the end of the month. As the CFO, Ning Yusen's favorite thing was seeing the company's accounts swell with funds. After all, managing a conglomerate's liquidity falls squarely under every CFO's responsibilities. Manager Shin, you're not angry about this anymore, are you? Su Hao asked with a grin. You little rogue, you rascal. Shin Yufa sat there, laughing in exasperation. Ning Yusen, standing nearby, furrowed her delicate brows, thinking how odd these two sounded addressing each other. Drinking makes my mouth so dry. Su Hao simply plopped down onto the sofa. I'll get water for the hero. Ning Yusen went straight to the office fridge and took out 3 bottles of water. Su Hao took one and drank it in big gulps. Ning Yusen then handed another bottle to Shin Yufa. She can't drink anything cold, Su Hao said gloomily. Ning Yusen suddenly froze. She suddenly remembered it was Shin Yufa's time of the month today. She had mentioned it earlier. But, Ning Yusen looked at Su Hao in astonishment. How did he know that? Su Hao, Ning Yusen wanted to ask. Shin Yufa's delicate face flushed slightly as she quickly interrupted her, saying, Sister Xan, please have the company's legal team review the contract again to ensure there are no issues. Alright, don't worry. Ning Yusen nodded in agreement. Mr. Shin, if there's nothing else, I'll be heading off work now. I've had a bit to drink and feel a little dizzy. Suddenly, Su Hao spoke. Yeah, Shin Yufa nodded. Off work? Come on, Su Hao, why don't you treat Yufa and me to dinner tonight? Let's have some beer in the evening. Ning Yusen suddenly suggested. Treat you? Hey, both of your salaries are higher than mine, and you still expect me to treat you? Su Hao was speechless. Seriously, this woman is really obsessed with beer. Xanjia, this guy is stingy. Let's just forget about it. Xing Yufa quickly chimed in. Forget it? We can't just drop this, Xiaofei. Have you forgotten our company's commission policy for ad sales? Ning Yusen reminded her. Xing Yufa certainly hadn't forgotten. At Hongsheng Group's advertising sales commission structure, the standard rate was 1%. But if advertising sales exceeded 100 million, the commission became 2%. For sales surpassing 500 million, the commission rate jumped to 5%. Su Hao had secured a 1 billion yuan advertising contract, which meant he qualified for the maximum 5% sales commission. With 1 billion in advertising revenue, this translated to a staggering 50 million yuan commission for Su Hao. Xing Yufa had nearly forgotten about this matter. By the 10th, when salaries were issued, Su Hao would finally receive that substantial sales commission. A sales commission? There's such good news? Su Hao's eyes lit up. Su Hao, even as a director, you didn't know about this? Next month's sales commission alone is 50 million. Don't you think that calls for a treat? Ning Yusen snorted. You should treat us, earning more than my salary in one go. Xing Yufa sighed repeatedly. As the CEO of Hongsheng Group with an 8-figure salary, even she couldn't help but marvel at Su Hao making more than what a CEO earns. Su Hao was exhilarated. 5 million in commission. Had he suddenly become rich? He finally understood why so many salespeople in companies had struck it rich. This truly was one big deal can feed you for 3 years. If you just relied on a fixed salary day after day, you'd never earn 5 million in a lifetime. Treating everyone will have to wait until my paycheck comes in. I'm off now. Su Hao was no fool, his pockets weren't exactly full these days, having just spent 100,000 yuan on stocks that very morning. Hey, Su Hao, don't walk away. Ning Yusen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Xing Yufa said, see, Xinjie? I told you he's stingy. Su Hao returned to his office and first poured himself a glass of milk. Actually, he hadn't drunk much alcohol during lunch. While eating, he managed to secretly eavesdrop on Dussel's inner thoughts, which unexpectedly helped him secure a 500 million contract. By 5:30, all the company employees had already left for the day. Su Hao opened the stock trading software on his computer to check the status of several stocks he had purchased that day. He had bought a total of 10 stocks. Naturally, some had fallen while others had risen, but overall the results aligned closely with his predictions about the stock market trends, ending with an approximate 6% gain. Su Hao's 100,000 yuan principal earned over 6,000 yuan in profit all at once. TSK, making 6,000 yuan in just one day. He couldn't help but sigh deeply. Once his 5 million yuan commission came through, he could really make his move. Then he opened Tomato Novel again and found that the novel he posted last night had passed review and even received a site message about getting signed. Su Hao followed the procedure directly, submitting the contract materials. Nowadays, novel websites use electronic contracts for signing, so after adding his editor's QQ, he quickly completed the signing process. Since the novel was approved, he immediately started writing again. Half an hour later, he uploaded another 50,000 words. Ding, system reminder, complete the advertising recruitment task, reward 1,000 evolution points. Su Hao's eyes lit up as he checked the system and realized he still had unclaimed evolution points. Published online novel achievement unlocked, plus 200 evolution points. Su Hao never expected that publishing web novels could also unlock achievements. It seems he could perfectly venture across industries. This way he could harvest more achievement points in the future. Current balance, 1,200 evolution points. Let me see which body part to evolve next. Chapter 51, Skeletal Muscle Platinum Enhancement. Host, the next body part to evolve is your skeleton. Skeleton? Alright, evolve. Ding, congratulations host. You have completed Skeleton LV1 evolution. Bone LV2 ability acquired, Bronze Reinforcement. Continue evolving. Ding, congratulations host. You have completed Bone LV2 evolution. Bone LV2 ability acquired, Platinum Reinforcement. Su Hao was somewhat surprised. Upon learning about it, he found that after Platinum Reinforcement, functions such as strength, support, hematopoiesis, and movement had all significantly improved. Still have 600 evolution points left. System, continue evolving. Host, the next evolution target is muscles. Proceed with evolution? Good, evolution. Then Su Hao directly upgraded his muscles to level 2 as well. Muscles level 2 ability acquired, Platinum Enhancement. Similarly, with Platinum Enhancement, the muscles experience significant improvements in functions such as resilience, strength, elasticity, and speed. Su Hao suddenly had the illusion of complete transformation, realizing that his current strength and reaction speed were incredibly formidable. With these two evolutions, he now possessed an extraordinarily powerful physical constitution. Perhaps I should sign up for some combat training or something, Su Hao muttered to himself. Ever since that fight with those hackers, he felt he ought to learn more combat techniques to push his physical abilities to the limit. Right now, it's like he possesses immense internal strength, all he needs is to master a few more techniques. Ding dong. Just then, Su Hao received a WeChat message. He opened it to check. Shin Yufa, you've been drinking today, so you can't drive. Shall I give you a ride home? Ha! Su Hao was stunned. What was Miss Shin up to? Actually taking the initiative to offer him a ride home? Was this still the same aloof, domineering CEO queen? God, could this woman have fallen for him? Or did she have some other ulterior motive? Whatever. Su Hao replied directly, okay. When he arrived at the parking lot, Shin Yufa was already waiting in the Lamborghini. Honey, what made you think of giving me a ride home today? Don't tell me you've fallen for me? Su Hao couldn't resist teasing after getting in the car. Stop being so vain. I'm only doing this because you've made such significant contributions to the company, consider it your reward. Shin Yufa started the engine as she spoke. Honey, if you're going to reward me, surely just driving me home isn't enough, right? Su Hao said with a smile. So what else do you want? You've forgotten about our bet, haven't you? What? Just come with me this once. Su Hao reminded her. Only then did Shin Yufa remember Su Hao wanted her to pose as his girlfriend for a dinner with his rowdy friends. It's just a meal, right? Let me know once you've set the time. Sounds good. I'll arrange it once I get my paycheck. Su Hao said cheerfully. I can understand you securing the Dusselad contract, but how did you manage to negotiate the Chu Corporation deal? Shin Yufa was truly puzzled. This is all thanks to Chu Shangxiang. Su Hao spoke frankly. Chu Shangxiang? You forgot? I was gaming in the office, carrying her to king rank. Later, she introduced her second sister to me. Su Hao explained with a laugh. What? Shin Yufa was utterly speechless. She felt certain Su Hao was hiding something from her. Oh, by the way, wife, since I've earned so much for the corporation, there are two matters where I need your support. Su Hao suddenly spoke up. What matters? First, I plan to establish two new departments within our division, one being the marketing department, and the other being the big data algorithms department. Shin Yufa was somewhat taken aback. She fully understood the need for a marketing department. With the future growth of Fastbird headlines app traffic, having our own ad sales team was essential. But what exactly is this big data algorithms department? It's essentially about collecting big data, analyzing it, developing algorithms, and then intelligently recommending content resources to users. Shin Yufa felt a bit confused. Let me put it this way, many of today's news apps still follow the conventional model. They simply transplant PC web pages onto mobile devices, offering users a dumbed-down browsing experience. My algorithmic framework relies on big data to analyze user behavior patterns, then intelligently recommends content tailored to their interests. For example, our big data can fully analyze which users are interested in daily skincare. We can precisely target skincare ads to these users to achieve maximum exposure and benefits. After Su Hao's brief explanation, Shin Yufei immediately understood. I see, but wouldn't this technology be somewhat difficult to implement? Shin Yufei expressed some concern. After all, the technology Su Hao described involved big data analysis and complex recommendation algorithms. As the executive director in charge of technical matters, you don't need to worry about that. If I decide to do it, I can definitely make it happen. Of course, Su Hao was completely confident when it came to technical aspects. This would essentially upgrade the core of the Quick Bird Headlines app. I approve this initiative. Shin Yufei nodded. The second thing, I want you to allocate 100 million in operational funds for me. Su Hao grinned. What? You want 100 million in operational funds? What for? Shin Yufei's eyelids twitched. I'm planning to send some red envelopes to the users of Fast Bird Headlines app. Su Hao voiced his idea. Give out red envelopes? 100 million yuan, have you lost your mind? Shin Yufei's eyes widened in astonishment. Boss, to boost the user numbers for Fast Bird Headlines app, we either need to enhance the product itself or drive traffic effectively. And sending red envelopes to users is the simplest and quickest way. But once you start this, it's going to be a substantial expense. Shin Yufei voiced her concerns. Boss, don't worry. When we control massive traffic, we hold the key to wealth. These red envelope expenses are insignificant compared to the enormous advertising revenue we'll generate. Su Hao said with great confidence. He had already given it much thought these past days. For Kuainiao Tushio app to become the #1 news application, a series of enhancements and reforms would be absolutely necessary. This matter is too important. Give me some time to think it over. Shin Yufei also needed to give it careful consideration. At that very moment, her phone suddenly rang. The caller was none other than her cousin Xia Yuyu. Hey, Yuyu, what's up? Hee, meow meow, cousin, I've got some great news for you. Xia Yuyu teased playfully from the other end. What's the good news? I'm coming back to China tomorrow. Surprise, surprise? Get ready to pick me up at the airport. Shin Yufei froze for a moment before asking, coming back? Aren't you continuing your studies? There are no classes for the second half of the year, understand? Plus, someone else is coming back with me. Can you guess who? Who is it? Auntie. Shin Yufei's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. What? Auntie is coming back too? Chapter 52, Could a Toad Lust After Swan Meat? Shin Yufei's mother had 4 siblings in total, with her mother being the eldest. Xia Yuyu was the child of the second aunt, followed by 2 uncles, and the youngest was Xiao Yishuan. So Aunt Xiao Yishuan was only 3 years older than Shin Yufei. Xiao Yishuan had a dominating personality, sometimes even giving Shin Yufei and Xia Yuyu headaches. Little Fei, what's wrong? Aren't you happy to hear I'm coming back? Suddenly, the voice of Aunt Xiao Yishuan came through the phone. She and cousin Xia Yuyu were clearly together. Not at all, Auntie. Your advanced studies are over already? Shin Yufei quickly asked. Yes, they're over. Xiaofei, you're really being irresponsible. I only found out when I called your dad today you actually went and got married behind our backs? Weren't you being too impulsive? Zhou Yishuan said irritably. Ahem, Auntie, I'm not being impulsive. We've been dating for a whole year. Shin Yufei hastily explained. I'm really curious right now, just which man managed to fool our little Fei. Auntie, what do you mean by lies? We're truly in love. Xiaofei, if others don't understand you, how could I not know better? Enough of that. We'll be arriving tomorrow at 5 p.m. Remember to pick me and Yuyu up from the airport. We'll talk about this in detail when I'm back. With that, Xiao Yishuan hung up. Shin Yufei had mixed feelings of amusement and desperation. Here came trouble again. Her stubborn aunt wasn't someone easily persuaded. Su Hao, why don't you move into my villa? Shin Yufei immediately said to Su Hao beside her. What do you mean? Su Hao was suddenly dumbfounded. Well, my aunt and cousin Yuyu are coming back from abroad, and they've learned about our marriage registration. Oh, well if they know, they know. They'll be staying at my villa when they return, so we'll have to live together, otherwise they'll find out. Su Hao rolled his eyes in exasperation. We're in a fake marriage, why don't you just tell them the truth? No way. My dad's health has just improved, and you don't understand my aunt. If she finds out we're faking it, she'll definitely make a scene. Shin Yufei explained. Your aunt sure likes to meddle in everything. By the way, why aren't they staying at their own place when they return to the country? Su Hao was somewhat puzzled. It's a long story. My aunt has a strong personality. She had a falling out with the family and never comes home. Yufei Shin said helplessly. That complicated? I could just move in with you, but you'll have to clean out a nice big room for me. Su-hao considered this. No way. We're married now. You have to sleep in the same room with me. Shin Yufa said seriously. Sleep in the same room? Do we have to share a bed too? Su-hao nearly drooled at the thought. What are you thinking? Of course you're sleeping on the floor, and I'll take the bed. Shin Yufa said with a straight face. Forget it. I'll just stay in the rental place. At least it's more freeing. Who could stand sleeping on the floor every day? Su-hao immediately shook his head. Can't you just make do? Shin Yufa felt somewhat depressed. Though a bit aggrieved, she had no other options presently. But how long am I supposed to keep making do? Unless I get the bed. Su-hao brazenly replied. At this moment, he had to fight hard for it. Just thinking about sleeping in the same bed with Shin Yufa every day. Damn, what a bliss. Sleep on the same bed? No way. I'm still a virgin. How could that happen? You bastard, don't even think about it. Shin Yufa immediately gritted her teeth and snapped. Why not? Haven't we shared a bed twice already? Su-hao grinned. Both times were out of necessity, alright? Shin Yufa was at a loss for words. That bastard is deliberately making things difficult for me. How despicable. Ah, well, without any benefits, this is quite a predicament for me. Su-hao put on an extremely helpless expression. Enough with the act. Just say what you want. Shin Yufa let out a light snort. What I want, don't you already know? Su-hao winked at her with a wicked grin. Have I been too tolerant with you lately? Have you mistaken my attitude and started harboring some ridiculous, harebrained fantasies about a toad lusting after swan's flesh? Shin Yufa's tone was icy. Come on, how could this swan ever entertain such thoughts? Su-hao grinned. Shin Yufa was speechless. So you're the swan, and that makes me the toad? How about this Lamborghini will be my ride from now on. What do you think? Su-hao raised an eyebrow. So you still had your eyes on my sports car after all. Though the Bentley isn't a bad thing, I think a Lamborghini would be way cooler. Fine, it's just a sports car anyway. Shin Yufa clenched her teeth. Alright then, tomorrow I'll contact a moving company to get my stuff relocated. Su-hao readily agreed. Of course he was willing. Moving to a villa meant not only enjoying better neighborhood surroundings but, more importantly, being closer to the office. Even though he now owned a Bentley, Yanbei's morning rush hour traffic was absolutely dreadful. Moving in seems a bit much, doesn't it? Just bring a few changes of clothes and shoes. I've got everything else at my place. Alright then, but I didn't drive today. How about you come to my place first, and we can move overnight? Su-hao suggested proactively. Fine by me. Although Shin Yufa was somewhat unwilling, she had no choice but to endure it. That evening, Su-hao packed some clothes and shoes, took a few books and his laptop, and moved overnight into Longqing Villa, Shin Yufa's estate. As for the apartment Su-hao rented, he didn't terminate the lease. Who knew when he might get kicked out? That evening, Shin Yufa stayed in the guest room first. Early the next morning, she headed to the company. It was almost 8 o'clock when Su-hao finally drove his Lamborghini to the company. He arrived at the parking lot right at 8 o'clock. It had to be said, being so close to the company meant the drive didn't even take 10 minutes. Simply awesome. Ha, Su-hao. Ning Yusin spotted the car and initially thought it belonged to Shin Yufa, but to her surprise, the person stepping out was Su-hao. Hey, Director Ning, morning. Su-hao got out of the car and greeted her. Brat, isn't this Xiaofei's car? How come you're driving it? Ning Yusin asked curiously. Yeah, it's not like I made some contributions to the company, so manager Shin just lent me the car to drive. Su-hao explained. Is that so? Xiaofei is actually being so generous. By the way, you jerk, you free tonight? Ning Yusin suddenly looped her arm through his and asked affectionately. Ahem. Su-hao was startled by her action. What was this woman doing? He hastily withdrew his arm. Tonight? I really don't have time. I need to go home and cook for my wife, he said with a smile. Alright, you little rascal, stop pretending. I know you're single. Ning Yusin shot him an alluring glance. Ahem. Su-hao's face flushed crimson. Then you must be free this weekend? How about we schedule a workout together? Ning Yusin smiled radiantly. Chapter 53, Outclassing a 5-star chef. Su-hao paused, then asked with an amused smile, Director Ning, do you often work out? Of course, can't you see how amazing my figure is? Ning Yusin said, then deliberately straightened up, accentuating her hourglass curves. It must be said, this woman's figure was absolutely top-notch. No wonder she was nicknamed the Busty One. But why did she always pose and preen like this in front of me? Could she actually be attracted to my charms? Yeah, Director Ning definitely has a great figure. I've been planning to join a combat gym recently to learn some martial arts. Do you have any good recommendations? Su-hao recalled this matter. Fighting? Wow, little bro, so this is your thing, huh? Ning Yusin flirted with captivating eyes. I need to start working out again, otherwise my 8-pack abs might merge into one big lump. And these muscles of mine definitely need some training. Su-hao nodded in agreement. 8-pack abs? Little brother, you've got 8-pack abs? Come on, lift your shirt and let big sister have a look. Ning Yusin said as she immediately moved to lift Su Hao's shirt. Cough, cough, Director Ning, what are you doing? Su Hao quickly dodged. Ha, silly little brother, look how scared you are. Why are you running? Big sis here won't eat you, will she? Ning Yusin burst into laughter seeing Su Hao's flustered expression. Director Ning, I'm afraid it might look bad for your reputation if people from the company see this, Su Hao said with a serious expression. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. The gym where I have my membership is actually a fitness and combat club. Their combat coaches are really impressive. I'll introduce you to them sometime. Sure, sounds good. Then this Saturday? Okay. Su Hao agreed. Afterwards, the two went upstairs. Su Hao arrived at the office, only to see Cui Xiaowan suddenly exclaim excitedly, Boss Su, you're finally here. Come quick. What's going on? Why are you so excited? Su Hao was taken aback. Look at this. Cui Xiaowan was holding a stack of letters in her hand. What's this? They couldn't be anonymous complaints, could they? Su Hao was taken aback. Complaints? No way, these were slipped under the door of your office early this morning when I opened it. I took a look, and oh my, they're all love letters. Cui Xiaowan hurriedly handed him the love letter. A love letter? Are you kidding me? Su Hao took it and looked. It truly was a pile of love letters confessing feelings from many female colleagues at the company. Ahem, what era is this, still writing love letters? Su Hao was left speechless. Ha, President Su, looks like you're quite the heartthrob among the female staff in the company. Cui Xiaowan's face was full of admiration. Really? So is there one from you, Xiaowan, among these love letters? Su Hao deliberately teased. Oh, President Su, you're teasing me again. Cui Xiaowan blushed instantly. Ha ha. Su Hao walked into the office with a smile. In the morning, he was handling company affairs. After all, matters were piling up with Swiftbird Headline's upcoming collaboration with the Chu Corporation and Baoqi Group. As soon as his afternoon shift began, Su Hao received a summons message from Shin Yuefei and immediately headed to the CEO's office. Boss, miss me already? Stop joking around. I've got serious business for you. Yeah, what's the matter? I approve of the two plans you mentioned yesterday. Shin Yuefei had already given it careful thought. For the Fastbird Headlines app to truly take flight, they indeed needed to elevate their standards. Alright, just wait and see the results, Su Hao said confidently. By the way, Ant and Yuyu's flight arrives at 5. I'll go pick them up early, so you just head home after work and cook. Shin Yuefei had already made up her mind. Me cook at home? Ahem, aren't we going to a restaurant since they just got back? Su Hao was somewhat speechless. Oh, they must be exhausted from jet lag after coming back. Since you're such a good cook, why don't we just eat at home? Please don't say any more, Shin Yuefei hastily interjected. Ahem, just to clarify, while I agreed to register our marriage, stay at the villa with you, and cooperate, cooking for you was never part of the deal, Su Hao immediately reminded them. He's no fool, it wouldn't do to become this woman's personal servant later. I know, just this once, alright? Shin Yuefei pouted. It's not that I can't do it, but you'll have to pay extra, Su Hao shamelessly remarked. Humph, you still can't shake off your money-grubbing nature. It's just money after all, tell me how much you want. Shin Yuefei said indignantly. It's not much, just $1,000 for a meal. The corners of Su Hao's lips curled up as he voluntarily stated the price. His current cooking skills could effortlessly outshine 5-star chefs. With culinary prowess like this, $1,000 per meal is absolutely worth it. $1,000? You're really fleecing people, Su. Shin Yuefei was so angry her eyebrows slanted upward in fury. Think about my cooking skills, you're getting a good deal. Su Hao winked. Fine, 1,000 it is, then. Shin Yuefei had no choice but to agree. After all, it was just one meal. If it didn't work out later, she could always hire a nanny. Su Hao grinned. Since he had to cook for himself anyway, why not make some extra money while he was at it? At 5 in the evening, Yanbei Airport. Shin Yuefei finally picked up her Aunt Xiao Yishuan and cousin Xia Yuyu. Wow, cousin, meow. Xia Yuyu happily rushed over and gave Shin Yuefei a big hug. The girl was wearing a pink t-shirt with an ultra-short skirt underneath, showing off her long, fair legs that were quite eye-catching. Her crystal sandals, paired with pink manicured nails, made her look even more adorable and charming. Yet the most eye-catching and striking thing was Xia Yuyu's large chest, which bumped fiercely into Shin Yuefei. Yuyu, haven't you gotten fatter? Shin Yuefei couldn't resist teasing her. Cousin, I'm perfectly voluptuous where it counts, and you know it, I'm 2 sizes bigger than you. Xia Yuyu said proudly. Yeah, keep working hard, maybe someday you'll afford a G-Wagon. Shin Yuefei couldn't help but roll her eyes at her. She usually only joked around so freely with Xia Yuyu. Haha, sure. Xia Yuyu's face was full of longing. You still dare to show off? Isn't this skirt way too short? Your butt is almost showing. Shin Yuefei couldn't help but scold. Cousin, as an adorable and gorgeous girl like me, how could I match my charm without wearing a miniskirt? Xia Yuyu dismissed the concern without a second thought. You two are so affectionate, Xiaofei. Have you forgotten your auntie is standing right here? Xiao Yixuan wore sunglasses with a black strapless dress, sheer black stockings, and towering high heels, stunningly seductive. Of course not, auntie. Xin Yufei burst into laughter and finally walked over to give her aunt a hug. Xiaofei, you came alone? Xiao Yixuan scanned her surroundings. Yeah, I came by myself. What about that guy who tricked you into getting married? Didn't he come with you? Xiao Yixuan asked immediately. Exactly, cousin, where is your husband? Xia Yuyu was also curious. He didn't come because I had him stay home to prepare dinner earlier, since you were returning. Xin Yufei quickly explained. What? Cooking at home? Both Xiao Yixuan and Xia Yuyu were completely stunned. Chapter 54 Lucky Cousin. Xiaofei, what kind of extraordinary man did you find? Xiao Yixuan sneered. A grown man cooking at home? Yeah, exactly, cousin. Is your husband a chef or something? Xia Yuyu asked with great interest. What do you mean? Didn't I tell you? He works at Hongsheng Group as an executive director. Xin Yufei explained. Working under his supervision? Xiaofei, you must have been deceived by him. He's just using you to climb the ladder, don't you see? Xiao Yixuan gave a reminder. Auntie, not necessarily. Maybe cousin just likes pretty boys, so she's keeping one around. Xia Yuyu speculated beside them. Hey, if you keep talking like this, I'm going to get angry. Xin Yufei pretended to be angry. Alright, we won't say another word. When we get home later, let's see what kind of man he really is. Xiao Yixuan nodded. An hour later, the three of them finally arrived home. Su Hao was busy in the kitchen at that moment. Brother-in-law, where are you, brother-in-law? Xia Yuyu called out as soon as she entered the door. Yuyu, what are you yelling about for no reason? Xiao Yixuan shot her a glare. Xia Yuyu immediately stuck out her tongue. I'm back. At this moment, Su Hao emerged from the kitchen. Not much of a head, not a thick neck, so handsome, a full 6 feet tall, with legs for days, what a hottie. Wow, cousin, you've hit the jackpot. Xia Yuyu left a comment. Xiao Yixuan was also somewhat astonished. She hadn't expected Xiao Fei's husband to be this good-looking. Su Hao, this is Auntie, and this is Yuyu. Xin Yufei quickly introduced. Hello, I'm Su Hao. Su Hao spoke courteously. Hey brother-in-law, wow you're so handsome. Come on, tell me about your love story with cousin, who chased you first? Xia Yuyu bounded over excitedly and immediately clung to Su Hao's arm. Su Hao felt awkward. Why did this younger cousin have so many questions? And from the very first meeting, she was clinging to his arm, rubbing and nuzzling against him. Good lord, how bold. Yo-yo, what are you doing? Xiao Yixuan immediately shot her a glare. Only then did Xia Yuyu let go of Su Hao's arm. Is that meal ready yet, Su Hao? Yes, it's ready. Auntie, let's eat then. Xin Yufei quickly chimed in. Xiao Yixuan nodded in agreement. Soon, Su Hao filled the table with the dishes he had prepared, a lavish spread indeed. Only then did everyone sit down at the dinner table, but Xiao Yixuan maintained a cold expression throughout. Wow, that smells amazing, just what I needed, I'm starving. Xia Yuyu immediately picked up her bowl of rice and began eating. However, Xiao Yixuan didn't immediately pick up her chopsticks and instead proactively asked, Su Hao, where is your hometown? Yeah, I'm from eastern Shandong originally. Su Hao replied. Ludong? So you're from the countryside? Do you own property in Yanbei? Have you bought a car yet? Xiao Yixuan raised an eyebrow at Feng Mei. Ahem, no. Su Hao shook his head. What? You don't even own a house? Xiao Yixuan shook her head in disappointment. After finishing the meal, Su Hao went to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Xin Yufei and the others went upstairs and tidied up the 2 bedrooms on the 3rd floor, assigning one to Xia Yuyu and the other to her aunt. Xiaofei, you're really being foolish. You and Su Hao should go to the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow and get your divorce certificate. Xiao Yixuan suddenly spoke up. Ha? Xin Yufei was dumbfounded and quickly said, Auntie, what are you talking about? A country bumpkin with no car or house, who only got promoted at the company because of your connections, he's not good enough for you. Xiao Yixuan explained. Auntie, Su Hao is my husband. Watch your words, I won't tolerate anyone insulting my man. Xin Yufei immediately said with seriousness. Xiao Yixuan didn't expect Xiaofei to defend that guy so staunchly. Auntie, Su Hao and I are truly in love. Even my father is quite satisfied with him. Xin Yufei quickly spoke up. What? Your dad is very satisfied with him? Has he lost his mind? Xiao Yixuan was rendered speechless. Auntie, it's better to demolish 10 temples than ruin a single marriage. How could you suggest cousin get a divorce? Besides, brother-in-law is quite handsome and his cooking is absolutely delicious. Xia Yuyu chimed in from the side. What does a little brat like you know? Xiao Yixuan rolled her eyes at her, though she was genuinely surprised by Su Hao's cooking skills. Xiaofei, you've always been this stubborn since childhood, never listening to advice. Xiao Weishuan felt somewhat helpless. Auntie, I'm all grown up now, not a child anymore. Don't worry, I'm the CEO of a listed company after all. You're the CEO alright, but you've got zero emotional intelligence. Auntie. Xin Yuefei felt somewhat depressed. Alright, I'll keep my mouth shut. After all, it's your choice, but I'm reminding you, you just married him. When, remember to take precautions first. Otherwise, once you get pregnant, there'll be no turning back. Xiao Weishuan cautioned. Ha, Auntie, what are you talking about? Xin Yuefei instantly blushed. Yeah, cousin, tell me about it. What does it feel like between you and brother-in-law? Xia Yuyu suddenly became interested. Shen Yuefei was speechless. You little brat, why are you so nosy? You've got no shame at all. Xiao Weishuan angrily slapped Xia Yuyu's bottom. Ouch, Auntie, I'm already 18, I know all about these things, okay? Xia Yuyu rubbed the sore spot with a pout, looking aggrieved. Oh yes, you know all about it. Last time, you downloaded all sorts of inappropriate videos on my tablet. I still haven't dealt with you for that. Shen Yuefei remembered this incident. Cousin, that little video wasn't discovered by brother-in-law, was it? Oh no, your pure and innocent image must have completely collapsed in front of him. Xia Yuyu gloated with malicious joy. You're still laughing. The two girls immediately started playfully squabbling with each other. You two never stop bickering whenever you meet. Xiao Weishuan couldn't help but complain. By the way, Auntie, do you have any plans for this trip back? Shen Yuefei asked curiously. I studied acting in China and pursued further studies in directing and cinematography abroad. I'm now preparing to produce my first film. Xiao Weishuan said with a smile. Yes, cousin, Auntie is going to make me a big star. Xia Yuyu exclaimed excitedly. You, with your Mercedes G-Class as your claim to fame? Shen Yuefei teased. Cousin, you's so dirty-minded. Xia Yuyu huffed. Xiaofei, you should go rest early too. Yuyu and I are going to bed early tonight to adjust to the time difference. Xiao Weishuan said. Alright then, I'll go back to my room to wash up. Shen Yuefei nodded and then returned to the second floor. Just as Xia Yuyu was about to return to her room, Ning Yishuan suddenly called out to stop her. Yuyu, when you go to the supermarket tomorrow, buy 2 boxes of Durex for your cousin. Ha, Auntie, what's this for? Did you forget what I just said? Your cousin is too shy to buy it herself, so give her a hand. Xia Yuyu nodded thoughtfully and murmured, then I'll ask my brother-in-law first, whether he prefers large or medium. Xiao Weishuan had a splitting headache. Chapter 55, Your Nose is Bleeding. When Shin Yuefei returned to the bedroom, Su Hao had also finished cleaning up and came back. Hey, darling, you're back? Su Hao, my aunt is just that kind of person, but she has a good heart. Don't take what she says to heart. Shin Yuefei spoke earnestly. I understand your aunt's thoughts. Su Hao certainly understood. It seemed he'd better start making serious money. In this society, who would look up to you without money? You'll have to endure some hardship during this period. Shin Yuefei took out a grass mat from the wardrobe and laid it on the floor, then spread a quilt over it. The weather isn't cold now, so you can use this wool blanket. She took out a woolen blanket. Alright, just put it there. Su Hao nodded. Oh dear, I'm a bit tired, I'll go take a shower first. Shin Yuefei spoke briefly before going to take a shower. Su Hao took out his laptop, then arranged his books on the shelf. When Shin Yuefei finished showering, she saw Su Hao wearing headphones while studying a course. Without disturbing him, she quietly climbed into bed and covered herself with the quilted blanket. It's already 11 o'clock, aren't you going to sleep yet? Shin Yuefei asked from her bed. I usually stay up until 1 or 2 a.m. Su Hao took off his headphones. You're staying up this late? Shin Yuefei was taken aback. What? Do you want me to sleep with you? If you're inviting me to bed, I can go to sleep right now. Su Hao smirked sideways. You filthy pervert, always so improper. I'm ignoring you. I'm going to sleep. Shin Yuefei turned off the light angrily and went to bed. Su Hao turned on the desk lamp and continued studying. On the other side, Shin Yuefei opened her eyes again and suddenly realized something terrifying. After spending so much time with Su Hao, this guy actually flirted with her. Initially, she was practically hopping mad with rage, but now when Su Hao teased her again, she seemed accustomed to it, just scolding him verbally without truly feeling much anger. It must be because I've adjusted well, otherwise I'd be driven to an early grave by this guy sooner or later. Shin Yuefei secretly thought to herself before soon drifting off to sleep. The next morning when she woke up, she instinctively sat up in bed and let out a yawn. Shin Yuefei suddenly glanced under the bed and saw Su Hao sleeping on the floor, completely uncovered, without even a blanket. She immediately let out a loud scream. What's wrong? Su Hao sat up with a start. What do you mean what's wrong? You exhibitionist, why aren't you wearing any clothes? Shin Yuefei burrowed into the quilt and said angrily. Wear clothes? Sorry, but I'm used to sleeping in the nude. Su Hao gave an awkward laugh. You jerk, it's not just you sleeping in the bedroom now, don't you know you should wear pajamas? Yu Feishin gritted her teeth and said, sleepwear? I've never bought sleepwear in my life. Su Hao immediately shook his head. No pajamas? Then just wearing briefs will do. Shen Yufa was left speechless. Alright, I've put it on. Su Hao quickly threw on his clothes. Shen Yufa finally emerged from under the covers, only to see that Su Hao was already fully dressed before she came out completely. I'm warning you, no more being naked in the bedroom from now on, got it? She said gravely. Fine, what about you? Can you go naked? Su Hao asked with a teasing smile. Do you think I'm like you? How could I possibly be naked? Shen Yufa arched her eyebrows angrily. Oh really? He. Su Hao wiped his nose. Damn it, his nose was bleeding. Why are you bleeding? Shen Yufa's delicate eyebrows furrowed slightly. Nothing at all. Su Hao shook his head, his eyes appearing somewhat dazed. Lowering her gaze, Shen Yufa was instantly horrified. Though she wore sleepwear, there was absolutely nothing beneath, now exposed before Su Hao. Wouldn't that mean? Ah! Shen Yufa let out a startled scream and immediately burrowed back under the covers. After crawling under the blanket last night, she took off her bra inside. After all, girls shouldn't sleep with bras on, it's bad for their health. But when Shen Yufa woke up this morning, she'd completely forgotten about it. Damn it. Had Su Hao just seen everything? How embarrassing. Alas, I've suffered such a great loss this time. Yet I'm still an untouched maiden. Shen Yufa burned with both shame and indignation. Alright, stop yelling. Your pajamas are so conservative, they're not see-through at all. I didn't see a thing. Su Hao reassured her. But that fleeting scene still left his heart racing. You didn't see a thing? You're literally bleeding from your nose. You shameless pervert. Shen Yufa said through gritted teeth. Can you really blame me for this? Besides, didn't you see me just now? We're even. After saying this, Su Hao went to wash up. Even? Put. Shen Yufa had already put on her bra under the covers but was still too embarrassed to come out. Su Hao went to the bathroom to wipe the blood from his nose, washing his face with cold water. Before long, he finished washing up and came out. Shen Yufa was still hiding beneath the blankets. Why haven't you come out yet? Hurry up and get out after finishing your washing up. Alright then, I'll head to the company first. Su Hao decided to go to work first anyway, since the company cafeteria served breakfast in the morning. After he left, Shen Yufa finally came out to wash up. Even after getting dressed, her pretty face remained flushed. Thud. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Who is it? Cousin, it's me, Yu. Come in. At this moment, Xia Yu came running in, giggling and wearing a nightgown. Good heavens, girl, why are you coming to see me dressed like this? Shen Yufa scolded with playful annoyance. Didn't my brother-in-law already go to work? What are you afraid of? Xia Yu giggled. From now on, you're not allowed to wear such revealing clothes at home, understand? Shen Yufa said sternly. Ha, I always dress like this normally, it's not that revealing, is it? Not revealing? You're not wearing a bra underneath and flashing those bare legs. If your brother-in-law were home, wouldn't it be awkward for you to dress like that? What's there to worry about? Brother-in-law isn't an outsider anyway. Xia Yu said indifferently. Shen Yufa was speechless. This silly girl really didn't treat that bastard as an outsider at all. If Su Hao heard this, he'd probably be grinning from ear to ear. The point is, Su Hao isn't actually your brother-in-law. Wait, even if he were your real brother-in-law, you still shouldn't be this casual with him. Are you deliberately trying to annoy me, you little brat? If you keep this up, I'll kick you out. Shen Yufa said with a frosty expression. Okay, my dear cousin. I promise I'll dress more modestly at home from now on. Xia Yu quickly added. That's more like it. But cousin, you and my brother-in-law are really something, so energetic first thing in the morning. Already enjoying some intimate time right after waking up. Xia Yu gave a teasing look. What's the plotting for love? Shen Yufa looked baffled. Come on, cousin, stop pretending. I clearly heard your moans earlier. Shen Yufa felt like crying. Chapter 56, Such Extravagant Red Envelope Distribution. It was Friday, and the company had its executive meeting. Su Hao arrived at the conference room at 9 o'clock. Unexpectedly, when he took the elevator to the 5th floor, he bumped into Shen Yufa walking in. Hello, President Shen. Several people around Su Hao greeted her. Just as he was about to greet Shen Yufa as well, he unexpectedly received a glare from her instead. Su Hao looked utterly confused. What on earth was going on? What was this young lady upset about now? Shortly after, they arrived at the meeting room, ready to start at 9 a.m. At the very beginning of the meeting, it was Su Hao's turn to speak first this time. He mainly reported on the two major directions for the future of Fast Bird Headlines app, which were the same two directions he had mentioned to Shen Yufa that evening. However, when the second matter was brought up, allocating 100 million to distribute red envelopes to users, it sparked extensive discussion among the executives. After all, this amounted to a cost of 100 million, essentially turning into a giveaway for users. In the eyes of these executives, it was practically charity. Director Su, what kind of plan is this? Are you just throwing money around on the internet? No internet company burns cash like this, it's downright ridiculous. Kai Yuba was the first to sneer. Right, giving users red envelopes, we're not even an e-commerce platform, and now we're handing out red envelopes? What's next? Discount coupons? Huang Dahai, director of the application software business unit, also snorted coldly. At this moment, Kang Junjie, seated at the front of the meeting room, wore a smug expression while looking mockingly at Su Hao. As the company's deputy general manager, Kang Junjie oversaw two business units: online media and application software. Kai Yuba and Huang Dahai were precisely his two underlings, whose actions clearly represented his stance. Moreover, the current battle for the chairman's position is hardly a secret. Su Hao was promoted by Shin Yufa, it's only natural he'd face hostility from Kang Junjie. At this moment, Su Hao and Kang Junjie happened to lock eyes, eavesdropping on thoughts. Kang Junjie's inner thoughts: humph, pretty boy, thinking of being Shin Yufa's lackey? You're not qualified enough, watch how I destroy you. Su Hao's face darkened. Kang Junjie was indeed no saint. 100 million in funding is no small amount, he said with concern. And may I ask if this red packet investment will be continuous in the future? Vice President Lei Jianshu also asked with a grave expression. Director Lei, it's true that we'll need continuous investment in red packets moving forward, but I can secure 1 billion in advertising revenue for the group, and even more in the future. So, financially, there's no need to worry. Su Hao responded immediately. Su Hao, you can't be serious, can you? Do you really think all the advertising sponsors are your relatives? This time you landed 1 billion in ad revenue, but that was just luck. If ad sales hit a snag, wouldn't splurging on red packets like this be like throwing money into the sea? Kang Junjie remarked sternly. Yes, this way of spending money is far too casual. Exactly. This is classic money burning. Do we even have the financial foundation for such extravagance? Advertising sales fluctuate drastically every year, indeed. The executives buzzed with discussion. Shin Yufa's delicate eyebrows furrowed. She had long anticipated this situation. Since everyone is concerned, I happen to have a good solution. Su Hao suddenly spoke up. Director Su, what might this good solution be? Ning Yusin quickly asked. I'll control the annual red envelope expenditure to 1/10 of the advertising revenue every year, so everyone can feel at ease, right? Su Hao immediately revealed his plan. If advertising revenue hits 1 billion, then red envelope expenditure would be 100 million. If advertising revenue decreases, red envelope spending would be reduced accordingly. This approach immediately put the executives at ease. Director Su has proposed a good solution. Earning more means investing more. This also motivates the entire department. For our group to grow, it's quite normal to increase investment while generating profits. Lei Jianshu nodded in agreement. Yeah, I think this is feasible and practical. HR Director Zhang Yunxi also agreed. As the CFO, I strongly support this approach of departments independently managing financial risks. Ning Yusin also said with a smile. Shin Yufa breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at Kang Junjie again, his face darkened, his teeth gritted in anger. Since everyone agrees on this matter, it's settled. Shin Yufa immediately spoke up. President Shin, since we're discussing capital investment, coincidentally my software application business has run into difficulties. Kang Junjie suddenly spoke. Vice President Kang, what difficulties have you encountered? Shin Yufa asked. The software industry is highly competitive right now, as everyone knows. Our software development team urgently needs substantial financial support, as we're planning to develop several groundbreaking applications. Kang Junjie's implication was clear, he was also angling for funding. Vice President Kang, it's true that software development requires significant upfront investment. Approximately how much would be needed? Shin Yufa took the initiative to ask. Our software development here might require 1 billion yuan. Kang Junjie stated directly. What? 1 billion yuan? Shin Yufa's pretty face changed instantly. People in the conference room began murmuring, what kind of spending was this? A development cost of 1 billion yuan all at once? Vice President Kang, with a 1 billion yuan development cost, where would our finance department even get that much money? Not to mention, your application software division has been operating at a loss for 3 consecutive years, accumulating nearly 200 million in losses, hasn't it? Chief Financial Officer Ning Yusin immediately bristled at the remark. Sure enough, as soon as these words were spoken, the conference room was filled with shock. 3 straight years of losses, and yet still shamelessly asking for more funding? Su Hao was speechless upon hearing this. How could such a business not be cut off? Director Ning, don't forget, the application software division is the foundation of our group's rise. It was through this business that we built extensive connections. Even if it operates at a loss, we can't abandon it. That's why we're preparing to increase development funding. Kang Junjia's face darkened with embarrassment, and he hurried to explain. Vice President Kang, the software business is indeed important, but Sister XIN isn't wrong either. Where could our group possibly come up with 1 billion in development funds all at once? Shin Yufa shook her head. President Shin, isn't Director Su about to receive 1 billion in advertising fees? Kang Junjie suddenly spoke up. Everyone in the meeting room was utterly shocked. Suha was also taken aback. Damn, this Kang Junjie really has no shame, he's actually eyeing my advertising revenue. Deputy General Manager Kang, this isn't right. Director Su secured this advertising revenue himself, yet even his own operations haven't invested this much. Jiang Yunshi couldn't stand watching this any longer. Yes, Junjie, that's not fair of you, Lei Jianshu said. When Kang Junjie heard them speak up, fury smoldered in his eyes. He thought to himself, how dare you two oppose me? Just wait, once my father seizes the chairman's position and I become CEO, I'll deal with both of you first. Chapter 57, Suhao stands up for Shin Yufa. Shin Yufa furrowed her delicate brows and immediately said, the 1 billion in advertising fees isn't a one-time payment. Even if it were received all at once, the group couldn't come up with that much development capital. The company has other expenditure items too. President Shin, I actually have an idea that could solve our financial dilemma. Kang Junjie suddenly spoke up. What's the idea? Shin Yufa asked. Kang Junjie's lips curled into a smile as he immediately replied, our Hongsheng Group is currently a publicly traded company with steadily growing performance. Many fund investment institutions hold us in high regard. Why don't we transfer another portion of our shares to raise additional capital? Raise capital? Everyone in the meeting room was stunned. Suhao froze for a moment. Seeing Kang Junjie's smug expression, he instantly tuned in to listen to the man's inner thoughts. Kang Junjie's inner thoughts, with the group raising funds through equity transfer, once we dilute Shin Yufa's shares further in my Kang family maneuvers behind the scenes, Hongsheng Group will soon bear the Kang surname. Suhao was stunned. So this Kang Junjie was plotting something like this, what a goddamn sly fox. Vice President Kang, you mentioned financing, but that's a matter for the group's shareholder meeting resolution. As company executives, shouldn't this be outside our discussion scope? Ning Yusin immediately cautioned. Quite right, this isn't something we can decide on our own. Jiang Yunshi also nodded in agreement. Our Deputy General Manager Kang is actually a company shareholder. Kai Yuba quickly responded. Shin Yufa, being so intelligent, had naturally guessed Kang Junjie's intentions. She just hadn't expected the Kang family to act so impatiently. Vice President Kang, this is an executive meeting. Don't stray from the topic. She spoke up immediately. President Shin, several well-known investment firms have already extended olive branches to us. Securing financing at this time could significantly boost our group's liquidity, allowing us to increase investments across all our business sectors. Kang Junjie spoke again. Vice President Kang, I won't agree to what you're suggesting unless I'm no longer the CEO or a shareholder of the company. Shin Yufa flatly refused. Kang Junjie saw Shin Yufa's resolute attitude and gritted his teeth in frustration. President Shin, if this continues, our application software division might keep operating at a loss. It'll be very difficult for us to survive. Executive Director Huang Dahai put on an expression of hardship. That's right. Currently, the application software division still has 100 million in unsettled external debts and consecutive years of losses. If the group doesn't provide additional funding, I won't be able to salvage this business. Kang Junjie snorted coldly. Vice President Kang, what exactly do you mean by that? Shin Yufa was somewhat displeased. This has already become a hot potato. If you don't agree to additional investment funds, I suggest we immediately cut this part of the business or find someone else to take over. Kang Junjie simply threw up his hands. Everyone could see immediately that Kang Junjie was completely putting Shin Yufa in check. Currently, the application software business has liabilities and is operating at a loss. Who would be willing to take it over? And who even could? If someone did take it over, those employees were all Kang Junjie's former subordinates. Anyone else stepping in would likely face insubordination. As for cutting this part of the business, that was even more impossible. It was, after all, the very venture that had originally built the conglomerate. Another entire division with several hundred employees. How much compensation would be required to lay them all off? Plus, it would create a negative impact on Hongsheng Group's reputation within the industry. So, Kang Junjie's approach is downright unscrupulous, even bordering on intimidation. Slap. Shin Yufa slammed the table and snapped, Vice President Kang, are you just throwing caution to the wind now? President Shin, I'm just telling it like it is. Kang Junjie said with an air of arrogance. Suhao frowned. This Kang Junjie was quite full of himself. Ding! System mission initiated. Proactively take over the application software division and turn losses into profits. Mission reward, 1000 evolution points. Suhao's eyes lit up. The system actually had a mission. In that case, he'd take action. Vice President Kang, are you serious? Everyone in the conference room froze, their gazes turning towards Su Hao. Kang Junjie was feeling rather pleased with himself when he saw Su Hao standing up on the other side. Of course what I said is true. What? You got a problem with that, kid? He said sharply. I believe the software market still holds tremendous opportunities. Since Vice President Kong considers this a hot potato, why not hand over the application software business to me for management? Su Hao said with a smile. Ha? Kang Junjie was somewhat confused. Huang Dahai instantly became anxious. After all, he was the executive director of the application software business group. If this operation were really handed over, what would that make his position as executive director? He only said that just now to go along with Kang Junjie. At that moment, the executives in the meeting room began whispering among themselves. Ning Yusin felt a surge of admiration when she witnessed Su Hao's courage. Shin Yufa never expected Su Hao to step forward and stand up for her, yet she hesitated. After all, this was serious company business, not something to be taken lightly. But Su Hao blinked at her mischievously. Kang Junjie immediately darkened his face and said, Kid, you've got some nerve. You dare take over my subordinate's business? Why wouldn't I? Didn't VP Kong himself just say to let someone else take over? Or were you just farting words as a joke? Su Hao couldn't resist taunting. Pfft, ha ha, everyone in the meeting room couldn't help but laugh. Outrageous. I certainly wasn't joking when I spoke. Kang Junjie's face darkened with anger. Vice President Kong, since you consider the application software business a hot potato, very well, from now on, the application software division will be under Su Hao's responsibility. Shin Yufa immediately replied. You. Kang Junjie nearly spat blood in fury. He never imagined Shin Yufa would actually dare to do this. Huang Dahai immediately stood up and protested. President Shin, how can this be acceptable? Su Hao is an executive director, and so am I. We're at the same level. These are two separate business units. You're right to remind me. Going forward, the Application Software Business Group will be reorganized as the Application Software Department and merged into the Mobile Internet Business Group. Shin Yufa replied without hesitation. Huang Dahai was completely dumbfounded. What the hell was going on? As an executive director, he had just been demoted to department manager? Ning Yusin nearly burst out laughing at Huang Dahai's stunned expression. President Shin, isn't this decision a tad reckless? These are two entirely different operations. Kang Junjie was beginning to regret his decision. Su Hao quickly interjected, there's no need for Vice President Kong to worry about that. Though they're two separate operations, they're both within the internet sphere. I have full confidence in my technical capabilities. You, Su. Kang Junjie's face darkened with rage. Vice President Kong, let me ask, has your online media division been operating at a loss? Would you consider transferring it to someone else? I could take that over as well. Su Hao narrowed his eyes and said shamelessly. Chapter 58 The Potential of the Super Brain. Ha! This left them all torn between laughter and tears. Director Su really was too greedy, wasn't he? Put. Ning Yusin quickly covered her mouth, barely holding back her laughter. Ahem. Lei Jianshu nearly spat out his tea yet again. Sure enough, Kang Junjie was so furious when he heard Su Hao's words that his nose nearly twisted in anger, grinding his teeth in frustration. Before he could even speak, Kai Yuba on the other side immediately couldn't stay seated. Wow, if the online media business were really handed over to Su Hao's responsibility, wouldn't his position as executive director be reduced to a mere department manager? An executive director earns an annual salary of several million, while a department manager makes less than $1 million per year. This is a complete halving of income. How could Kai Yuba not be anxious? He still has a mistress to support. If his income is halved, he won't even be able to afford the mistress's upkeep. Wouldn't he become a laughingstock in her eyes? Director Su, you're going too far. How much energy does one person have? You're biting off more than you can chew, don't you know? And let me remind you, our online media division isn't operating at a loss. We still have the marketing department. Kai Yuba hastily stood up and protested. Director Kai, look how worked up you are. I was thinking, since we're both in the internet business anyway, after merging, I'll be director and you'll be deputy director. We'll be brothers on the same front. Su Hao grinned wide. Kai Yuba clenched his teeth. Who the hell is your good brother? That's settled then. Meeting adjourned. Seeing Kang Junjie and Kai Yuba's frantic expressions, Shin Yufa couldn't help but feel amused. After the meeting concluded, Su Hao also began bustling about. He first confirmed the recruitment plan with HR Director Jiang Yunxi, then held meetings with various departments of the Mobile Internet Business Group to draft the next steps. In the afternoon, Su Hao reviewed materials related to the business and finances of the Application Software Business Group. In earlier years, Hongsheng Group earned its first pot of gold by developing custom software for corporate clients. Moreover, some of these software products also generated ongoing operational revenue. But currently, the software industry is flourishing with intense competition, and some major domestic companies have entered the software market. As a result, Hongsheng Group also faces the risk of falling behind technologically and being eliminated. Su Hao reviewed the situation and found that Hongsheng Group was even planning to develop software like photo editors, music boxes, and input methods in the future. No wonder they're losing money. Su Hao shook his head helplessly. Currently, this type of software has a mature market dominated by established players. Trying to develop a groundbreaking app now is simply wishful thinking. Pouring more development funds into it would be like feeding a meat bun to a dog, a fool's errand. In recent years, Hongsheng Group has even abandoned many government and corporate clients. With fewer custom development projects and declining operational income, consecutive losses became inevitable. Su Hao promptly prepared a business proposal and went to find Xin Yuefei. Unexpectedly, Ning Yusin was also in the office, discussing the company's financial issues with Xin Yuefei. "Oh, stinky kid. Director Su, you're here." Ning Yusin had originally wanted to call him stinky little brother, but remembering Xin Yuefei's presence, she quickly changed her form of address. Xin Yuefei frowned slightly. Women are sensitive creatures by nature. Director Ning, you're here too? Perfect. I have something I'd like to discuss with both of you. Su Hao grinned broadly. Something to discuss? Is it about the application software business? Xin Yuefei guessed. Exactly. Su Hao unceremoniously brewed himself a cup of coffee and sat down at the table. Director Su, you were truly magnificent this morning. You thoroughly crushed Kong Junjie's arrogance for Yuefei. Ning Yusin praised. Su Hao, regarding the application software business, you don't need to worry. I'll hurry to find someone to take over. I have a classmate who's an executive in a foreign company. I'll try to recruit her here. Xin Yuefei explained. Find someone else? Why look for someone else? Didn't I already take it over? Su Hao froze. Officially, it's under your charge now, but how can you possibly handle it all? There's so much happening with the Quick Bird Headlines app. Xin Yuefei believed that Su Hao's decision to hold a meeting was merely standing up for her. She knew she would have to handle the subsequent matters herself. Who says I can't handle it all? Look at this. Su Hao handed the business proposal to her. Xin Yuefei was taken aback as she received the document, momentarily bewildered. Good heavens, Director Su, you actually prepared a business proposal, so you had this plan all along. Ning Yusin's beautiful eyes flickered with surprise. Not at all, I just made it. Su Hao answered truthfully. Only a ghost would believe you. Ning Yusin rolled her eyes. Though she had no idea about the content itself, she knew even just formatting the document and compiling the data would take more than a full day to complete. Xin Yuefei skimmed through the proposal and was utterly astonished, because within this proposal, Su Hao's judgments, market analyses, and data summaries were all thoroughly reasoned and well supported by evidence. However, Su Hao's plan was actually to cut off the existing business of the application software and then start a new software development business. Cut off the original business and develop this software called Silhouette? Xin Yuefei was somewhat stunned. Exactly. I've reviewed the current application software business. The newly developed software has almost no market potential, so I suggest retaining only the existing operations department while reassigning all other departments to focus on developing the new software. Su Hao voiced his thoughts. Terminate all projects? Ning Yusin was stunned. Then what kind of software is this Silhouette program of yours? Xin Yuefei asked curiously. This is an editing software that covers the clipping and production of images, videos, and audio. It is planned to be released in 2 versions, a PC client and a mobile app. Su Hao didn't make such software choices blindly. First, this software has high commercial value, and second, he is highly skilled and proficient in the technical aspects. In Su Hao's mind, there were already too many internet product ideas swirling around, but with limited time and energy, he could only pick and choose which ones to pursue. This stems from the brain's higher intellect, bringing forth inspiration and creative thinking that is incomparable to anyone else. The average human brain contains approximately 14 to 15 billion cells, with most people utilizing less than 10% of their potential, leaving the majority in a dormant state. Even for scientific elites like Einstein, the maximum developmental capacity of their brains likely only reached around 20%. After communicating with the system, Su Hao learned that his advanced intelligence was currently developed to about 30%, with higher levels of brain evolution still to be achieved. Just the thought of unlocking 100% of his brain's potential, what unimaginable heights that would reach, sent chills down his spine. Su Hao, the market is already flooded with mature products in this software category. Are you confident you can surpass them? And realistically, how long would the development cycle take? Are you worried about something? Xin Yuefei asked anxiously. Of course it can be surpassed. Boss, just trust me this once. Give me 1 month. If I don't deliver, you can take the business back. Su Hao wore a confident expression. Chapter 59, Direct Wage Doubling. Xin Yuefei felt somewhat dazed. Had anyone else said such things to her face, she would have definitely thought they were boasting. After all, many similar software products currently on the market are quite powerful. But for some reason, she inexplicably trusted Suhao deep down. She couldn't quite understand why herself. Perhaps it was the confidence radiating from Suhao's expression when he spoke. A month? Are you serious? Shin Yufa asked earnestly. Of course I'm serious. If you agree, I'll start making plans next week to begin new software development. I also have one small request. Suhao immediately replied. What request? Shin Yufa asked curiously. Employees in the application software business group will have their salaries doubled during next month's development period. Afterwards, 1% of the software sales profits will form a bonus pool to distribute bonuses to department staff. Suhao shared his idea. Shin Yufa was taken aback, pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, Alright, I agree. Boss, splendid. I love how decisive you are. With that, Suhao finally left the CEO's office. At this moment, Ning Yusin standing nearby was completely dumbfounded. Ahem, Xiaofei, aren't you being a little too impulsive? Ning Yusin asked with a stutter. After all, Suhao's actions were far too bold, resembling sheer recklessness. Shin Yufa didn't know why she agreed, but she did anyway. Xinjia, it's just 1 month after all. Let Suhao try. What if he actually pulls it off? Shin Yufa spoke up. TSK, doubling the entire department's salaries next month. TSK, he's already looking out for the staff right after taking office. Ning Yusin sighed wistfully. Shin Yufa's beautiful eyes curved into a smile. She certainly understood the purpose behind Suhao's salary raises for the employees. The veteran employees in the application software business unit, who were all former subordinates of Kang Junjae, now may harbor resentment towards Suhao's arrival. Even Suhao's attempts to carry out work could face invisible resistance from many. However, upon assuming office, Suhao doubled the employees' salaries outright, a move that undoubtedly served as a powerful morale booster. For a department plagued by continuous losses, employees might have considered themselves lucky if their salaries weren't cut. Now, not only were salaries maintained, but they were increased. Suhao's approach to winning hearts was undeniably straightforward and effective. Suhao left the president's office and headed straight to the fourth-floor software applications division, instructing everyone to assemble for a meeting in the conference room. 10 minutes later, in the meeting room on the fourth floor, all the department managers and staff had arrived. And of course, there was Huang Dahai, the former executive director. But the people in the meeting room were all hanging their heads, seething with resentment. After all, in everyone's eyes, Suhao had parachuted in, and they were full of hostility toward him. Director Su, I wonder what the theme of this meeting is? Huang Dahai asked with a cold expression. I called this meeting today mainly to announce the work plan for application software department over the next month. Suhao said, squinting his eyes. Director Su, you've just taken office and you're already announcing future plans. Do you fully understand all the project statuses in the software department? Your thirst for power is really strong, huh? Trying to make a strong impression with your new broom sweeping clean? Huang Dahai couldn't help but sneer. Sure enough, as soon as these words were spoken, the department manager's resentment grew even stronger. Suhao's lips curled into a smile as he said cheerfully, stay informed about all projects? No need. I declare that starting today, aside from operations, all existing projects are to be terminated. What? The moment these words left his mouth, the entire conference room erupted in chaos. Huang Dahai was equally shocked. While it was true that the software business had been losing money year after year, was such a drastic and immediate reform really necessary? President Su, canceling the projects we're working on, we've poured half a year's worth of effort into them. Right, our project is just starting to take shape. Our software is currently in the testing phase. If the entire project gets cancelled, what will our product planning department even do? Sure enough, the department manager was already losing his temper. Smack! Suhao slammed the table in frustration. These people were simply too noisy. At this moment, everyone finally quieted down. President Su, you've stirred public outrage. I really don't understand why President Shin promoted you in the first place. Huang Dahai gloated with malicious delight. Suhao couldn't be bothered with him and went straight to the point. What I just said was the first resolution. The second resolution is that the salaries of all department managers will remain unchanged, not only unchanged, but for the next month, both department managers and regular employees will receive double pay. What? Hiss. At these words, everyone was shocked, their eyes wide with disbelief. President Su, are you serious? President Su, you're not joking with us, are you? Same salary, plus double pay on top of it. Wait, am I dreaming? Suhao immediately emphasized, of course this isn't a joke. I personally requested this from the CEO. The official company notice will be sent to everyone's email next Monday. President Su is amazing. How amazing is this? President Su is giving us a raise right after taking office. TSK will definitely cooperate with President Su's work. Thus, these people abruptly changed their tune, not a hint of resentment remained. After all, who wants to quarrel with money? Huang Dahai's eyes lit up as he eagerly asked, President Su, does that mean my salary will be doubled at the executive director level? I hereby announce the cancellation of your previous position. From now on, you're an ordinary employee, Su Hao said irritably. Huang Dahai still wanted to double the salary standard for the executive director? Wasn't this just wishful thinking? What? Su Hao, this is personal revenge. You did this on purpose. I protest. Huang Dahai immediately lost his temper. You can protest, but you must also comply with the job transfer. Otherwise, you can resign. Su Hao glared at him. Huang Dahai was dumbfounded. Of course he wouldn't resign, after all, he's someone who's clinging to the Kong family's coattails. Huang Dahai gritted his teeth in fury, his eyes blazing with anger. He told himself he'd just have to endure a bit longer. Once the Kong family seized the chairman position, that future vice president seat would be his. Then Su Hao announced, existing projects are cancelled. For the next month, the entire department will be devoted to the new software development project. I'll distribute the project plan to everyone next week. Besides, he continued, I've also secured approval from the CEO to allocate 1% of this software's future sales revenue as a bonus pool for the entire department. So how much you all earn from now on depends entirely on your efforts. Wow! Upon hearing Su Hao's words, everyone in the meeting room cheered excitedly. This was truly delivering concrete benefits to employees, unlike before when all departmental bonuses ended up in Huang Dahai's pockets. Long live Director Su! President Su is truly a great leader. President Su is such an excellent leader. We will definitely follow President Su's orders. Chapter 60. When will the wedding take place? That evening, inside a private room at Danyue Club, Huo Tianhao held a seductive woman in his arms, a cigarette dangling from his lips, looking utterly pleased with himself. Sitting across from him were Kong Xinghe and his son Kong Junjie. Hey Lao Kong, I've prepared all the funds for you. How's the financing going? Huo Tianhao asked arrogantly. Alas, young Master Hua, today Junjie indirectly mentioned it to Xin Yuefei, but got rejected by her. Kong Xinghe replied helplessly. Rejected? How could she refuse? You father and son are truly useless. Huo Tianhao snorted angrily. Young Master Hua, that's quite harsh, don't you think? We're business partners, my father and I are certainly not your lackeys. Kong Junjie said through gritted teeth. That's right. Today Junjie even leveraged an entire department to pressure Xin Yuefei over this matter, only to have the whole department taken over by Xin Yuefei's pretty boy instead. Kong Xinghe said displeasedly. Pretty boy? Huo Tianhao's eyes turned icy. That's right, the guy named Su Hao. Kong Junjie said. It's actually him. I saw that kid at the last birthday party. I've been wanting to deal with him for ages. Huo Tianhao's eyes were filled with hostility. Originally, I thought this kid was just a pretty boy favored by Xin Yuefei, but it seems he has some real skills. During the last hacker attack on the group, it was him who resolved it. Kong Junjie looked serious. What? He was the one who handled that incident? Huo Tianhao's expression changed. Oh, young Master Hua, you know about this matter too? Kong Junjie frowned. Ahem, I've heard about it. Huo Tianhao nodded in agreement. How could he not know that he was the real mastermind behind the recent hacker attack? Huo Tianhao had always wanted to acquire Hongsheng Group. Since Xin Yuefei disagreed, he decided to bring her down. Thus, he sought cooperation with the Kong father and son, while also hiring hackers on the dark web to attack the QuickBird app. What Huo Tianhao never expected was that spending several bitcoins would end up being a complete waste, and to make matters worse, he heard that Xin Yuefei had caught several of the hackers. He was naturally furious when he found out. He just hadn't expected Xin Yuefei to be helped by that pretty boy. That pretty boy has ruined my plans several times now, and last time he even dared to disrespect me. Seems like he's looking for death. Huo Tianhao's eyes gleamed with menace. Young Master Hua, with your wide circle of friends, you can easily find someone to teach that bastard surname Su a brutal lesson. Kong Junjie hastily added fuel to the fire. Fine, don't worry about this matter. I'll deal with this kid myself. Huo Tianhao scoffed. Don't worry, Mr. Hua. Even if we can't secure shares through financing, we won't lose at the shareholders' meeting. We've already secured support from the majority of shareholders. Kong Xinghe said with a smile. Yes, once you gain control of the company, the Hua family won't let you down. Huo Tianhao appeared generous. Many thanks to young Master Hua for that. Kong Xinghe narrowed his eyes with a smile. On the other side, Su Hao returned from work to the villa, once again taking charge of the kitchen that evening. Xin Yuefei had originally planned to order takeout, but her younger cousins Xia Yuyu and Aunt Xiao Ishuan both refused to eat delivery food, leaving no choice but to have Su Hao cook. Every time Xin Yuefei cooked a meal, she had to pay Su Hao 1,000 yuan. Although she was wealthy, she still found it a bit extravagant. During the day, Xiao Ishuan and Xia Yuyu went to the nursing home to visit Xin Yuefei's father. Of course, Xiao Yixuan wanted to bring up Shin Yufei's marriage registration, but to her frustration, Shin Yufei's father didn't oppose it at all. On the contrary, he was quite satisfied with Su Hao. Looking at the table full of dishes, Xiao Yixuan felt speechless. What was so great about this Su Hao? Aside from being able to cook, he didn't seem to have any other redeeming qualities. Su Hao, since you and Xiufei have already registered your marriage, when do you plan to hold the wedding? Xiao Yixuan asked between bites of food. Hold the wedding? Su Hao froze in astonishment. Ahem, Auntie, Su Hao and I have decided not to hold a wedding ceremony. Shin Yufei quickly interjected. No wedding? That simply won't do. Marriage is a lifelong event. How can a girl not have her own wedding? This is far too rash. Xiao Yixuan immediately shook her head. Auntie, weddings these days are just for show. As long as the two of us are happy, that's all that matters. Shin Yufei continued. Cousin, that won't do. We agreed that I'd be your bridesmaid when you get married, and you'd give me a big red envelope in return. Xia Yuyu said with a grin. Su Hao almost laughed. This brainless yet well-endowed cousin of his was truly a kindred spirit, a fellow money grubber. Xiaofei, the wedding must go on, or you'll regret it. Xiao Yixuan said seriously. Aunt, but I don't want to have a wedding. Shin Yufei said helplessly. Even if we postpone the wedding for now, shouldn't the families at least meet and have a meal together? Xiao Yixuan suggested. What? Meet the parents? Shin Yufei felt somewhat embarrassed. Exactly, Su Hao. You should invite your parents to Yanbei so both families can have dinner together. Otherwise, if neither side's parents show up, it would seem like we don't value our Xiufei enough. Xiao Yixuan said in a firm tone. Okay. Su Hao nodded without refusing. Shin Yufei was somewhat taken aback. She had thought Su Hao would outright refuse. She didn't continue with this topic. At worst, she could just hire fake parents to muddle through. After dinner, Su Hao returned to his room to study. Xiao Yixuan, Xia Yuyu, and Shin Yufei were watching TV together in the living room on the first floor. But before long, Shin Yufei also went upstairs. Auntie, cousin was in such a hurry to go upstairs and get cozy with brother-in-law. They're really inseparable. Are they in a rush to make a baby? Xia Yuyu rolled her lively eyes and said with a playful grin. Making babies? Did you get the Durex I asked you to buy? Xiao Yixuan remembered this matter. Oh, I forgot. Xia Yuyu replied. Forgot? Go buy it now. Auntie, it's already dark outside. I'm scared. What are you afraid of? There's one in the neighborhood supermarket. Fine then. Xia Yuyu felt utterly frustrated and had no choice but to make a trip to the supermarket. Meanwhile, upstairs in the room, Su Hao, don't worry about your parents' meals for now. Just keep delaying it. Shin Yufei spoke up. Alright, got it. Su Hao nodded. By the way, it's Saturday tomorrow. Do you have plans? Shin Yufei asked. She remembered that Su Hao didn't have any pajamas or sleepwear, so she thought about going shopping with him tomorrow to buy some. After all, not having sleepwear while living together would be really inconvenient. Moreover, Su Hao had helped her several times, and she wanted to express her gratitude through this opportunity. Oh, tomorrow I actually have plans. I've made an appointment with someone to go to the gym. Su Hao remembered he had already made plans with Ning Yusin. Going to the gym? Alright then. Shin Yufei reluctantly nodded. Boss. Could you settle the $2,000 for my cooking first? Su Hao brought this up now, lest the Ice Queen forget and try to weasel out of paying later. I'll transfer it to you right now. Shin Yufei was speechless. This guy's mind was completely occupied by money. Chapter 61, You're making me eat dog food. The next morning, Su Hao finished washing up and was surprised to find that Shin Yufei had actually bought breakfast from outside. Honey, breakfast is ready. Shin Yufei suddenly called out Su Hao's name. Ha! Su Hao was so shocked his eyeballs nearly popped out. This Ice Queen just called him husband? Could it be real? He glanced over and saw his younger aunt, Xiao Yixuan, sitting in the living room. She must have intentionally called out for her aunt to hear. Alright, little sweetheart. Su Hao grinned and played along by responding. Shin Yufei's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. She hadn't expected Su Hao to actually reply to her. She had just addressed him that way for her aunt's benefit. She wanted her aunt to believe she and Su Hao were deeply in love. Goodness, cousin, brother-in-law, you're making me eat dog food first thing in the morning. Xia Yuyu, who had just come downstairs, couldn't help but complain. Hurry up and come eat breakfast, auntie, come on. Shin Yufei called out. Coming. Xiao Yixuan nodded. Although she wasn't entirely satisfied with Su Hao, seeing Shin Yufei so happy made her heart feel at ease. Su Hao ate a few vegetable buns and checked the time. He still needed to drive to pick up Ning Yusin, so it was time to leave. I have something to take care of. I'm heading out first. With that, he left. At this moment, Xia Yuyu's lively eyes darted around, and she followed him out. Su Hao opened the car door and was about to get in. Brother-in-law, where are you going? I promised to meet a friend at the gym. Su Hao replied. Gym? Ha, why don't you take me with you? I want to work out too. Xia Yuyu immediately perked up with interest. Take you? Do you even need to work out? Su Hao was taken aback. How about it, brother-in-law? Don't you think my figure doesn't need working out? Xia Yuyu let out a tinkling laugh. I don't think it's necessary. Su Hao answered truthfully. Ha, brother-in-law says no need, then I won't go. But I have something for you. Xia Yuyu wore a mysterious expression. What is it? Su Hao was somewhat curious. Just this. Xia Yuyu immediately pulled out a box of Durex from her pocket and shoved it into Su Hao's hand. Ha! Su Hao was completely dumbfounded. What on earth is Xia Yuyu trying to do by giving me this little umbrella? Brother-in-law, this is what my younger aunt asked me to buy for you. Xia Yuyu explained with a grin. Auntie? Su Hao froze for a moment, then realized Xiao Yishuan still had her own little schemes. I understand. He nodded. Brother-in-law, I deliberately bought the large size, does it fit you? Xia Yuyu asked mischievously. Well, thankfully it's the premium version, otherwise I wouldn't be able to use it. But, Su Hao frowned. What's wrong, brother-in-law? But what? Xia Yuyu was puzzled. You bought the pack of 3? That's not even enough for me for one session. You should at least buy 2 more boxes. Su Hao said shamelessly. T2 boxes? Xia Yuyu's eyes widened in disbelief. Alright, I'm off. Su Hao stuffed the box of Durex into his pants pocket and got into the car, leaving Xia Yuyu standing alone in the wind, utterly bewildered. 2 more boxes. Brother-in-law, you're awesome. A Gatling gun? Can my cousin even handle that? Xia Yuyu murmured. Su Hao drove his Lamborghini to Manhwa residence in the Eastern District, following the address Ning Yusin had sent him. He immediately sent Ning Yusin a voice message. Director Ning, I've arrived at the gate of your residential area. You got here so fast, silly brother. Wait 2 minutes, I'm coming down now. Okay. Half an hour later, Ning Yusin slithered out with her sinuous waist swaying. Su Hao sighed helplessly. Women, never punctual of course. Today Ning Yusin had deliberately applied lipstick, her soft, full crimson lips exceptionally alluring. She wore a form-fitting bodycon dress that accentuated her exquisite figure to perfection. Ahem, Director Ning, are you dressed like this for the gym? Su Hao felt somewhat embarrassed. I'll change at the gym. So, do I look pretty in this outfit today? Ning Yusin, sitting in the passenger seat, suddenly leaned toward him, her breath as fragrant as orchids. Looks nice. Su Hao couldn't help but nod. Little brat, why are you having a nosebleed? Ning Yusin suddenly exclaimed. Ha! Su Hao felt around. Darn it, it really was blood. Last time I had a nosebleed was from looking at Shin Yuefei. This time, because of Ning Yusin? Is this how I'm supposed to survive? Time to find a proper chance to replenish my blood supply. Wipe it quick. Ning Yusin hurriedly pulled out a tissue. Su Hao took it and wiped his face, chuckling awkwardly. Hot weather gets me all fired up inside. Pfft, ha ha ha. Ning Yusin giggled, seemingly seeing through Su Hao's thoughts, her pretty face brimming with triumph and pride. Su Hao glanced at her. Damn it, this woman is truly a little enchantress, seductive and alluring. Director Ning, where are we going? The Western Joy Club. Su Hao was taken aback. He had no need to guess, this was undoubtedly another one of the Chu Group's properties. Then he immediately started the car. Ning Yusin laughed. Little rascal, we're not at the company now, don't call me Director Ning. Alright, what should I call you then? Little brat, what do you want to call me? How about I follow President Shen's lead and call you Sister Xin? You're calling me sister now, huh? Well, aren't you adorable, little brat? Su Hao's mouth twitched. Chatting with this woman, TCH, was physically draining. Soon, Su Hao and Ning Yusin arrived at the club. At that moment, the parking lot in front of the club was filled with many luxury cars, clearly showing that the clientele here were wealthy individuals. Welcome, sir and madam, to the Western Joy Club. As soon as they entered the club, 2 hostesses bowed in greeting. Su Hao glanced at the decor here. It was incredibly luxurious, grand and majestic. Wow, such extravagance for a club. Xinjie, coming here to spend must be quite costly, right? Su Hao couldn't help but sigh in admiration. It's not that expensive. With a membership card, it's about 100,000 yuan a year. Ning Yusin replied. 100,000 yuan? Su Hao was somewhat astonished. Ordinary gym membership cards only cost a few thousand yuan annually, with even high-end ones reaching just over 10,000. Yet this club's annual fee was actually 100,000. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry, completely clueless about what kind of special services this fitness club could possibly offer. Could it be that while working out, a bunch of beauties would be attending to him? Or maybe getting an oil massage while exercising? Ha, silly little brother, no need to get your own annual pass. Mine's a family card, I can bring 2 people in for free. Ning Yusin pulled her club membership card from her pocket. Xinjie, no wonder you're in such great shape. Looks like you've put in a lot of effort. Su Hao teased with a laugh. Well, mainly because the club offers plenty of recreational activities. Aside from fitness, there are options like fencing, yoga, dancing, and even the fight training you wanted to try. Ning Yusin explained to Suhao as they walked, soon arriving in front of the gym. Chapter 62, You look better without makeup. Ning Yusin said, hold on a sec, little punk. Let me check if the boxing coach has arrived yet. Then she took out her phone and made a call. I asked around, Coach Fong won't arrive until after 10. Why don't I take you to the gym for a bit first? Not coming until after 10? What kind of coach is this? Pretty flexible working hours. Suhao couldn't help but complain. You don't understand, little brother. Coach Fong here is a national martial arts champion, skilled in real combat and very famous in the industry. He's actually doing coaching at the club as a side job. Ning Yusin explained. I see, then let's head to the gym first. Suhao nodded in agreement. The two entered the gym, and Ning Yusin presented their membership card to the staff. Immediately, a staff member became their dedicated fitness butler. Hello, butler, please prepare 2 sets of workout clothes for us. Certainly. The fitness butler promptly arranged for 2 sets of workout clothes to be brought over. Suhao's workout attire consisted of a highly stretchy black t-shirt and loose shorts. Meanwhile, Ning Yusin changed into a sports bra and black yoga pants, leaving her figure entirely on display. Holy crap! Suhao was somewhat startled to see her, realizing his earlier assumption had been wrong. He had previously guessed Ning Yusin was an F, but now it seemed more likely she was a G. Little brat, why are you staring at her? Ning Yusin noticed Suhao's gaze. Well, Sister Xin, you look beautiful without makeup honestly, you never needed it before. Suhao quickly replied. Ning Yusin had already tied up her hair in a bun, and though she'd washed off her morning makeup, her skin remained fair and smooth. Is that so? I'm just afraid that after working out and sweating, my makeup will smudge, and I'll turn into a monster. Ning Yusin giggled. The two walked into the gym, and Suhao tried out a few stretching machines, only to find that they seemed a bit mismatched with his current fitness level. Because his current strength had long since reached a whole other level. Ning Yusin, meanwhile, was warming up with a yoga routine on her exercise mat. Right at that moment, she suddenly noticed Suhao performing an advanced maneuver on the parallel bars. With just one hand supporting his weight on the bar, his entire body lifted straight up before he began spinning rapidly across the bars, his flawless routine demonstrating remarkable mastery. Wow! Ning Yusin's eyes sparkled with admiration as she couldn't help but exclaim. Whoosh! Suhao completed a series of movements on the parallel bars and landed on the ground with a backflip. Oh my god, little bro, you can do gymnastics? Ha, just a little bit. Suhao didn't actually know gymnastics, he was just messing around to test his body's coordination. At that moment, Ning Yusin suddenly spotted the large dragon gate frame nearby, her charming eyes glinting with an idea. Little stinker, I want to do pull-ups, but the bar on this frame is too high for me to reach. Could you hold me and lift me up? She said with a playful smile. Ha! Suhao was momentarily stunned. This pull-up mainly exercises arm strength. Even big-breasted women want to practice this. What? Could it be they're building muscles for boxing? But when a beauty makes a request, one can't exactly refuse. Alright then, I'll hold your legs and lift you up. Suhao nodded in agreement. Got it. Ning Yusin's lips curled upwards with a hint of triumph. Suhao embraced her slender, long legs and effortlessly lifted her up. Oof, Xanjia, you should lose some weight. How are you so heavy? The guy deliberately teased. Giggle, you're so mean, you naughty boy, you're so bad, making fun of me. Ning Yusin covered her mouth and laughed. Sis Xin, grab the horizontal bar already. It's all because of you teasing me. Ning Yusin immediately grabbed the horizontal bar with both hands. Alright, then I'm letting go. Unexpectedly, the moment Suhao let go, Ning Yusin couldn't hold on any longer. Hey, you little rascal, quickly grab my waist. No, I can't hold on anymore. Ning Yusin suddenly cried out in alarm. Suhao was speechless, she couldn't even handle it before the pull-ups had even started. He quickly reached out both hands to steady Ning Yusin's slender waist. Xanjia, I think you should give up on this, it's just not for you. Suhao suggested. No, I'm doing exactly this, you hold my waist and give me a boost from below. Ning Yusin bit her lip stubbornly, so Suhao placed both hands on her waist and pushed upwards with force. Ning Yusin exerted a bit of force with her arms and began doing pull-ups. 1, 2, 30, wow. I actually did 30 pull-ups. Ning Yusin exclaimed excitedly. Ahem. Suhao felt a bit embarrassed. He was clearly the one who had held her up, so where exactly was her excitement coming from? At this moment, as he lowered his head, his gaze suddenly fell upon Ning Yusin's perky bottom. Ahem. Now that's truly a heavenly sight. Inside Suhao's mind, 2 little figures suddenly appeared. One said, don't look at what shouldn't be seen, while the other urged, go ahead, look, appreciate it properly. Soon the 2 figures started fighting, and in the end, the one saying don't look got beaten down. But appreciating things this way up one moment, down the next, can easily give rise to wicked thoughts. Suhao gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, if this keeps up, am I going to start nosebleeding? At this moment, Ning Yusin above him was chatting excitedly. Noticing Su Hao hadn't responded, she couldn't help but glance down only to catch his gaze fixated on her backside. Oh no, little stinker, you're grabbing my waist, it tickles. Suddenly, Ning Yusin let out a soft hum. It tickles? Should I put you down then? Su Hao froze in surprise. No way, I'm doing all 50. How about you support my butt? Ning Yusin blinked her eyes coquettishly. Ha, what? Su Hao's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Ahem, isn't this a bit inappropriate? What's inappropriate about it? Hurry up, I'm about to fall. Su Hao gritted his teeth. You asked for this, he thought, as his hand slid lower from her waist. Ouch. At that moment, Ning Yusin's grip on the horizontal bar slipped, and she fell from above. Su Hao's eyes widened as he hurriedly reached out to catch her. However, his hands happened to land right beneath Ning Yusin's waist. Ouch, she exclaimed. Ning Yusin's beautiful eyes flickered as she immediately felt the warmth of Su Hao's hands on her waist. Her neck flushed crimson with shyness, and her charming face grew slightly hot. She had no idea what had come over her. How could she have just let Su Hao hold her there? It was really too reckless. Are you okay? Only after landing steadily did Su Hao finally let go of her. The guy couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The lingering sensation in his palm was truly unforgettable. Brat, you squeezed my hand too hard just now, Ning Yusin murmured softly. Su Hao was bewildered. This was completely unfair. Meanwhile, on the other side of the gym, a well-built muscular man happened to witness the entire scene. Chapter 63, You like pretty boys, huh? Pan Hongwei is a fitness coach at the West Joy Club. With his muscular physique and his extensive flirting skills, he's a seasoned pickup artist within the club. The gym attracts many attractive women who come to work out, as well as quite a few who just stop by to take photos and check in. Pan Hongwei took advantage of his coach status to hook up with numerous women. When Ning Yusin came here to work out, Pan Hongwei fell for her at first sight and launched a series of relentless pursuits, showering her with flowers and designer bags, only to be rejected repeatedly by her. Unexpectedly, today Pan Hongwei witnessed Ning Yusin bringing a handsome young man along for their workout session. The intimate gestures between them, especially the moment they just shared, nearly made him faint from rage. That pretty boy dares to lay a finger on my woman? He's asking for death. With a darkened expression, Pan Hongwei strode over. Oh, beautiful Ning, you came to work out today. Ning Yusin frowned slightly at his words, then nodded and replied, yes, indeed. I thought you were so aloof, but it turns out you actually like pretty boys. Pan Hongwei shot a glance at Su Hao beside him. Su Hao frowned. Coach Pan, watch your tone. This is my friend, show some respect when you speak. Ning Yusin got angry immediately. Friends? The way you two were acting just now didn't seem like ordinary friends. Ning Yusin, what's so great about this pretty boy? Your taste isn't exactly impressive either. Pan Hongwei said mockingly. What my taste is like is none of your business. Who do you think you are? Ning Yusin sighed speechlessly. Would you really rather choose this weakling than give me a chance? Pan Hongwei glared darkly, pointing at Su Hao. Who the hell are you calling a weakling? Su Hao was genuinely displeased this time. Why the hell does chasing women always involve putting me down? Oh, pretty boy, are you saying you're not a weakling? Pan Hongwei snorted coldly and stepped forward, giving Su Hao a shove. But to his surprise, the push didn't budge Su Hao at all. He stood rooted to the spot, unmoving. Get the hell out of here. Su Hao immediately shoved him back. Thud. Pan Hongwei was directly sent flying by Su Hao's push, landing on his butt with a loud thump. Ha! Ning Yusin was stunned. Just how strong was Su Hao? This Pan Hongwei was a fitness trainer. His massive build wasn't just for show. Yet this muscular man had actually fallen over from just one shove by Su Hao. Put. Ning Yusin couldn't help but cover her mouth with a chuckle. Kid, you tricked me. I just lost my footing earlier. Dare to compete with me with those puny muscles of yours? Pan Hongwei's face darkened. That move Su Hao pulled on him earlier had made him the laughingstock of the entire gym. He immediately issued a challenge, desperate to regain his dignity. Don't mind him, let's go. Ning Yusin tried to pull Su Hao away. Compete? Compete in what? Su Hao, however, became intrigued. Pan Hongwei immediately pointed to the nearby Smith machine and said, let's compete at bench press, you dare? No problem. Su Hao glanced at the barbell on the rack, a smirk playing at his lips. Alright, kid, if you lose, you'll kneel down and kowtow to me, Pan Hongwei said arrogantly. Deal, but if you lose, get the hell out of my gym. Su Hao narrowed his eyes and replied. No problem, but the one who loses definitely won't be me, Pan Hongwei said triumphantly. Su Hao. Ning Yusin felt somewhat frustrated and tugged at Su Hao's sleeve, wanting to persuade him to give up. Because she knew Pan Hongwei was a fitness trainer, this guy was full of muscle, his entire body brimming with strength. In the whole gym, when it came to bench press strength, no one could surpass Pan Hongwei. Don't worry, I just want to test my limits, Su Hao said with a smile. Kid, this barbell has several weight classes. How about we start directly with 200 kilograms? Pan Hongwei said craftily. Pan Hongwei, aren't you just bullying people? Ning Yusin said angrily upon hearing this. At this moment, many people in the gym crowded around to watch. Bullying? If it's a competition, of course it should be challenging. Or is this kid just not up for it? Pan Hongwei said smugly. Bench press enthusiasts are typically divided into several tiers. Anyone who can train with 100 kilograms weights is considered top tier in the gym. In the 140 kilograms weight class, that's generally considered expert level among gym goers. As for the 200 kilograms weight class, even among athletes it's considered elite territory. Anyone who can press this weight could easily compete in powerlifting tournaments. Through years of training, Pan Hongwei can effortlessly complete 30 reps at 200 kilograms. This is precisely why he chose this competition, to immediately put Su Hao in an awkward position and force him to admit defeat. Who says it's impossible? I just think 200 kilograms might be a bit light, Su Hao said with a grin. At these words, everyone around couldn't help but laugh. Is this handsome guy crazy? 200 kilograms isn't enough? Being able to lift 3 would make you a god already. Exactly, the current Chinese bench press record is only 260 kilograms after all. You're still too young. The surrounding crowd immediately began murmuring. Ning Yusin nearly burst out laughing at Su Hao's words. This cheeky little brother always had such an overbearing way of talking. Pan Hongwei sneered even more pointedly. Kid, aren't you afraid your tongue will trip over those words? Try lifting 200 kilograms first before running your mouth. Alright, let's get started. Su Hao couldn't be bothered to argue with him any further. Pan Hongwei immediately lay down on the equipment, watching as the staff loaded 90 kilograms plates on each side. With the 20 kilograms empty bar, the total weight came to 200 kilograms. In the next moment, Pan Hongwei's chest and arms flexed with power as he lifted the 200 kilograms barbell straight up. Wow! The scene erupted with screams, and many girls who had come to exercise couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Then he proceeded to lift it 20 times in a row before stopping. Although he could have continued, Pan Hongwei felt he had already done enough. Coach Pan is really amazing. Coach Pan truly lives up to being the strength king of the gym. Coach Pan, let's exchange contact info later. Many women working out nearby were starting to develop crushes. Pan Hongwei, seeing so many people admiring him, suddenly became lightheaded and started acting all cocky. Kid, it's your turn now, he said to Su Hao. Su Hao grinned and stepped forward to lie down on the equipment. Pan Hongwei watched Su Hao lying on the equipment with a sneer, because Su Hao's movements were completely non-standard and couldn't possibly unleash the body's full strength. But suddenly, Su Hao gripped the barbell with his left hand, the corner of his mouth curling upward. With a sudden exertion, the 200 kilograms barbell was lifted effortlessly with just one hand. Gasps! This scene made every onlooker suck in a sharp breath. Ning Yusin's beautiful eyes blinked as if she couldn't believe what she was seeing. Unable to resist, she rubbed her eyes, only to confirm that the scene before her was indeed real. Su Hao actually lifted a 200 kilograms barbell with just one hand. Chapter 64, I don't want a pretty vase. Holy shit, is he even human? Lifting 200 kilograms with one hand. Am I seeing things? Is this Superman or some superhuman strongman? Terrifying, absolutely terrifying. At this moment, the onlookers in the gym couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Pan Hongwei's eyelids twitched as he stared wide-eyed, his gaze filled with utter disbelief. Just as the crowd stood frozen in shock, Su Hao broke the silence. TSK, way too light. The rogue effortlessly lifted the barbell with one hand, moving it up and down with ridiculous ease, as if what he was holding wasn't a barbell at all, but rather a feather duster. Ahem. The two gym staff members responsible for adding weight both had dark lines on their faces. Damn it, is this supposed to be light? This has to be a joke. At this moment, Su Hao effortlessly placed the barbell back on the rack and said nonchalantly, add more weights for me, increase it to 350 kilograms. What? The two staff members were so shocked their eyes nearly popped out of their heads. 350 kilograms? Good God! The current world record for raw bench press is 335 kilograms, this handsome guy's about to break it. He can lift 200 kilograms with one hand and 350 kilograms with both hands, that's completely possible, right? The crowd buzzed with excited chatter. Ning Yusin was both shocked and delighted. This bratty little brother was creating miracles at the company, and now he's doing it out here too. Pan Hongwei was utterly dumbfounded, gripping his chest as if struck by sudden heart pain. Sir, are you sure you want to increase it to 350 kilograms? The staff member beside him asked again. Yes, add it. Su Hao nodded. So the two staff members immediately changed the weight plates on both sides, finally reaching a total weight of 350 kilograms. At this moment, the spectators all held their breath as the atmosphere suddenly grew tense. They suddenly felt like they were watching a sports competition. They saw Suhao gently grip the barbell with both hands. This time he didn't use just one arm. He was afraid lifting it single-handedly might scare the onlookers to death. Then what would he do? Lift? Suhao exerted strength upwards with both hands. He suddenly realized that the 350 kilograms, 700 pounds, was still effortless. That's a full 700 gene. At that moment, the onlookers watched as the barbell rose, their jaws dropping one by one. Suhao reconsidered, thinking he shouldn't make it look too effortless, otherwise he might be mistaken for a monster. He immediately put on a strained expression and slowly lifted the barbell. Wow! The onlookers screamed in unison. Wow! At this moment, everyone couldn't help but burst into applause. 5 seconds later, Suhao immediately placed the barbell back on the rack. He never expected his strength to be this formidable. This platinum skeletal and muscular enhancement is truly powerful. Hey handsome, can we be friends? Wow, you're so strong. Handsome, can I get your contact info? Handsome, want to duel with me tonight? Many girls were swooning, showering Suhao with affection. Suhao felt a headache coming on. These women were downright crazy. Were they trying to devour him alive? Everyone, sorry, but I already have a girlfriend. He quickly pulled Ning Yusin over as a shield. What? The sight of Ning Yusin left all these women utterly disheartened. After all, Ning Yusin's looks completely overshadowed theirs, making every one of them lose heart. At this moment, Suhao turned to Pan Hongwei, noticing the man's ashen expression. Coach Pan, do you still want to compete? Are you enjoying yourself? Suhao asked with a smile. Pan Hongwei's face darkened. Damn it, what's with the pointless competition? Are you trying to make a fool out of me? I lost. He gritted his teeth. Good, then I trust Coach Pan remembers his own words. Suhao reminded him. You can rest assured, I keep my word. Pan Hongwei was filled with regret. After that, Suhao and Ning Yusin finally left the gym. Damn, little brother, you've been hiding yourself too well. Since when were you this strong? Ning Yusin was amazed beyond words. I've had great strength ever since I was a child. Suhao gave her an excuse. Haha, Pan Hongwei's face just now was so hilarious, he was totally asking for it. Ning Yusin was utterly amused. Chatting away, the two arrived at the martial arts gym. The gym boasted numerous coaches, boxing, Muay Thai, Taekwondo, Karate, and more. The person Ning Yusin introduced to Suhao was a martial arts coach, a former national wushu champion. At this moment, a female coach wearing boxing gloves was sparring with a student on the platform. The coach had strikingly delicate features, but her punches and kicks were delivered with such speed and precision that the student couldn't defend against them. Coach Fong. Ning Yusin immediately waved at the female coach on the platform. Yusin, you've arrived. Only then did the female coach stop what she was doing. Suhao, this is the coach I told you about, Fong Yining. Ning Yusin quickly made the introduction. Ahem, the coach is a woman? Suhao froze when he saw the combat coach. It turned out to be a woman. Fong Yining frowned at Suhao's words and said, What? Does this gentleman look down on me as a female coach? Coach Fong misunderstood. I just wanted someone with more combat experience, not a pretty face, Suhao said deliberately. Unexpectedly, these words angered Fong Yining. The phrase she hated most in daily life was precisely being called a pretty face. Kid, you're questioning my skills? Come on up to the platform, I'll show you what I've got. Fong Yining immediately beckoned to Suhao. Ahem, Coach Fong, that's not what Suhao meant. Ning Yusin felt awkward and offered an explanation. But no one expected this rogue Suhao to suddenly leap onto the martial platform in one graceful, dashing movement. Fong Yining was also a martial artist. The dueling platform stood 1.5 meters tall with railings on top, yet Suhao had effortlessly leaped onto it with astonishing agility, a feat beyond ordinary people's capabilities. Coach Fong, I wasn't trying to pick a fight. I came here to learn boxing. Suhao grinned. Enough talk, catch. Fong Yining picked up a spare pair of boxing gloves nearby and tossed them to Suhao. Boxing gloves? I'm not used to wearing these, Suhao explained. But in Fong Yining's eyes, these words came across as sheer arrogance. Take this. Without a word, Fong Yining charged forward, his punch slicing through the air with a fierce gust, aimed squarely at Suhao's face. Suhao's expression turned serious as he instinctively shifted his stance, swiftly dodging the incoming blow. Fong Yining hadn't anticipated Suhao's reaction speed to be this swift. She swiftly followed up with another punch aimed directly at him. Suhao dodged again as Fong Yining's attacks began coming in rapid succession. Though Suhao's evasion remained quick, his lack of real combat experience occasionally caused him to misjudge Fong Yining's attacking intentions, resulting in several punches landing on his shoulders. However, he soon realized his enhanced attributes weren't limited to just strength and speed. His defense was exceptionally robust too. Fong Yining's punches felt like nothing more than light taps against his body. Although Fong Yining managed to land a few fists, her mind was in turmoil. She had participated in numerous martial arts competitions and clearly understood her own speed and techniques, yet against this man before her, she found herself at a complete disadvantage. The key was that Suhao didn't even fight back. which made Fang Yining angrier than ever. Chapter 65. Are you here to cause trouble? Because Fang Yining was a well-known coach at the boxing gym, her sparring match attracted a crowd of students watching. This is interesting. Who's that guy? No idea, seems like he's here to learn boxing from Coach Fang. Exactly, and earlier that guy even called Coach Fang a pretty face with no skills. What? This guy is way too bold. The last person who called Coach Fang a pretty face ended up getting beaten black and blue by her. But this guy's got some moves, look how crazy fast his reflexes are. The sparring students below began buzzing with chatter. Stop dodging. Throw a punch. Fang Yining rushed forward, swinging her fists rapidly towards Su Hao. She grew somewhat impatient with each of Su Hao's dodges. Su Hao's eyes lit up as he finally threw a punch so astonishingly fast it made Fang Yining's eyelids twitch. Damn! Fang Yining's expression changed abruptly. Su Hao's punch was simply too fast. Bam! The fist struck Fang Yining's shoulder with full force. Hiss! Fang Yining's brows knitted in pain. Su Hao threw another proactive punch, and this time Fang Yining began to defend herself. Thus, the duel shifted from Fang Yining's earlier offensive to Su Hao's turn. Su Hao started continuously controlling the intensity of his strikes. He knew his current forceful strike could probably cripple someone, so he didn't use full strength. But even so, Fang Yining gasped in pain after taking that punch. Humph, is this how you come to learn boxing? This time Fang Yining lost her temper, convinced that Su Hao was playing dumb to deceive her. Furious, she started throwing punches and kicks at him. Su Hao could only swiftly parry and counter. Thus, the two on the stage no longer resembled sparring partners, it looked more like a frantic brawl. Perhaps it was Fang Yining's impatience, her punches began losing form, turning into wild flailing. Hey, Coach Fang, shall we call it quits, okay? Su Hao quickly asked. No way, we haven't settled the score yet. Fight! Fang Yining became unwilling to stop. Why do we have to decide who's better? Su Hao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What? I hate you for coming here pretending to be weak when you're actually strong. Humph! Fang Yining gnashed her teeth as she spoke. Su Hao saw that the situation wasn't ideal either, so he quickly rushed over and grabbed Fang Yining by the waist. Whoosh! Fang Yining immediately threw a punch at Su Hao's arm. Thud! But when this punch landed on Su Hao's arm, he showed no reaction whatsoever, not even a flicker of his brow. Fang Yining was stunned. Was this man made of iron? In the next instant, Su Hao grabbed Fang Yining by the waist and suddenly lifted her clean off the ground with one powerful motion. Ha! The surrounding students were completely stunned at this moment. Ahem, are you sure this guy came here to learn boxing? Could this be the new coach? Isn't this too brutal? He actually lifted Coach Fang. These students were completely stunned. Ning Yusin was completely stunned by what she saw. Was Su Hao here to learn boxing, or was he actually here to wreck the place? The most frustrated person had to be Fang Yining. Being lifted up like this by an opponent was utterly humiliating in a fight. Coach Fang, are we still fighting or not? Su Hao asked while holding her up. Let me down. Fang Yining shouted angrily. We're not fighting anymore, right? Su Hao asked again. I refuse to fight? No way. I must defeat you today. Fang Yining gritted her teeth and spoke with utter defiance. Then I won't put you down. Su Hao lifted her as he said. You. Fang Yining swiftly reached out to grab Su Hao's arm, but suddenly found it blocked by Su Hao's other forearm. With one palm supporting Fang Yining's belly, Su Hao created an utterly comical tableau. Pfft, ha. The watching students couldn't help but laugh. Is this a fight or acrobatics? Fang Yining, flushed with shame and anger, had no choice but to plead, let me down right now. Giving up already? Stop fighting. Su Hao nodded and finally let her down. By then, many people had gathered around to discuss the situation. Humph. Fang Yining felt utterly humiliated. Fuming, he stepped down from the sparring platform and stormed back to his room. Su Hao shrugged helplessly and also left the stage. You horrible jerk. You're so ridiculously skilled, yet you made me find you a coach. Look what you've done, now you've made someone angry. Ning Yusin shot him a glare. Xin, I really came to learn techniques. To be honest, I don't have much combat experience, I just have brute strength. Su Hao spoke truthfully. Sai, you better come with me to the room and explain things to Coach Fang. You've made a fool of him in front of everyone, don't get him fired over this. Ning Yusin urged anxiously. She is, after all, the financial director of Hongsheng Group, someone who pays great attention to social etiquette and human relations. Ahem, well, fine then. Su Hao nodded in agreement. Upon entering the coach's room, the two found Fang Yining holding a water bottle, cheeks puffed out in obvious frustration. Coach Fang, don't be angry. Su Hao didn't do it on purpose. Ning Yusin stepped forward and said, yes, Coach Fang, I really came here to learn boxing. Su Hao chimed in as well. You came to learn boxing? More like you're here to wreck the place. I can't teach you. Fang Yining glared at him. Coach Fang, from our fight just now, you must have realized I actually know very few boxing techniques. I just have superior strength and reaction speed. Su Hao told the truth. Ha! Fang Yining pondered for a moment. It really did seem to be the case. So, the reason I could hold my own just now was entirely thanks to my brute strength. Su Hao said modestly. So you're really saying you don't know any combat moves or martial arts techniques? Fang Yining froze in place. I genuinely don't know any. Su Hao shook his head. I see, no wonder all your moves look so ridiculous. Fang Yining teased. Su Hao continued. That's why I'm only now asking Sister Xin to introduce me. I want to come here to learn some fist techniques or martial arts moves. You're already so strong, why bother learning techniques? My arm still hurts from earlier. Fang Yining gave him a somewhat resentful look, rubbing her arm. Ning Yusin couldn't help but chuckle beside them. Coach Fang, that's different, I can't afford to waste my energy. Su Hao grinned widely. Though Fang Yining was slightly annoyed, she realized how boring it had been at the martial arts gym without a worthy opponent. Now that she had a formidable rival like Su Hao, she could finally satisfy her craving for real combat practice. Alright, but don't join the regular group classes, come on Sundays instead, and I'll teach you privately. Besides that, you'll have to spar with me. Fang Yining said earnestly. Okay, no problem. Su Hao agreed readily. Chapter 66 The Trouble Caused by 10 Lamb Skewers. Su Hao and Ning Yusin left the club when it was already evening. Little pest, it's this late already, you ought to treat me to a meal, don't you think? Ning Yusin said softly. Su Hao nodded and said, sure, no problem, Xanjia, what would you like to eat? How about this, there's a great street food stall near my place. Let's go grab some grilled skewers and beer. What do you say? Ning Yusin took the initiative to suggest. Ha! Su Hao was stunned. It seemed Beauty Ning genuinely loved drinking beer. What? Don't you want to? Ning Yusin noticed Su Hao wasn't responding. No way, I never expected someone as gorgeous as Sis Xin to eat at street stalls. Su Hao teased with a laugh. Ha, I just love the vibe of drinking beer with skewers. Ning Yusin giggled. Half an hour later, Su Hao arrived at a barbecue joint called Old Three Barbecue near Ning Yusin's home. Since it was already June and the weather had turned hot, many tables were set up outside the restaurant. At that moment, quite a few people were already seated at the tables, savoring skewers and sipping draft beer, creating a lively, bustling atmosphere. Su Hao parked his Lamborghini in the adjacent parking spot, instantly drawing numerous glances from the crowd. After all, a sports car of this caliber is bound to be the center of attention wherever it goes. TSK, look at that handsome guy driving the sports car. Wow, as expected of a man who drives a sports car, the girls he picks up are top tier. That's what you call a perfect match between talent and beauty. He's the role model for all us men. This is truly the pinnacle of manhood. Many couldn't help but murmur in admiration. Su Hao and Ning Yusin found a table nearby and sat down. At that moment, the proprietress approached them with a notepad and a menu. Wow, what a gorgeous couple. With you two sitting here, my barbecue shop has suddenly become livelier. The proprietress couldn't help but compliment. The corner of Ning Yusin's lips curled up as she replied coyly, Proprietress, do you really think we're a perfect match? Of course. Your boyfriend is so handsome, and you're so beautiful, it's truly a match made in heaven. The shop owner nodded with absolute certainty. Pfft, boss lady, you've got such great taste. Ning Yusin couldn't help but laugh. With that smile, all the male creatures eating nearby couldn't handle it anymore, she was just too beautiful. Su Hao could feel himself being scorched by the envious, jealous glares of numerous men. Handsome guy, pretty lady, what would you like to order? Boss lady, bring us 50 lamb skewers first. Ning Yusin said cheerfully. Xinjia, getting so much at once, can you really eat it all? Su Hao was stunned. Of course I can finish it. Alright, boss lady, give him another 10 skewers of kidneys too. Ning Yusin pointed at Su Hao as she spoke. Coming right up, 10 grilled kidney skewers. The shop's proprietress called out to her husband who was manning the grill. Ahem. Su Hao immediately felt embarrassed. Lamb kidneys? He certainly didn't need that kind of tonic. The male customers eating skewers nearby couldn't help but chuckle when they heard 10 lamb kidney skewers. TSK, such a handsome guy, yet suffering from kidney deficiency. Well obviously, if I had such a beautiful girlfriend, I'd be worn out too. Not only am I weak, but I also need to take super tonic pills. Let's chow down on some Wagyu. Damn it, 10 skewers of kidneys, another night of wrestling in bed. Some of the men looked on with envy, while others mocked. For a moment, Su Hao became the center of attention. Xinjia, why did you order so many kidneys? I can't eat that much. No, I don't need to eat this, I don't need to replenish anything. Su Hao hastily replied. The surrounding male brutes all wore expressions of disbelief when they heard it. Just eat it already. Still feeling shy. Exactly. And you don't even need supplements, your face is so pale, it's obvious you need them. For your girlfriend's sake, you've got to take them. Yes, you've got to learn to pamper your girlfriend. Su Hao overheard their chatter and was momentarily speechless. It seemed there was no point in explaining. Pfft, you can eat it without fixing it. Ning Yusin covered her mouth with a laugh. Su Hao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Then Ning Yusin handed him the menu and ordered plenty of other meat skewers and greens. "Boss lady, 2 mugs of draft beer please." "Alright, coming right up." The boss lady nodded and went to fetch the draft beer. "Sis Xin, I'm driving, I can't drink." "Brat, just call a designated driver later. Besides, this is our first time dining together. Aren't you going to toast with your big sister?" Ning Yusin shot him a coquettish glare. "Alright, I admit defeat." Soon after, the skewers arrived, followed by chilled beer. "Little brat, let's clink glasses." Ning Yusin raised her cup with unbridled enthusiasm. Su Hao obligingly clinked glasses with her, thinking how refreshingly straightforward this beauty was. "Yo, sis Xin, the draft beer's pretty cold, you sure you'll be alright drinking it?" He took a sip and casually asked. Ning Yusin froze for a moment, her charming eyes glimmering as the corners of her lips curled up. With a smile, she said, "Naughty little brother, you're so bad. I can drink something cold today." That's good then." Su Hao nodded, though why did this response feel a bit odd? "By the way, little brat, you're so handsome, how many girlfriends have you had?" Ning Yusin blinked her eyes, transforming into a curious kitten. "Sis Xin, are you just teasing me? I'm still permanently single, you know." Su Hao told the truth. "How could that be? Someone as handsome as you, and no girls chasing after you?" "Well, there are some, but I'm picky about looks," the shameless rogue had the gall to say. "A looks-obsessed guy? Hee hee, silly boy, does my appearance meet your standards?" Ning Yusin said this while playfully tucking her hair behind her neck, then straightened her posture to proudly display her ample feminine assets. "Ahem, with looks and a figure like Sister Xion's, you'd definitely qualify." Su Hao stared at this mesmerizing enchantress, his heart and mind dizzy with infatuation. "Is that so? But I've never seen you pursue my sister," Ning Yusin said boldly. "Sis Xin, you're teasing me again. I was just junior staff at the company before. It's just that you never had the chance before. Now you've got a stage, and everyone knows your capabilities. You've become the dream man all the female employees in the company admire. Sis Xin, if you keep praising me like this, I might actually start believing it." Giggle. "Honestly though, even Xiaofei has a soft spot for you." Ning Yusin clinked glasses with Su Hao again as she spoke and took another sip. "Her, Xianjia, don't joke around. Isn't she a lesbian? How could she have feelings for me?" Su Hao shook his head directly. "Put, lesbian? You silly boy, who told you that nonsense?" Ning Yusin immediately burst into laughter, rocking back and forth with mirth. Isn't that so? Look how icy she is every day, there must be something wrong with her sexual orientation. This is my long-observed conclusion," Su Hao said with a straight face. "Looks like you've got some nerve, little bro, talking about Xiaofei behind her back like that. Aren't you afraid I'll tell her?" Ning Yusin arched her delicate eyebrows. "I'm not afraid at all. Besides, Sister Xian, you're not that kind of person," Su Hao replied boldly. If it were before, he might have been a bit wary, but now he wasn't afraid of Shin Yufei at all. They'd already shared a bed multiple times. What was there to fear? Chapter 67, Rich People Know How to Have Fun. Ning Yusin burst into laughter when she heard Su Hao say that. "You little rascal, I actually think Xiaofei treats you quite well, she even lent you her sports car to drive." "Yes, it is." Su Hao nodded, thinking to himself that it wasn't out of her kindness at all, it was something he had fought for himself. As the two chatted over drinks, a business van was parked across the street. Several men were sitting in the car, led by a man in a patterned shirt, with an earring in his left ear and a scar running down his right cheek. "Brother Dao, is this pretty boy the one young master who wants to teach a lesson?" The tattooed man in black next to him asked. "That's him. We've matched the photo." The scar-faced man nodded. "Brother Dao, what's this kid's background? Driving a sports car with a pretty girl by his side, damn, that girl's really something." The tattooed man's eyes gleamed with malice. "Background my ass. That kid's just a pretty boy kept by Shin Yufei from Hongsheng Group." The scar-faced man sneered with disdain. "What, Shin Yufei? That Shin Yufei, one of the 4 great beauties of the capital?" The tattooed man looked astonished. "That's right. But who is this pretty girl? Based on my guess, this pretty boy wasn't satisfied and must have gotten himself a mistress." The scar-faced man speculated. "What a mess." The tattooed man was somewhat flustered. "The rich folks sure know how to play, their relationships are messy enough. Alright, let's drop this topic. Young Master Hua forbids exposing identities. Seems we'll have to stir up some trouble instead." The scarred man's pitch-black eyes revealed a trace of cold-bloodedness. "Brother Dao, this is easy. Let's pretend we're going for barbecue, then flirt with some pretty girls when we see them. That pretty boy will surely play the hero and step up. We'll just drag him aside and beat the crap out of him." The tattooed man offered his idea. The scar-faced man nodded. "Yeah, good idea. By the way, Brother Dao, what did young Master Hua say? We should know how far to go with this." "Break a leg." "Got it." The tattooed man nodded, then pulled a steel pipe from the car and wrapped it in his clothes. Then the scar-faced man and his companions got out of the vehicle, 6 of them in total. They sat down at the table next to Su Hao and Ning Yusin. "Boss, give us 100 lamb skewers and 50 kidney skewers," the tattooed man shouted in a rough voice. "All right, coming right up," the boss of the barbecue stall answered. At this moment, Scarface gave tattooed man a meaningful look, and tattooed man immediately cleared his throat. "Hey babe, you're looking mighty fine. My boss has taken a liking to you, come over and share a couple drinks with him," the tattooed man said brazenly. Ning Yusin, who had been chatting with Su Hao, immediately arched her eyebrows in displeasure at these words. "What are you looking at, girl?" "Yeah, I'm talking to you, come over here now," the tattooed man said arrogantly. "Ha, hurry up and come here, little lady. Yeah, come have a drink with us, boys. That's right, my big brother knows exactly how to pamper a person. Looking like that, she must be wild in bed." The group of hooligans hurled obscene taunts. "You bunch of filthy punks, get lost." Ning Yusin immediately cursed in anger. "Well, little girl, don't push your luck when given mercy," the tattooed man said with a dark expression. Su Hao frowned and immediately spoke in an icy tone. "I'll give you 1 minute to scram, or I might get really angry." "Ha!" The scarred man and the tattooed man exchanged glances, then grinned at each other. "Kid, you sure talk big. Tired of living or what? Our boss has taken a liking to your girl. Hand her over now." One of the thugs immediately swaggered forward, full of arrogance. Su Hao's face darkened. As the punk approached, he suddenly swung a fist straight at the thug's chest. Bang! Ah! With the punk's scream, his entire body was sent flying backward, knocking over a trash can behind him and getting covered in garbage. The sudden movement gave the skewer eater a real fright. "Ha!" The scar-faced man and his companions immediately turned grim and closed in. "Ha!" Ning Yusin was also caught off guard by Su Hao's sudden strike. Hey, brothers, don't fight, harmony brings wealth. Running a business isn't easy for me." The barbecue shop owner hurried over to mediate. If a fight broke out at his grill stand tonight, the evening's business would be ruined, and if any property got damaged, the losses would be even worse. "Get lost. Mind your own damn business." The tattooed man glared at him. The barbecue shop owner's eyelids twitched, too scared to speak. Su Hao stood up and pointed to the side, saying, "Looking for a fight? Let's take it over to that open area." "You little bastard, I think you're just trying to run away," the scar-faced man said coldly. "No, I'm afraid I won't have enough room to fight," Su Hao replied. Ning Yusin had initially been full of concern, but upon hearing Su Hao's words, she inexplicably wanted to laugh. "Fine, you're quite the cocky one, have it your way," the scar-faced man said arrogantly. Su Hao then walked directly to the open area, and the tattooed man and his crew immediately chased after him, afraid that Su Hao would escape. "Get him!" The scar-faced man waved his hand dismissively. The tattooed men immediately closed in around him. Whoosh! Su Hao suddenly moved, landing a slap across the face of the nearest punk. Ow! The thug flew straight backward, then a row of teeth clattered to the ground. "What?" The tattooed man's eyelids twitched violently. This was utterly savage. A single slap had knocked teeth loose. Looking for death. Several people flew into a rage. They tore open the clothes they were holding, pulled out steel pipes, and swung them at Su Hao. "Ha!" Ning Yusin's hands flew to her mouth in shock at the sight, her heart filled with worry. The people eating at the nearby barbecue stall were startled by what they saw. They were actually using steel pipes in the fight. This could kill someone. But what no one expected was the shocking scene that followed. Su Hao swiftly struck, and before these hoodlums could even land a hit with their steel pipes, they were sent flying. Ah! In the blink of an eye, all the hooligans were lying on the ground, howling in pain. The scar-faced man was utterly dumbfounded. Ning Yusin heaved a sigh of relief at the sight, suddenly remembering how Su Hao had even subdued Fang Yining, the martial arts champion, back at the club. Dealing with a few small-time thugs was naturally more than enough for him. "Oh wow, that handsome guy knows martial arts. Isn't this hottie amazing?" Took on 5 at once and knocked them all down. These punks must be completely stunned. That handsome guy fought ruthlessly. Look at these thugs literally picking their teeth off the ground. The bystanders finally realized those troublemakers had all had their teeth knocked out by Su Hao. The scar-faced man inwardly cursed. They'd clearly kicked an iron plate this time. "You, come here." Su Hao narrowed his eyes and suddenly beckoned to him. "Oh no, brother, no, big bro, I offended you, I owe you an apology." The scar-faced man immediately backed down. As the saying goes, a wise man knows when to retreat. Slap! Su Hao directly slapped the scar-faced man across the face. Chapter 68, Bratty little brother, come upstairs for a bit. The scarred man took a solid slap to the face, tasting blood in his mouth the moment he opened it. 2 teeth clattered to the ground. He was utterly consumed by regret, cursing every ancestor in Hua Tianhao's family line 8 generations back along the way. This Hua Tianhao was such a bastard. The opponent was a trained fighter, yet he still told me to break his leg. Well, look how that turned out. We got our teeth kicked in instead. Hero, big brother, I was wrong. Please spare me. The scar-faced man pleaded with a bitter expression. Get lost, Su Hao said coldly. Yes, I'll get lost right away. The scar-faced man immediately fled to the car with his underlings and vanished down the street. Good. Nice one. The onlookers couldn't help but burst into applause. Ning Yusin hurried forward and asked, Su Hao, are you okay? I'm fine. Su Hao grinned while looking at the several teeth scattered on the ground, wondering to himself if he had used too much force this time. You're so impressive, little brother. Ning Yusin suddenly hugged Su Hao's arm, looking at him with starry-eyed admiration. Ahem, sis Xan, everyone's watching us. Su Hao pointed at the people sitting around the barbecue stand, all of whom were staring at them. Ha! Ning Yusin's delicate face instantly turned red. Xinjie, still drinking? Su Hao asked with a teasing smile. These guys really killed the mood, but we've had our drinks and skewers. How about you walk me home? Ning Yusin whispered wistfully. Okay, sure. It's close to my neighborhood, let's just walk back. Okay. So Su Hao settled the bill, and he and Ning Yusin headed in the direction of the residential area. Hey, the handsome guy and the beauty left, but their sports car is still parked there. They've been drinking, so of course they can't drive. What do you know? The Donghu Grand Hotel is right ahead. They must be checking in for the night. TSK, so envious. Another night of intense battle awaits. You're all acting strange. Before long, Su Hao and Ning Yusin arrived at Manhwa Residential District. Sister Xin, the neighborhood you live in is quite nice. Yeah, it's alright. The one up ahead is the one. The two chatted their way downstairs. Stinky little brother, why don't you come upstairs for a bit? I'll make you some honey water to sober up. Ning Yusin took the initiative to invite him. Oh, Sister Xin, you're inviting a grown man upstairs. Aren't you afraid I might turn beastly? I have been drinking, you know. Su Hao joked boldly. Is that so? I'm not afraid at all. Ning Yusin covered her mouth and laughed. Well then, I'll escort you upstairs and come in for a glass of water. Su Hao readily agreed. This was a foreign-style housing complex. Ning Yusin's apartment was on the 5th floor, featuring a north-south-oriented east unit layout with excellent ventilation. The moment Su Hao stepped inside, his first impression was cleanliness, extraordinary cleanliness, with every item in the room impeccably arranged. Little stinker, here are your slippers. Ning Yusin handed over a pair of brand-new slippers. Su Hao changed his shoes and said with a smile, Xinjie, your apartment has 2 bedrooms and looks quite spacious, must be over 100 square meters, right? 102 square meters. I've always preferred a big kitchen and bathroom, so I chose a larger layout. Ning Yusin nodded. Su Hao walked to the sofa and saw it covered in plush toys. Who would have guessed Ning Yusin liked these? Little brother, sit down first. I'll make you some honey water. Okay. Only then did Su Hao take a seat. Before long, Ning Yusin brought over the freshly prepared honey water and handed it to him. Hey little brat, why don't you stay tonight? Suddenly, Ning Yusin spoke up. PFT. Su Hao had just taken a sip of honey water when it sprayed right back out of his mouth. Giggle, silly little brother, what's wrong? Got scared? Ning Yusin couldn't help but laugh when she saw how exaggerated Su Hao's reaction was. Xinjie, stop teasing me. I noticed you've been drinking and can't drive. Since my spare bedroom is empty anyway, you're welcome to stay over. Ning Yusin explained. No need, I'll just get a designated driver. Su Hao immediately reached into his pocket and pulled out his phone. Clunk. Something unexpected fell out of his pants pocket and landed on the couch. Su Hao looked down and immediately blushed with embarrassment. What had just fallen out was actually the 3-pack Durex that Xia Yuyu had slipped him that morning. This is so damn awkward. Su Hao had stuffed it into his pants pocket in the morning and completely forgotten about it all day. Why did you have to fall out now of all times? You're totally making Xinjie misunderstand the situation. It's over. There's no telling what kind of impression I've made in Xinjie's eyes now. Ha, what's this? Ning Yusin was quick to react, picking up the Durex from the sofa. When she realized it was a condom, her pretty face instantly turned red with embarrassment. Ning Yusin's thoughts instantly raced. What was that scoundrel Su Hao bringing that stuff for their date? What else could it be for? So this little rascal had those kinds of thoughts about her all along. She used to think Su Hao was just a dense straight guy, but turns out he's quite the experienced old pervert. Though awkward to bring condoms, it did show from another angle that the little rascal was responsible. But, isn't this naughty little brother being a bit too eager? You're so bad, little brother, coming to my place with this. Ning Yusin coquettishly scolded, yet her voice remained soft and velvety, brimming with allure that only made her more enticing. Ahem, Xinjie, don't misunderstand, I didn't buy this. Su Hao quickly explained. You didn't buy it? The supermarket was having a promotion and forced it into my hands. Su Hao randomly made up an excuse. Little brat, big sis doesn't believe a word you say. We're adults now, don't fool me. It's just, what you're thinking about is a bit too rushed. Big sis is kind of flustered. Ning Yusin boldly replied. Though she usually acted fearless and often teased Suhao, she had never been in a real relationship with any boy. Who wouldn't be nervous about that kind of thing between a man and a woman? Sis Xin, you've really misunderstood. That wasn't my intention. Suhao wanted to cry but had no tears. It seemed his explanation was falling on deaf ears. Little rascal, look how flustered you are. I'm not blaming you anyway. Ning Yusin burst into laughter and handed the directs back to him. Suhao quickly took it and stuffed it back into his pants pocket. Sis Xin, it's getting late. I should head out now. Suhao hurriedly spoke, feeling it would be far too awkward to stay any longer at that moment. Ha, won't you have some more water? It's getting late, you should get some rest. Alright then, remember to text me when you get home so I know you're safe. Ning Yusin said softly. Okay, got it Sister Xin. Suhao responded with a quick yes before finally leaving. Ning Yusin closed the door securely, her heart pounding a little too fast. Though she had appeared calm earlier, she had actually been quite nervous inside. That rascal even brought directs, looks like he really does have feelings for me. Both embarrassed and slightly exhilarated, she took out her phone and couldn't resist posting a moment on her social feed. Chapter 69, Could it be jealousy? Shin Yufa was feeling rather irritable this evening. It was nearly 9 o'clock, and Suhao still hadn't returned home. During the day, Xiao Yixuan had taken her cousin out to meet some film company executive apparently trying to secure investment for her screenplay. Shin Yufa went to the mall alone to buy pajamas for Suhao. To be honest, this was Shin Yufa's first time buying intimate clothing for a man. She had never even taken the initiative to buy such items for her own father before. While purchasing the pajamas, encouraged by the enthusiastic salesperson, Shin Yufa also picked out several pairs of boxer shorts for Suhao. After finishing these purchases, Shin Yufa went on to select a brand-name suit for Suhao. Now that Suhao is the executive director, he really ought to have a decent suit. These days, Suhao had helped her many times at the company, and she was truly grateful. Especially during the last hacker incident when there was danger, Suhao had stepped forward without hesitation. Shin Yufa had been deeply moved at the time. However, Shin Yufa had always been the type to appear cold on the outside but warm inside, not good at expressing herself, so she decided to buy these clothes for him as a substitute for the feelings she couldn't quite put into words. She brought these clothes back home, and both her aunt and cousin were utterly astonished at the sight. Even my skeptical aunt came to believe that Shin Yufa truly loved Suhao. Shin Yufa gazed at the clothes she had personally selected, inexplicably anticipating Suhao's swift return, wondering if he'd be moved to tears upon seeing them. Yet after waiting all evening, it was nearly 9 o'clock, and Suhao still hadn't returned. Brother-in-law is really something, why hasn't he come back yet? I was so looking forward to seeing his amazed expression, she thought. Xia Yuyu pouted as she spoke. Humph, he said he's going to the gym, but who knows if that's true or not? Shin Yufa remarked sarcastically. Cousin, when brother-in-law says he's going to the gym, you don't think he's actually meeting another woman there, do you? That's why he... Xia Yuyu muttered awkwardly. What nonsense are you spouting about secret rendezvous? Besides, who could he possibly be having a secret rendezvous with? Shin Yufa pouted. She took out her phone, ready to send Suhao a WeChat message to ask when he'd be back. But she deleted what she had typed, feeling that asking like that would make her seem like a nagging wife, which embarrassed her. So Shin Yufa opened her moments, intending to see if Suhao had posted anything. She scrolled through but found no updates from Suhao. However, she suddenly noticed that her senior, Ning Yusin, had just posted something in her moments. At Ning Yusin, spent the day at the gym with friends, and then we got together again in the evening for beer and grilled skewers. Had a great time. Beneath this social media post, there were several attached photos of the gym and a barbecue stand, ending with a selfie of Ning Yusin. Although this WeChat Moments post didn't mention Suhao, Shin Yufa wondered, could it really just be a coincidence? Suhao went to the gym, and senior Ning Yusin also went to the gym. Shin Yufa looked at the photo of the barbecue stall that Ning Yusin had posted. The tray on the table was filled with skewers, but in another corner of the table, there was a phone. The style and color of this phone, wasn't this exactly Suhao's phone? Because Suhao's phone was a model released several years ago, it was very easy to recognize. So Hao went out to hang with Xinjie today? Knowing this, Shin Yufa grew inexplicably more agitated. Cousin, it's getting late. I'm going back to my room to shower first, won't wait up for brother-in-law with you. Xia Yuyu stretched lazily. Shin Yufa nodded mechanically, her expression somewhat dazed. After Xia Yuyu left, Shin Yufa looked at the men's clothes laid out on the bed and inexplicable rage surged within her. I'll beat you to death, you bastard. I'll beat you to death, you bastard. Shin Yufa was fuming, throwing punches at the suit jacket in frustration. No wonder that jerk hadn't come home so late, he was out on a date with Sister Xin. She gritted her teeth, thinking how foolish she'd been to wait for him so happily. For some reason, Shin Yufa felt angry and wronged, her nose tingling with emotion. She'd never experienced such feelings before. That bastard, already a married man, still dates other women. Humph. Shen Yufa said angrily. But as soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly froze. Weren't she and Su Hao just a pretend married couple? Isn't it completely normal for someone to go on dates with other women? She had previously told Su Hao that although they had registered their marriage, they couldn't interfere with each other's private lives. Shen Yufa furrowed her beautiful brows. What was wrong with her? Was she actually jealous? This terrifying thought startled her. No. It couldn't be like that. How could she possibly be jealous? Jealousy was something only romantic couples experienced. She and Su Hao weren't lovers, they were just faux spouses who had registered their marriage, nothing more. Unless she had fallen for Su Hao during these days of contact with him. Ahem, there's no such unless. Shen Yufa said with absolute certainty in her heart. How could she possibly have fallen for Su Hao? That guy was money-grubbing, always clowning around with a grin, his face as thick as a city wall, a downright ruffian. There was no way she'd like someone like that. Finally, after careful consideration and analysis, Shen Yufa came to a conclusion. She had simply bought clothes for Su Hao, but he hadn't returned promptly, which had unconsciously created a sense of imbalance within her. Just then, the sound of a sports car echoed from outside the villa. Su Hao was returning. She walked to the window and looked out. The Lamborghini's scissor door swung open, and soon a designated driver stepped out from the driver's seat, followed by Su Hao emerging from the passenger side. That guy even called a designated driver, so he really was drinking with Xinjia, Shen Yufa said with displeasure. 10 minutes later, Su Hao went upstairs and entered the bedroom, only to see Shen Yufa pretending to be calm as she sat on the bed reading. Oh, reading a book, ha, the fellow said with a laugh. It's already 9 o'clock, you finally remember to come home? Who gave you permission to return so late? Shen Yufa snorted lightly. Ha, it's only 9, not 1 in the morning. Why are you making such a big fuss? Su Hao was somewhat taken aback. What do you mean it's only 9 o'clock? Do you even realize you're a married man now? Shen Yufa's inexplicable rage erupted. But you're not even my. Su Hao was also somewhat annoyed and almost wanted to say, you're not even my real wife. But then it suddenly occurred to him that walls have ears, so he stopped himself. No, it's not. You reek of alcohol. It's disgusting. Shen Yufa spoke again. Alright, it's my fault. I'll go take a shower. Su Hao figured it must be that Shen Yufa was on her period and in a foul mood. He definitely shouldn't push his luck. He watched as Su Hao pulled out his bedding, spread it out, and then started taking off his clothes. Shen Yufa immediately tossed her book onto the nightstand and yanked the blanket over herself. Seeing her reaction, Su Hao couldn't help but grin, though he was too sheepish to look directly at her. He casually took off his pants too and flung them onto the bedding roll, then headed to the bathroom. Chapter 70, Wife Gifts Matching Couple Sleepwear. Shen Yufa only crawled out from under the blanket after hearing Su Hao go to the bathroom. Drinking, chasing girls, and I even bought you clothes. Humph, here, take them. She angrily threw all the clothes she had bought for Su Hao onto his bedroll. Unexpectedly, a small blue box fell out of Su Hao's trousers when she threw them. What's this? Shen Yufa curiously reached out her hand to pick it up. Durex. Her beautiful eyes widened in shock. This guy brought condoms on a date with Xinjia. Could it mean they've already done that sort of thing? The mere thought of it made her inexplicably short of breath, though she couldn't understand why. Shen Yufa suddenly felt her eyes grow moist, then threw the Durex back. Plop. She collapsed onto the bed and bit her lip. I never expected Su Hao and Sister Xin to progress so fast. They've already started using Durex. What's wrong with me? Could I actually be feeling jealous? Surely I haven't actually fallen for Su Hao. That can't be it. But even if Su Hao and Sister Xin have already done that kind of thing, what business is it of mine anyway? Shen Yufa's thoughts were in disarray. She thought it must be because Su Hao had gotten the marriage certificate with her, leaving him with some lingering discomfort. Yet she still tossed and turned in bed, inexplicably restless. After a while, Su Hao finished his shower and walked out wrapped in a towel. Seeing him emerge, Shen Yufa quickly turned around with her back to him. Su Hao dried himself off and then plopped down onto the bedding roll. He suddenly spotted the clothes tossed there. There were pajama pants, briefs, and an exceptionally handsome suit. Honey, did you buy all these for me? Su Hao picked up the suit to examine it. TSK, must be brand name stuff. This has to cost at least tens of thousands, right? Who's your wife? I didn't buy these for you, they just fell from the sky. Shen Yufa said irritably. Thanks. These pajamas fit perfectly too, I'll wear them right now. Su Hao immediately put on his pajamas. Not to mention, the fabric of this brand's pajamas was indeed excellent, exceptionally comfortable to wear. Honey, what made you think of buying me clothes? Su Hao asked. I must be crazy, my brain must be waterlogged. Shen Yufa's voice was icy. Then go crazy again, honey. I still need a watch. Heard Patek Philippe makes nice ones. Su Hao, that scoundrel, was pushing his luck. Keep dreaming, don't you already have a sweetheart? Let your sweetheart buy it for you. A sweetheart? What sweetheart? Su Hao was dumbfounded. You scumbag. After doing that kind of thing, you still dare deny it? Shin Yuefei abruptly sat up, glaring at him. Ahem, darling, what are you talking about? What kind of thing? Su Hao was genuinely confused. What is that? Shin Yuefei immediately pointed at the Du Lisi nearby. Su Hao looked down and saw Du Lisi, torn between laughter and tears. What? Nothing to say now? Even using a little raincoat, and you still claim there's no one special? Could it be you two had a one-night stand? Shin Yuefei's face burned with frustration. Pfft, ha ha ha. Su Hao couldn't help but laugh. Now he finally understood why Miss Shin was angry. She had simply misunderstood him. So it was that girl, Xia Yuyu, who had bought this for him, and he himself had actually been completely unaware. What are you laughing at? You're definitely a scumbag. You did it but won't admit it. Shin Yuefei snorted. Honey, I said your imagination runs too wild, doesn't it? Just because I have a box of Durex in my pocket doesn't prove anything. What's more, the box hasn't even been opened yet. Su Hao couldn't help but say. Then why did you buy it for no reason? Planning to blow balloons or something? Shin Yuefei glared at him. Who told you I bought it? Clearly it was your dear cousin who bought this. Su Hao said helplessly. You bought it? Don't be ridiculous. Why would she buy something like this? Shin Yuefei frowned slightly. You're asking me? I wanted to ask you the same thing. She gave me this box this morning, and I was completely baffled. Su Hao couldn't help but complain. This box of Durex certainly knew how to stir up trouble. Shin Yuefei froze for a moment, suddenly remembering what her aunt had once told her, that she and Su Hao should take protective measures when doing that sort of thing, lest she get pregnant. Could it be that my aunt had my cousin Xia Yuyu buy this? She immediately picked up her phone and sent a voice message to her cousin Xia Yuyu. Yo, little minx, get yourself out here. What's wrong, cousin? I was just about to go to bed. Did you buy Su Hao a box of Durex this morning? Yes, cousin. Reading the reply, Shin Yuefei's face instantly flushed crimson with shame. Just moments ago she had been scolding Su Hao, never realizing she herself was the cause of this whole situation. You silly girl, who told you to buy that sort of thing? She immediately texted Xia Yuyu back. What's wrong, cousin? Doesn't it fit brother-in-law? That's the large size. Or are you running out tonight? If so, you two will just have to tough it out. Stop it, we don't need that. Shin Yuefei was completely speechless, but worst of all, she couldn't even tell the truth. No need? Right, this would just get in the way. Men never like these things. Xia Yuyu sounded like a bona fide perv. Alright, just go to sleep already. Shin Yuefei gloomily turned off her phone. At this moment, Su Hao was standing in front of the mirror, trying on a suit. Su Hao, I'm really sorry, I had no idea this box of Durex was bought by Yuyu. Shin Yuefei said apologetically. Yuyu? I bet it was your aunt who asked her to buy it. Su Hao had already guessed as much. It's always my fault anyway. Shin Yuefei pursed her lips. What? I'm not a scumbag anymore? Su Hao grinned. Just now was my misunderstanding. I shouldn't have spoken to you like that. Don't take it to heart, okay? It was my fault. Shin Yuefei was truly ashamed. Alright, since you bought me clothes, I'll forgive you this time. Su Hao said magnanimously. He felt somewhat smug inside. He truly hadn't expected Shin Yuefei, such a strong-willed person, to actually apologize. Seeing Shin Yuefei's remorseful and apologetic expression, Su Hao had the illusion of a dominant husband taming his spirited wife. Wait a minute, boss, even if I bought those Durex, why are you getting angry? Are you afraid I'll give you a green hat? That rascal Su Hao couldn't resist teasing her. Stop talking nonsense. Shin Yuefei leaned against the headboard. Su Hao then asked, or are you jealous? What do I have to be jealous about? Stop being so narcissistic. Shin Yuefei's eyes flickered with unease as she bit her lip, swiftly denying it. Damn it, Shin Yuefei, you must really be in love with me. Otherwise, how could the pajamas you bought me be a matching set with yours? Su Hao glanced at Shin Yuefei's fan-printed pajamas, noticing they were the same style as his own. Chapter 71, you two have already started drinking together. Shin Yuefei flopped straight onto the bed, pulling the blanket over herself while scoffing. Stop being so narcissistic. How could I possibly fall for you? Just go to sleep. Su Hao grinned, picking up the Durex as he asked, by the way, what should we do with this box of raincoats? It's not like I'm the one using them. Why ask me? Fair enough, I'll just put them in the drawer then. Never know when they might come in handy. Rogue. Ha ha. Su Hao chuckled as he tucked Du Lisi into the desk drawer. Shin Yuefei couldn't help asking curiously, if this Durex wasn't bought by you, then what exactly did you do on your date with Sister Xin today? Ha, you actually knew I went on a date with Sister Hexin? Su Hao was taken aback. Duh, Sister Hexin posted about it on her Moments. Nothing much, I just decided to learn martial arts, so Xanjia introduced me to a boxing coach. Oh, I see. Hearing this, Shin Yuefei inexplicably felt relieved. What? Did you think Xanjia and I were dating or something? Su Hao asked with a wink. wasn't it? I saw what XIN posted, you two were already sharing drinks. Shin Yufei's tone was dripping with jealousy. Oh ho, boss, weren't you the one claiming not to be jealous? Why do I smell such strong vinegar in your words? What do you mean jealous? I'm just worried Sister XIN might fall for your tricks. Suhao was left speechless. Had he lied to Ning Yusin? This dangerous woman was sharp-witted. If anything, he should be grateful she wasn't digging a pit for him to fall into. Suhao pondered for a moment. During the day, Ning Yusin had been all sweet and affectionate toward him, calling him the bratty little brother at every turn. Could she have been instructed by Shin Yufei to flirt with him? But what would be the point of seducing him? Weren't they afraid they'd end up losing both the bait and the fish? Could it be that once I fall for Ning Yusin's charms, Shin Yufei would slap me with the label of unfaithfulness? Suhao looked at Shin Yufei and shook his head. He must be overthinking things. Boss, how could I possibly deceive Sister XIN? I think Sister XIN must have fallen for me. She's trying to win me over. Suhao said this deliberately, watching for Shin Yufei's reaction. Take a look in the mirror first. Still trying to strategize? You must have had one too many drinks. Shin Yufei couldn't help but strike back. But she suddenly thought of Ning Yusin, who had once said she wanted to test Suhao's depth. Could it be because of that? Boss, you still don't believe me. But don't worry, honey, I'd never cheat on you. Suhao smiled with schadenfreude. Pa, I'm going to sleep. I'm ignoring you. Shin Yufei no longer felt vexed and could go to sleep without worries. For the next week, Suhao became the busiest person in the company. Because he needed full control over the development of the editing software Silhouette, was responsible for planning the new division of the mobile internet business group, and had to optimize the big data intelligent recommendation algorithm for the Quainiao Headlines app. Suhao also vigorously trained two capable subordinates, Fatty Dong from the program development department and Song Heng from the technical department. Both men were steady in temperament and meticulous in their work, perfectly meeting Suhao's requirements. Suhao understood that as formidable as his own skills were, he couldn't possibly handle everything personally. Once Fatty Dong and Song Heng matured in their roles, he could finally sit back and relax. That's what being a competent leader was all about. These two lived up to expectations and grew rapidly under Suhao's guidance. Stimulated by Suhao's double salary policy, the application software department was bustling with software development work every day. Of course, over this past week, Suhao and Shin Yufei gradually grew accustomed to sharing the same bedroom. Suhao finally understood that women indeed take at least an hour to shower, so from then on he made sure to shower first every day. Through observing Suhao, Shin Yufei also discovered that what rose faithfully every morning wasn't just the sun, but also Suhao's tousled blanket. At first, Shin Yufei felt somewhat embarrassed, but later she grew accustomed to it. Rumor had it this was a symbol of masculinity, though she wasn't sure if that was true or not. On this day, Suhao arrived at Hongsheng Group, where every employee looked radiant with health and happiness. Because today was the 10th payday. Ding dong. Suhao glanced at his phone to see a message from Ning Yusin. Little brat, got time to swing by the finance department? Sure. Suhao first dealt with some departmental matters before heading to the finance department at 10 o'clock. The finance department had about a dozen employees, mostly women. When he entered, the female staff respectfully stood up to greet him, their eyes radiating admiration one by one. Hello, General Manager Su. Good morning, Director Su. Suhao nodded at them and asked, where's Director Ning? She's in the office. Great. Suhao went straight to Ning Yusin's office. Ning Yusin was seated at her desk handling some documents when she saw Suhao enter, her beautiful eyes lighting up. Oh, you little rascal, you're finally here. Come, take a seat. Sis XIN, you wanted to see me? Suhao walked over to the table and sat down, casually picking up a cup of coffee from the desk and taking a sip. Oh dear, you silly boy, that's the one I drank from, how annoying. Ning Yusin gave him a coquettish glare. No problem, I don't mind your saliva, Sister XIN. I've been so busy these days, haven't even had water since morning. Suhao said shamelessly. Damn you, I heard you've been working overtime a lot lately? Yeah, no choice. Got too much on my plate right now. Ha, wanna know why I came to find you? What is it? Of course it's a good thing. Ning Yusin then took out a document and handed it to him. Suhao looked it over. It was a notice from Yanbei regarding preferential tax policies for high-end talent recruitment. XINGA, what does this mean? In our Yanbei region, we offer preferential income tax policies for attracting top-tier talent. Your monthly salary plus subsidies and bonuses totals over 50 million this month. Seems so. Suhao nodded. He was aware of his technical director's salary, over 3.6 million yuan annually, which worked out to roughly 300,000 yuan per month. Moreover, he had secured 1 billion yuan in advertising revenue, earning a sales commission of 50 million yuan. Doing the math, his total compensation for the month would indeed amount to a staggering sum. Given Yanbei's current income tax policy, do you know how much tax you'd have to pay on that? Ning Yusin reminded with a cheerful smile. Su Hao pondered for a moment. It seemed top-tier salaries had a tax rate of 45%. By that calculation, half his income would go to taxes. Wouldn't that mean over 50 million? He gasped upon realizing this. He had completely forgotten about this matter. So that's why I applied for the high-level talent benefits for you, 50% personal income tax reduction for salary and tax exemption on bonuses. You'll still take home over 50 million this way. Ning Yusin blinked at him playfully. Really? Oh my, Sister Xin, you're just too kind. Su Hao was visibly moved. He'd been agonizing over the expense just moments before. Little brat, does your big sister treat you well or what? Ning Yusin said with tsundere pride. Chapter 72, The Small Goal of Earning 100 Million. This time Su Hao was genuinely moved. It had saved him a considerable amount in taxes. Sis Xin, you're really too good to me. Since I've been so good to you, how are you going to repay your sister? Ning Yusin leaned in close as she spoke, blinking her eyes right in front of Su Hao. How should I repay you? Su Hao's eyelids twitched. What do you mean by this? Why are you bringing it over here? Do you want me to offer myself up? Sister Xin, how should I repay you? Let me think about it. Ning Yusin raised her hand as she spoke and suddenly put her index finger into her mouth. Su Hao was utterly baffled. This was a blatant test for him, and he feared he might just get worked up again. Stinky little brother, I haven't made up my mind yet. I'll tell you when I've thought it through. Ning Yusin blinked her beautiful eyes, her breath as fragrant as orchids. Okay, no problem. Su Hao readily agreed. This is the talent recruitment application form. Just sign here and your salary should be credited this afternoon. You're about to become rich. How about going out for drinks tonight? Ning Yusin took the initiative to invite him. Sister Xin, I'm afraid I won't be able to these days. Development is at a critical juncture right now. Su Hao was telling the truth. Alright then, I know you're busy. We'll talk about it later. Ning Yusin nodded, though there was a hint of disappointment in her eyes. Su Hao left the finance department in a state of exhilaration. After all, salaries were to be paid in the afternoon. This was a substantial sum, and before this, he had never imagined he would one day possess such wealth. Finally, at 5 in the afternoon, Su Hao received a bank notification. Over 50 million yuan had been deposited into his account. He looked at the numbers above and counted them several times. Amazing! Su Hao happily snapped his fingers. He immediately opened his mobile banking app, logged into his account, and checked the balance. Sure enough, it was correct. And the mobile banking app also received a message. Due to the capital scale, he had been automatically upgraded to the bank's Super VIP client. Many features for Super VIP clients had been enhanced, such as transfer limits and exclusive wealth management channels. But the first thing he did was open the transfer function and select his mother's bank account. He had often sent money home before. Now that he had money, the first thing he did was naturally fulfill his filial duty to his parents. Su Hao immediately entered 1 million as the transfer amount. He had originally planned to transfer 5 million, but suddenly worried that such a large sum might shock his parents too much. So he decided to send his mom 1 million first, figuring it would be easier for them to accept if he gradually increased the amount later. Otherwise, transferring too much at once would surely make his parents rush straight to Yanbei to drag him back, suspecting he'd gotten involved in some shady business. The VIP client service processed the transaction swiftly, facial recognition, SMS verification, and within moments, the 1 million was transferred to his mom. In less than a minute, Su Hao's phone rang immediately. It was indeed his mother calling. Hey, Mom, listen here, you brat, I want to ask you something. Was it you who just transferred me 1 million yuan? His mother's tone over the phone was dead serious. Su Hao smiled. Yes, Mom, did you get it? What? That money was really from you? Not a scam message? Mom was startled. Mom, I was the one who transferred it, not a scam message. Su Hao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Mom was being quite vigilant. Damn kid, where did you get so much money? Mom, didn't I tell you the other day? I got promoted. I'm now the executive director, with an annual salary of over 3 million. Su Hao had already mentioned this matter to his parents. An annual salary of 3 million? But didn't you just get promoted? You'd better explain yourself quickly, or your father and I will come straight over. Mother's tone was stern. Ahem, Mom, I forgot to tell you, I landed several advertising deals. You know there are commissions on advertising fees, right? I made a few million in sales commissions. Su Hao hastily explained. Sales commission? That much? Don't try to fool your mother. Your dad's right here listening too. Just then, his father's voice came through the phone again. You little rascal, you haven't done anything against your conscience, have you? Making so much money all of a sudden. Dad, come on now. I'm a college student with legal awareness. How could I possibly do anything illegal? Rest assured, this is my hard-earned income through legitimate work. Su Hao said earnestly. You rascal, hearing you say that puts my mind at ease. Only then did Dad feel relieved. At that moment, Mom grabbed the phone again and said, "Hey Hao, your father and I don't need this money. Keep it to buy an apartment in Yenbei, it'll help you find a girlfriend." "Mom, there's no rush to find a girlfriend, and I'll make more money later. Don't worry, just spend the money I sent you and don't save it all." Su Hao reassured them. His mother replied, "There's nothing much to spend money on at home anyway. By the way Mom, how did Ying do in her college entrance exams? What major is she thinking of applying for?" Su Hao's younger sister Su Ying just finished taking her college entrance exams a few days ago. "Who knows, that girl won't tell us anything. These days she's been going out to play with her classmates every day." Mom couldn't help complaining. "Ha, all girls her age are like that." Su Hao couldn't help but laugh. After chatting with his parents for a few more minutes, he finally hung up the phone. Sitting down, Su Hao pondered, with this much money, the first thing he should do is buy a house. After all, houses and cars are standard necessities for men, symbols of status. However, he believed that with his current abilities, he should use money to make more money. That was the top priority. Ding! System mission issued, earn 100 million yuan within 1 month, complete a small goal. Mission reward, 1000 evolution points. Su Hao's eyes lit up at the arrival of another system mission, though this one was rather audacious, requiring earning 100 million in a month. These days, he's been testing his stock market instincts with 100,000 yuan in the market, and his performance has been impressive, averaging daily gains of around 6%. For stock trading, such a track record is truly exceptional. After all, for many bond fund managers, the annual investment return is only about 5%. Su Hao did the math. With his current capital of several tens of millions, achieving a profit of 100 million in a month was indeed possible if he followed a compound interest rate of 5% daily. However, he shook his head because stock trading was too time-consuming. It required dedicating significant hours to monitor the market, watch stock movements, and select stocks. High return on investment financial products in a short time. Su Hao's eyes lit up as an idea struck him. Forex trading seemed like an excellent choice. First, forex trading has no daily limits on price fluctuations, allowing both short and long positions. Some forex trading experts even manage to multiply their capital several times overnight. Secondly, the forex market operates 24 hours non-stop. The period from 7 p.m. to 11 p.m. is when the European and American trading sessions overlap, resulting in the highest trading volume and most intensive activity. Su Hao could fully utilize this time period for foreign exchange trading. However, China currently doesn't have an official forex trading platform yet, so he would need to register with a regulated foreign exchange platform abroad. He should prepare in advance. Just then, Su Hao received a WeChat message on his phone. "Xin Yufa, got your paycheck, did you? Feeling like a nouveau riche now? You ought to treat me to dinner tonight." Chapter 73, How far has it progressed? Su Hao immediately replied, "Yes, of course I'll treat you, but not tonight. How about Saturday evening?" "Xin Yufa, working late again tonight?" Su Hao, exactly, see how dedicated I am? Xin Yufa, good job, coffee. Su Hao, hee hee, I'm treating my classmates to dinner this Saturday, dog head. Xin Yufa, I roll. Then Su Hao opened the WeChat group Iron Dog Family. This was exactly his college roommate group chat, with a total of 8 people in it. During university, Su Hao got along well with his roommates. They often hung out at internet cafes, had barbecue skewers, and played basketball together. However, after graduation, one moved to Donghai City for work, another went abroad, leaving only 6 people remaining in Yenbei. Su Hao directly sent a message in the group, "Is everyone free this Saturday evening? My treat for drinks." Niu Xiaojie instantly replied, "Holy shit, our young master Su offering to treat us?" Zhao Wenbin, damn right I've got time, been itching to get us all together for ages. Xiao Yunpeng, young master Su is treating, how could I possibly not have time? I'd go even if it were raining knives, dog speak. LV Sheng, how could drinking be complete without me? Su Hao saw the reply, great, everyone bring your girlfriends then. Niu Xiaojie, holy shit, Su dog, did you actually succeed in confessing? LV Sheng, what's going on? Ah Hao's no longer single. Niu Xiaojie, it must be. I taught him those romantic confession lines just the other day. Zhao Wenbin, TSK, Ara Hao finally got some titty milk. Xiao Yunpeng, Wenbin, damn it, can you stop shifting gears every 2 seconds? You're speeding too fast, I can't keep up. Su Hao broke into a cold sweat. These damn animals, the moment they start chatting, they immediately go full throttle. Zhao Wenbin, when it comes to street racing, how could I possibly compare to old Neo? Have you guys read his novels on Tomato Novel website? Damn, 186 women. Niu Xiaojie? Lu Sheng, I'll read it tonight. Niu Xiaojie, Wenbin, screw you. My novel's performance is terrible, but I can recommend a super popular novel called Hidden Dragon. Zhao Wenbin, I've been following it for ages, okay? Xiao Yunpeng, a fantasy novel? Is it that good? Niu Xiaojie, absolutely amazing. And the author updates 50,000 words daily, is simply phenomenal. Su Hao was surprised. Weren't they talking about the novel he'd been writing? Recently, he'd been spending half an hour daily on writing. Producing 50,000 words in 30 minutes came effortlessly to him. If those bastards knew that Hidden Dragon was written by me, their eyeballs would probably pop out in shock. Lu Shang, this time even Ahao has left singlehood behind, no more dog food for us during gatherings. Niu Xiaojie, young Master Su, come on, tell us how far you've gotten with your girlfriend? Zhao Wenbin, right. Are you at the mutual nibbling stage, the nursing phase, or have you already progressed to licking steel wool? Xiao Yunpeng, fuck, the wind's crazy in this car. Niu Xiaojie, Wenbin you old dog, you're the one who should be writing novels, tomato novel readers would eat that shit up. Su Hao, damn right, Wenbin's experienced as hell, our dorm certified sleazeball. Xiao Yunpeng, hell yeah, back in college this dude was banging his girlfriend right in the classroom. Zhao Wenbin, go to hell, you fuckers, didn't you promise me we'd never bring this up again? Several people in the group chat immediately burst out laughing. Su Hao also grinned, remembering back in their school days when Zhao Wenbin once brought his girlfriend to class. Sitting in the last row, by the end of the lecture, his middle finger had turned completely pale. The guys had never let him live it down since. Whenever it got mentioned now, Zhao Wenbin would instantly fly into a rage. After chatting in the group for a while longer, Su Hao finally opened Fanqian novel website and continued typing to update his story. After uploading 50,000 words, Su Hao noticed the novel's comments section was buzzing with activity. His novel had already climbed to the top spot on the reading ranking list. The daily royalties have already exceeded 1.1 million? He was somewhat surprised even the top-ranked work in the reading charts couldn't possibly generate such high daily royalties. Su Hao opened the royalty breakdown and discovered daily reading dividends of around 100,000, while a staggering 1 million came from gift donations. When Su Hao checked the gift leaderboard, he found the top donor was a user nicknamed 3060 Little Tyrant. It was truly a case of ignorance being bliss. One glance left him utterly astonished. This 3060 Little Tyrant has already donated a total of 1.2 million, they're seriously loaded. Right now, Su Hao's novel Hidden Dragon hasn't even reached 1 million words yet, but the hype is just starting to brew, and the comments section is already buzzing. Plus, he's received quite a few private messages from fans, male fans mainly begging for faster updates, while female fans mostly try to flirt with him. Su Hao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. 50,000 words a day, plus extra chapters? That kind of update speed already crushed the entire internet. Ding, congratulations, host. Achievement unlocked, $1 million novel rewards. Obtains 600 evolution points. More evolution point rewards? Overjoyed, Su Hao immediately opened the system. Host Su Hao. Brain LV2 abilities, enhanced intelligence. Eyes LV2 abilities, supervision plus super reading. Ears LV2 abilities, super hearing plus mind reading. Hands LV2, abilities unlocked, omnidexterity plus hypervelocity hands. Skeleton LV2, abilities unlocked, platinum reinforcement. Muscles LV2, abilities unlocked, platinum reinforcement. Remaining evolution points, 600 points. Next evolutionary part liver. Su Hao was somewhat startled. What ability would liver evolution bring? System, initiate evolution. Ding, congratulations, host. You have successfully completed liver LV1 evolution. Continue evolving. Ding, congratulations, host. You have successfully completed liver LV2 evolution. Su Hao immediately checked the evolved abilities. Liver LV2, abilities acquired, super metabolism plus super detoxification. Su Hao's eyes lit up. This essentially amplified all liver functions, especially the super detoxification. System, does this super detoxification mean I'm now immune to all poisons? Yes, not just poisons, but also other substances harmful to the body, including things like alcohol. An alcohol antidote? Does that mean I'll become someone who can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk? Su Hao instantly cheered up. His previous pathetic alcohol tolerance meant he'd fall over after just one drink. Now it's different. Let's see who dares try to get me drunk anymore. Thinking of this, he was quite pleased. He turned on his computer, ready to test the program. But feeling a bit thirsty, he grabbed a bottle of yogurt from the office fridge and stuck in a straw. Just then, the landline on his desk suddenly rang. Hello, Director Su. We've run into some issues with the program development here. The call came through from the application software department. Understood. I'm heading over now. Su Hao hung up the phone and grabbed his yogurt to go upstairs. However, while holding it, he jostled it slightly, causing some to spill onto the table. I'll wipe it up later. Su Hao finished speaking and walked out of the office. 10 minutes later, Shin Yufa walked into Su Hao's office carrying some fruit and a box of cake. Chapter 74, Your mind is in the gutter. During this period, Su Hao had been working overtime on the company's software development, and Shin Yufa was immensely grateful. Adding to this was her previous misunderstanding about Su Hao buying Durex, so after work today, she bought him some fruits and a box of cake. only to arrive at the office and find, to her surprise, that Suha wasn't there. He must have gone upstairs. Shin Yufa guessed, since the software department was on the 4th floor. She placed the fruits and cake on the table, then took out a box of strawberries from them and washed them, so that Suha could eat them directly when he returned. After finishing these tasks, she initially wanted to leave, but if she just left like that, wouldn't Suha have no idea who bought these things? Shin Yufa took out her phone and was about to send a WeChat message to Suha. Ding dong. Unexpectedly, just as she sent it, a message notification sounded in the office. Shin Yufa didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Suha's phone was placed right in front of his computer. She instinctively picked up the phone and gave it a light swipe, only to discover Suha hadn't set a lock screen password. Shin Yufa blinked her beautiful eyes, suddenly feeling an urge to peek through the phone. Ahem, how could I even think of such a thing? How shameful. She hurriedly placed the phone back on the table, but she suddenly remembered that day when Suha went out on a date with Ning Yusin, wondering what secrets might be hidden in Suha's phone. For example, whether there might be intimate photos taken together in the camera roll or something similar. For example, something like ambiguous chat partners in WeChat. Two little figures also began fighting in Shin Yufa's mind, until finally the more curious one emerged victorious. She picked up her phone and first opened the photo gallery, finding no pictures of girls, just a few landscape shots. However, she noticed a family group photo at the very end. When she clicked on it, she saw Suha's parents, who both had exceptionally kind and amiable faces. She looks like such an easygoing mother-in-law and father-in-law. Shin Yufa thought wistfully to herself. Ahem, why on earth was she thinking about this? Good grief, could she actually be serious about Suha? She noticed another girl standing beside Suha in the photo, and the two looked remarkably alike. So Suha has a younger sister after all. Shin Yufa was somewhat taken aback. As she was about to close the gallery, she spotted a video file inside and clicked to watch it. I never expected this video was actually recorded in the CEO's office. Ah, Shin Yufa's beautiful eyes widened in shock. The video turned out to capture that incident when she got drunk, because she'd blacked out that day, she'd completely forgotten everything. She realized she was actually rolling on the floor and was mortified with embarrassment. It's over, it's over. My image in Suha's eyes must have completely collapsed long ago. Shin Yufa wished the ground would swallow her up right then, who knew how much Suha must have been laughing at her. The worst part was at the end of the video she had actually asked Suha to rub her butt for her. Ah, so embarrassing. How could I act like this when I'm drunk? Shin Yufa's pretty face instantly flushed crimson. Ha, that's it? The rest of the video is missing. Shin Yufa felt even more depressed, wondering whether that bastard Suha had actually rubbed her buttocks like he said he would. That jerk wouldn't have taken advantage of her drinking to grope her butt, would he? But what could possibly happen even if I touched it? This was clearly my own request in the first place, wasn't it? Shin Yufa thought to herself, should she just wait for Suha to return and ask him directly? Of course she couldn't ask. If she did, wouldn't it be obvious to Suha that she had secretly looked through his phone? At this thought, Shin Yufa felt even more frustrated. She couldn't even delete this embarrassing video of herself, or else she'd give herself away. Shin Yufa angrily threw her phone onto the table, feeling utterly frustrated. Damn it! In her rage, she slammed the table and suddenly noticed something sticky on her hand. Shin Yufa lifted her hand to look, it was a white liquid. She lowered her head and glanced, who knew what Suha had spilled on his desk. This guy, who knows what he's been eating, can't even wipe his desk clean, Shin Yufa muttered, pulling out a tissue to wipe it up. Wait, no way, it's Suha's, that, is it? Her expression suddenly changed. Asshole, pervert, lecher, damn you, disgusting. Shin Yufa cursed furiously, that scoundrel actually dared to do such things in the office, even getting it all over her hand. She immediately rushed to the restroom to wash her hands, applying hand soap repeatedly. What a lovely girl, so beautiful, with a butt as big as the sun. Just as she was washing her hands, Suha returned, humming a little tune. Hearing what Suha was humming, Shin Yufa was so furious she almost fainted. What filthy nonsense was this jerk singing? As Suha pushed open the door and walked into the office, he suddenly froze. There stood Shin Yufa, her eyes as wide as brass bells, glaring at him with rage. Ha! Suha was stunned. What was happening now? What had he done to upset this lady again? Honey, what are you doing here? What am I doing here? Humph. If I hadn't come, I wouldn't have known you were secretly doing such disgusting things in the office. Shin Yufa said through gritted teeth. Ahem, what are you talking about? What nonsense? Suha was somewhat speechless. Humph, you're still being stubborn. I've kept the crime scene exactly as it was for you. Look what's on the table. Shin Yufa pointed. Crime scene? Suha stepped forward to take a look. What's this? What happened to it? He pulled out a tissue and wiped the table. What else? Don't you think that's disgusting? Shin Yufa said angrily. Disgusting? It's just a little spilled yogurt. What's so disgusting about that? Su Hao was truly perplexed. Ha, what? Yogurt? Shen Yufa was suddenly dumbfounded. Su Hao nodded and said, yeah, I just drank a carton of yogurt and accidentally spilled it. Yogurt? You mean what you just wiped off was yogurt? Shin Yufa was stunned. Otherwise? Yogurt? Where did you get it? I bought it myself. Su Hao walked over to the refrigerator and took out another container, saying, what's the matter? Does the company forbid drinking yogurt? Ha! Shin Yufa was so embarrassed she could die of mortification. She felt like slapping herself silly. What was wrong with her? How could she have entertained such filthy thoughts? So Su Hao had merely spilled some yogurt. Su Hao noticed Shin Yufa's strange expression and frowned. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Boss, you don't think this yogurt is? He stammered slightly. I is what? I just thought the table wasn't clean. A bit dirty is all. Don't talk nonsense. Shin Yufa immediately shot him a fierce glare. Su Hao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Now it was being made out like he was the one talking nonsense, when clearly she was the one with a dirty mind. Chapter 75. My wife finally learned to be affectionate. Su Hao stroked his chin and said with a smile, really? Then, darling, would you like to drink some yogurt? He handed a box of yogurt to Shin Yufa. I don't drink it. Ha, honey, don't you like yogurt? I don't. Su Hao grinned and said, why don't you like it? Is it because of the paste? I just don't like it. Why do I need so many reasons? Shin Yufa shot him a glare. Su Hao chuckled to himself. This woman was just putting on airs. Who knows, her mind might be even dirtier than mine. Shin Yufa felt a bit frustrated. Her mind had been a complete mess lately. Could it be that she'd been contaminated by that bratty little cousin of hers, Xia Yuyu? By the way, honey, what brings you here? Didn't you see the stuff on the table? Why even ask? Su Hao was taken aback and immediately caught sight of the fruits and cake. Is this for me? Duh, is there anyone else here? Shin Yufa plopped onto the sofa, saying angrily. Su Hao was baffled. What's little Shin up to? She actually bought fruits and cake for me on her own accord. Has she changed her temperament? It definitely can't be. This girl must be hiding something. Honey, is there something you want me to do? He picked up the washed strawberries, selected a large one, and popped it into his mouth. Nothing at all. Shin Yufa shook her head. If nothing's wrong, why would you buy me all this? Don't beat around the bush with me, just say what's on your mind. Su Hao said bluntly. I really don't have anything to say. Shin Yufa was somewhat speechless. This guy still didn't believe her. Su Hao raised an eyebrow and asked, you bought me these for no reason? You're not setting me up for something, are you? What? Are you a dung beetle? Why would I set you up? Eat it if you want, or don't. Shin Yufa shot him a glare, then reached for the strawberries without another word. Su Hao quickly pressed down on the strawberry box and smiled. Don't take them away, I love eating these. Strawberries, bananas, why aren't there any pineapples? The fellow asked a question. Pineapple? Why buy a pineapple? Shin Yufa was puzzled. Su Hao laughed. Bananas, strawberries, and pineapples, aren't those your three favorite fruits? Ha, how did you know that? Shin Yufa grew even more confused. Her favorite fruits on regular days were indeed these three. Today she had planned to buy a pineapple, but after glancing at the ones in the fruit shop and finding them unappealing, she decided against it. Ahem, of course I know, you told me. Sorry about that, Su Hao said sheepishly. I told you? When did I tell you? I don't remember saying that. Shin Yufa frowned. If you don't know, then never mind. It's classified. Su Hao put on a mysterious expression. Speak up, how did you find out? Shin Yufa demanded sharply. Do you really want to know? Speak. Su Hao shamelessly replied, fine then, it's only because I saw the pattern on your underwear earlier. Wasn't it all strawberries, bananas, and pineapples anyway? Shin Yufa's face darkened. She never expected Su Hao to have guessed it through such means. How despicable. The sheer embarrassment was overwhelming. I told you to forget about it. Why bring it up again? She said through gritted teeth. You had to ask. Su Hao shrugged. Forget you. I'm leaving, going home. Shin Yufa flushed crimson. Ah, leaving already? Won't you stay and have some of my yogurt? Pure Mushi brand. Su Hao teased with a mischievous grin. Get lost. Shin Yufa was so angry she could almost hear her teeth grinding. Su Hao wore a look of malicious delight as he sighed. Well, my frigid wife has finally learned to care for someone. Quite the achievement. And cake too. Bliss. By the time Shin Yufa returned home, she was still sulking. She threw the bag in her hand and went to take a shower, only to slip and fall while washing. In the end, she gritted her teeth and walked out, enduring the pain. Oh, cousin, you're back. The little troublemaker Xia Yuyu entered, wearing a nightdress. That's a stupid question. If I weren't back, would you be seeing a ghost? Shin Yufa shot her a glare. Xia Yuyu was completely baffled. What's up with her cousin today? She's in such a foul mood. Isn't her period over already? Shin Yufa noticed her cousin holding a document and asked, do you need something? It's fine, sigh. Your aunt's feeling down, nobody to talk to. That's why I came looking for you. Xia Yu pouted. Auntie's feeling down? What happened? Shin Yuefei's delicate brows furrowed. Xia Yu said, I've been accompanying Auntie to film companies these past few days. She's been trying to pitch her script to them, but it hasn't been going well. Shin Yuefei was aware of the situation. Auntie Qiao Yishuan had written her own script and was pitching it to film companies, hoping to secure movie funding. But securing investment from film companies is never easy, especially when many of them already have their own contracted directors. As a newcomer to the industry without connections or resources, Auntie Qiao Yishuan's repeated setbacks were unfortunately inevitable. Hongsheng Group is an internet company, and its partners are all related firms, without any film production companies involved, so Shin Yuefei couldn't be of much help. Is that a movie script in your hand? Shin Yuefei asked. Meishim, cousin, how about taking some time to read the script and give me some suggestions? Xia Yu handed it to her. Shin Yuefei took the script and said with a wry smile, I'm okay with business reports, but this? I'm not so good at it. Come on, just take a quick look, said Xia Yu as she climbed onto the bed. Oh, what are you doing climbing into my bed, you silly girl? Shin Yuefei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Cousin, we haven't had bedtime whispers in ages. How about we share a bed tonight? Xia Yu proposed enthusiastically. Sleep together? Don't be ridiculous. Where would your brother-in-law sleep? Shin Yuefei shook her head. Let brother-in-law sleep between us. Xia Yu said boldly. Shin Yuefei gave Xia Yu an exasperated tap on the head, chiding, Are you silly or what, you little goose? Ouch. It was just a joke. By the way, cousin, why has brother-in-law been working overtime so much lately? He hasn't come home to cook, and we've been living on takeout for days now. Xia Yu couldn't help but complain. He's busy with company matters recently. I'll find a cook these 2 days. Shin Yuefei explained. Cousin, you're the company president, yet you make your husband work overtime every single day. That's just inhuman. Poor brother-in-law has to plow the fields after work too, how exhausting. Xia Yu joked. Farmland? What farmland? Shin Yuefei froze in surprise. Xia Yu winked slyly. Of course I mean your fertile land. You damn minx. All my dirty thoughts, I knew you were the one who infected me with them. Shin Yuefei was at a loss for words. Cousin, what dirty thoughts are you having again? Do tell me. Xia Yu immediately became intrigued. Shin Yuefei snorted. I won't tell you. Humph, cousin, now that you're a married woman, you're starting to distance yourself from me, keeping secrets from me. Xia Yu wore a resentful expression. Chapter 76, You and brother-in-law are a match made in heaven. Xia Yu crossed her arms in front of her chest, pouting with an arrogant, irritated look. Alright, I'll tell you already. Shin Yuefei climbed onto the bed and sat beside her, then recounted today's misunderstanding about Su Hao in the office. Pfft, ha ha ha. Xia Yu burst into uncontrollable laughter upon hearing it. You silly girl, still laughing. Cousin, you're too funny, can't even tell yogurt from baby food. Xia Yu laughed until she was out of breath. Baby food? Shin Yuefei was amused by this description. But that can't be, said Xia Yu with a playful glint in her lively eyes, clearly puzzled. Cousin, you and brother-in-law work the fields every day. By all accounts, you should know them like the back of your hand. How could you not know? Xia Yu's vivacious eyes sparkled with confusion. Shin Yuefei was speechless. Familiar? What bullshit. She and Su Hao had never actually plowed any fields together. What would I be familiar with? I don't pay attention to these things. Yet Shin Yuefei couldn't say it outright. TSK, cousin, don't tell me you've never tasted it before? Xia Yu said slyly. Tried it? Ugh, what nonsense are you spouting, girl? Why would I try that? How disgusting. Shin Yuefei wore a look of rejection. Didn't your brother-in-law make that request to you? Xia Yu sneakily leaned in closer. Him? He wouldn't dare. I'd ruin him. Shin Yuefei immediately glared, fortunately without a beard, or she might have been puffing it in anger. Xia Yu shook her head and said, Cousin, look at your reaction. Isn't this pretty normal for married couples? What? This is considered normal? Shin Yuefei was stunned. Xia Yu asked, Yeah, it's normal. Cousin, haven't you watched those videos I downloaded for you on the tablet? Why would I watch those? I deleted them all. Shin Yuefei rolled her eyes. Ha, cousin, you deleted it? Xia Yu looked frustrated, still thinking she might watch it when she had time. Shin Yuefei scolded, Duh, of course I deleted it. What would I keep it for? Oh my, cousin, you have no idea, that was the collector's edition I saved just for you. Those clips took me forever to gather, with actions, subtitles, and plots galore. TSK. Xia Yu sighed with admiration. Shin Yuefei was rendered speechless. You little imp, your mind is truly filled with indecent thoughts. I'd say you surpass even Su Hao after watching. That guy actually asked me for the download links. Pfft, so brother-in-law is quite the pervert after all. Xia Yu giggled. You're still laughing? Listen, don't share your filthy thoughts with me anymore, you're corrupting me, okay? Shin Yufa rolled her eyes angrily. Xia Yuyu immediately put on a serious expression and said, cousin, you just don't get it. Those videos can be used to spice things up, to help you learn, and to enrich your love life with brother-in-law. What nonsense is this? Complete gibberish. Shin Yufa was truly convinced, could it really be that fulfilling? Ah, it's all over now. Those video download sites might have been blocked long ago, who knows if they're even still accessible. They're gone for good. Xia Yuyu couldn't help but sigh at this thought. Shin Yufa immediately tapped her on the head and said, enough with your trendy slang already, you little rascal. Aren't you picking up anything decent abroad? Don't tell me you've been playing around all day instead of studying there. Cousin, you've got me all wrong. I study really hard abroad, so much so that I haven't even had time for dating, okay? I've already reached performance level in piano. Xia Yuyu said earnestly. Oh really? Shin Yufa was somewhat surprised. Of course, I'm also very skilled at dancing, and I've recently learned pole dancing and belly dancing. Want me to show you? Xia Yuyu blinked her big eyes. Come on, your belly is already round enough. Shin Yufa burst into laughter. Alright, cousin, you're making fun of me. It's just that I ate a bit too much for dinner. Come on, let me take a look at your belly now. Xia Yuyu pounced over. Damn you, you're tickling me. So the two sisters began to playfully tussle. After some horseplay, both girls were left panting from exhaustion, lying on the bed staring at the ceiling. Yuyu, what do you think love is? Shin Yufa suddenly asked. This had been a question troubling her lately. Xia Yuyu was taken aback and said, what is love? Cousin, why are you asking such a childish question? Don't you and my brother-in-law do it every day? Have some decency. Speak properly. Shin Yufa feigned anger as she said, what's the matter, cousin? Isn't your relationship with your husband true love? A perfect match made in heaven. Xia Yuyu praised. Put. Immortal couple, my foot. Shin Yufa couldn't help but laugh. Cousin, did you have fight with your husband? Nope. Why are you asking like that? Or did brother-in-law cheat on you? Don't talk nonsense. Xia Yuyu's eyelids twitched as she said, don't tell me you found a new lover and want to put horns on brother-in-law? What nonsense are you spouting? Am I that kind of person? If I love someone, I would definitely remain loyal. Shin Yufa said with a serious expression. Since there's no problem between you two emotionally, could it be that your intimate life is unsatisfactory? Xia Yuyu continued to speculate. I'm really done with you, Yuyu. Go to sleep already, your mind's full of nonsense. Shin Yufa was utterly speechless. Ah, cousin, why so shy? Did I guess right? We're all young here, come on, spill it. What's the big deal? Xia Yuyu giggled. Buzz off, I'm going to sleep. Make it quick. Shin Yufa didn't want to continue the conversation. At that moment, the sound of a car echoed through the villa's courtyard. It was Su Hao returning. Oh, brother-in-law is back. I should really go back to my own room now. You'll be doing homework with him soon. Xia Yuyu giggled as she hopped down from the bed. Shin Yufa rolled around on the bed in a mix of embarrassment and indignation. Before long, Su Hao pushed the door open and walked in, just in time to see this scene. Rolling donkey? The fellow muttered to himself. Shin Yufa immediately stopped tossing and turning, huffing, you're the donkey, not me. Ha, wife, still awake this late? It's almost 11 o'clock, are you waiting to attend the royal bedchamber? Su Hao shamelessly cracked a joke. Go play somewhere else, I'm about to sleep. Shin Yufa pulled the blanket up higher, especially since she wasn't wearing a bra. Oh, alright then, sleep well. Su Hao walked to the desk and sat down. Just as Shin Yufa was about to go to sleep, she suddenly caught a whiff of roasted meat skewers. Barbecue? She looked up and saw Su Hao had actually brought back a pack of grilled skewers. Passed by a skewer stall on the way back, so I grabbed some. Might as well have a midnight snack. Ah, smells so good. Honey, want some? Su Hao raised an eyebrow and winked as he asked. I refuse to eat that. It's too late for such things. Shin Yufa snorted. Not eating? Then I'll enjoy it myself. Su Hao picked up a skewer and began eating with relish. Gurgle. Shin Yufa hadn't intended to eat, but her traitorous stomach growled unexpectedly. Chapter 77, You and Brother-in-Law Sneaking Kebabs. Su Hao kept eating while marveling at the food. Wow, these lamb skewers taste amazing with chili sprinkled on them. These chicken wings would be perfect if they were just a tad more tender. The grilled stickfish is quite delicious. Shin Yufa couldn't take it anymore, her stomach betrayed her with an audible growl. She was genuinely starving, so she bundled herself in the blanket and sat up. It's all your fault. You could have just eaten quietly, but no, you had to brag about it. Now I'm starving too, give me a few skewers. Shin Yufa grumbled with playful annoyance. Su Hao nearly burst out laughing. Holding back his laughter, he handed over a few skewers of lamb and said, Ha, I knew you couldn't resist. After all, who can withstand the temptation of grilled skewers? Shin Yufa took the lamb skewers and began eating them in small, delicate bites. It truly got more delicious with each bite. One skewer, then another, and another after that. Soon Shin Yufei's mouth was also glistening with oil. Ahem, it's a bit spicy. Shin Yufei rarely ate spicy food normally, but once you start eating it, you just can't stop. The more you eat, the more you crave. Almost forgot. Su Hao smacked his forehead. Then he took out his backpack and pulled out a cup of milk tea from it. I bought this milk tea for you when I was getting some grilled skewers, Su Hao said as he handed it to her. Did you buy milk tea for me? Shin Yufei took it with some surprise. In fact, she usually didn't like drinking milk tea at all. Yeah, you bought me fruit, so I bought you milk tea. Even your husband knows how to pamper someone. Su Hao grinned. Hearing Su Hao say this, Shin Yufei couldn't bring herself to refuse again, so she tried drinking it. Give me a few more chicken wing middles, pass me that cilantro roll too, and the vegetarian skewers. Shin Yufei spoke while sipping her drink. Su Hao felt a bit embarrassed. Women always say one thing and mean another. Just moments ago she'd said she wouldn't eat, and now look at her, digging in with gusto. Before long, the skewers were completely devoured. Shin Yufei reclined with satisfaction and said, Ugh, if I gain weight tomorrow, it's all your fault. You're the one who couldn't resist eating, he retorted. Su Hao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Afterwards, Su Hao took a shower and came out to find Shin Yufei already fast asleep and snoring. This woman truly lives to eat and sleep. Su Hao walked over to the desk, ready to read a bit more. Ever since obtaining the evolution system, his energy had been overflowing, so he could afford to sleep a little later. Ha, what's this? Su Hao noticed a printed document placed on the desk. Movie script for Stellar Comeback? He picked it up and looked at it. It was indeed a movie script, bearing Xiao Yishuan's signature at the bottom. Su Hao curiously began reading it and finished the entire script in no time. Is this really Ms. Qiao's writing level? He couldn't help but sigh, feeling that many plots here were too forced. This movie script tells the story of a male protagonist who abandons the woman he loves most to become a star, only to eventually have an awakening. It's just that Xiao Yishuan's control of the plot wasn't particularly skillful, so the transitions between scenes weren't smooth. Moreover, the emotional development between the male and female leads wasn't very moving, making the entire script rather mediocre. Su Hao's eyes lit up with sudden inspiration as he picked up his pen and began revising the script. The movie titled Star Road Comeback is too cliché. Change it to Back to 18. He completely altered the storyline, now featuring a male protagonist who reincarnates at age 18. Using memories from his past life, he rapidly rises to stardom, only to become blinded by fame and fortune before ultimately realizing who truly loved him. Su Hao essentially adopted web novel tropes, making the plot both plausible while delivering that wish-fulfilling rebirth cheat code exhilaration. After revising the script, he tossed it onto the desk, read for a while, and only then did he rest. The next day, Su Hao left early for the company. Shin Yufei was washing up when the little troublemaker Xia Yuyu came running over again. Cousin, did you plow the field last night? Go away, do you have anything important to do? Xia Yuyu smirked with schadenfreude and said, I'm just worried about you, you know? Hey, what's this? She spotted the leftover skewers discarded in the trash bin. What? These are skewers. Wow, cousin, you and hubby were secretly eating skewers last night. Xia Yuyu was shocked. Shin Yufei walked out after washing her face and said, Su Hao bought them on his way back. You didn't even call me? That's totally hogging the food for yourself. Xia Yuyu snorted. We barely have enough for ourselves. Why would we call you? If you want some, go get yourself a boyfriend to buy it for you. Shin Yufei teased with a laugh. Xia Yuyu gritted her teeth and retorted, Oh, cousin, are you flaunting having a man again? Don't forget, Su Hao is my brother-in-law, I'm his sister-in-law. Sister-in-law? So what? Shin Yufei froze in surprise. They say a man's entitled to half his sister-in-law's backside, don't they? Xia Yuyu was grinning from ear to ear. You little brat, you're getting more and more outrageous, stop talking nonsense. Shin Yufei glared at her. Fortunately, Su Hao didn't hear this remark, otherwise, who knows what wicked ideas might have sprouted in that guy's mind. Cousin, don't get the wrong idea. I just meant it's only natural for a brother-in-law to dote on his sister-in-law. I could even get him to buy me grilled skewers, no, not just skewers, but 10 whole grilled sausages, Xia Yuyu said with a proud, spoiled expression. You foodie, thinking about grilled sausages first thing in the morning. Are you a pig or what? At that moment, the bedroom door opened again, and Xiao Yishuan walked in. Auntie, I'm not a pig at all. Xia Yuyu pouted slightly. Yo-yo, you unlucky girl, where did you take my script yesterday? Script? I showed it to cousin, it's on the desk. Xia Yuyu glanced over. Xiao Yishuan walked over and picked up the script, saying, I need to think it through carefully again. Ha, Xiaofei, did you make these revisions for me? She suddenly noticed that many parts of the script had been altered, with annotations beside the original text. Modified? I didn't make any changes. Shin Yufei walked over with some confusion. Look at this script, it clearly shows modifications marked for me. Xiao Yixuan pointed upwards. Shin Yuefei looked and indeed it was there. She immediately recalled that she had placed the script on the desk the night before. Su Hao had the habit of reading and studying every night, so it must have been him who made the revisions. Auntie, Su Hao probably made the changes. I apologize to you on his behalf. Shin Yuefei felt somewhat embarrassed. An apology? Why apologize? I actually think the changes are quite interesting. Did Su Hao really make these edits? Xiao Yixuan found it somewhat hard to believe. Yes, nobody else could have done it besides him. Shin Yuefei nodded. He made quite a few edits for me, looks really interesting. I'll go back to my room and study it carefully. Xiao Yixuan returned to her room with evident excitement. Auntie looks so happy? Guess brother-in-law must have done a good job with the edits. Xia Yu guessed. Shin Yuefei was somewhat dazed. That fellow Su Hao was becoming more and more extraordinary. How did he know everything? Chapter 78, Who Asked Her to Be Born Beautiful? Before they knew it, Saturday arrived. Xiao Yixuan and Xia Yu flew to Dongyang Film and Television City, reportedly to meet with a female investor. Su Hao and Shin Yuefei slept in for the first time. At noon, Su Hao cooked a few homestyle dishes, and Shin Yuefei finally enjoyed a satisfying meal. Boss, we're having dinner with my classmates tonight, you've got to dress up nicely. This is the moment to make me look good. Su Hao said to Shin Yuefei with a smile. Look at you. Shin Yuefei gave him a disdainful glare. After dinner, Su Hao went to his room first and changed into that Armani casual shirt, looking incredibly handsome. At that moment, Shin Yuefei entered the bedroom and opened her wardrobe. Actually, most of her clothes are workwear, and she doesn't have many casual outfits. She pulled out a dress and asked, how about this skirt? Just showing it to me like this, I can't really tell if it looks good. Why don't you try it on so I can see? Su Hao found himself quite taken with the floral dress. Alright then, you go out first. Shin Yuefei had a great meal and was in high spirits. As the saying goes, he who takes a bribe is flexible in morals, and since Su Hao had cooked her such a feast, she had to play along, especially since it was something she'd promised him long ago. Okay. Su Hao came to the outside of the bedroom and waited for a while. Soon, Shin Yuefei finished changing and called out to him. Su Hao walked in and immediately found himself staring wide-eyed. That floral dress was truly stunning, especially how it accentuated Shin Yuefei's graceful figure, most notably her pair of fair, slender legs, which were truly mouth-watering. Plus, Shin Yuefei hadn't brushed her hair at that moment, leaving her long locks flowing freely, giving off the vibe of a fresh-faced girl next door. Hey, what are you staring at my legs for? I told you to look at the dress. Shin Yuefei shot him a glare. The dress is pretty, but maybe you should change into something else. Su Hao pondered for a moment. If it looks good, why change into another outfit? Shin Yuefei was somewhat baffled. Your legs are too eye-catching. I don't want those animals staring at them. Su Hao shook his head. Even though Shin Yuefei wasn't truly his wife, men are inherently selfish, especially when it comes to women. This kind of beauty he could appreciate it himself, but as for friends, forget it. Shin Yuefei froze. For some reason, hearing Su Hao say those words gave her a faint sense of delight. Alright then, step outside, I'll change into another outfit, she said cheerfully. Click. Right at that moment, Su Hao raised his phone and suddenly took a photo of Shin Yuefei. Hey, what are you doing? Shin Yuefei was taken aback. Such a beautiful dress, let me take your picture. My photography skills are excellent, it'd be a shame not to capture this. Su Hao said sheepishly. I didn't ask you to take it. Shin Yuefei snorted. Su Hao grinned. Heh, I'm just trying to make a good comparison. Soon Shin Yuefei changed into a casual suit and trousers, exuding the style of a fashion icon. TSK, now I understand, with a good foundation, anything looks beautiful. Su Hao sighed with admiration, this trendy outfit could truly outshine all those female celebrities in fashion magazines. How about this one then? Better not. I think this set is too exquisite, it might make my classmates' girlfriends feel inadequate. Su Hao added once more. Then I'll change into another set. Shin Yuefei was indeed patient, after all, changing outfits was inherently a pleasurable pastime for women. Good. Su Hao raised his phone and took a picture as usual. Shin Yuefei didn't object either, and soon she changed into a pair of slim-fit jeans with a white button-up shirt and white high heels, showcasing her perfect figure proportions. Perfect. Su Hao was very pleased. Such an outfit made guys comfortable to look at and feel good about. A girl who neither shows her legs nor her waist makes boys feel secure, pure, and simple. The key is that while maintaining purity and simplicity, it also highlights the curves of her figure. Shin Yuefei curled her lips and asked, so, this outfit then? Mei-chan, let's go with this one. Su Hao still opted for this conservative set. Alright then, I'll just fix my hair. Shin Yuefei walked over to the dressing table. TSK, boss, these jeans are really something. Look at those slender legs. Su Hao couldn't help but praise it, itching to touch it and feel its texture. Shin Yuefei found his gaze somewhat exasperating and chided him. I'll still be a while. You should go wait outside first. Oh, Alright then. Suhao nodded in understanding. He knew all too well how time-consuming women's makeup routines could be. An hour later, Shin Yufa finally came downstairs. Though she only wore light makeup, her beauty was absolutely breathtaking. Suhao sighed inwardly. Phrases like capable of toppling cities and mesmerizing nations, making the moon hide and flowers blush, or causing fish to sink and geese to fall, none were exaggerated when describing this young lady's beauty. It was no exaggeration to call this woman one of the 4 great beauties of the capital. Who could deny her natural elegance and peerless grace? TSK, sweetheart, with looks like yours, my classmates are going to drop to their knees in admiration when they see you, proudly declared Suhao. Don't get cocky, Shin Yufa said. Let's go. Let's go. Suhao stepped outside and pressed the remote, raising the Lamborghini's scissor doors. The two got into the car, and Suhao quickly started the engine. Darling, when we get to the hotel and meet your classmates, you know what to do, right? Suhao said with a smile. I know. You're in charge, giving you all the face you deserve. Shin Yufa said sulkily. Thank you then. Suhao was extremely happy. During the previous few gatherings, hadn't those bastards constantly mocked him for being single? This time, he'd show them, they'd be dazzled by the girlfriend he'd found, blinding their damn eyes. At that moment, inside the Four Seasons in Bloom private room of Dongyue Grand Hotel, Niu Xiaojie and his friends had already arrived with their respective girlfriends. Although they all studied programming in college, after graduation, only Suhao and Niu Xiaojie pursued careers as programmers. Zhao Wenbin came from a well-off family. As a native of Yanbei, he joined his father's company after graduation and immersed himself in the business circle. Thus, he was the most socially adept among them, a natural networker and also a PUA practitioner. Naturally, his girlfriend, Wang Jinglei, was quite attractive. Next is Chiu Yunpeng. Right after graduating, he started a small business that's been quite successful, while his girlfriend Miao Tongtong works as an HR professional in the corporate world, a true urban white-collar worker. Both Lu Sheng and his girlfriend Zhong Yan are diligent office workers who recently managed to put a down payment on their first apartment. Then there's Niu Xiaojie, who's on the chubby side. His girlfriend Yishan shares his slightly plump physique and works at a beauty salon. Though both are homebodies, they're completely harmless and deeply in love. Since we've had several gatherings already, all the girlfriends have long since become familiar with each other. Several women arrived at the private room and immediately started chattering non-stop. Zhao Wenbin, holding his cigarette between his fingers, asked, Old Niu, tell us, has Hao really made it big? Otherwise, why would he treat us to a meal at the Dongyue Grand Hotel? Chapter 79, A Glance Back with 100 Charms. Yeah, Old Niu, hurry up and tell us, has Hao struck it rich? Chiu Yunpeng pulled a pack of Huazi cigarettes from Zhao Wenbin's pocket and unceremoniously helped himself to one. Seeing this, Zhao Wenbin grinned and blew a smoke ring right at Chiu Yunpeng. Niu Xiaojie chuckled, since you're all so curious, I'll let you in on some news. Our young master Su got promoted and a raise. He's now the executive director. Executive director? Zhao Wenbin, Chiu Yunpeng, and Lu Sheng were all utterly astonished. He's been promoted 3 levels in a row. Now he's solidly positioned as an executive in the company. Niu Xiaojie's face was full of envy. Before this, Suhao had mentioned the matter while chatting with Niu Xiaojie on WeChat, so he already knew about it. Executive director? According to Yanbei City's salary system, that should mean an annual salary over $1 million. Chiu Yunpeng's girlfriend Miao Tongtong couldn't help but exclaim when she heard this. As an HR professional, she was very familiar with compensation scales. 7-figure annual salary. Wow, now that's what I call successful. Zhao Wenbin praised with a smile. Come on Wenbin, everyone knows your family's business handles millions in cash flow. Among us brothers, you're definitely the wealthiest. Lu Sheng chimed in immediately. Yeah, look how well Wenbin's living, he's even smoking Huazi cigarettes now. Chiu Yunpeng, gripping a cigarette between his lips, started patting Zhao Wenbin's pockets for a lighter. Of course I've been taking good care of her, just look at how my wife glows. Zhao Wenbin proudly winked with smug satisfaction. The group immediately turned to examine Wang Jinglei. She did indeed have that rosy, radiant complexion of someone thoroughly pampered. Zhao Wenbin, that mouth of yours seems you're asking for another lesson in manners. Wang Jinglei's face flushed instantly red. Sister-in-law, if you're going to teach Wenbin a lesson with your mouth, make sure to do it at night, Chiu Yunpeng said awkwardly. Since Zhao Wenbin was the oldest, everyone addressed his girlfriend Wang Jinglei as sister-in-law. Put. Miao Tongtong took a sip of tea and immediately sprayed it out. Ha ha. The entire room burst into laughter. Niu Xiaojie and Hishan's girlfriend complained, Jingjing, you men are so vulgar, your heads are full of filth. Exactly, why else would they be called stinking men? Wang Jinglei said through gritted teeth. Giggle. Even the usually shy Zhongyan couldn't help but laugh. Miao Tongtong chuckled. When Su Hao and his girlfriend arrive later, I'd like to see you dare to tease the young couple. Exactly. You must give them proper teasing tonight. I still remember how you teased me back then. Wang Jinglei recalled the first time Zhao Wenbin took her to dine with Su Hao and his roommates. At that time, Su Hao was stirring up the most trouble, teasing Zhao Wenbin and Wang Jinglei about sharing a banana. Zhao Wenbin slapped his thigh and said, right. It's finally my turn for revenge, but wife, I'm a guy, I can't embarrass myself like that. We'll have to count on you. Exactly, sis-in-law, Tong, you girls should go all out and mess with them. Xiao Yunpeng agreed. You're all cheering so loudly, what if Su Hao's girlfriend doesn't like jokes? He Shan reminded them. That's true, don't take it too far. Zhong Yan nodded in agreement. Too rowdy? Have you forgotten the first time I took you to dinner with them? Those bastards made me do 100 push-ups on top of you. Lu Sheng suddenly got all fired up too. Zhao Wenbin laughed and said, exactly. Every time, it's Su Hao leading the charge and messing with us. Niu Xiaojie's mouth twitched as he fiddled with his phone, thinking to himself, asterisk why do they mess with you every time? Because without fail, you guys mock him for being single, that's why asterisk. I say, old Niu, still reading fiction? Lu Sheng noticed. Yeah, that damned hidden dragon still hasn't updated today. No idea what's going on. Niu Xiaojie complained. Holy shit, I started catching up on Hidden Dragon too, it's seriously amazing. Lu Sheng praised. Of course, this novel isn't just popular with male readers, it's got tons of female fans too. Niu Xiaojie nodded. Miao Tongtong said, you're talking about Hidden Dragon? Everyone in our office is following it too, it's so good. Especially the romantic tension between the protagonist and the female lead, heartbreaking yet totally addictive. Is it really that good? Which site is it on? I want to check it out too. Wang Jinglei also perked up with interest. Tomato fiction. Miao Tongtong replied. Zhao Wenbin immediately said, honey, you'd better not download it. All those spicy remarks of mine, the sudden race car jokes, I learned them all from tomato novel readers. That's right. Tomato readers are quite skilled at driving, and they'll even force their way onto the ride. The comments section is more entertaining than the novels themselves. As an author, Niu Xiaojie still had the authority to weigh in. At that moment, the private room door suddenly opened, and Su Hao and Xin Yuefei walked in. Xin Yuefei was seen holding onto Su Hao's arm, the two appearing extremely affectionate. Wow! Upon seeing Su Hao enter, the guys all screamed in unison without a moment's hesitation. Hiss! The next moment, when they saw Xin Yuefei, they all gasped in shock. Before Su Hao arrived, the guys had already made some guesses in their minds about what Su Hao's girlfriend might look like and such. After all, among them, Su Hao was the most handsome, so his girlfriend must have been beautiful too. Back in their school days, all his roommates knew Su Hao had a thing for looks, but they never expected Su Hao's girlfriend to be so stunningly beautiful. Even Wang Jinglei, who was quite attractive herself, had an eye twitch at this moment, instantly paling in comparison. As a girl, Miao Tongtong's beautiful eyes shone with undisguised admiration. Not to mention Zhong Yan and Hishan, especially Hishan, whose slightly plump figure made her feel an inexplicable sense of inferiority the moment Xin Yuefei appeared. Suddenly, those ancient poetic verses surged within everyone's hearts. Light as a startled swan, graceful as a wandering dragon, radiant as autumn chrysanthemums, luxuriant as spring pines. Lotus blooms pale beside the lady's charm, when breeze wafts her pearl-girt robe with perfume warm. A single glance from her, a single smile, robs all the palace ladies of their pride. Untouched by artifice, the lotus emerges pure from clear water. The peach tree is young and elegant, its blossoms glow brightly. Su Hao swelled with pride as he saw the stunned expressions on his roommates' faces. Finally, it was his turn to shine. Ahaha, whoa. Damn right, blind your goddamn titanium alloy dog eyes, you animals. Even Xin Yuefei hadn't expected their reactions to be so dramatic. A faint smile crept onto her lips. That smile made her even more enchanting. Sorry, guys, got stuck in traffic, so I'm a little late, Su Hao explained. Hey, Ahao, aren't you going to introduce us quickly? Xiao Yunpeng said with a smile. Yeah, who is this gorgeous beauty? Wang Jinglei chimed in. Su Hao raised his arm and pulled Xin Yuefei into his embrace, declaring proudly, as you've all known for a while now, this is my girlfriend. Hello everyone, I'm Su Hao's girlfriend, my name is Xin Yuefei. Xin Yuefei waved at everyone with a light laugh. Chapter 80, You Lucky Bastard. Zhao Wenbin quickly stepped forward and said, Wow, Ahao, you lucky bastard. Come, let us welcome young Master Su, please, take the inner seat. Xiao Yunpeng hastily pulled out the chair for him. Su Hao laughed. Oh, you're still so formal with me. Formal? That's the host's seat. If you don't sit there, who's going to pay the bill later? Niu Xiaojie teased jokingly. Well then, I won't stand on ceremony. Su Hao took Xin Yuefei's hand and walked over to sit down. Then everyone else took their seats as well. Wang Jinglei was quick on the uptake and promptly brought over melon seeds and candies, placing them right in front of Xin Yuefei. Here you go, sis, help yourself. Thanks. For some reason, Xin Yuefei felt a tinge of nervousness. The atmosphere carried an unmistakable air of a wedding banquet. She was a formidable figure in the business world, with nerves of steel always composed during countless commercial presentations. Yet surprisingly, the simple meal had her heart fluttering. Why don't you hurry up and introduce everyone to your sister-in-law? Zhao Wenbin winked. Su Hao nodded before standing up and saying, alright, let me do this by seniority then. Good idea. The entire table nodded in agreement. This is Zhao Wenbin, the elder brother of our dorm. Su Hao proceeded to make introductions. Shen Yufei's memory was astonishingly sharp, and she quickly memorized everyone's names. At that moment, Zhao Wenbin took out a pack of Hua cigarettes, pulled one out, and handed it to Su Hao. What are you handing it to me for? I don't smoke. This is premium Hua. I'll take the cigar, though I don't smoke. Su Hao waved his hand. Fuck, give me one too. Xiao Yunpeng grabbed the cigarette pack. Hey, watch yourselves, there are several ladies at the table. Stop smoking, it's choking us. Wang Jinglei tapped the table. You're right, better not smoke this anymore. Too much of this stuff weakens the kidneys, my wife's already complained about it. Zhao Wenbin immediately stubbed out his cigarette. The whole table burst into laughter. Go to hell. Wang Jinglei felt somewhat embarrassed and gave him a pinch. This couple often joked around with each other, creating quite an amusing sight. Xiao Yunpeng mocked, Wenbin, seems like you're losing your vigor. Better stock up on some Lu Wei Dihuan pills to recharge. Don't criticize others when you're no better yourself. Miao Tongtong quipped from the sidelines. Pfft, ha. This remark had everyone bursting into laughter. What's this called? Digging your own grave. Good riddance, Niu Xiaojie gloated. Xiao Yunpeng looked gloomy and said, honey, can we at least present a united front? Sure, first delete all those pretty girls you follow on Douyin. Maya Tongtong laughed. This made it even funnier. Shen Yufei finally understood why Su Hao was such a pervert. Apparently, back in college, all his roommates were a bunch of lechers. At this point, Su Hao spoke up. How about this, let's order the food first, otherwise we'll end up delaying our drinks later. Exactly what I had in mind. Zhao Wenbin snapped his fingers. Then the waitress in charge of the private dining room arrived with the menu. The waitress handed the menu to Wang Jinglei, who promptly placed it in front of Shen Yufei. Little sister, you order. How about you guys order instead? I've never been good at choosing dishes. Shen Yufei smiled wryly. It was true, she'd never been skilled at ordering food since childhood. Su Hao said with a laugh, how about this, today each of us will order 2 dishes. That way everyone gets something they like. Alright then, Director Su, being generous this time. Zhao Wenbin grinned broadly. Su Hao was momentarily taken aback. With a glance at Niu Xiaojie, he immediately guessed this guy must have told them about his promotion. Before long, everyone had ordered. Shen Yufei chose 2 vegetarian dishes. Su Hao directly ordered 2 specialty dishes. Very well, sir. That makes 20 dishes in total. May I ask what drinks you'd like? The waitress inquired. Su Hao replied without hesitation, the ladies will have red wine. The waitress hurriedly handed over the drink menu. Zhao Wenbin sat on the other side of Su Hao. He glanced at it and was still shocked. The cheapest red wine started at 8,000 yuan, truly befitting the grandeur of Dongyue Grand Hotel. In Yanbei, almost no one was unfamiliar with Dongyue Grand Hotel. It was a frequent haunt for the upper echelons of society. Zhao Wenbin and his father were in business, but they had never been to the Dongyue Grand Hotel before. This time, when he saw the prices of the drinks, he was genuinely shocked. How, the girls can drink beer too. Afraid that Su Hao might feel the pinch when seeing the prices, Zhao Wenbin took the initiative to say this. Su Hao shook his head directly and said, how could that be? It must be red wine. By the way, waiter, do you have Romanée-Conti here? At these words, Zhao Wenbin and the others felt their eyelids twitch. A bottle of Romanée-Conti wine can easily cost 100,000 yuan. At this moment, everyone gasped in amazement. Su Hao had truly struck it rich. The waitress was taken aback and replied awkwardly, sorry sir, the best wine we have here is Petrus. Romanée-Conti occasionally appears, but very rarely. Su Hao nodded, realizing this made sense. Such prestigious wines likely never even reached the hotel before being snapped up by collectors. Take Shen Yufei's collection for example, those were all gifts from others. Alright then, let's have a bottle of 2016 Petrus. Su Hao picked this brand. Petrus, the foremost among the wines of the 8 great estates. Its annual production never exceeds 30,000 bottles, the quantity is extremely limited, and the price is steep indeed. TSK, looks like our young master Su is being extraordinarily generous today. This bottle here costs a whopping 50 grand. Zhao Wenbin remarked with a tinge of awe. What? 50,000 yuan a bottle? That expensive? Niu Xiaojie's eyelids twitched. Hishan murmured softly, that's enough for so many barbecue meals. Su Hao then asked, then what do us guys drink? White liquor. Oh dear, don't know why, but I'm craving something red today. Xiao Yunpeng murmured quietly. That was a 50,000 yuan per bottle red wine, who wouldn't want a sip? Me too. Lu Sheng nodded with a smile. Same here. Niu Xiaojie grinned. Su Hao was well aware of their intentions and said directly, how about this, 2 bottles of Petrus and 3 bottles of Mutai? Let's each start with a glass of red to taste, then move on to the white liquor, what do you think? Great, perfect. Zhao Wenbin clapped his hands in approval. Haha, agreed. Xiao Yunpeng gave a thumbs up. Our young master Su, what a baller. Niu Xiaojie looked at him with admiration. Xin Yuefei, standing nearby, heard Su Hao ordering several bottles and thought to herself, with your pathetic alcohol tolerance, you'll be out cold after just 1 glass. Here, young master Su, have some tea. Zhao Wenbin picked up the teapot and directly poured tea for Su Hao. Damn it, I can pour it myself. Su Hao snatched the teapot away. Ah, Hao, hurry up and tell us. We heard you got promoted, is it true? Xiao Yunpeng quickly asked. Su Hao smiled and said, you all already know that. Well, my current position is director. We all know that part. What we're curious about is your annual salary, how many W a year? Zhao Wenbin winked and rubbed his fingertips together as he spoke. Chapter 81, this counts as a confession too? Su Hao guessed that what these people were most curious about must be the salary. Not much, just over 3 million a year, the guy said calmly. Hiss. Zhao Wenbin and the others gasped in shock. When Niu Xiaojie told them Su Hao had been promoted to executive director, they guessed his salary might be around 1 million yuan annually, but never expected it to be over 3 million. Zhao Wenbin exclaimed in awe, damn impressive. You're probably the highest earner among all our classmates. Sigh, we can't even make this much money running our own businesses. Xiao Yunpeng sighed in admiration. Lu Shang looked at him with worshipful eyes. Ahao's really hit the peak of life all at once. Niu Xiaojie grumbled gloomily, we're all programmers, damn. Why are you so exceptionally good? Now even the women Wang Jinglei, Miao Tongtong and the others finally understood why Su Hao could land himself such a stunning girlfriend. Handsome and wealthy, that's capital. Xin Yuefei thought to herself, if these people knew Su Hao's paycheck this month came with a 50 million bonus alone, their jaws might hit the floor. Miao Tongtong gasped, over 3 million a year, impressive. Some CEOs of listed companies don't even earn that much. I remember Ahao works at Hongsheng Group, right? That's one powerhouse of an internet company. Zhao Wenbin pondered for a moment. Exactly, internet companies are really making money these days. Xiao Yunpeng nodded in full agreement. At that moment, Su Hao suddenly remembered something and asked, by the way guys, do you know what Luo Zhang's been up to recently? I tried calling him but couldn't get through. There were 6 roommates in Yanbei in total, including Luo Jiang. But that day, Su Hao notified them in WeChat that Luo Jiang had been inactive all along, and later he couldn't get through when he called Luo Jiang. Jiang, this guy hasn't contacted us for a long time. I heard he seems to have married a rich wife or something. Zhao Wenbin said. Oh, so that's how it is. No wonder he hasn't contacted us, that guy's made it big now. Niu Xiaojie couldn't help but complain. Lu Sheng said, Luo Jiang isn't that kind of person. He might have gone abroad for a vacation. Su Hao nodded in agreement. He and Luo Jiang had gotten along well during their university days, often playing basketball together. Besides, Luo Jiang was the sentimental type. If he couldn't be reached, he was probably preoccupied with something. At this moment, Wang Jinglei turned to Xin Yuefei and asked curiously, Little Fei, what do you do for work? Hao and I work at the same company, I'm in the finance department. Xin Yuefei had made up her mind long ago. Just one mention of Hao made everyone in the room envious. Su Hao was also quite pleased, thinking to himself that Miss Xin certainly knew how to boost his reputation. Though Xin Yuefei was hailed as one of the 4 great beauties of the capital and had graced business magazines several times, for people like Zhao Wenbin and Xiao Yunpeng, those achievements were completely irrelevant to their concerns. So they couldn't possibly guess that Xin Yuefei was actually a brilliantly talented domineering female CEO. At this moment, Zhao Wenbin winked at Wang Jinglei. Wang Jinglei chuckled and said, Su Hao, don't forget our tradition, the first time you bring a girlfriend here, you have to share your love story with us. So who's going to tell it, you or her? Ha! Xin Yuefei was taken aback, this was something she hadn't anticipated. Miao Tongtong quickly interjected, of course Xiaofei should tell the story. If the guys tell it, they'll definitely embellish it and make it unrealistic. Yeah, exactly. Xiaofei, why don't you tell us how you two got together? Zhong Yin chimed in as well. Yes, we're all curious. He Shan nodded. Xin Yuefei glanced at Su Hao, her look conveying, you didn't even warn me beforehand. Hey Xiaofei, why don't you tell them about how we fell in love at first sight? Su Hao grinned broadly. Xin Yuefei chuckled, actually, our relationship happened pretty straightforwardly. One day, Su Hao sent me a confession via WeChat, and just like that, we became a couple. Confession WeChat? Niu Xiaojie's eyes lit up as he winked at Su Hao. Oh, what kind of confession? Tell us quickly. Wang Jinglei asked curiously. Niu Xiaojie burst into laughter, his face full of schadenfreude. Xin Yuefei directly repeated the 3 flirtatious lines Su Hao had sent last time. I want to rub sticks together on you to start a fire, igniting this lifetime. In the vast desert, the lone smoke is too straight, on the long river, the setting sun is your roundness. I want to climb not just the ranks in honor of kings, but also you. Upon hearing Shin Yuefei's description, everyone in the room couldn't help but burst into laughter. Suha didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This ice queen was being far too earnest, actually saying such things out loud. Ha, how, you bastard, better treat me to a meal another day. Niu Xiaojie burst out laughing. Suha glared at him, thinking to himself, and I specifically treated you to a meal, you're the one who got me to sign that slave contract. Miao Tongtong laughed. Oh my, Suhao, you really went there with such a dirty confession. Right, Xiaofei? How could you say yes to such a filthy confession from this guy? Wang Jinglei was genuinely perplexed. Zhang Yan also nodded in agreement, thinking to herself that if a guy sent her such a text, she'd probably thrash him. Shin Yuefei explained, though it's a bit dirty, I'm not actually angry. Who told me to fall for Suhao long ago? He's so handsome, many girls in our company like him. Hearing her words, Zhao Wenbin and the others turned to look at Suhao with expressions full of admiration and envy. What do you call this? This is called masculine charm. Hishan exclaimed in surprise. What, you've liked Suhao for a long time? So you two really did like each other, love at first sight then? Zhao Wenbin couldn't help but exclaim, wow, I'm truly impressed even this kind of confession method works? Exactly, all we can do is sigh in admiration. Xiao Yunping sighed with emotion. Suhao curled his lips into a smug smile and said proudly, what's the big deal? I took her home with me that very night and we slept together. This shocked everyone present. No way? Zhao Wenbin froze in astonishment. Really? Are you bluffing? Xiao Yunping was also skeptical. Wang Jinglei burst into laughter and said, whether it's true or not, just ask little Fei and find out. At that moment, everyone looked at Shin Yuefei. Shin Yuefei felt utterly speechless. Suhao hadn't even started drinking yet, so why was he already getting carried away and boasting? The worst part was him bragging about them sleeping together, how embarrassing to mention such a thing. And she couldn't even refute it directly without making Suhao lose face. But if she nodded in agreement, wouldn't that make her appear too unreserved, too casual? But Shin Yuefei thought about it, she was just pretending to be his girlfriend to help Suhao save face anyway, not the real deal. Might as well let him show off in front of his classmates. In the end, Shin Yuefei gave a slight nod and glared at Suhao. You jerk, she said. How could you go blabbing about something like this? It's so embarrassing. Chapter 82, My cat can do backflips. Hearing Shin Yuefei nod in acknowledgement, the entire room was stunned. Holy shit, how, you have my respect. Zhao Wenbin solemnly cupped his hands. What is a love guru? This is what a love guru is. Xiao Yunping was convinced. Niu Xiaojie's eyelids twitched. He never expected his flirtatious words to pack such a punch. Looks like he'd have to write more of these saucy lines in tomato novel going forward. From a man's perspective, Suhao became a master at flirting with women. But from a woman's perspective, Wang Jinglei sighed repeatedly. Xiaofei, you're really too naive, too infatuated. Did Suhao's sweet talk brainwash you? Wang Jinglei asked with a smile. Yeah, maybe, that guy's sweet talk has me completely dazzled. Shin Yuefei smiled. Miao Tongtong burst out laughing. Xiaofei, what excuse did Suhao use to take you home? Don't tell me he said, my cat can do backflips, wanna come see? Ha! Shin Yuefei froze, unsure how to respond to this question. Suhao quickly replied, then you're underestimating me. Why would I use that kind of excuse? Then hurry up and tell us, you idiot. Zhao Wenbin became intrigued and pulled out another cigarette. Suhao said proudly, I told her right then, it's so late, I can't bear letting you go home alone. Pfft, ha ha, this time everyone burst out laughing, but no one bothered questioning whether it was true this time, because they all knew this had to be Suhao boasting again. At this moment, the food and drinks arrived, and the server poured wine for them. Xiao Yunping immediately said, Ahao, you're the last to arrive today. Same old rules, right? 3 penalty drinks? Damn, are you guys trying to get me drunk? Suhao froze in surprise. There was always a rule at their gatherings, the last one to arrive had to drink 3 shots as punishment. No, we never said it had to be drinking. Zhao Wenbin quickly interjected. Come on, let me pour the drinks for our ace. Niu Xiaojie placed 3 glasses directly in front of Suhao and filled them with baijiu. Downing these 3 cups would mean consuming at least half a gin of liquor. Shin Yuefei quickly interjected, honey, should I help you drink one? Wow! Zhao Wenbin and several others let out exclamations of surprise. Goodness, Xiaofei, you're really spoiling your husband. Wang Jinglei teased with a laugh. Yeah, that's their men's business. Let's not get involved. Miao Tongtong also said. Shin Yuefei wasn't really concerned about Suhao's well-being, she just thought 3 drinks might be enough to knock him out cold. What should she say to these classmates when the time comes? How awkward it would be. No, my girlfriend can't help with these 3 drinks. Zhao Wenbin quickly shook his head. Suhao directly patted Shin Yuefei's hand and said, don't worry, 3 glasses of liquor are nothing to me. Hey, I'm telling you, how, we all know your drinking capacity. Remember your nickname, 1 cup down? Lu Shang reminded him. Right, our young master Su, you don't have to drink these 3 glasses of wine either. Niu Xiaojie mischievously winked. Exactly, no need to drink as long as you 2 lovebirds put on a sweet show for us, we can waive those 3 drinks. Zhao Wenbin lit a cigarette and took an eager puff. Right, we're not forcing you to drink. Just play some couples games and you can skip the drinking. Xiao Yunpeng nodded in agreement. Wang Jinglei and Miao Tongtong exchanged glances. These familiar words sounded all too familiar to them. Su Hao's eyes lit up as he finally understood. So these bastards had been setting him up all along. At the previous gathering, he had used this trick to mess with Zhao Wenbin, Xiao Yunpeng, and their girlfriends. Now it's turned around, they're using the same trick against him. But what these people don't know is that his alcohol tolerance isn't what it used to be. 3 days apart, and you still think I'm the same old bumpkin? Su Hao's liver evolved with an ultra-detoxification ability. No poison could stand a chance. A bit of alcohol? Barely even counted. But Xin Yufa didn't know this. Hearing that they could play games instead of drinking, she couldn't help but ask, what kind of game would that be? Oh, our little Fei has taken an interest. Wang Jinglei burst into laughter. Quick, tell us what games you have. Miao Tongtong giggled. Su Hao felt somewhat embarrassed. Those bastards were probably scheming some ridiculous prank to play on him. Zhao Wenbin immediately laughed and said, to ensure fairness and impartiality, we've come up with 3 couple games for you to choose from. As he spoke, he picked up a large bunch of grapes from the fruit platter. The first game is tying this bunch of grapes to Su Hao's waist, then you 2 lovebirds cooperate to eat the grapes together. Even before he finished speaking, Zhao Wenbin couldn't help but slam the table in amusement. Xin Yufa's pretty face flushed crimson upon realizing it was this kind of naughty couples game. Su Hao froze for a moment before protesting, Wenbin, that's not fair. When it was your turn with your wife, the game was about eating bananas. Why does mine involve grapes? What you'll be eating is our decision to make. Your protest is invalid. Zhao Wenbin dismissed him with a wave of his hand. Wang Jinglei laughed and said, exactly. Who told you to mess with us back then? Now it's your turn. Right. If you'd known today would come, why did you do it back then? Ha ha. Miao Tongtong giggled. Xin Yufa finally understood. It turned out Su Hao had been the one pranking other couples before. Now that he was leaving Single Dom behind, of course they'd retaliate. The worst part was Su Hao hadn't mentioned any of these things beforehand. What a despicable guy. But now that she was here, what else could she do? Look at all of you making Xiufei blush with your teasing. Zhong Yan couldn't help commenting. Xin Yufa boldly asked, wasn't it supposed to be 3 couple games? What about the others? Xiao Yunpeng immediately stood up and said, I'll take the second one. The second challenge to test your love is for a how to lie down and do sit-ups on the floor while you sit on his legs. Each time he sits up, the 2 of you have to exchange a peck on the lips. Exactly, just do 30 sit-ups and you're done. Zhao Wenbin held a cigarette and said proudly. Xin Yufa froze. Did he just ask for a peck? That would mean she'd have to kiss Su Hao 30 times. How could that be allowed? What about the third one? Xin Yufa continued to ask. Niu Xiaojie cleared his throat and said, as for the third couples game, I'll be the one to reveal it. The third game is to have our young master Su do push-ups, but with you sitting on his waist. And it's not too many, just 200 will do. Wang Jinglei and Miao Tongtong both smiled. This was a game Xiao Yunpeng had played before. 200? Xin Yufa froze. Although she and Su Hao had no intimate interactions during this game, doing so many push-ups at once, wouldn't that be a bit exhausting? Who cares? It's not like I'm the one exhausted. After all, Su Hao brought this upon himself. Chapter 83, Truth or Dare. Xin Yufa declared boldly, fine, I'll choose the third game then. Wow. Zhao Wenbin and the others all cheered and clapped in unison. Su Hao noticed the varied expressions on their faces. Were they waiting to see him make a fool of himself? Well then, do you all have some misunderstanding about my physical stamina? Niu Xiaojie said, oh come on, our buddy Su here was already in great shape back in college. He could easily do 100 push-ups without breaking a sweat. That was back in school days. After starting work, when would he ever have time to exercise? Victory LV laughed. Xiao Yunpeng nodded and said, exactly, especially when someone has to ride on his back. Ah how, you must hold on later. Remember, a man never says he can't do it. Zhao Wenbin flicked the ash from his cigarette. Su Hao chuckled, alright, you guys want to see me make a fool of myself, but I'm definitely going to disappoint you. Hurry up already, don't talk too big. Niu Xiaojie quickly pulled the chair aside to clear some space. Su Hao didn't hesitate either and immediately stepped forward, assuming the perfect push-up position. Xiaofei, don't worry, just climb on, he said with a smile. Alright, I'm getting on now. After speaking, Xin Yufa sat on Su Hao's back, suddenly feeling a thrill. Sitting atop Su Hao gave her a sense of driving a slave, even the illusion that Su Hao was under her control. Zhao Wenbin laughed, oh, we forgot to mention earlier, if Su Hao fails to do 200, you'll have to buy us a performance of French kissing. Ha! Shin Yuefei was stunned, but she had no other choice and could only hope that Su Hao would manage to complete 200. Begin! Su Hao immediately got started. Given his current physical condition, 200 push-ups were nothing, he could easily do even 1,000. At first, Niu Xiaojie and the others were still waiting for Su Hao to give up, but they suddenly noticed that Su Hao's pace of doing push-ups wasn't slowing down, it was actually speeding up. Holy shit, is Ahao even human? Lu Sheng exclaimed in amazement. Seems we miscalculated. Qiu Yunpan was incredibly frustrated. Zhao Wenbin also nodded, stubbing out his cigarette but before saying, if only we'd known earlier, we wouldn't have played this game. Shin Yuefei was utterly astonished by Su Hao's stamina. Before long, Su Hao had finished 200 push-ups. Holy crap! Damn it! Zhao Wenbin and the others sat back down in their seats, still muttering curses under their breath. Wang Jinglei chuckled, is this enough for you now? Did you all want to see Su Hao make a fool of himself, only to get proved wrong by his endurance? TSK, Su Hao's stamina is amazing, Xiao Fei, you're really lucky. Miao Tongtong teased. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. Then the whole table started chatting while drinking. Especially that bottle of red wine worth 50,000 per bottle, everyone savored it carefully. This 50,000 yuan wine tastes amazing. This time we're really benefiting from Hao's generosity. Zhao Wenbin sighed in admiration. Cut it out. You were just trying to mess with our young master Su a minute ago. Niu Xiaojie snapped back. Damn it, Lao Niu, you dare snap at me? You got the guts to drink with me? Zhao Wenbin immediately provoked him. Who's afraid of who? Bring it on. Niu Xiaojie didn't back down either, and the two of them straightaway downed 2 cups each. Wang Jinglei immediately suggested, I say you guys shouldn't keep binge drinking like this. How about we play some games instead? Right. If you keep drinking like this, you'll all be passing out soon. Maya Tongtong nodded in agreement. Su Hao smiled and said, sure, sis. What game do you want to play? How about truth or dare? I see there's a spinner on that table, let's split into 5 groups. Whoever the spinner lands on must choose between truth or dare, unless they want to pass, in which case a guy has to drink instead. Wang Jinglei explained the rules. Okay, I agree. Zhao Wenbin was the first to support his girlfriend. Aha, I think it's good too. Qiu Yunpeng said. Miao Tongtong asked, Xiaofei, what do you think? Shin Yuefei smiled and said, since everyone's in the mood, let's play then. Great. So the whole table cheered with applause. Zhao Wenbin brought over the spinner and said, let's take turns spinning it clockwise. What about this round? Lu Xing asked. Why even ask? Of course it's for Little Fei's turn. Wang Jinglei placed the turntable in front of Shin Yuefei. Ha, me spinning it? Shin Yuefei froze in surprise. Su Hao nodded and said, come on, let's see who has explosive luck in the first round. Alright then. Shin Yuefei gently flicked the spinning pointer, setting it into motion. To her surprise, the pointer eventually landed on herself. Wow! Ha ha! The entire table burst into laughter. Shin Yuefei felt utterly embarrassed. What was this called? Hoisted with her own petard? Wenbin cheered excitedly. Come on, Hao, face the truth. Are you two choosing truth or dare? Shin Yuefei looked somewhat awkwardly at Su Hao. Su Hao straightforwardly said, I choose to drink. Alright, you're starting with drinking right away, don't regret it later. Qiu Yunpeng warned. Su Hao poured himself a glass of white liquor and downed it in one gulp. Originally, this group of people had hoped to take the opportunity to tease Su Hao and Shin Yuefei, but since Su Hao chose to drink instead, they had no choice but to give up. Shin Yuefei was somewhat surprised to see Su Hao drink so decisively. Having had a few glasses earlier, she was starting to feel bolder. She quietly grasped Su Hao's hand beneath the table, wanting to express her apology. After all, her current identity was Su Hao's girlfriend. Holding hands seemed perfectly natural now. Su Hao froze. This was the first time Shin Yuefei had held his hand. What was with that look in her eyes? Was she drunk? He suddenly recalled the last time Shin Yuefei got drunk alone in the office. Would she start rolling on the floor again if she got drunk? Drink less, he said. Thinking of this, Su Hao leaned close to Shin Yuefei's ear and whispered something. Shin Yuefei's delicate face turned rosy, looking especially charming. Upon hearing Su Hao's words, she nodded gently, like an obedient young wife. The next round was Zhao Wenbin and Wang Jinglei's turn, with Wang Jinglei responsible for spinning the wheel. Let's begin. Wang Jinglei swiftly spun the pointer. Finally, the needle landed on Miao Tongtong. Qiu Yunpeng grumbled, it's our turn? What's wrong? Would you rather drink instead? Miao Tongtong burst into giggles. Qiu Yunpeng said magnanimously, who's afraid if we don't drink? Let's see what tricks they can pull. Alright then, we'll choose truth. Miao Tongtong nodded. Great. Now everyone else was excited. Su Hao smiled and said, Sis-in-law, since you're the one who drew the lot, you should be the one to ask. Wang Jinglei hesitated, unsure what to ask. Then Zhao Wenbin whispered something in her ear. Wang Jinglei immediately burst into giggles. Tongtong, then I'll ask the question. Ask away. How long do you and Xiao Yunpeng usually spend plowing the fields when doing your farming work? Chapter 84, Don't Worship Me Too Much. Xin Yuefei had just taken a sip of tea and nearly spat it out. Su Hao's roommates really take the cake, they're always cracking dirty jokes at the drop of a hat. Sure enough, when Wang Jinglei asked that question, everyone burst into gleeful laughter at her expense. Damn it, I knew it. Wen Bin, you sly dog. Xiao Yunpeng said irritably. Miao Tongtong's face flushed pink with embarrassment upon hearing the question. Su Hao immediately added sheepishly, hey now, we're playing truth or dare here, absolute honesty is required. Xin Yuefei found herself caught between laughter and exasperation, thinking to herself that this Su Hao fellow truly had a wicked sense of humor. That's right, nothing but the absolute truth. Niu Xiaojie chimed in. Miao Tongtong wasn't the type who couldn't take a joke either. Gathering her courage, she boldly declared, what's the big deal? Since you're all so curious, I'll tell you. It was only about half an hour. Wow! The entire table erupted in exclamations of surprise. Xiao Yunpeng felt smug upon hearing his girlfriend's response. Su Hao immediately teased, old Xiao, what are you so proud of? The whole thing took half an hour, not your engine running for half an hour. Pfft, ha ha ha. This time everyone burst out laughing again. Alright Hao, just you wait, you're gonna get it when it's your turn. Xiao Yunpeng said grumpily. Not worried, hurry up and start the next round. Shamelessly, Su Hao said. The next person to spin the wheel was Niu Xiaojie and his girlfriend. Come on, watch me do this. Shan had been itching to act for a while. She spun the pointer, and by sheer coincidence, it stopped pointing squarely at Su Hao. Ha, Hao, serves you right for showing off. Xiao Yunpeng clapped his hands with barely concealed delight. TSK, Hao, you're not getting away today. Zhao Wenbin winked with a grin. Xin Yuefei almost laughed, just moments ago Su Hao had been mocking others, and now it was his turn. What's there to fear? I can hold my liquor. Su Hao shrugged. No way. We strongly insist on choosing truth or dare. Xiao Yunpeng immediately stood up to protest. Yeah, we can't just keep drinking. Lu Sheng came along to join in the fun. Right, you just had some alcohol, and you're drinking again? You can't drink continuously. Zhao Wenbin concurred. Su Hao didn't know whether to laugh or cry, these guys were clearly trying to mess with him. Fine, if I can't drink then I won't. I choose truth. He immediately said. Alright, old Niu, hit him with a juicy question. Xiao Yunpeng said excitedly. Yes, old Niu, should I come up with one for you? Zhao Wenbin suggested. Niu Xiaojie shook his head and said, no need. I'm good at this. I'm a web novel writer. Su Hao cleared his throat. Old Niu, think carefully about what you're doing. You better not cross me. Hao, you're threatening me? I'm not scared. Ha. Niu Xiaojie wore a mocking expression. Xin Yuefei felt somewhat apprehensive, unsure what questions might be asked, but she was mentally prepared this group would undoubtedly pose some particularly vulgar inquiries. Niu Xiaojie immediately asked, Hao, my question is, who was the last person you watched an action short video with? Pfft, ha, they all burst into laughter. Xin Yuefei was immediately embarrassed, it turned out to be this kind of question. Su Hao brazenly said shamelessly, well, the most recent time, was when I watched it with her. As he spoke, the rascal wrapped his arm around Xin Yuefei's shoulder. Wow! Ha! The whole table burst into laughter. Xin Yuefei blushed instantly, her face burning hot. Wang Jinglei exclaimed in amazement, Tisk Tsk, Xiaofei, you lovebirds are quite romantic. Tisk, truly a match made in heaven, you two. Miao Tongtong covered her mouth and giggled. Xin Yuefei blushed crimson. Yet Su Hao had spoken nothing but the truth, making her so embarrassed her delicate face seemed about to drip with shyness. Master Su, I'm kneeling for you. Niu Xiaojie clasped his hands in salute. Hao, you're a role model for our generation. Zhao Wenbin gave a thumbs up. Come on, let me toast Hao Gu. Xiao Yunpeng raised his glass. Su Hao waved his hand and laughed. Don't worship me too much, guys. Xin Yuefei felt both embarrassed and indignant, this guy was way too pleased with himself. The next round began, but Lu Sheng and Zhang Yan refrained from asking any bizarre questions. As for Xiao Yunpeng and Miao Tongtong's turn, the person they rolled was Zhao Wenbin. That sly Zhao Wenbin outright chose to drink instead. He knew Xiao Yunpeng would definitely mess with him, so drinking was the safer bet. Soon, the turn came full circle, and the spinner was back in Xin Yuefei's hands. That was quick, one round already. It's your call now, little Fei, Miao Tongtong said with a laugh. Xin Yuefei nodded and spun the pointer without hesitation, only for it to land squarely on Zhao Wenbin. Now everyone was gleefully clapping and cheering. Zhao Wenbin had just drunk some alcohol, and now he couldn't escape by drinking. Alright, if you want to prank me, here's your chance. Zhao Wenbin knew he couldn't escape this time. Wang Jinglei smiled bitterly and said, then let's choose truth or dare. Miao Tongtong said, alright, Su Hao and Xiaofei, you two come up with a dare. Honey, why don't you take this opportunity? Su Hao said to her. Xin Yuefei was startled, feeling a sudden thrill of excitement. Since things had gotten so wild, she figured she might as well come up with something daring. After all, she'd just been teased anyway. Alright then, you two should demonstrate the most common plowing pose you lovebirds usually do, Shin Ufa declared boldly. Ha! Zhao Wenbin and Wang Jinglei were instantly dumbfounded. They thought choosing truth or dare might let them off the hook, but they never expected they'd still get caught. Most importantly, they never imagined Shin Ufa would play it this hard. Good idea. Xiao Yunpeng over there was clapping and cheering. Niu Xiaojie was enthusiastically pounding the table in excitement. Lu Shang laughed so hard he doubled over. Su Hao was also stunned. He looked at Shin Ufa beside him in amazement. Was this still the same pure and innocent Ice Queen? She'd adapted to the role faster than he had, becoming even more adept at playing along than him. Ahem, can I substitute with alcohol instead? Zhao Wenbin grumbled gloomily. Drink my foot. What did you say when I wanted to drink earlier? Su Hao glared fiercely. That's right, hurry up already, no more dawdling. Xiao Yunpeng urged. Zhao Wenbin looked at his girlfriend Wang Jinglei and said with a bitter smile, honey, let's just admit defeat. This is all your fault. I'm totally screwed. Wang Jinglei was truly at her wit's end. However, the couple remained quite open-minded. So, throwing caution to the wind, Wang Jinglei shut her eyes, knelt on the ground, and then prostrated herself face down. Then Zhao Wenbin walked over and knelt down behind her. Ah, wow. Su Hao and the others were laughing uncontrollably. Now they all understood what these two usually got up to in their spare time. In the next instant, Zhao Wenbin quickly sprang to his feet. Then Wang Jinglei hastily stood up too, covering her face in embarrassment and cried out, I can't show my face ever again.